Chapter 91 Fish Feast. Zhang Daming's eyes were filled with madness. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Xingxing, don't blame me. His hands were like pliers, tightly holding Luo Xingxing's thin body. Luo Xingxing struggled desperately. She had known this day would come. She knew this man's indifference and shamelessness very well. She stretched out her nails, that had been sharpened secretly, and scratched the flesh on Zhang Daming's arm. Ah! You bitch! Zhang Daming's arm was hurt by Luo Xingxing's scratching. When did her claws become so powerful? What a powerful little wild cat! She has always been so wild in bed. If there was no other way, he really couldn't bear to kill her. Seeing that this trick didn't work on Zhang Daming, Luo Xingxing turned around and bit Zhang Daming's face. This bite was extremely fierce. Ah! Bitch! Let go! Zhang Daming had to let go of Luo Xingxing, and wanted to stop this crazy woman with his hands. Unfortunately, Luo Xingxing was not so easy to get rid of. She bit Zhang Daming's face desperately, as if she wanted to eat a piece of flesh from his face. She wanted to eat this cheap man, and if he wanted her to die, then he would have no chance of getting rid of it. The flesh on Zhang Daming's face was bitten and hurt, and he realized that Luo Xingxing was so hard to get rid of. He also reached out to pinch Luo Xingxing's face, but she didn't seem to feel any pain at all. She just didn't want to let go. Zhu, why are you dying there? Come and help. Zhang Daming hurriedly called Captain Zhu, who was stunned on the side, for help. Zhang Daming pulled Luo Xingxing's hair and beat her soft belly with his hands. But these tricks didn't work on her at all. She was determined and ruthless, as if she wanted to die with Zhang Daming. Zhang Daming anxiously called Zhu for help. When did his subordinate become so tactless? Why didn't he come to help? Zhu, if you don't move, the crocodile will be attracted, Zhang Daming said fiercely. And Zhu finally moved after hearing this. Zhu's eyes flashed with cruelty, as if he had decided something. He picked up the knife hidden on his body, stepped forward quickly, and stabbed it with a knife. However, this knife did not stab Luo Xingxing's body. Zhang Daming's heart was stabbed by someone. And at the same time, Luo Xingxing finally bit off a piece of meat from his face. Zhang Daming covered the blood that kept pouring out of his heart and fell down slowly. At this time, he didn't know which wound on his face or heart hurt more. Zhu, why did you do this to me? Zhang Daming said with his dying breath. Zhu held Luo Xingxing's shoulders. Didn't you say that? Brother Zhang, if you don't move, the crocodiles will be attracted, and I can only let you die. Zhang Daming saw this scene and smiled in shock. So, you two dogs and bitches have been together for a long time. Ahem. But you can't live either. Those monsters are coming. After saying that, Zhang Daming used his last breath of strength to kick over a pile of debris in the room. A clattering noise came out of nowhere, and the crocodile below raised its head, as if it had discovered something, and came here. Luo Xingxing and Zhu looked at each other, and saw fear in each other's eyes. Xingxing, what should we do now? This bitch is going to drag us to death together. Luo Xingxing opened the door and took a look at the movement outside. Sure enough, the crocodiles moved. She pointed at Zhang Daming's body and said, throw him down to help us delay for a while. Every time, he threw others down to delay time. And this time it was his turn. Then what? Then we go to the 6th floor and find the raft. But will the raft work? The raft was made when they were trapped here. But before they could put it down to try, almost all the people here were dead, including the young man who made the raft. Luo Xingxing smiled at Zhu with a bloody mouth and said affectionately, no matter if it works or not, we must try it. Brother Zhu, it's okay. If it doesn't work, I would rather die with you. Hearing this, Zhu felt warm in his heart. Okay. As long as you say this, I won't be afraid. Let's go to the 6th floor. At the strong request of Lin's father and Lin Zhe. Lin Ran's family's dinner today is a delicious fish feast. There are steamed fish, pickled fish, red oil tofu fish, spicy boiled fish, squirrel mandarin fish, sweet and sour fish, braised parrot fish, chopped pepper fish head, pan-fried hare tail, dry-fried yellow croaker, mouth-watering fish and fragrant grilled fish. Many of them are ready-made dishes taken out from Lin Ran's space. But her favorite is the chopped pepper fish head made by Lin's mother herself. The red and spicy chopped peppers are sprinkled on the fish head, which tastes spicy and refreshing. Not to mention how delicious it is. Lindsay came back from the training room and saw the full table of dishes. He rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "Mom, your cooking skills are really good. There are so many fish. Just like the new year." Lin Ran came over with bowls and chopsticks, saying, "Xiao Zhe, don't say anything. According to the date, it's still early for the new year. But it's really time to celebrate the festival." Lindsay was stunned. What festival? What month is it now? The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. Grandpa Jiang came over and said, "But it's raining so hard. I don't know if we can see the moon by then." Lin Ran glanced at the rain outside the window, which was getting smaller and smaller, and said, "It looks like the rain will stop soon. Then we should be able to sit together to enjoy the moon and eat moon cakes." Grandpa Jiang nodded. He always believed in the girl from the Lin family. This child's premonition seemed to be very accurate. He knew that he was right to believe her. The whole family was full of fish at the evening feast. Lin's mother and Lin Ran ate a lot. The mother and daughter thought that fish meat was protein and would not make them fat, so they didn't avoid it. As a result, they ate too much without being careful. Wang and the little cat were no exception. They usually ate the most dried fish. But today they found out that there were so many delicious ways to cook fish meat. During the meal, the two little guys hovered under the table, waiting for the people sitting at the table to show off the delicious fish to them. Finally, Lin's mother couldn't stand it anymore and cooked another pot of fish for each of the two little guys, which satisfied their cravings. De Huang felt a little wronged. The fish bone was too small, and no one dared to feed it. Lin Ran found two big beef bones from the space, which made it happy. Looking at the three little guys who were trying hard to eat in their bowls, Lin Ran felt that they were becoming more and more human as their abilities improved. Sometimes she felt that they were just short of being able to speak. Otherwise they knew everything in their hearts. Even Yuang was still very sleepy. After eating, she lay down in Lin Ran's bedroom and fell asleep. As for the others, they couldn't sleep. Everyone's stomach was bulging, and they had to digest it. Chapter 92. I Want to Comfort You. After Lin's father put all the dishes into the dishwasher, the family went to the training room to digest the food together. Lin Ran found that Mr. Zhang's performance today was amazing. His shooting skills were extremely accurate. If the opponent was not very strong, he could completely protect himself with his shooting skills. Lin Ran asked everyone to go to the training room to practice shooting skills. As a superpower, the most dangerous thing is to run out of superpowers. Therefore, practicing shooting and knife skills is also their most important means of saving their lives. Tomorrow their enemies are upgraded mutant crocodiles. Although the superpowers of Lin's father and mother have been improved well now, Lin Ran still has to be very careful with so many enemies. The 11th floor has now been transformed into a professional shooting training room. Before the end of the world, Lin Ran specially collected the materials of 2 shooting training grounds just to let everyone practice shooting skills. As soon as Mr. Jiang entered the door, he picked up the gun and performed a 10-shot burst, and each one was a 10 ring. Lin Ran couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Grandpa Jiang is really still strong despite his old age. Grandpa Jiang, you are awesome. Grandpa Jiang smiled shyly. No. I was taught well by my master. It was all taught by Shiaza. Lindsay smiled and said, I just taught you the tricks. My shooting skills are really not as good as yours now. After that, Lindsay picked up the gun and fired 10 rounds. The accuracy rate is indeed not as high as Grandpa Jiang's, but 8 out of 10 shots can be 10 rings, which is not bad. Watching Lindsay's performance, Lin's father and mother picked up the gun and fired 10 times in a row. Ran, you haven't been to the training room much, so you don't know that Shiaza's skills are actually the worst, Dad Lin said proudly, touching the wall in his hand. Mother Lin nodded when she heard this. We practice every day and night just to avoid holding you back. Look, Mom and Dad are doing pretty well. Lin Ran looked at the number counted by the target counter, and her eyes suddenly became a little wet. Mom and Dad really tried very hard not to hold them back. They all hit 9 10 rings and 1 9 ring, which is a perfect score. They all worked hard in a place she couldn't see. Lindsay came up, patted Lin Ran on the shoulder and said, Sister, Mom and Dad are good. They are all my apprentices, but their shooting skills are much more accurate than mine. Lin Ran quickly wiped her eyes and said, Then you are so embarrassed to say that. Why don't you practice well? Got it, Sister. Lindsay obediently picked up the gun and continued to practice. The sound of gunfire continued in the training room. Lin Ran looked at the family who were training seriously and felt a sense of security in her heart. That's great. Everyone is working hard. She was originally worried about the battle tomorrow, but now it seems that she was worrying too much. Everyone is very supportive. The hair on her head was suddenly gently stroked, and Lin Ran turned around and saw that the person who did it was Jiang Chen. Why was he touching her hair? Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen in confusion, but his eyes fell on the tablet in his hand. Lin Ran looked down and saw that a boring idol drama was being played inside. The beautiful heroine was pouting and crying because she was misunderstood by her bestie. The handsome hero saw this scene and came over, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked the heroine's hair, and then put his mouth on hers. Damn it! Lin Ran's pupils were almost shaking when she saw this scene. Was Jiang Chen learning the movements above? So, did he just see her crying? He thought he was comforting himself by doing this? Then wouldn't he? Lin Ran felt the cold breath approaching her, and suddenly raised her eyes, and saw the lips approaching her. The owner of the lips pouted. Her face was so beautiful that it was unfair, and she was incredibly sexy. But Lin Ran couldn't take advantage of the zombies. Jiang Chen didn't know what this meant at all. At the moment when Jiang Chen was about to approach her, she quickly turned her head and avoided this intimate kiss. The red lips were so close, but she missed them just like that. Jiang Chen felt a little aggrieved for a moment. He didn't understand why Lin Ran wanted to hide. Wouldn't it be better for him to comfort her? He clearly saw that this trick was very effective for the heroine. The male protagonist put his mouth on her, and then she forgot about the pain and stopped crying. Ran was obviously very uncomfortable just now, and tears fell. How did she avoid his comfort? Lin Ran was a little confused, and her eyes were a little panicked. She saw the confusion and grievance in Jiang Chen's eyes. But how could she explain it? He didn't understand anything now, but just learned some meaningless things from these TV dramas. He didn't know what this meant. Lin Ran didn't want to pay attention to Jiang Chen at first, and wanted to just ignore it. But she felt that if she didn't care, it would be embarrassing if Jiang Chen used this method to comfort others in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Ran cleared her throat and said, Jiang Chen, you can't treat others like this in the future. Understand? Jiang Chen blinked his eyes. Why? He didn't understand. Ahem. Anyway, you can't. You'd better learn less about the things on TV in the future, especially the things in these idol dramas, which will teach children bad things. After saying that, Lin Ran didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen. Turned around and picked up the gun and started practicing. Until going to bed, Lin Ran didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen again. She always felt a little weird. That night, Lin Ran didn't sleep very well. She dreamed of a pair of cold lips covering hers. At the moment of touching, there was a kind of cold air with pine resin. But that feeling was particularly good. She thought to herself, this feeling was indeed as good as she imagined. Jiang Chen's lips. If they were touching, it would definitely feel like this. In a deep sleep, Wang suddenly opened her green eyes, narrowed her pupils dangerously, stretched out her sharp nails, and stared at the zombie standing in front of her master's bed. He leaned over and made a biting gesture. But the action was not a hurtful action. Wang studied it for a while, and when she was sure that the zombie was not harmful to her master, she fell into a deep sleep again. This zombie is really boring. It doesn't eat people, but sticks its mouth to people. What's the point? Cats don't understand. It's better to sleep and upgrade. Lin Ran didn't sleep very well this time. There was always a little puppy licking her in her dream, which made her sleep bad. Lin Ran touched her painful mouth and thought she should be getting angry. Thinking of this, she took out 2 mangoes from the space, gave one to Jiang Chen who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and ate one herself. If you get angry, you need to supplement some vitamins. Jiang Chen ate the mango, staring at Lin Ran's lips tightly. In fact, the taste there is softer and sweeter than mango. Chapter 93 Water Mutant Beast. Lin Ran always felt that Jiang Chen was a little strange today. Why did he keep looking at her face? She took out a mirror and looked at it. There was nothing on his face. It was really strange. However, there were many things to do today, so Lin Ran didn't think much about it. After breakfast, the family packed up and got back on the speedboat. When approaching the farmhouse, Lin Zhe increased his gold power and wrapped the speedboat very solidly. Even if there were blind fish that wanted to hit the speedboat on the road, they would be knocked over by the solid hull. Yesterday I observed that those crocodiles may have upgraded to level 2 because they ate human flesh. Their speed and attack power are much stronger than these strange fish. Everyone must be careful. Lin Ren said carefully. Everyone, got it. There was no delay along the way, and they soon arrived at the range of the farmhouse. Lin Ren picked up the telescope and took a look at the situation over there. There was not much change from yesterday, except that there were many crocodiles lying on the roof of the 6th floor today. I don't know what they are doing up there. Is there anyone up there? Whether there is anyone or not, we will know if we go up there. Lin Ren put down the telescope and took out 4 AKs from the space. Grandpa Jiang has his own special AK, and Lin Ren gave one to his parents and brother. There are a lot of crocodiles today. Let's save our powers and try our marksmanship first. Everyone, okay. The speedboat entered the gate of the farmhouse, and the sound of the engine immediately attracted all the crocodiles around. Densely packed crocodiles swam towards them, and from a distance, it looked like hell in the river. Bang! Lin Ren took the lead and killed the first crocodile that launched the attack. Lin Ren's gunshots were like the horn of the attack, and immediately, there were bursts of fierce gunshots around the speedboat. Bang bang bang. Crocodiles kept falling. But these crocodiles were not like those low-level strange fish. When their kind fell, they were not in a hurry to gnaw their bodies. Instead, they collectively dived into the turbid water. Sister, all those crocodiles are gone. Lin Ren's expression was stern, and her eyes were fixed on the water. The IQ of the evolved crocodile should not be underestimated. These crocodiles hid in the water, ready to jump out and give them a fatal blow at any time. If they were hiding somewhere else, it might be difficult for her to deal with them. But now it was too easy for her to hide in the water. Lin Ren stretched out her hand, and lightning immediately gushed out from her palm. This is the power of the 8th level lightning ability. Water is the best conductor, and the lightning ability becomes extremely powerful in the water, instantly splitting all the crocodiles hiding in the water into a scorch. Bang bang bang. As soon as Lin Ren released her big move, all the crocodiles floated to the surface. Lin's father and mother took the opportunity to shoot a few shots and knock down another group of crocodiles. Boom. De Huang's fire ability is also very powerful now, and he spits out a fireball as big as a hot air balloon. With the perfect cooperation of everyone, the crocodiles in front of them have been almost dealt with. Lin Ren glanced at the crocodile corpses floating on the water and suddenly felt something was wrong. Everyone be careful. The number of these crocodiles is wrong. Lin Ren looked around nervously. Her tense nerves told herself that it was very dangerous here. The number of crocodiles I just saw is much more than this. Let's see where they are hiding. Lin Zai's heart tightened. Sister, how can these crocodiles be so smart? Are they hiding under the water again? Lin Ren stretched out her hand and released a powerful thunder power towards the water again. Unfortunately, after this time, the water's surface was calm. No crocodile corpses floated up. Not in the water. Lin's mother and father looked at each other and saw the tension from each other's tears. Lin's father looked at Lin Ren and said, Ran, are they hiding in the house? Should we go in and take a look? Lin Ren looked at the water surface that was tightly blocked by the crocodile corpses. There was still a distance of more than 10 meters from the small Western-style building, and their speedboat was blocked and could not pass. The speedboat can't go over there. Mom, Dad, Shiza, Grandpa Jiang, you wait here. I go over there by myself. Lin Ren wanted to go alone. How could Lin's parents feel at ease? Just as he was about to say that he would go with her, Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the side and didn't move, suddenly stretched out a finger and put it on the water. Then, with his finger as the center, the water surface of 20 meters around was all frozen into thick ice. Very good. Now Ran can walk over safely. Lin Zai, who was standing aside and saw the most clearly, took a breath. This ability is so fucking awesome. Look at brother Jiang. He also has ice ability. Lin Zai felt that Jiang Chen was the best brother-in-law. He was simply Doraemon himself. How could he be so omnipotent? At the critical moment, he had all the abilities he needed. With such a brother-in-law, what is he afraid of in the end of the world? Then he can walk sideways. Mother Lin was so shocked that she couldn't speak when she saw this scene. Her ice ability can only freeze 2 or 3 meters of water at most. But Jiang Chen can make such a big noise. How powerful he must be. Lin Ren was also stunned by Jiang Chen's move. He was really amazing. When did he upgrade to be so powerful? And when did he awaken the ice ability again? He obviously upgraded less than Yuang, who only loves to sleep and eat. But he is so powerful. No wonder he can become the zombie king. His existence itself is a bug. Receiving Lin Ran's gaze, Jiang Chen's eyes slightly raised, showing his master's good mood. It seems that Ran likes him to do this. So he should do more in the future. Let Ran know how powerful he is. Dad Lin was the first to stand on the ice. This ice floor mixed with crocodile corpses is a bit scary to step on. But it's really solid. Father Lin even jumped a few times on the spot. Yes, the ice is very solid. This son-in-law is something. His supernatural power is really strong. Alas, he died a little early. Otherwise, he would have agreed to this marriage just now. Now, alas, forget it. Father Lin said, you can all come up. I tried it. The ice is very safe. Hearing what Father Lin said, everyone got off the speedboat one after another and walked onto the ice. Now they can all go to the house to take a look. Grandpa Jiang walked in front with a gun. He was a little excited. This is the house that Xiaochen prepared for them. Now they can go in with Xiaochen again. But just after Grandpa Jiang took a few steps, a strong stream of water suddenly gushed towards him. Be careful. Lin Zhe, who was walking closest to him, quickly erected a metal wall for him, and barely avoided this powerful attack. Lin Ran looked up and finally knew where the terrifying feeling just now came from. There are actually level 3 mutants with superpowers among these crocodiles. And there are quite a few of them. Now these mutants are hiding in this small Western-style building, ready to attack them. Chapter 94 Radio. Puff. A huge column of water sprayed out from the mouths of more than a dozen crocodiles at the same time, rushing towards them. This attack was too powerful. Lin Zhe was at a loss. Sister, my metal wall is not big enough. Lin Ran hurriedly said, come here. Let's go into the space. Yes, go into the space to hide. Everyone remembered that they still had this life-saving talisman. Unfortunately, this is an ice surface. They wanted to run to Lin Ran. But the more anxious they were, the more slippery their feet became. Especially Mr. Jiang, who slipped and fell to the ground. Don't worry about me. Go in first. Mr. Jiang waved his hand vigorously, letting Lin Ran and the others go first. Lin Ran wanted to reach out to pull Mr. Jiang, but suddenly found that he could take care of this, but not that. Jiang Chen looked at the anxious Lin Ran and thought, stay still. Lin Ran's hand reaching out to Mr. Jiang slowed down, because she suddenly found that the crocodile's attack had stopped, and the huge column of water did not fall on them. She looked up at Jiang Chen, who seemed to have done nothing, standing beside her. His time ability was activated again. This time, Jiang Chen did not wait for Lin Ran and the others to take action, because he enjoyed the surprised expression on Ran Ran's face when she looked at him. His right hand instantly transformed into dozens of sharp ice knives, and then the dozen level 3 mutant crocodiles were instantly killed. Lin Zhe, oh my god! Until all the crocodiles died. Lin Zhe didn't know how Jiang Chen did it. Brother Jiang is awesome. So handsome. Jiang Chen instantly gained a little fan, and his image in Lin Zhe's heart instantly rose by 2 meters and 3 meters again. Lin Zhe's admiration was undisguised, while Lin's father's admiration was a bit implicit. He reached out and helped Mr. Jiang up from the ground. His feelings for Jiang Chen were quite complicated. On one hand, the son-in-law was really amazing, and on the other hand, it was a pity. Alas, the choice was too difficult. So let the child's mother make the decision. The child has grown up and can no longer be controlled by his father. Lin's mother, who was prying the crocodile crystal core on the ice, suddenly sneezed. She had to pick it up quickly, or she would catch a cold. As soon as Jiang Chen made a move, none of the crocodiles in the small Western-style building escaped. Occasionally, 1 or 2 were easily dealt with by others. Standing on the top floor of the 6th floor, Lin Ran looked at the blood-stained utility room in front of him. It was not difficult to know that something tragic had happened in it. I thought there were living people here, but it seems that no one is lucky. In this life, there will be no more Zhang Daming doing evil. Jiang Chen's voice came from behind, and Lin Ran turned around and saw that he was holding more than a dozen level 3 mutant crocodile crystal cores in his arms. Each level 3 red crystal is the same size as a ping-pong ball, and there are a lot of them in Jiang Chen's arms. The little cat can't nest in Jiang Chen's arms, and now it lies on Jiang Chen's shoulders, because that position is not easy to lie on, and its 4 claws and the whole body are exerting force. It looks really cute. Looking at his two little ones. Wang is still sleeping on the speedboat, and Da Huang is squatting beside it to protect it. They really have different personalities. Seeing that Lin Ran didn't look at him, Jiang Chen shook the crystal core in his hand again to attract her attention. Lin Ran saw Jiang Chen's action and smiled. The crystal core is very beautiful. And you are also very good today. Thank you, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen blinked his eyes to show that he knew. Then he put the crystal core in his arms into Lin Ran's arms. Lin Ran looked at the heavy pile of red crystals in her arms, and instantly felt that she was spoiled by Jiang Chen. It seems that since the first meeting between Jiang Chen and here, he has been giving her crystal cores. How could he know that he likes this? Jiang Chen, are you going to give me all these? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, they are all yours. Lin Ran, She remembered Jiang Chen's kindness in her heart. She will definitely find a way to upgrade Jiang Chen to the Zombie King as soon as possible and restore his humanity. After thinking this through, Lin Ran smiled and said, Thank you, Jiang Chen. I will keep these for you first. Jiang Chen wanted to tell Lin Ran that she didn't need to keep them, because these things were for her. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak, and when he was anxious about how to express himself, Lin Zhe came up from below. Sister, come quickly. I found a good thing. Lin Ran followed Lin Zhe to a bedroom on the 6th floor, where Grandpa Jiang was standing. Ran, come and see. This is their radio. Grandpa Jiang pointed to a black device in front of him. Lin Ran knew it was a radio, and her eyes began to light up when she saw it for the first time. In the end times, the internet and power were cut off, and the only way for people to communicate was through radio. It's just that the radios she had seen before were very simple civilian radios, and this one was a military radio that Zhang Daming took from the official. This means that she can get information from the outside world through this thing. And it was very official news. When Mr. Jiang was young, he also used this thing, and he stretched out his hand to adjust it from time to time. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound from the radio. It's this channel. Mr. Jiang hurriedly adjusted it again, and Lin Ran heard an exciting voice from it. Attention, citizens. This is our 10th broadcast. The rain has been decreasing recently. The water level is also decreasing, and the bad weather is passing. But we found terrible mutant animals in the water. Please do not go out without permission, and be sure to wait for our rescue on the spot. Our military has now established a peace base in Longji Mountain, northwest of the city, and will arrange the evacuation of all citizens in the near future. Please pay attention to the notice. We will release the latest progress of the evacuation work to everyone on time at 7 a.m., 12 noon, and 7:30 p.m. every day. Attention, citizens. Below, there is another repeated broadcast. Mr. Jiang said excitedly, the military has established a peace base, and is going to arrange for everyone to evacuate. There is hope for humanity. Lin Ran smiled calmly, and said nothing. It was the same in the previous life. They said they would come to pick them up, and live a good life in the peace base. Unfortunately, the current regime has long been disintegrated. The real power is not held by the iron-willed soldiers, but by shameless politicians like Zhang Daming. When Lin Ran's family heard the news, they were so happy that they waited for the news of the evacuation at home and waited for people to pick them up. But they waited and waited, and no one came in the end. It was a long time later that she learned that some people did evacuate that year. But the people who evacuated were either rich or noble, or some strong young people, in order to let them go to help build the base. And because Lin Ran's family was too far away from the peace base, they were not willing to go there to support. Sister, this Longji Mountain is not far from our home. Lin Zhe's voice interrupted Lin Ran's memories. Sister, what if those people come over here? They are military personnel. Hearing this, Lin Ran narrowed her eyes slightly, and knew an old hatred surged in her heart. Since it is so close to us, let's go and take a look at this peace base. Chapter 95 Peace Base. Lin Zhe, are we going to the peace base to have a look? Lin Ran patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder. Not only do we have to go and have a look, how about we go and join them? Lin Zhe was stunned again, as if struck by lightning. Join? Why couldn't he understand his sister's train of thought? That's not what she said when she built the house here. Didn't she say that she would build a solid Doomsday fortress in her hometown and live there for the rest of her life? Why are they going to join some messy base now? According to his experience of reading novels, 80%. No. 90% of the people who built these bases are nothing. Unfortunately, Lin Ran couldn't care about her brother's emotions at this time. She reached out and put the radio into the space. Okay. Don't stand here stupidly. Go pick up the crystal cores. Let's go home first after picking them up. Lin Zai, oh. Okay. Anyway, his sister is right. She must have her reasons for doing this. Just listen to her. Lin Zai resigned himself to his fate and went downstairs to pick up the crystal cores. Lin Ran said to Grandpa Jiang again, Grandpa Jiang, please take a rest. We will go home after we are done. Grandpa Jiang smiled and shook his head. I am in good health. No need to rest. I will also go to pick up the crystal core. Grandpa Jiang also strode down the stairs after saying that. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that the relationship between these two siblings is really good. No matter what decision Ran Ran makes, Shiza will not question it. There is strength in numbers. And the crystal cores were cleaned up in a short time. Lin Ran didn't want to collect this small Western-style building for the time being, mainly because it was too dirty, and there was an unpleasant smell of blood inside. She wanted to leave it here, and after the flood completely receded, she would clean it up and put it in the space. When they went back, the family had a headache facing the speedboat frozen in place. It's easy to freeze, but how to melt them? How can they leave if they don't melt? Although there are many speedboats in Lin Ran's space, it's not safe to leave this speedboat here. What if it is stolen? Lin Zai pointed at Lin's father and said, Dad, it's time to test your fire ability. Melt the ice. You are now a level 6 fire ability user. Lin's father looked at Lin Zai meaningfully. This is really Dad's good son. Isn't this really flattery? How can his level 6 fire ability compare to Jiang Chen's ice ability level? Lin's mother also said with expectation, Yes. Kid's father. Let us see the effect of your fire ability. Hurry up. My wife has spoken. So Lin's father can only bite the bullet. Haha. I try. Lin's father felt bitter. Jiang Chen's ice ability level was unknown. The ice he made was thick and hard. He didn't know how much of it he could melt with his ability. It would be embarrassing if he could only melt a few meters. Oh! Never mind. It's embarrassing. Anyway, everyone here is family. Father Lin was about to take action. Lin Ran smiled and said, Dad? Wait. Is his daughter here to save him? Father Lin looked at Lin Ran with sparkling eyes. Ran. Do you have any other way? Lin Ran shook her head. No. I still have to use your fire ability. Oh! Father Lin was very disappointed. But you don't need to melt so much ice. You only need to melt the ice around the speedboat. Lin Ran pointed at the ice around the speedboat and said, As long as the ice around the speedboat is melted, I can put it in the space. Lin Zai, sister. How can we go back? Mother Lin rolled her eyes at Lin Zai. You are my child. Why are you so stupid? We can go to a place without ice. And your sister will take out the speedboat. So we can go back. Right? And your father won't have to waste so much superpowers. This plan is good. After all, the daughter is thoughtful. Dad Lin instantly felt that Lin Ran was a super thick cotton jacket. It would be much easier for Dad Lin to just melt the ice around the speedboat. Lin Zai used the gold superpower to protect the hull, and Dad Lin soon melted all the ice around the speedboat. Lin Ran put the speedboat back into the space, and the family walked to the end of the ice surface, took out the speedboat from the space again, and went home in a mighty manner. After entering and exiting the space twice, Wang still didn't even raise her eyelids. Lin Ran was really worried when she saw this. Now she didn't think it was heavy anymore. She held it in her arms and stroked Wang's body. She found that Wang's body temperature was very hot. She didn't know what this meant. She could only take out a few cooling patches from the space and stick them on Wang. This guy can eat and sleep. I hope this fever is a good sign. On the hillside not far from the farmhouse, Luo Xingxing and Captain Zhu hid in a big tree. They looked at the speedboat that quickly passed by them, and their eyes flashed with disbelief. This speedboat is here again. Who is sitting on it? Did they kill all those terrible mutant crocodiles? It's so scary. Yesterday they finally ran out of the crocodile pile. Captain Zhu was bitten countless times, and even Luo Xingxing's legs were covered with hideous wounds. How could those crocodiles give up the prey in their mouths? They chased them relentlessly. The two of them finally hit on this tree. Those crocodiles couldn't climb trees, so they gathered under the tree and waited for them to fall down. As a result, there was a huge noise from the small Western-style building just now, and the crocodiles guarding them all left. Captain Ju endured the wounds on his body and climbed to the top of the tree to see, only to find that those people drove a speedboat to kill all the crocodiles near the small Western-style building. Why didn't they come earlier? Captain Ju said angrily. If they had come earlier, they might not have had so many deaths. Luo Xingxing didn't say anything. Who knows if these people are friends or enemies? Such powerful people. It might not be a good thing to come earlier. Captain Ju didn't want to ask those people for help. But after thinking it over, he didn't dare to expose himself. Everyone is in danger in the end times, so it's better to be careful. Until the speedboat was out of sight, Luo Xingxing asked carefully, Brother Zhu, what should we do now? Zhu Zhen looked in the direction of the farmhouse and said, let's go back first. The crocodiles are all dead. It should be the safest place now. There are medical kits, clothes, and houses to shelter from the rain. Luo Xingxing glanced at the shore. There were several rafts made of wood there, although they were bitten by crocodiles. But they can still be used after repairs. They were all injured and in a bad condition. Going back to the small Western-style building should be the best choice. Okay. Then listen to Brother Zhu. Let's go back. Luo Xingxing smiled at Zhu Zhen lightly, with a pair of eyes full of admiration and dependence on men. Back home, Yue Ying was carried back by Lin Ran. The struggling look made Jiang Chen frown behind him. This little fat cat didn't know what was going on. Before it was normal, Lin Ran had no intention of doing anything else. Lin Ran listened to the radio information every day. She wanted to see when the news of the withdrawal of the peace base would be announced. Chapter 96. The sun is out. The rain was getting lighter and lighter. One day, Lin Zhe woke up in the morning and was surprised to find that the flood that had flooded the first floor had all receded. Sister, is the rain disaster completely over? Lin Zhe rushed to Lin Ran's house and asked excitedly. Lin Ran opened the window, looked at the gradually clearing sky, took a deep breath and said, yes, it will be over. The dampness in the air slowly dissipated, and the long-lost sun was about to appear. After that, there was a sweet period of the end of the world. The rain dissipated, the sun appeared, the temperature and climate were just right, and everyone really had a few days of comfortable days. It's a pity that all this is an illusion. However, no matter how short it is, it's better than no day at all. Lin Ran touched Yue Ying's little beard and coaxed softly, Yue Ying, get well soon. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. Then we will enjoy the moon together, and then steam a big dried fish mooncake for you. Okay? Meow. Hearing that there was something delicious, Yue Ying meowed in her sleep. Lin Ran couldn't help laughing and touched its soft belly again. If it can be eaten, it means there is no big problem. Thinking of Yue Ying's big problem, Lin Ran was in a good mood and sat next to Jiang Chen. She endured the discomfort and watched an episode of soap opera with him. These days, Lin Ran still didn't let everyone go out. There were still many crystal cores brought back last time, which could be upgraded. Lin Ran divided 3 third-level red crystals of water-based superpowers, and she still used them to upgrade the lightning-based superpowers. Unexpectedly, when she woke up one morning, she actually awakened the water-based superpowers again. She looked at the clear water flowing out of her fingertips and showed a big smile on her face. This life is really different from the last life. She has a different life and has gained different superpowers. In the blink of an eye, the Mid-Autumn Festival is here. This day is a very good day. The radio broadcast a news that the flood in Yandu has completely receded, and the peace base has also been officially completed. Starting from the Mid-Autumn Festival, people will continue to be received. The most important thing is that the sky finally has the sun on this day. Dad Lin opened the curtains and let the long-lost sunshine shine on him. This sun is really good. Let's go to the yard to bask in the sun and dry the quilt, Dad Lin said loudly. His tone was full of comfort. Yes. After such a long rain, anyone would feel depressed. It's still comfortable to have the sun shining on you. Mom Lin looked at the muddy yard and shook her head. I also want to go to the yard to bask in the sun, but it's too dirty outside. Lin Ran walked out and said, not only is the yard dirty, our house is also dirty. The flood reached the 5th floor at most, and the muddy water made it smelly and dirty. Lindsay came over and looked at the yard outside, which was full of golden light, and said, hey, I also want to go to the yard to bask in the sun, but the yard is really too dirty. Lin Ran stretched out in the sun and said with a smile, Xiao Zhe, since you want to, I will take you to bask in the sun. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up when he heard it. Sister. You are my sister. I know you can do it. Lindsay, holding a broom and a water pipe, and wearing rain boots, didn't expect that he would turn the Mid-Autumn Festival into Labor Day today. His sister did let him come to bask in the sun. But he was basking in the sun while working. They had to clean up all the mud and dirt in the house and the yard. It's not that easy to clean. Facing the second floor that was flooded with mud up to his head, Lindsay forced a bitter smile and said miserably, Sister, the mud is too thick. I can't do it. Linran pointed to the upper floor and said, Several people in our family contracted a floor each. Grandpa Jiang contracted the 5th floor. Our mother contracted the 4th floor. Dad contracted the 3rd floor. And you contracted the 2nd floor. The most difficult 1st floor is mine. If you don't like it, I give the 1st floor to you. Lindsay thought about the 1st floor that was filled with mud and shook his head frantically. He didn't want it. The 1st floor was flooded for the longest time. And it was basically filled with mud from the floor to the ceiling. So cleaning the 1st floor is the most difficult. And correspondingly, cleaning the 5th floor is the easiest. That is, his most capable sister dared to contract the job. If it was given to him, he would not be able to clean it up even after a year. Sister, but I really don't know how to start. Lindsay dug a few times and found that the mud was still difficult to dig, and cried to Linran again. Then I show you an example. Linran stretched out her right hand, and a large stream of water rushed out, clearing a large piece of mud in front of her. Lindsay looked at the thin water pipe in his hand, and finally the superpower worked. Sister, you are so awesome. Keep going. Linran shook her head. No. My superpower has just awakened, and it is not stable yet. If it is used up, I will have no way down there. Lindsay, what should I do? If he uses this thin water pipe, he will have to work forever. Then Lindsay saw Jiang Chen behind Linran. Lindsay swore that he had never been so smart in his life. If my sister is unreliable, then there is still my brother-in-law. Right? He walked over and looked at Jiang Chen flatteringly. Sister. Ahem. Brother Jiang. Do you have any good ideas for cleaning the house? Brother Jiang. You are so powerful. Even my sister said you are the best in our family. You must have a good way to clean this house. Right? Brother Jiang is so powerful. Maybe he also has water-related abilities. He is Doraemon. Jiang Chen looked at the person who asked him a question with a smile, and didn't want to pay attention to him. But what he said later sounded very pleasant to him, and Ranran thought he was the best in the family. Then he would help him a little. Jiang Chen pulled Linran, who was standing on the porch, and asked her to leave the dangerous place. After standing in a relatively safe position, he gently raised his right hand, and a huge stream of water, like a flood, appeared in front of him. With that power, all the silt was washed away wherever it went, including Lindsay, who was still standing stupidly on the porch. Ah! Help! Lindsay howled as he was washed away by the flood. So unfair. No wonder he had to drag his sister away. It turns out this place is dangerous. Wow! It's so unfair. My brother-in-law is also unreliable. Lindsay closed his eyes, not knowing where he was going to be washed away. But at the moment, he was washed downstairs. A vine appeared on his waist and grabbed him tightly. The little clay man Lindsay was fished out of the mud flood, and Jiang Chen instantly retracted the vine from his fingertips. Lindsay was almost stunned. It was a foul. How come he has all kinds of superpowers? Sister. Cough cough. Brother Jiang. You are my god. Lindsay was completely impressed by Jiang Chen's strength. Wiped the mud off his face, kept saying nice things, and tricked him into helping him continue to clean the room. Linran also looked at Jiang Chen with bright eyes, and Jiang Chen became more motivated when he received her gaze. Not only did he help Lindsay clean the 2nd floor, he also took on Linran's 1st floor. After finishing all this, he still had a lot of energy left, so he went upstairs to help Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Grandpa Jiang clean up. Chapter 97 Mid-Autumn Festival. In the end, the yard was contracted by Jiang Chen alone. Jiang Chen's water ability is very powerful, and wherever he goes, he washes it clean. Linran and the others only need to deal with some small details in the corners. Linran, who was cleaning the corners, looked at Jiang Chen, who was busy like a top, lost in Lindsay's voices of awesome. Great, you are the best, and shook his head with amusement. This scene is so warm. when Jiang Chen just turned into a zombie. They had such a harmonious scene, which she could not even dream of. Mr. Jiang also had the same idea as Lin Ran. He wiped his eyes and looked at the busy Jiang Chen with satisfaction. Xiaochen is becoming more and more human. Ran Ran said that he would get better. He felt that Xiaochen was really getting better and better. And all this was great. Today is a really good day. I believe that he and Xiaochen will be reunited soon. He is really coming back soon. At night, Dad Lin sat in the clean yard, enjoying the comfortable evening breeze and looking at the huge full moon in the sky. He couldn't imagine that he would really sit in the yard now. The big moon on August 15th is so round and beautiful. Their family is also very efficient. Dad, help me get something. Mom Lin came out with various fruits, melon seeds, and dried fruits in her hands, and Dad Lin immediately ran to help. Lin Ran took out various mooncakes with northern and southern flavors from the space, and was also putting them on the plate with Lin Zai. Jiang Chen sat on the side holding the little cat, looking at the beautiful mooncakes with bright eyes, imagining what they tasted like. Wei Ying was also held down by Lin Ran. At this moment, she smelled the dried fish mooncakes made by Mom Lin for her, and she rarely opened her eyes and woke up for a while. Ran, Dad is in a good mood today. Bring out some wine. Let me and your Grandpa Jiang have a drink. Dad Lin smiled as he sat next to Grandpa Jiang. Lin Ran didn't dare to answer, and turned to look at Mom Lin. Mother Lin smiled and nodded to Lin Ran. Bring some out. Today is a good day. Everyone is happy. Bring some white wine to your father and Grandpa Jiang. And bring some fruit wine. You and I will have 2 cups. After Mother Lin spoke, Lin Ran dared to move. Brought a bottle of mutai to Father Lin, and a bottle of osmanthus wine to Mother Lin and her. Dad Lin took the mutai and took another look at the osmanthus wine here, and felt that the mutai was not so fragrant. In previous years, August 15th was the season when osmanthus was fragrant. But unfortunately many trees around the flood were drowned. The air lacked a little bit of the fragrance of osmanthus, and this bottle of osmanthus wine just made up for this lack. Grandpa Jiang smiled at the look on Dad Lin's face as he looked at the osmanthus wine and said, "How about Inan? Let's drink osmanthus wine too." "Well, then I listen to you, and let's drink osmanthus wine too." Dad Lin felt more and more that Grandpa Jiang was his confidant, which could be seen from drinking wine. They all had similar tastes. Ran, change osmanthus wine for Dad and Grandpa Jiang as well. Okay. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and a family was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard. On the stone table were golden hami melons, lovely soft-seeded pomegranates as red agate, sweet mangoes, bunches of purple grapes, and green grapes. There were even more types of mooncakes on the table. In terms of taste, there were salty, sweet, salty and sweet, and spicy, based on the crust. There were 3 categories: ice skin, mixed sugar crust, and crispy crust. As for the fillings of mooncakes, there are 5 nut, red bean paste, rock sugar, sesame, ham, durian, lychee, strawberry, cantaloupe, pineapple, winter melon. In short, all the types of mooncakes that Lin Ran could find in his space were taken out and placed on the table. In addition, there was a large plate of hairy crabs on the table. If it weren't for deliberately thinking about this peaceful scene, everyone would forget that this is the end of the world. Dad Lin picked up the wine glass and said, "Come on. Today is a good day. I won't say much about other things. I just wish all of us peace and health. Everyone, okay. I wish everyone peace and health." Everyone raised their glasses together. Lin Zai looked at the Coke in front of him, and secretly poured himself a glass of wine. Seeing Lin Zai's little action, Lin's mother hurriedly said, "No. Children can't drink." Lin Zai, he is a child? Have you ever seen a 1.83 meter tall, handsome child? Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Are you 18 years old? Lin's mother's words hit the point, and Lin Zai found himself speechless. It's still a few months before he turns 18. Don't drink before you turn 18. Drink your ginger cola. This is specially cooked for you by your mother. You can eat 2 more hairy crabs after drinking it. Okay. Lin Zai resigned himself to his fate and put down his wine glass, picked up the cola glass, and clinked glasses with everyone. Jiang Chen looked at the Coke cup in front of him and imitated Lin Ran's action, clinking glasses with everyone. After drinking the Coke, he looked at Lin Ran's exquisite wine glass again, smelled the different aroma from there, and smacked his lips. He also wanted to drink this. When Lin Ran was refilling his wine, Jiang Chen handed over his Coke cup. Lin Ran, you want to drink too? Jiang Chen nodded. Lin Ran, can zombies drink? Will they get drunk after drinking? Will they go crazy after getting drunk? What does a zombie go crazy like? Lin Ran realized that this touched on his blind spot in knowledge again. But Jiang Chen's eyes were too bright, and his desire for wine was like a puppy who wanted to steal meat. Lin Ran's heart softened suddenly. Let him try it. He shouldn't get drunk after trying it. Lin Ran didn't pour Jiang Chen with a Coke cup, but took out another wine glass from the space and poured him a glass. Take a sip. This wine doesn't taste as good as it smells. Lin Ran handed the wine to Jiang Chen and told him worriedly. The rich aroma of osmanthus wine made Lin Ran's face red. Jiang Chen took the wine glass and took a sip obediently. It tasted spicy, and it really wasn't that good. But seeing how the other people drank it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but take another sip. Pa. It's really hard to drink. He took another sip in disbelief. This sip seemed different. After the spicy taste, there was another feeling. Lin Ran looked at the empty wine glass that was held in front of him again, and felt a little headache. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to finish it so quickly. Lin Ran poured him a glass of wine and said, Don't just drink. The mooncakes are delicious too. This snowy mooncake has durian inside, and it's runny, soft, sticky, and extremely sweet. And this is a walnut mooncake, which has the aroma of nuts and the crispness of the pastry, and tastes very good. After Lin Ran said this, Jiang Chen's attention was really attracted by the novel and beautiful mooncakes. He put down the wine glass and picked up the mooncake. The durian snowy mooncake was really good, and it melted in his mouth. He decided to try all the mooncakes on the table. Chapter 98 Drunk. The Lin family courtyard was bustling after a long absence. De Huang, Yuing, and the little cat squatted on the ground eating their own mooncakes. The moon in the sky was round and big, and the mellow fragrance of osmanthus wine filled the whole yard. Grandpa Jiang unconsciously hummed a little song from his youth, and Lin's father couldn't help but clap his hands. I was saying that something was missing tonight. In previous years, we had to watch the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Unfortunately, we can't watch it this year. But Uncle John's little song is not bad. Grandpa Jiang was happy today and drank a few more glasses. He said with a red face and a flushed face, Thank you for your love. Do you think it's strange? Although this is the end of the world, why do I feel that living with you is more enjoyable than living in the big villa in Yundu before? Lin's father smiled and said, They say that life is comfortable when you are with the right person. It shows that we are destined to be together, and we are the right people. Grandpa Jiang agreed deeply. Isn't that right? Such a harmonious and warm family is much better than his family members, who are full of flowers, but have their own thoughts. He has met the right person. Lindsay rarely speaks tonight. He can't drink, so he eats more. On the dinner table, he and Jiang Chen do the most. After eating mooncakes, they eat crabs. After eating crabs, they eat fruits. And after eating fruits, they drink Coke. It makes Lin's mother not worry about the leftovers later. Back to the bedroom. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ran also drank a few more glasses. She took a bath and threw herself on the bed and closed her eyes. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen on the sofa. His skin was still pure cold white in the moonlight, but his eyes were red and bright, which made people feel a little uneasy. Lin Ran didn't pay attention at that time, so Jiang Chen drank a bottle of osmanthus wine. Although the degree of osmanthus wine is not high, it can't withstand drinking too much. Lin Ran tried to open her drunk eyes and studied Jiang Chen. It seemed that he was not drunk. His face was not red, unlike her, whose face was so red that you could boil eggs. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen tilted his head and looked at Lin Ran seriously, wondering what she asked him to do. She was so beautiful today, with 2 red clouds floating on her face. She was lying weakly on the bed, with a different kind of beauty. Watch TV well. Don't move. I'm going to fall asleep. Do you know? If you feel uncomfortable when you are drunk, drink more water. There is spiritual spring water on the table. Drinking a few more sips should help you sober up. Jiang Chen blinked his eyes to show that he knew. So this is the feeling of being drunk. He was dizzy now, but very comfortable. He felt comfortable, and wanted to lie down with her. Seeing that Jiang Chen agreed, Lin Ran could no longer resist the drunkenness, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The person on the bed breathed steadily, and the cat on the footrest was snoring softly. Jiang Chen looked at the side face of the person lying on the bed in the moonlight. That red face was so beautiful, and those red and soft lips, just like the cherries he had eaten before, looked so sweet and cute. Gurgle. He wanted to eat cherries. I don't know when. Jiang Chen has stood by the bed. Lin Ran on the bed has long and thick eyelashes, and her white and rosy face is as beautiful as a doll. Her black hair sprinkled on both sides of her cheeks like clouds, and her purity was full of seductive sexiness. She was so soft and beautiful, and she also exuded the pleasant fragrance of osmanthus. Jiang Chen just looked at her for a few more times, and he felt drunk. Those red lips were like the most tempting wine, which attracted him to pick them. Yuang opened her misty eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Why did the zombie lick its owner again? Really? It disturbed its sleep again. After watching for a while, she found that Jiang Chen was doing the same thing back and forth. Knowing that he would not hurt his master, she fell asleep again. What Yuang didn't know was how bold Lin Ran was in her dream. She dreamed of Jiang Chen. In her dream, he was sunny and energetic, with 8 full abdominal muscles. He had the intoxicating fragrance of osmanthus on his body, and he raised his lips towards her. This smile dazzled her eyes. He has always been favored by God. His face was like being kissed by God, without any flaws. He was as handsome as a god in Greek mythology. In an osmanthus forest, he smiled lightly, walked towards her firmly, and then kissed her. What kind of kiss was that? The first kiss was very gentle, and the two seemed to be testing. He rolled over her lips carefully, making her forget everything. Suddenly, she felt that such a kiss was too plain. I don't know how it started, but she was extremely bold in her dream. She reached out and took the initiative to circle him, deepening the kiss. This kiss was as hot as a storm, crazy grabbing each other's breath, vigorously exploring all corners. At this moment, Lin Ran felt that his heart was about to stop beating. Jiang Chen never knew that lips touching lips could be like this. Lin Ran led him to do things he had never imagined. At first, he was awkward, but soon, he took back the dominant position. Men seem to always be self-taught in this regard. Even if he is a zombie. The petite Lin Ran was tightly wrapped in his arms, and at this moment, they were so close. Jiang Chen didn't know when he lay on the bed, sniffing Lin Ran's breath. He didn't know how to repeatedly ask for satisfaction. The taste of a hangover is really bad. Lin Ran touched his red, swollen and hot lips, and vowed not to get drunk again. She was angry again. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He lowered his head with a guilty conscience. Last night, Ran told him not to move around before going to bed. So when it was almost dawn, he returned to the sofa and pretended to watch TV. Ran wouldn't know that he was moving around. Unfortunately, Lin Ran would never have thought that Jiang Chen, a zombie, would play tricks on her now. Moreover, what happened in her dream last night made her feel a little embarrassed to see Jiang Chen. She herself felt a little guilty. So naturally, she couldn't see the abnormality of Jiang Chen. She didn't know why she had such a dream. Could it be that she had been with the handsome guy for too long and was inevitably tempted? But he was a zombie who knew nothing. Lin Ran deeply despised her behavior in her heart. Then she hurriedly took out 2 boxes of cherries from the space and threw 1 box to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Cough, cough, cough. Eat some cherries to supplement some vitamins. It's really uncomfortable to get angry. She decided to use the thermos cup to make some chrysanthemum tea later. This is autumn dryness, and it's necessary to clear the heat. Chapter 99 Mutant Tree. Lin Ran didn't eat much for breakfast. After eating a little, she made herself a cup of strong chrysanthemum tea and added a lot of honeysuckle. These two are good tools for reducing internal heat. After eating, she took the thermos cup and walked to the small courtyard to walk to Huang. The small courtyard was extremely peaceful and quiet, and the weather was like early autumn. There was sunshine in the sky, but it didn't feel hot on the skin. On the contrary, it felt comfortable and very suitable for walking. There were no mutant beasts coming to make trouble here, and no zombies came to scare people. Lin Ran thought that the zombies didn't come because Jiang Chen was here, and she didn't know why the mutant beasts didn't come. Could it be because they killed too hard last time they went out? Lin Ran didn't dwell on this issue too much, and led to Huang and Jiang Chen to the orchard. The peace base has been officially opened. But she plans to meet them again in a few days. Now she wants to clean up the house first. Yesterday, I just swept the yard and a few floors in front of the door. The large orchard here has not been started yet. The orchard is full of foul-smelling mud. And there are still many fish corpses wrapped in it. What surprised Lin Ran was that the few trees that she didn't dig up and left in place at that time were still alive. Even the 2 mango trees and an apple tree deep in the garden were full of fruits. From a distance, you can smell the fruity fragrance. Surprise flashed in Lin Ran's eyes. She didn't expect these trees to be so strong. She wanted to clean up the orchard and take good care of them. Lin Zhe, Lin's father, Lin's mother, and old man Jiang came to the orchard to work again with water pipes and brooms. Lin's father looked at Jiang Chen and said, Ran, let dad's daughter, cough cough, nephew Xiaochen, come up with a big move. Lin Ran shook her head, no. Jiang Chen's water ability is too strong. I'm afraid of hurting those trees. Let's do it ourselves. Lin's father was stunned. It's too big a project to do it by yourself. This is an orchard of dozens of acres. Lin Zhe asked Jiang Chen tentatively, Brother Jiang, can you use a gentler stream of water to help us wash down the stinky mud? Jiang Chen blinked his eyes. Not very willing. Lin Zhe continued to deceive. You are the most powerful Brother Jiang in our hearts. Especially in my sister's heart. You can definitely do it. Right? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran with affection. Of course he could do it. Then, a thin stream of water flowed out from his fingertips. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. And he knew that his brother-in-law could definitely do it. And he could control any kind of water flow. Brother Jiang, this water flow is a little small. Make it bigger. Jiang Chen was in a good mood and continued to increase his supernatural power according to Lin Zhe's words. So, Jiang Chen became the busiest person in the orchard again. Lin Zhe felt that talking about his sister was really effective for Jiang Chen. Alas, this brother Jiang really loves his sister. He is indeed his good brother-in-law. With Jiang Chen joining in, cleaning the orchard is much easier. However, due to too much silt and the need to protect the trees in the orchard, they often have to go over and clean it carefully. The whole family joined together and barely cleared a piece of land on the first day. Lin Ran's plan is to clean the orchard as soon as possible before the next natural disaster. After all, there are not many good weather like now. Everyone spends a morning cleaning the orchard during the day, and the rest of the time, they still have to upgrade and train, and go to the space to collect food and plant the land. A week later, they finally cleaned most of the orchard. Lin Ran finally came under the mango trees that were full of fruits. Before cleaning, she walked around here and knew why they could survive and produce so many fruits. Because there are too many animal bones under these fruit trees. Sister, these fruits smell so tempting. Clean them up quickly so I can pick a few to taste. I can't help it. Walking under the tree, the fragrance became stronger. Not only Lin Zhe, Lin Ran felt that she couldn't resist the temptation of the fragrance, and couldn't wait to pick a few fruits to taste. But reason told Lin Ran, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. It's really strange that these trees are strong. Maybe they have mutated. When Lin's mother saw the brother and sister standing here, she also came over. She moved her fingertips slightly, and a vine stretched out from it. Eat if you want to. Mom will pick it for you. After saying that, Lin's mother manipulated her supernatural power to pick the fruits on the tree. Mom, don't. Lin Ran hurriedly stopped her. Unfortunately, Lin's mother's supernatural power was activated too quickly, and the mango had been picked by Lin's mother just after she said no. When Lin's mother handed the mango over, she found that Lin Ran had already held the Tang sword in her hand. Her whole body was stretched straight, and she looked nervously at the fruit tree in front of her, as if she was facing some powerful enemy. Ran, is there something wrong? Mother Lin asked nervously. Lin Ran looked at the fruit tree. Mom, this fruit tree is wrong. The fruit can't be picked or eaten yet. Sister, Baji, what's wrong with this fruit tree? This fruit is so delicious. Why can't it be eaten? Lin Ran saw that Lin Zhe had already swallowed a mango and almost fainted. Xiao Zhe, why are you so quick to eat? Lin Ran felt that her brother would not freeze to death in this life, but would eat to death. What a big foodie. Lin Ran hurriedly took out a bottle of spiritual spring water from the space and handed it to Lin Zhe. If you feel something is wrong, drink this to detoxify. Lin Zhe, I am poisoned? Sister, You said this fruit is poisonous? Ah. Will I be poisoned to death? Lin Ran looked at Lindsay with regret. Why are you so quick to speak? It may not be poisonous. Let's observe and see. Mother Lin was also anxious at this time, and stretched out her hand to pinch Lindsay's throat. Son, spit it out quickly. Ugh. I can't spit it out. Mother Lin, Ran. What's going on? Don't scare your mother. Lin Ran looked at Lindsay, who was pinching his throat hard, and said with a smile, Not necessarily. I just think these trees are weird. You see, other places are fine, but there are so many animal bones on the ground around these trees. I suspect these trees have also mutated. Mother Lin took a breath. What? These trees have also mutated? What should I do? Lindsay cried. It's over. I ate the fruit of the mutant tree. I'm sure I'm going to die. Lin Ran said, Not necessarily. I just don't know how they attack. I guess their fruit is poisonous, and the dead animals on the ground may have died from eating its fruit. Lindsay was puzzled. Why is it not a physical attack? For example, their lush branches? Lin Ran explained, You forgot. Just now my mother used the wood ability to pick the fruit, but they didn't launch a physical attack. The attack method is nothing more than chemical attack and physical attack. Excluding it, their attack method is not a poisonous chemical attack. Chapter 100 Recognized the Master. Lindsay's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he stammered, It's over. It's over. I died before I could accomplish my mission. It's so unfair. Lindsay, was actually poisoned to death. Whoa. Mom and Dad, forgive me for not being able to take care of you in your old age. Mother Lin frowned. Don't think of throwing the burden to your sister alone. You little brat want to die before us. You wishful thinking. You must induce vomiting. I know a way when I was watching TV. Eating some human yellow can induce vomiting 100%. Lindsay heard this and said hopefully, Mom, what is human yellow? Go get me some. Mother Lin looked at her big son, gritted her teeth, and stamped her feet. Okay. Mom will get it for you right away. If Mom really doesn't have it, ask Da Huang and Yueying to borrow some. After that, Mother Lin walked over and ran away with Father Lin, who was sweeping the floor on the other side. Lindsay looked at Lin Ma's back with a confused look on his face, and then asked Lin Ran beside him, Sister, if Ren Huang Ma can't talk, why does she have to borrow from Yueying and Da Huang? What exactly is Ren Huang? Lin Ran looked at Lindsay with a strange expression, and decided not to tell him the truth for the time being. Lindsay saw that Lin Ran didn't know what to say, and trembled with fear. No, it's not a weird thing. Don't do it. Lin Ran looked at her brother sympathetically. Isn't it just a weird thing? Her mother saw it in a TV series. How could it be a good thing? Ren Huang is human feces, but it is most useful to induce vomiting. That thing is disgusting just thinking about it, let alone eating it. Ugh! Lin Ran felt uncomfortable in her stomach when she thought of it. Lindsay stretched out his hand. Sister, I feel that human yellow is not a good thing. Please give me a few more bottles of spiritual spring water. I want to drink water to detoxify. Lin Ran looked at the poor Lindsay and took a lot of water from the space and handed it to him. Lindsay immediately opened a bottle of spiritual spring water and finished it all in one breath. This thing has the effect of detoxification. He must drink it hard. He doesn't want to die young. Just as the two siblings were taking water and drinking water, two pigeons flew in the sky. These two pigeons are different from ordinary pigeons. They have red eyes and wings that are 1 meter long when opened. They seem to have mutated. They are attracted by the domineering aroma of mangoes and dive towards the mango tree frantically. Lin Ran found their traces when they approached, took out the AK from the space, and prepared to shoot at them. Before she could shoot, the two pigeons were tightly entangled by the branches of the mango tree that stretched out instantly, and lost the power to struggle. Lin Ran, is this a physical attack? Then why didn't they attack her mother just now? Lindsay stared at the motionless pigeon with gray eyes and said, Sister, do I need to drink water anymore? They are physical attacks. Lin Ran, I don't think so. But to be safe, you should drink a few more bottles to avoid being attacked by human yellow later. Lindsay, okay. Anyway, drink more water. When Lin's mother and father came over with a plastic bag filled with something of unknown composition and faintly emitting a strange smell, Lin Ran and Jiang Chen had already started cleaning the area near the mango tree. Xiao Zhe, come and eat. Mom doesn't have any. Your father finally got some out for you. This thing stinks. I guarantee you will vomit if you eat it. Lin Zhe has been popularized by Lin Ran about what human yellow is. Seeing Lin's mother coming over, he waved his hand quickly. Dear Mom and Dad. Thank you. No need. We found that the fruit is not poisonous. They are physical attacks. Mother Lin glanced at Lin Ran, who was cleaning under the fruit tree, and said, Xiao Zhe, don't lie to Mom. What physical attack? The fruit tree didn't attack your sister and the others. It must be a chemical attack. Don't lie to me because you are afraid of eating this yellow. Don't worry. Mom won't dislike you if you eat it. And your dad won't either. Lin Zhe waved his hands frantically. I really didn't lie to you. It's really a physical attack. Child's father. Quickly catch Xiao Zhe. We feed him? Dad Lin is a level 5 power user. If he catches Lin Zhe, he will really die. Dad's good son. Come and eat. Dad doesn't dislike you. Lin Zhe, but he does. Seeing Dad Lin walking towards him, Lin Zhe really wanted to cry. Sister, quickly talk to Mom and Dad. I really don't have to eat shit anymore. Lin Ran saw that Lin Zhe was scared to death, and knew that he really learned his lesson this time. Don't touch or eat unfamiliar things. This is the first principle for survival in the apocalypse. Lin Ran cleared his throat and said, Mom and Dad, you see there are ants eating this mango. This fruit is really not poisonous. Mother Lin, are they physical attacks? Yes. Shiaza and I just saw the mango tree strangle 2 mutant pigeons. Mother Lin's pupils were shaking. Why don't you come over? What are you doing standing there? They will attack people. Lin Ran reached out and picked a mango. But the mango tree did not move and did not launch any attack. Mother Lin, what's going on? Why don't they hurt you? Lin Ran peeled off the yellow skin of the mango and shook his head. I don't know. So I boldly guessed that these fruit trees should recognize their masters. Recognize their masters? Yes. You see, these are the bones of animals I cleaned up. Do you find anything missing? Lin Zhe, what is missing? No crystal cores. Not a single one. Even if some animals are not mutated, there should be a few mutants. But there is no crystal core here, which means they have all been absorbed by them. Ah, they are so powerful. Yes. You see, just now, the 2 mutant pigeons have almost absorbed the crystal core now. But can you see the crystal core falling down? Lin Zhe looked around carefully. I can't see it, but it was really absorbed by it. Lin Ran nodded, yes. So the mutation level of these fruit trees is not low now. They should have wisdom, and still remember that we are their masters. Lin's mother's eyes lit up. It is said that all things have spirits, and plants have emotions. Do these fruit trees really remember us? I watered and weeded them a lot at that time. Lin Ran looked at the mango tree and said, Why don't you come and ask them? Lin's father stood aside, and thought his daughter was going crazy. Can trees talk? Even if it is a mutant tree? But Lin's mother didn't think the same as Lin's father. Maybe women are more romantic by nature. She walked over and touched the trunk of the mango tree and said, Xiao Meng, do you remember me as your master? Walala. Lin's father felt that he was going crazy. These trees actually moved all over. He swore that there was no wind at this time. They really remembered their owners. Chapter 101 with Resonance. Lin Ran looked at the scene in front of her, and was deeply moved. Yes. Everything has spirits. Especially in the end times. You can see that all animals and plants are working hard to survive. The severe and extreme weather makes people feel that they cannot survive. But they exerted their greatest energy. And all those that can mutate mutated. Although she had never seen trees recognize their masters in her previous life, she had heard of it. There is a small base built on a 1,000-year-old locust tree. That locust tree is the sacred tree in the village. People worship it and believe in it. Even in the driest and hottest weather, people around will try their best to water it. So, after it mutated, it provided shelter for the people there. Because of its existence, the base, although small, is one of the few paradises in the end times. People are simple and live and work in peace. It is much better than many large bases with intrigues. Now, I didn't expect that such an opportunity would appear beside me. Lin Ran touched the thick trunk of the mango tree and felt extremely lucky. With them in his own garden, this Doomsday fortress will be more solid. Dad Lin was curious and ran over to imitate the mango tree and touched the trunk of the mango tree and said, Little tree, I am also your master. I used to water you. Do you remember that I am your master? Dad Lin looked at the mango tree with expectation. But 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. And 1 minute passed. The mango tree did not move. Dad Lin, why is it still discriminating? Lin Zai, let me do it. Let me try. Xiao Meng. I am your master. Do you remember me? Silence. There was a deathly silence in the air. Obviously, the mango tree did not recognize him either. Dad Lin couldn't figure it out. This is strange. Why does the tree recognize you but not us? Did you secretly fertilize it back then? Mom Lin rolled her eyes at Dad Lin and said, what else could it be? It must be because I am beautiful and kind. Xiao Meng, you really have good taste. After Mom Lin finished speaking, the mango tree seemed to understand the owner's praise and shook again. Hua la la. Looking at the shaking leaves, Dad Lin and Lin Zai began to doubt their lives. Is it really because Mom Lin is beautiful and kind? What kind of taste? After all, they are both about 1.8 meters tall and have handsome faces that are hated by heaven and people. Why are they not liked by the fruit trees now? This world is really unreasonable. Lin Ran looked at this weird scene and suddenly thought of something. She looked at Lin's mother and said, Mom, try to communicate with it with your wood ability. Lin's mother, how can I communicate with it with my wood ability? Can it talk? Lin Ran smiled and said, just put your hand on it. Release your wood ability. And see if it will resonate with you. Resonance? Lin's mother didn't know what Lin Ran meant. But she knew roughly what to do. She stretched out her hand, and a faint green light appeared in her palm. She covered the mango tree with the green light, and its branches immediately emitted a strong green light. It was like resonance and also like response. Suddenly, a green and glowing leaf fell from the mango tree and landed on Lin's mother's wrist, where a light green mark appeared. Lin Ran's eyes shrank suddenly when he saw this scene. As expected, this is the recognition of the master. Ran, what's going on? Lin's mother said, looking at the extra mark on her wrist. Congratulations, Mom. It has really recognized its master now. Dad Lin was not convinced. Why doesn't it recognize us? Dad, you don't have wood-type abilities. I just found out now that they recognize wood-type abilities as their master. We are at most its family members, but we can't be its masters. But Mom is different. She is now the master of this mango tree. Mom, try to subdue the surrounding fruit trees. Okay. Mother Lin used the same method to bind the master relationship with the 4 mango trees and an apple tree around. Now there is a circle of green marks on her wrist, which looks like a green vine-like tattoo. After getting the recognition of several trees, Mother Lin said excitedly, Ran, I know that our wood-type abilities are not only based on our own abilities. We can also rely on mutant plants. Now that I am their master, I have the same abilities as them. After speaking, 6 extremely thick vines stretched out from Mother Lin's wrist and stabbed into the land next to her. The power that burst out instantly created a huge hole in that place. Oh my god! How come you are so powerful now? Lin Zai was stunned. Mother Lin touched the green tattoo on her wrist, looked at Father Lin, raised her lips and smiled, haha. My child's father. Now my ability is not worse than yours. Isn't it time to change the pillar of the family? Father Lin was shocked when he heard this. Mother, what are you thinking? I will go back to absorb the crystal core and continue to upgrade. The pillar of the family can't be changed casually. You wait for me. After saying that, Father Lin ran away. If a man is not ruthless, his position is not stable. He has to work harder to upgrade. In the next few days, Lin Ran and his friends continued to clean the yard and found a total of 8 mutant trees, including 5 mango trees, 1 apple tree, 1 willow tree, and 1 rose. The rose bloomed in the most remote corner of the orchard. Lin Ran even forgot that there was a rose plant here. When she found it, she found that it was lush and green, and half of the wall of the orchard was covered with its vines. The vines have bright red flowers that are so strange, and they also have sharp thorns, which make people afraid but can't help approaching. Like other mutant trees, there are many white animal corpses at its roots. Perhaps the more beautiful the creature, the more dangerous it is. There are more animal corpses under it than other mutant trees. Fortunately, like other mutant trees, it also recognizes Lin Ma as its master. After Lin Ma subdued the mutant rose, there was a mark of rose petals on her wrist, and her wood ability was directly upgraded by 2 levels. This time when cleaning the orchard, Lin Ma had the most harvest. Now her wood ability has reached level 8, which is as high as Lin Ran's thunder ability. This made Lin Zai envious. He understood a truth: only labor can make people progress. Only labor can make people happy. Labor is the ladder for human beings to rise. So, he also has to work. After the orchard was completely cleaned, Lindsay hurriedly found Lin Ran and said, "Sister, do we need to repair the traps in the yard next?" "Don't worry. Leave these small things like making traps to me. I will do it alone." Chapter 102 Pathfinder. Lin Ran looked at her brother, who was a little too attentive, and instantly felt that the child had finally grown up. She was very relieved in her heart. It's a pity that it's not needed for the time being. Lin Ran pointed to the mutant trees in the yard and said, "Xiao Zhe, you are thoughtful. But with these guards here, what traps do we need?" "Lin Zhe, ? Then how does he work? Don't you need any traps? It's good to make a few at least. And I don't need you to do it." Lin Ran shook his head. "We don't need those primitive ones. The traps now are advanced mutant plants. It's mainly our mother who is in charge. If you want to help, just go and help." Lin Zhe, don't be a helper. He wants to work by himself. Just like what Lin Ran said. They are making traps now. So why use mechanical traps? Planting mutant trees around the yard is better than any traps. In the next few days, Lin's mother's task was to lead the whole family to cut the roses and plant the branches with roots around the yard. These branches, with the mutant rose as the mother, will absorb the surrounding nutrients and capture all creatures that fall into their traps at the moment of planting, providing nutrients for the mother. These roses will be the strongest walls and traps of their Lin family's courtyard. While the family was working hard, Lin Ran couldn't sit still. According to the timeline of the previous life, the next natural disaster will come in about half a month, and the peace base also needs to be explored. The radio broadcasts the information of the peace base every day. The voice of the soft-voiced broadcaster makes her extremely irritated. That is the voice of the person she hates most in her soul. She knows she can't wait any longer. Mother Lin said in surprise, Ran, you said you were going to the peace base?" "Yes. There is the information I need there. I must go." Mother Lin and Father Lin looked at each other. "Then let's go too." Father Lin, "Yes. If we go, the whole family should go together." Lin Zhe, "Sister, I go pack my things now." Lin Ran felt warm in her heart when she saw her family's unconditional support for her. "But Xiao Zhe, Mom and Dad, I don't want you to take risks with me. There will be a terrible cold wave next, and the temperature will drop to -5 or 60 degrees. I'm afraid you will suffer if you go out with me. I want you to stay here. It will be safe and warm here." After Lin Ran finished speaking, she looked at Lin Zhe deliberately. In his previous life, he died in a cold wave. That was a nightmare she could never erase in her life. So, she couldn't drag Lin Zhe into uncertain danger again. And there was a reason why she had to go to the peace base. She could never have misheard the voice of that announcer. In her previous life, when she was locked up in the laboratory of the Research Institute, she was the owner of this voice. She would inject herself with countless drugs every day. She knew that finding this woman was the key to finding that terrible Research Institute. Although Yi Lan and Luo Xiangxi were kept, it was to leave clues for finding the Research Institute in the future. But now this more direct clue has appeared. She has no reason not to find it. However, she can't let her family take risks with her. Lin Zhe looked at her sister, who looked a little sad, and smiled. "Sister, have you forgotten that I have so many high-end down jackets and tens of thousands of warm baby packs? I will never be in trouble this time. We are a family. We can't be separated." Lin's father, "Yes. Ran, our family must not be separated." Lin's mother, "My dear daughter, wherever you go, Mom will go there. Anyway, you can't leave Mom with you." Jiang Chen, "Me too." De Huang, "Woof woof. Me too." Wang raised her eyelids, "Meow. This meow is also." Grandpa Jiang wiped his sweat and came back from the shooting range. He saw a group of people with a few pets gathered in a circle. "What are you all doing here?" Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Grandpa Jiang, we are going to the peace base. Do you want to go together?" Grandpa Jiang glanced at Jiang Chen, who was close to Lin Ran. "You must go. Wherever you go, I will go there. We will never separate." Lin Ran chuckled. "Okay. Then let's get ready. We will set off in the next few days and go together." Lin Zhe, "Yeah. Going to the peace base." Lin Ran had never been to the peace base in her previous life and was not familiar with it. Many things were heard from others. so she planned to find out before officially entering. So, after determining the policy for the whole family to enter the peace base, she took Lin Zhe and Jiang Chen out for a stroll. The others stayed at home and continued to plant roses. Since the whole family was going, the trap had to be set. Otherwise, when they come back and find that their base has been robbed, they will be so angry. Lin Ran was driving a big off-road vehicle, with Jiang Chen and the little cat sitting in the passenger seat, and Lin Zhe and De Huang sitting in the back seat. Wang was left at home to sleep. I hope Wang can wake up before entering the base. So Lin Ran tried not to disturb it now, and let it sleep well. The peace base is not far from them. It is also in the Longji Mountains, and the straight line distance is only 120 kilometers. If the road is smooth enough, it will take more than 4 hours to get there. However, it is now the end of the world, and road traffic is paralyzed in many places. From time to time, there are mutant beasts and zombies on the road. Broken cars can be seen everywhere on the road, and it is difficult to walk on the main road. There is a car map on the off-road vehicle, but it can't be updated in real time because there is no network now. But it can still be used. After walking on the main road for an hour, Lin Ran saw a row of damaged cars across the road ahead, blocking the road tightly. Lin Ran saw that it was really troublesome to clean up, so he followed the instructions on the map and turned to a small road next to it. The path was overgrown with weeds and not easy to walk on. After a few steps, a group of mutant rabbits ran past the car. They were white and plump and really cute. Sister, stop the car. Let's catch a few rabbits and have roasted rabbits for lunch. Thinking of the whole rabbit feast he had a few days ago, Lin Zhe was a little greedy. Okay. Lin Ran immediately stopped the car, raised her tang sword and chased in the direction where the rabbits fled. Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe followed her closely behind her. De Huang ran the fastest and had already killed 2 rabbits. Looking at De Huang's heroic appearance, Lin Ran thought that he should give it a snack at noon. Suddenly Lin Ran thought of something and stopped to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, can you use your wood ability to help me catch a few rabbits alive? I want to raise them. Mutant rabbits have delicious meat and are the most docile among mutant animals. Lin Ran thought of her own empty farm and wanted to raise them. Jiang Chen blinked his eyes, and dozens of vines instantly stretched out from his palms, catching all the rabbits that had just escaped. Since Ran wants it, then arrange it. Chapter 103 Small Fish. This time the harvest was quite good. A total of 32 rabbits were caught alive. Lin Zhe and De Huang harvested a total of 3 dead rabbits, enough for them to roast at noon. The rest of the captured rabbits were taken to the farm by Lin Ran. Although mutant animals are not easy to raise, Lin Ran thinks that this rabbit can still be tried. After all, they are the most gentle mutant animals. Although, after they entered the farm, they scared the chickens and ducks in their own home. Some rabbits even chased the chickens and ducks. Lin Ran hurriedly took Lin Zhe and Jiang Chen in and rearranged the layout of the farm. A separate space was separated for the rabbits. With their own separate space, Lin Ran found that the rabbits were much quieter. She also fed the rabbits with carrots and spiritual spring water planted in the space vegetable garden. At first, they didn't eat them, but just smelled them tentatively. As a result, after smelling the different deliciousness on them, they couldn't stop. Lin Ran watched the rabbits start to eat and drink, and her heart was relieved. It seems that she can keep these rabbits alive. Now, her empty ranch finally has some vitality. Back in the car again, Lin Ran drove forward. After only a few steps, Lin Ran braked suddenly. Lin Zhe in the back seat didn't pay attention for a moment and almost put his face on the front windshield. Sister, you drive carelessly, and your relatives are crying. Are you going to murder your brother? Lin Ran looked at Lin Zhe with contempt. Who told you not to wear a seatbelt? She is a... Sit tight. Something is wrong in front. Lin Zhe saw that there was a row of steel plates covered with nails on the small road in front of the SUV. Damn! This is a trap. Sister, is it a murder and robbery? Lin Zhe's mind instantly flashed with the plot of 100 murder and robbery Doomsday novels. Yes, and the other party seems to have succeeded. Succeeded? Someone has been fooled. Lin Zhe looked up and saw an off-road vehicle with a punctured tire overturned in the weeds. If his sister hadn't braked suddenly just now, their car would have ended up like this. Lin Zhe frowned and picked up the tang sword. Sister, let me go to seek justice today. Lin Ran didn't say anything. To be honest, Murder and robbery are too common in the end of the world. But she didn't expect to encounter it not long after she went out. The cars blocking the main road are probably deliberately piled there to lead people to this small road. This small road is a mountain road, with a pile of weeds on one side and trees on the other side. It is impossible to drive through. On the other side is a cliff, and there is no way to fly over. Even if the driver is lucky enough not to hit the steel plate like her, they can't escape, because even the way back is blocked by someone. Lin Ran saw from the rearview mirror that a white van had blocked them. 6 men got out of the car. Each of them was fat and strong, and it was obvious that they lived a very comfortable life. And those who lived a very comfortable life in this end of the world were either very capable or had great skills. Obviously, these few people had great skills. Lin Ran saw clearly that those people were holding knives with cold light in their hands. And she had a plan in her mind. They were just a bunch of small fry. Since she met them today, don't blame her for enforcing justice. Those people surrounded them slowly, and the leader held a heavy golf club in his hand. Lin Ran was afraid that he would scratch her car, so she decided to strike first. Xiao Zhe, get out of the car. Those people were surprised when they saw Lin Ran and others get out of the car. They didn't expect that there were 2 big men sitting in the car, one of whom was holding a knife. But what kind of splash could they make with just a few people and a dog? The leading man laughed, and some bad thoughts flashed through his eyes as he looked at Lin Ran. After the end of the world, he had never seen a woman as clean and beautiful as her. Her skin was white and rosy, and her whole body was exquisite and beautiful, and her figure was first class. She was 10,000 times better than the woman they just caught. She was really a beauty given by God. The man licked his lips with his tongue and said with a lewd smile, "Girl, come to me obediently. I love you. Be sensible and let the 2 men around you surrender obediently. I might be able to spare their lives. Lin Ran, will you be so kind?" "Of course. And as long as you serve me well, I can also give them a full meal every day." As soon as the man finished speaking, the people next to him came up and said, "Brother, don't talk nonsense with her. Kill them all. This girl is not yours to do with." Lin Ran smiled faintly. "Are you so sure that the 6 of you can beat the 3 of us?" The man laughed even harder when he heard this. "Girl, you don't think there are only a few of us, do you?" As soon as the man finished speaking, 10 sturdy men appeared on the small road in front of the car. They also held steel pipes and knives in their hands, flashing white light under the sun. "I'm so lucky today. I got another hot girl. The beautiful girl just now tasted good. I didn't expect to change my taste so soon." One of the tattooed men looked at Lin Ran with a wolf-like look. "This woman is much more beautiful than the one who was in love with her just now. He must get her." The light in the man's eyes made Jiang Chen, who was beside Lin Ran, angry. His eyes turned deeper red in an instant, and a violent and bloodthirsty emotion made it difficult for him to control himself. He wanted to dig out the eyes of this disgusting man, who dared to look at Ran Ran like this. If you want to do it, do it. Without waiting for Lin Ran's instructions, Jiang Chen moved. He was so fast that Lin Ran didn't even see how he did it. He came to the front of the tattooed man in an instant, and the vines growing from his right hand dug out his dirty eyes. Everything happened so fast that the tattooed man didn't even feel the pain. He only felt the horror. The kind of horror that seeped out of his bones. Because at the last moment when he lost his eyes, he saw the man in front of him. His eyes were actually blood red. He turned out to be a zombie. Who are these people? They actually went out with zombies. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to ask again. Jiang Chen's second move was to insert the vine into his heart. Xiao Zhe, go. Jiang Chen's action sounded the horn of battle. Lin Ran raised the tang knife and rushed towards the most arrogant golf club man. The man was not hurt at all after one knife. There was a faint golden light on his body. It turned out that he was a gold-type superpower. Girl, your knife is useless to me. Just obey me. Lin Ran smiled lightly. It's just a second-level superpower. I take your head. Purple lightning instantly wrapped around the blade. And after another knife, the man's head fell to the ground. This is the absolute level suppression of a high-level superpower. Chapter 104. Poor Yining. Heh. Little bastard. I thought he was so powerful. But this is the result. Lin Zhe was a little afraid to start at first. He had killed zombies and mutant animals. But this was the first time he had chopped people. These were all living people. But he knew that it was either you or me in a fight. And these people were desperate. Lin Zhe was not a saint. He would not show mercy. After a few moves, he raised his knife and chopped a man down. Lin Ren had been paying attention to Lin Zai's side. When he saw him take action, he felt relieved and focused on his side. The end of the world is a challenge for everyone, and saints will not live long. It's good that my brother is not merciful. Not far from the fighting, Luo Xiangxi was tied tightly to a tree. The man hanging on the tree 1 meter away from her was also an acquaintance of Lin Ran. Yi Ning. Luo Xiangxi was almost naked, and her body was covered with red ambiguous marks. She looked at Yi Ning on the tree and said angrily, "Don't look at me. If you look at me again, I will let them poke your eyes out." Yi Ning's current situation is not much better than Luo Xiangxi's. His skin is torn and his head is bleeding. Obviously, he was beaten badly. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Luo Xiangxi coldly. He didn't understand why the white moonlight in his memory became like this. They lost contact soon after the extreme heat. But Yi Ning kept thinking about her and worried about her all day and night. He was almost crazy when he saw the last message she sent on his phone asking him to save her. After the flood, the news of the peace base was released. Yi Langu organized the whole family to evacuate to the peace base, where there were Yi Lanji's acquaintances, and they could live well. He should have gone with them. But he was worried about Luo Xiangxi. He desperately robbed a family car to find his beloved girl. He still remembered that when he left, Brother Yilan asked him with a heavy face, "Do you regret leaving?" He said he definitely didn't regret it. Brother Yilan asked him again. If he abandoned his family, he would be abandoned by his family. And the Yi family would not care about his life or death in the future. Is it all worth it? He naively replied at that time. It is worth it. For the beloved girl. It is worth being abandoned by the whole world. Brother Yilan compromised, gave him a car, and let him go. He had just awakened his superpowers, holding a knife, carefully searching in the city. Unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to find her. He took her to the peace base, thinking that he would take her there and admit his mistakes to his family, and his family would still forgive him. Unexpectedly, he knew that Luo Xiangxi would be such a woman until here. He was so stupid that he was deceived by such a woman. How could he face his family? They were arrested just now, and Luo Xiangxi took the initiative to have sex with those disgusting people in order to save his life, without struggling at all. She even wanted to kill people to silence them. She instigated those people to kill her, just because he saw her ugly appearance. If there hadn't been another movement in the trap over there, the tattooed man would have killed him. Yi Ning felt that he really deserved to die at this moment. This was the price of betraying the whole world, and he would die without a burial place. He suddenly remembered a face deep in his memory. That girl always liked to chase him. She was as warm and pure as the sun. If he was looking for her, she shouldn't have betrayed him, because she was so brilliant. He was really blind. How could he not like her? But like such a bitch, Luo Xiangxi? What's that expression on your face? Luo Xiangxi said angrily. Why do you show such an expression? I let them kill you later, or let you feed the zombies, and turn you into a disgusting monster. Yi Ning sneered. Weren't you very happy when you shouted just now? Why? Do you feel ashamed now? Luo Xiangxi. How can you be so vicious? Luo Xiangxi looked at Yi Ning with contempt. Vicious? You? Say I'm vicious? If possible. Who doesn't want to be a fairy forever? It's all because of you. This waste. Waste. You are worse than Huang Yu. With your little ability, you dare to say you protect me. If you hadn't brought me here, would I have been caught by them? Would I be so miserable? Do I need to sell myself? It's all because of you. This useless waste. You have been abandoned by the family. You have no value at all. You deserve to die. Luo Xiangxi didn't understand why she was obsessed with following Yi Ning. This waste. She shouldn't have had hope for him. He was just a waste. After the flood, she finally got rid of Huang Yu and her parents, who ate her flesh and blood, thinking that she could be free. Who knew that Yi Ning, this waste, was useless? Useless waste deserves to die. Yi Ning looked at Luo Xiangxi coldly. I really deserve to die. But how long do you think you can live? You bitch. When those people get tired of playing with you, you will go to hell too. Luo Xiangxi's mouth curled up into a strange smile. How could she let herself fall into such a miserable situation? She just said that she was uncomfortable, and those men saw that she was in a good attitude, so they tied her hands less tightly. Now, her hands were immediately untied. The first thing after being untied was to kill Yi Ning. The waste. There were 2 superpowers among the dozen people, but their superpowers were not at the same level as theirs. Lin Ran and the others easily dealt with these small fish. After taking out the crystal cores in the heads of the 2 superpowers, Lin Ran put them away after washing them. The crystal cores in the heads of superpowers are much better than those in the heads of zombies. The energy in this one is purer. Lindsay opened their van and found that there were quite a few things inside. Sister, they have 2 boxes of beer, a box of cigarettes, 3 boxes of instant noodles, and a box of biscuits in the back. It seems that these guys have robbed a lot of things. Lin Ran walked over and put them all in the space. The van was too dirty, and the cars of the end of the world can be seen everywhere. So she didn't want it. She thought the iron plate covered with nails on the road was good. So she also put it into the space. As for the corpses on the ground, Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen to set a fire and burn all these people to avoid polluting the environment. After doing this, everyone got back in the car and prepared to set off again. On this side, Luo Xiangxi finally broke free from the restraints on her body. She was naked, but she didn't feel ashamed. She picked up the daggers left by those people on the ground and stabbed them towards Yining's heart. Waist. Die. Bang. The sound of the accelerator not far away scared Luo Xiangxi. The knife went off the target and only pierced a piece of skin on Yining's chest. Damn. They are back. Luo Xiangxi didn't bother to check Yining's situation, just thinking that she had succeeded. Picked up her clothes on the ground and fled in a panic. She left. Those people would never let Yining go. This waste who had seen her most embarrassing scene was dead. Chapter 105 Hot Spring Town. Lin Ran drove the car and turned a corner, and unexpectedly saw a victim hanging on the tree. Poor thing. His face was beaten into a pig head. Probably the owner of the overturned car. What a poor guy. She opened the window of the cab, stretched out the tang sword, cut the rope neatly, and let the man down. Yining raised his swollen eyelids and looked at the lifesaver in the car with his swollen pig head face. It seems that they won the fight just now. It's really amazing. Defeat all those desperate criminals. If he could be so awesome, he wouldn't be bullied so easily. Thank you. The thanks stopped abruptly, and Yining looked at the face of the person in the car in disbelief, and then lowered his head in panic, as if his eyes were stabbed. He couldn't believe that the person in the car was Lin Ran. She had a bright face in the car, and that face was so clean and smooth. Just like her. She looked so sunny and confident holding the tang sword. She must not be as mean and dirty as Luo Xiangxi. No. No. How could he compare her with Luo Xiangxi? How could Luo Xiangxi be compared with her? Yining buried his head even lower. He couldn't let her see him in such a mess. He didn't have the face to see her. Lin Ran didn't care about the attitude of this passerby at all. She didn't even look at him more. She casually said, "You should also go to the peace base. There is a van over there. It should still be usable. Be careful in the future. There are too many bad guys in the end times." After that, Lin Ran raised the car window and drove away. Yining clenched his fist, and his nails grabbed the palm fiercely. It hurt a lot, but he didn't let go. It seems that if the body hurts a little more, the pain in the heart will be less. He really mistook the fisheye for a pearl, and missed such a beautiful person. Going to the peace base? Yining looked at the ruts on the ground and shook his head. It seemed that Lin Ran was also going to the peace base. How could he have the nerve to see her like this? Moreover, he was too embarrassed to see Brother Yilan and the others. Let's go to another base. There is not only one base in the world. After he figured it out, he stood up, patted the dirt on his body, and turned to find the van. As for Luo Xiangxi, Yining looked at the direction where she disappeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. They will meet sooner or later. On the way back, Lin Ran and the others did not encounter any blind people blocking the road, seeing that there was a town ahead indicated on the map. Before entering, Lin Ran parked the car on the road, roasted a rabbit with Lin Zhe, and put on makeup for Jiang Chen. Just now, Lin Ran discovered that after leaving home, Jiang Chen's identity as a zombie was very dangerous. Fortunately, everyone who saw Jiang Chen's face just now was dead. As for the survivor, she only opened one side of the window, and he didn't even know how many people were in the car. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is safest to put makeup on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't know what Lin Ran was doing, but he enjoyed the feeling of being manipulated by Lin Ran. She was applying something fragrant on her face, and her fingertips brushed across his cheeks, making him feel a little itchy and a little comfortable. Lin Ran applied a little blush on Jiang Chen to make his skin more rosy. After tidying up his face, she put on a pair of black contact lenses for him. After putting on the contact lenses, Lin Ran was afraid that Jiang Chen would feel dry eyes. So she put a few drops of eye drops on him. Lin Zhe, who was sitting with the Huang roasting rabbits, turned around and was stunned when he saw this scene. This brother Jiang listened to her sister too much. How could a grown man tolerate others putting makeup on him? But he soon felt relieved. If he had a wife, let alone putting makeup on her, she could even put lipstick on her. It was him. A single dog for thousands of years. When would he find a partner? Okay. After applying the eye drops, Jiang Chen's transformation was completed. After wearing the colored contact lenses and having a bloody look, Jiang Chen looked no different from a normal person. But Lin Ran was slightly stunned. Whether Jiang Chen was a human or a zombie, he was damn good looking. Especially when he looked at her with his ignorant eyes that only filled her eyes. She felt that she was going to drown in that single-minded look. Just like now. Lin Ran couldn't help looking at those eyes. Sister, what ingredients should be added to the roasted rabbit? Lin Zhe's voice saved Lin Ran at the right time. Ahem. That must be cumin, chili and 5-spice powder. Forget it. I do it. Lin Ran ran away like a fugitive. She took out a large bag of seasonings from the space and put them in while peeking at Jiang Chen. He stood very close to her. A naughty breeze blew by, and the eyelashes on her eyes swayed gently like a small fan. The eyelashes are so long. How could a man have such enchanting eyes? Who wouldn't be confused by this face? Lin Ran felt that she had made the same mistake as other women. Everyone loves beauty. She allowed herself to look at it for half a minute before she retracted her gaze and started to cook seriously. The mutant rabbits were large, and 3 rabbits were enough for the 3 of them. A dog and a kitten. When the rabbit meat was roasted to a golden brown, the overbearing aroma rushed into the nose. Lin Ran knew it was ready. It's time to eat. Lin Ran tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Jiang Chen, and tore off a large piece of meat and gave it to the little cat. De Huang had a big appetite. So Lin Ran took a large bowl of dog food from the space and gave it a large rabbit leg. Lin Zhe had been eating the rabbit leg for a long time. Lin Ran settled everyone. And when she was eating, Jiang Chen handed her a rabbit leg. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen and smiled gratefully. Jiang Chen was much better than her silly brother. He also knew how to take care of her. Put the rabbit leg to your mouth. Take a bite. The rabbit skin is roasted golden and crispy. And the taste is crispy and refreshing when chewed in your mouth. The meat inside is tender and delicate, soft and thick, with a sip of happy water. Life is too good. Unknowingly, a large piece of rabbit meat is eaten into the stomach. When he was full and drunk, Lin Ran clapped his hands and sat in the driver's seat again. The place they are going to next is called Luoxi Hot Spring Town, which is a 5A level tourist attraction. It is not far from the location of the Peace Base. The predecessor of the Peace Base is actually a holiday villa in Longji Mountain, where the environment is very good with mountains and water. And there are many ready-made buildings that can accommodate many people. This is also one of the reasons why that place was chosen as the base at that time. Luoxi Hot Spring Town is well developed, covering a large area, with various shops standing side by side. And you can see the prosperity of the past. However, this town is now too lonely. Lin Ran drove in and didn't see anyone. This place is not the only way to the Peace Base. If they hadn't encountered those people blocking the road and robbing, they wouldn't have come here. This place might be like their Qinshui town. Almost all the living people are dead. Sister, it seems that there is no one here. Why don't we go to 0 Yuan shopping? Chapter 106 BNB. Lin Zhe had long wanted to go shopping for free. Almost all the novels about the end of the world have such shopping for free. He was so greedy after reading them. Lin Ran looked back at Lin Zhe after hearing this, and then nodded in appreciation. Her brother was really smart since he was young. The suggestion made was deeply appreciated by her. Shopping for free in the end of the world. That was her favorite thing to do. There was a shopping mall in front of her. Lin Ran stopped the car and prepared to go shopping for free. The gate of the mall had long been destroyed by someone outside. And because of the flood, the things on the first floor were soaked. Lin Zhe covered his nose and walked in the mall. The stench of the mud here is not stronger than his home. But fortunately, the terrain here is higher, and the flood only flooded the first floor, and the things on the second floor were intact. The 5A level hot spring town is indeed not called for nothing. Before the end of the world, this place was a very famous resort. Although the mall is not big, it has everything it needs, and all the brands it should have. Although the door is open, the things here are not damaged much. In the end times, clothes, furniture, luxury goods, and so on are not necessities. Compared with these, people need food, water, gasoline, and the like more. This is also the reason why this mall can be preserved so intact. However, many things here will become precious. After all, another extreme weather is coming. Sister, these sunglasses are good. Take them all. Lindsay pointed to a brand eyewear store in front of him. Lin Ran took a look at the dazzling array of sunglasses and nodded. It's really good. Especially in the extremely cold weather that will come. The earth will be covered with white snow. If you go out without sunglasses or goggles, it is easy to get snow blindness. And there are many kinds of beauty contact lenses in this store, which are just suitable for Jiangchen. Lin Ran also took them all. As for myopic glasses, reading glasses, contact lenses and the like, she also took them all. It's not easy to find these things in the end times. They are all non-renewable resources. If you collect them, they may come in handy someday. In addition to the glasses store, the second floor is full of women's clothing, which looks very stylish. She put them all into her space. The third floor is also women's clothing, but the style is more like what mature women of Lin's mother's age wear. Lin Ran also collected them all. The fourth floor is men's clothing, all kinds of high-end suits. Lin Ran didn't miss any. Even the display cabinets and fitting rooms were collected by her. The fifth floor is a sports brand store, and Lindsay was happy as soon as he came up. Sister, this place is great. Look at this outdoor tent, wind lamp, sleeping bag, cold-proof clothing, quick-drying clothing, hiking shoes. I want them all. Lin Ran smiled dotingly. Okay. Sister will arrange it for you. Although there are quite a few of these things in her space. Who would complain about having too many things? The sixth floor is home textiles and children's clothes. Lin Ran looked at the neatly arranged bedding and pure cotton children's clothes and collected them all. The seventh floor is a food court, and there is not much food left. The refrigerator smells foul when it is opened. Lin Ran collected several cooking stalls, milled tea and coffee machines, and some intact bowls, chopsticks and plates, and left the rest untouched. The eighth floor is a cinema and gym. There are several wandering zombies in the gym, and traces of their former muscles can still be vaguely seen from their rotting flesh. Under the pressure of Jiangchen's power, the zombies hid far away. Lindsay went in and killed a fitness coach with one knife, and sent them out of the sea of suffering. Lin Ran did not let go of the fitness equipment inside. And these things are all pretty good. They are essential products for physical exercise. Lin Ran also collected the popcorn machine, milled tea machine, projector, and so on in the cinema. It's a pity to leave these things here. Put them in her own space. Maybe she will be in a good mood in the future, and want to build a base for living and working. After collecting them all, Lin Ran and the others drove to a shopping street. This is a national commercial pedestrian street that can be seen everywhere in ancient cities. Unfortunately, the floors here are too low, and almost all of them have been soaked by the flood. It seems that there is nothing good here. Let's go. Sister, Lindsay said disappointedly. Okay. The town cannot be compared with the city. Most of the buildings are ground level. Lin Ran didn't expect to get much supplies here. It was a pleasant surprise to have such a large shopping mall here. Lin Ran started the car and was about to leave here. Suddenly, she saw a woman waving at them frantically at the window on the second floor of the guest house opposite. This was the first person she saw in this town. Sister, someone is asking for help. Lindsay also saw the woman. She didn't make a sound, but her mouth shape was obviously saying help. What should we do? Sister, should we go to save her? In the end of the world, kill the Virgin Mary first. Lindsay knew that he should not be soft-hearted. But when a living person appeared in front of him and asked him to save his life, he couldn't turn a blind eye. Lin Ran frowned and asked back, Xiaozhe, do you think we should go to save him? Lindsay nodded, then shook his head, looking extremely entangled. Lin Ran suddenly smiled, stopped the car, opened the door, and jumped out. Seeing Lin Ran's action, Lindsay was stunned. Sister, what are you going to do? Of course I'm saving people. But isn't the first priority of survival in the end times to not be a saint and show mercy? Silly brother. Not being a saint means that you should not overestimate your ability to do things that you can't do and be used as a gun for others. But now your brother Jiang and I are here. If we see someone asking for help, let's go up and see what we are afraid of. We are not anti-human. If we have time to see unfair things, it is not impossible to lend a helping hand to others. Besides, even if she is a trap, I can flatten it for her. Lin Ran's words are full of domineering. When Lin Zhe heard this, his eyes lit up. Sister is awesome. Really? With such a sister around, what is he still entangled with? Lin Ran looked at Lin Zhe with amusement, but remember, when you are alone, don't do stupid things. Come to me first. Understand? Yes, I understand. After Lin Zhe's affirmative answer, Lin Ran gave Lin Zhe and himself a small pistol, held it in his hand, and walked into the B&B. This B&B has 3 floors and is located at the entrance of this commercial street. The business here should be good before the end of the world. Even if the first floor is flooded, it can be seen that the decoration is good. But unlike what they saw in other places, there are a lot of dried blood on the mud on the first floor. It is not difficult to see that some tragedy happened here not long ago. At the end of the corridor leading to the second floor, there is a tightly locked iron door. Lin Ran smiled and said, Xiao Zhe, open the door. Chapter 107. It seems like an old friend is coming. With Lin Zhe here, no matter how difficult the door is to open, it can't stop him. Lin Zhe gently waved his hand to activate his supernatural power, and the iron door opened in an instant. Behind the iron door was an antique living room, with 2 muscular men sitting on the mahogany sofa. In a room not far away, a woman's strange voice could be vaguely heard. How did you get in? Seeing them appear here, one of the men with shifty eyebrows stood up and asked defensively. While Lin Zhe looked around, he said, the door is open and you can come in. The other man looked at them suspiciously, and when he saw Lin Ran, his eyes wanted to stick to her. Such a beauty in the end times is really too rare. The man chuckled and pointed at Lin Ran, saying, I don't care how you got in. Get out of here. But you have to leave her here. The man with the shifty eyes added fuel to the fire, saying, Brother Shui is right. Leave the woman here and get out of here, or you will never come back. Leave Ran Ran here? What a foolish dream. Jiang Chen's palms were full of sparks. Before Lin Ran could say a word, the man with the shifty eyes was burned to charcoal by Jiang Chen and fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Seeing his companion fall down like this, the man called Brother Shui's face changed drastically. Never expected that there was a superpower among the 3 of them. They underestimated the enemy. A stream of clear water came out of Brother Shui's fingertips, and he narrowed his eyes dangerously and threatened. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have superpowers. We are not easy to mess with. Brothers, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the bedrooms that had just been closed were opened from the inside. A dozen men who were as sturdy as Brother Shui came out of the room in dishevel. As the door opened, the strange sound became more obvious. What kind of sound was that? It was like the painful whimper of an animal, which made Lin Ran furious. She knew too well what kind of sound it was. In some informal small bases, women were often used as tools for sexual gratification. Their screams in the middle of the night were such despair, helplessness and pain. Lin Ran raised her eyes and looked at these men with the same eyes as those of a dead person. A man with long hair looked at Lin Ran with lustful eyes. Hey, where did this little girl come from? She's so tender. I haven't seen new ones for a long time. I'm so greedy. Lin Ran smiled at him. Then you can die. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the man died. The rest of the men were all frightened when they saw the scene, especially Brother Shui. I thought there was only one psychic among them, but I didn't expect that the weakest woman here was so powerful, so terrifying. There were only 3 psychics in their entire team, and the strongest power psychic Wang Gang died in her hands with 1 move. Then the rest of them couldn't survive half a move in her hands. Brother Shui quickly analyzed the situation and knew that he couldn't fight them head-on. He knelt on the ground with a plop and begged, Lady, good man, please spare us. We are also poor people. This damn Doomsday trapped us here. We are afraid that you will rob our supplies. We had to threaten you to let you go. In fact, we really haven't done anything bad. Yes, we really haven't done anything bad. Please, let us go. The other men were not stupid. Seeing Brother Shui like this, They immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Lin Ran smiled coldly and said, "Oh, so you haven't done anything bad?" Lin Ran didn't believe a word of it. Yes, it's true." Lin Ran looked at the bedroom where the sobbing sound came from and said, "But I don't really trust you. I go in and ask the people inside to find out whether you have done anything bad or not." After that, Lin Ran walked towards the bedroom. Brother Shui was startled when he saw Lin Ran's action. He knew that if he let Lin Ran in, he would be doomed. The water column from his fingertips shot towards Lin Ran's back. But before it could hit Lin Ran, a wall of earth rose from the ground and blocked the attack for Lin Ran. Then, Jiang Chen stretched out the vine in his palm and whipped Brother Shui fiercely. He was beaten until he fainted. He was really looking for death if he dared to touch Ran Ran. Lin Zai looked at Jiang Chen, who felt very safe, and said, "Brother Jiang, you stay here and watch these people. I go in and help my sister." Lin Zai followed Lin Ran into the bedroom and was almost knocked out by the smell. A disheveled woman was lying on a bed in the bedroom. She was naked, with bruises all over her body, and a heavy iron chain tied around her ankles. She was sobbing unconsciously, like a wounded beast. Lin Zai was shocked by this scene. Today, he had seen the cruelty of the end of the world. It turned out that people could be so dirty without any bottom line. His eyes suddenly looked at Lin Ran. How did his sister survive in this inhumane end of the world surrounded by wolves in the years after their death? It was not easy for her. Lin Zai was more determined at this time. He wanted to protect his family well. Protect the hard-won stability in this life. Lin Ran asked Lin Zai to untie the iron chain on the woman's ankle. Then he took off his coat and covered the woman with it. The woman screamed in fear of Lin Ran's actions. "Don't be afraid. Everything is fine. Those bad guys have been controlled by us." "Controlled?" The woman looked up at Lin Ran in disbelief and said, "Are they really controlled by you?" "Yes, they are really controlled." Hearing Lin Ran's answer, the woman's eyes lit up amazingly. She lifted her messy hair and repeated, "That bad guy can't bully us anymore. Can't bully us anymore. Right? Right?" She lifted her hair, and Lin Ran saw her face clearly, and then opened her eyes wide in shock. She turned out to be Zhang Huan. She was the most trusted partner in her previous life. Yi Lan and Luo Xiangxi plotted against her back then, and she watched in front of her eyes being shot in the heart by Yi Lan's men to protect her. That was the eternal pain in her heart. Unexpectedly, they met again in this life. But she came too late, and Zhang Huan suffered. Looking at Zhang Huan's scars, Lin Ran's chest was burning with anger. Lin Ran looked fiercely at the men kneeling on the ground outside, and whispered like a devil in Zhang Huan's ear, "Good girl. They can't bully you anymore. But you can bully them now. Do you want to kill them with your own hands to get revenge?" Chapter 108. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Zhang Huan looked at Lin Ran in disbelief. "Can I take revenge myself?" "Of course." Lin Ran took the Tang sword from Lin Zai's hand and put it in Zhang Huan's hand. I can take revenge." Zhang Huan laughed nervously, his whole body trembling with excitement. "Where is Brother Shui?" Lin Ran said. "He has fainted outside." Zhang Huan stood up, picked up the Tang sword, and looked fiercely at the person who fainted in the living room outside. Lin Ran looked at Zhang Huan's still half-naked body, took Lin Zai's coat, and tied it around her waist. Zhang Huan's hand holding the Tang sword trembled slightly, and now she was completely sober. When Lin Ran finished dressing her, she looked at Lin Ran seriously and said, "Thank you." Lin Ran didn't look up and replied, "You're welcome." In fact, she should say thank you. Thank her for always protecting her in the past. Thank her for everything she did for her. Now it's her turn to do something for her. Zhang Huan rushed out, grabbed Brother Shui, who was lying on the ground, and stabbed him twice, like a pig. Brother Shui's bright red blood splashed all over her face, making her look like a devil from hell. The tough Zhang Huan scared the kneeling men, who looked at her more terrified than seeing Lin Ran. "You deserve to die too." Zhang Huan pointed the knife at them. "No, we didn't. We were forced to do it. Brother Shui told us to do it." "Yes, it was Brother Shui. You know, if we don't listen to him, he will kill us. We are all poor people. Why do you make things difficult for us?" Zhang Huan smiled coldly. "You are poor people. You are not poor people when you bully me." She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Ran. "My name is Zhang Huan. I am a college student at Yanda University. The Doomsday happened to be a weekend. Several of my classmates and I made an appointment to come here to take a hot spring vacation. Who knew that we would encounter extremely hot weather when we first arrived here? The tires burst, and the asphalt road melted. We couldn't leave, and could only be trapped here. It was good at the beginning. Everyone was a tourist, and lived in harmony. Together. The owner of this B&B is also a good person. He took out all the supplies to help us overcome the difficulties. Unfortunately, things changed later. I don't know why many zombies suddenly appeared outside. There were also people with superpowers among the tourists. So these bastards relied on their own abilities to bully people here, saying that the end of the world is coming, and they are the kings of the law here. They locked up all the women, and killed those who didn't obey. Such a good B&B owner was also killed by them. This place has become a hell on earth. There are girls screaming in every room every day. Those who were killed by them are their friends, relatives, and lovers. John Juan's speech speed is getting faster and faster. She is afraid that if she hesitates, she will be speechless. She has been really miserable and desperate these days. Hell is nothing more than this. John Juan. Sister Juan. Please be reasonable. I didn't kill your friend. Yes. I didn't do it either. John Juan sneered. Then who killed Shisho's father? Sealan's boyfriend? Shoujo's brother. John Juan squeezed out these two sentences from between his teeth, and stumbled into another bedroom. Lin Ran followed, and saw a girl locked up here. The same was true in other rooms. They looked just as miserable as John Juan, with heavy iron chains tied to their feet. Tied here like dogs. John Juan raised the Tang Dao in his hand, and chopped at the iron chain frantically, trying to help them untie it. Unfortunately, because of his weakness and lack of strength, he couldn't chop it at all. Xiao Zhe, go and help them untie it. Lin Zhe went over to help the girls open the anklets, and they looked at Lin Zhe with neurotic madness. They were people who had suffered for a long time, and finally got freed and were excited to the point of madness. Such a look made Lin Zhe's heart palpitate. He couldn't imagine how much these girls, who were not much older than him, had suffered during this period. This is the end of the world. When the men came out, the door was open. The girls heard what happened outside. As soon as they were free, they rushed out of the room. John Juan shouted, "Sisters, it's time to seek justice for yourself." John Juan's words were like a signal, making these women who had suffered for too long crazy. They desperately looked for something on the ground. Axes, hammers, clubs, knives, and the tools that men used to beat people now fell into their hands. There is a head for every debt. The girls rushed towards the men frantically, knowing that they would definitely die this time. At this moment, they didn't care about being afraid of Lin Ran and the others, and stood up to resist. Unfortunately, how could Jiang Chen let them do what they wanted? He used vines to firmly fix them in place, allowing the girls to vent their anger. The screams and wails of the men were endless. Lin Ran stood quietly aside, watching the bloody scene without blinking. In her eyes, these suddenly became her killing elan. Luo Xiangxi, and all those who participated in the conspiracy and encirclement of her. Juan, your revenge has been taken. Let me take our revenge. In her previous life, she and John Juan met in a small base. From the moment she met her, she was a desperate woman. She dared to chop zombies with a kitchen knife. Her desperate style made the men in the base dare not provoke her, and her style also made many women dislike her. Because of her existence, they, like daughter, felt uncomfortable. But Lin Ran was different from them. She admired John Juan's style, and liked her free and easy personality. During a mission, she kindly saved her. From then on, she had an intimate friend. However, it was already 2 years after the end of the world, and she didn't know about John Juan's embarrassing past. She only knew that she hated men. Later, she met excellent men pursuing her, but she rejected them all. Even though she and many people had advised her, she was unmoved. It turned out that she had suffered so much here before she met her. No wonder she hated men so much. Lin Ran's left and right hands were suddenly held by someone at the same time. A furry thing was also stuck on her feet. She woke up from her memories, and found that she was held by Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe at the same time. And the furry thing on her feet was De Huang. Lin Zhe saw this scene, and thought of Lin Ran's suffering in the end of the world. So he came over. De Huang felt her unhappiness, and came to warm her. Jiang Chen was most sensitive to Lin Ran's emotional changes, and he had wanted to comfort her a long time ago, if she didn't refuse to be comforted by kisses. He could have comforted her to the point of fainting. Seeing them love and care about her like this, Lin Ran's sadness disappeared instantly. After making sure that the men had no ability to resist, Lin Ran led everyone downstairs and let the girls vent their anger. They were so miserable. Chapter 109. Zhang Huan. Lin Ran stood downstairs and waited patiently, while De Huang and Lin Zhe played the turntable game. Lin Zhe was responsible for making the turntable with the gold power, and De Huang was responsible for burning them with fire. This was a new way of training their powers that they invented. When Lin Ran saw this move for the first time, he exclaimed, "Wow! He was indeed Xiao Zhe. And his idea was so unique. Not to mention, training can make miracles happen. Now Lin Zhe and De Huang's powers have really improved a lot." Jiang Chen was sitting in an off-road vehicle nearby, feeding the little cat with dried fish. Lin Ran was shocked to realize that it was time for dinner. "Girls, you should come down soon. The sky at dusk is the most peaceful and beautiful, and the fiery clouds on the horizon indicate that tomorrow will be a good day." When Lin Zhe and De Huang had completely digested the roasted rabbit they had for lunch, the girls finally came down from upstairs. They changed into new clothes and washed their hair and faces. However, the scars on their faces and wrists are still there, which show what they have suffered. Lin Ran knows that one day their physical injuries will heal, but it is difficult for the wounds in their hearts to heal. This end of the world is too cruel for them. Zhang Huan walked in front. She looked at Lin Ran steadily, and her mouth moved slightly. Zhang Huan at this moment is different from the one she saw 2 years later in her previous life. She is too immature now. But Lin Ran knows how much energy she has in her body. This iron-hard woman will stand up again. "Are you hungry?" Lin Ran spoke before Zhang Huan. She pointed to a minibus next to her and said, "I have prepared 2 boxes of self-heating meals and 2 boxes of compressed biscuits for you. In the aisle of this car. You can eat them when you get on the bus." This minibus was just found by Lin Zhe nearby, and it can seat 24 people. There are 12 girls in this group, and ordinary small cars can't fit them. This car is just right. It's very close to the P space. It only takes 2 hours to drive there. You can go there. I put a lot of rice, flour, grain and oil in the trunk for you, as well as some clothes, sleeping bags and the like. You can use some of it to pay the city entrance fee and some of it to live on. Who of you can drive? If you can't, plop. Before Lin Ran finished speaking, Zhang Huan knelt down. Then, all the girls behind him knelt down. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Lin Ran and Lin Zhe were so scared that they quickly helped the people up. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much." The girls were crying and repeating the words of thanks. They had nothing, and they were only grateful in their hearts. It was not easy for Lin Ran and Lin Zhe to help them up. "You're welcome. I just hope you can be fine in the future. I can drive." Zhang Huan wiped away his tears. "That's good. We lead the way for you in a while. You be safe when you get to the base." "Thank you. What's your name?" Zhang Huan only realized today that he was so poor at speaking. He could only say thank you to his savior. Lin Ran smiled and said, "My name is Lin Ran." "Hello, Zhang Huan." "Hello, Lin Ran." Zhang Huan finally felt a little relieved when she saw Lin Ran smile. Since the end of the world, she has met bad people. Now that she has met such a good savior, she will have good luck in the future. The girls were taken to the minibus by Lin Zhe to eat. Lin Ran pulled Zhang Huan aside and stuffed a gun into her pocket. "I don't know how to use this thing." Zhang Huan was shocked when he saw a gun for the first time. "Load, aim, and shoot." Lin Ran demonstrated it briefly. "It's very simple to shoot, but remember not to use it lightly. And don't tell others that you have it lightly." Zhang Huan, "This is your life-saving card. Remember?" Zhang Huan looked at Lin Ran steadily, not understanding why she was so good to him. But she would never forget this favor. She nodded heavily. "Remember? After dinner? It was completely dark. I definitely can't go home today." Fortunately, she told Lin's mother and father in advance that it might take a few days to come out this time. So they don't worry. The road is not easy to walk after dark, although it is not far from the peace base. It is all mountain roads. And at night, it is also the time when zombies and mutant animals like to appear the most. It doesn't matter to them. But these girls should not be able to bear any more shocks today. After comprehensive consideration, Lin Ran decided to stay here for one night. As for where to live, Lin Ran plans to go to the mall where she bought it for 0 yuan during the day. Compared to other places, it is relatively clean and safe. Before leaving, Zhang Huan and the girls went upstairs to move the supplies in the homestay into the car. They knew clearly how precious these things were in the end times. In addition to supplies, the girls also had various knives in their hands when they came down. Axe, long knife, short knife, kitchen knife. The girls held knives, and their majestic appearance reminded Lin Ran of Zhang Huan's desperate appearance in the past. She raised her eyebrows in appreciation. These girls, with this fighting spirit, will not have a bad life in the future. The 3rd floor of the mall is the cleanest, and they slept on the floor here today. The girls had sleeping bags given by Lin Ran, and Lin Zhe and Lin Ran also had them. Jiang Chen didn't need to sleep, so Lin Ran asked him to keep watch. In the first half of the night, Lin Ran couldn't sleep either, so she watched TV with Jiang Chen. A fire was lit in the middle of the mall, surrounded by the girls' sleeping bags. De Huang leaned on Lin Zhe's sleeping bag and fell asleep. Lin Ran watched boring idol dramas next to Jiang Chen to kill time, and occasionally added some wood to the fire. She was not cold. As superpowers, their physical fitness had been greatly improved, but the girls with injuries needed it. The firewood was all the decoration materials she removed from the mall. Zhang Huan did not sleep well. Her dreams were full of nightmares. The classmates who came with them were also her best friends. One of the boys liked her very much. The two had just developed the most ignorant love, and before they could say it out loud, he was killed by those scumbags. There was also a female classmate who was tortured to death by Brother Shui. She was an orphan, and now she was even more lonely. This was the end of the earth, and the end of her life. She finally struggled to wake up from the nightmare. With a jumping firelight, she saw Lin Ran still sitting with a man to keep watch for them at night. Seeing Lin Ran's figure, Zhang Huan's pounding heart calmed down. Her back was so straight, as if nothing could crush her. She was so strong and confident, telling her that women in the end of the world can also live well with their own abilities. It also told her that the hellish days are really over. Zhang Huan touched the pistol on her waist and silently told herself that she would become someone like her in the future. She would never allow anyone to manipulate her fate. Chapter 110, The So-Called Policy. Maybe with Jiang Chen here, the night was peaceful. Zombies and mutants didn't come out to make trouble. Except that after Lin Ran fell asleep in the second half of the night, she always felt that her sleeping bag couldn't get warm. It was like holding an ice lump in her arms. She even suspected that the fire outside was extinguished. But with her current physique, she couldn't feel cold in such weather. Jiang Chen, who was lying next to Lin Ran, saw Lin Ran sleeping unsteadily. He hugged her tighter in his arms. It seemed that Ran felt cold, so he had to hug her tighter. After hugging Lin Ran tightly and feeling that there was no wind coming in, he released his mental power and guarded this place firmly. The next day's breakfast was 2 bags of bread and a box of milk distributed by Lin Ran to everyone. After eating a little, she led everyone to the peace base. Lin Ran drove the off-road vehicle in front, and Zhang Huan followed closely in the minibus. The journey was relatively safe. Occasionally, 1 or 2 low-level zombies were unable to avoid the zombies and blocked the road. They were also easily eliminated by Lin Ran and Lin Zhe, the girls following behind. Watching Lin Ran and his friends kill the zombies so easily, held their weapons tighter. They also wanted to be such people in the future. 2 hours later, the gate of the peace base appeared in front of them from afar. Before getting off the car, Lin Ran started to take out a lot of things from the space. Pots and pans, toiletries, sanitary products, instant noodles, ham sausage. Thinking that it would be extremely cold soon, Lin Ran took out a lot of thick winter clothes, afraid that they would suspect. She also took out a lot of spring, autumn and summer clothes and put them together. Anyway, she had a lot of clothes in her space. After doing all this, Lin Ran got off the car. Seeing Lin Ran getting off, Zhang Huan followed. Zhang Huan, we won't go ahead. Zhang Huan was surprised and said, aren't you going to the base? Then I go with you wherever you go. The girls who followed behind also said, we go with you too. After 2 days of getting along, Lin Ran has become the most trustworthy person in their hearts. Lin Ran smiled and said, we are also going to the base. But the family is not here. Wait until we go over to pick them up, and then we will go in together. The situation outside is unpredictable now, so you better go in here first. The girls were relieved to hear that Lin Ran and the others were also going to the base. Zhang Huan said, "Then I look forward to seeing you again." "Okay." Lin Ran nodded with a smile. "We are going back now. I still have a lot of supplies collected on the road in my car. You girls are many, and you need a lot of things to go to the base. So I give them all to you." Xiao Zhe, "Help the girls move the things to the car." "Okay." Lin Zhe is a power-type psychic, and he lifted up all the supplies in the trunk. The girls, who wanted to help, were shocked. What did Lin Zhe eat to grow up? He was so strong. Zhang Huan was moved to tears again. Lin Ran, "I don't know what to say. You gave us so many such precious materials. Thank you. We will never forget your kindness." Lin Ran had never seen Zhang Huan cry in her previous life. She was a tough sister Huan. She would shed blood and sweat but never tears. She took out a pack of tissues and handed it to Zhang Huan. "Don't cry. I like the way you smile. Don't trust others easily in the future. You should protect yourself well. We will definitely meet again." Zhang Huan held back his tears when he heard this. "Okay. I know. I won't let myself cry again." The minibus drove along the road towards the gate of the base. Lin Ran leaned against the door and observed the situation over there with a telescope. There were many people queuing at the gate. Some were pulled over by official trucks. There were also many private cars that went over by themselves. This long queue was estimated to be 700 or 800 meters long. Lin Ran asked Lin Zhe and Jiang Chen to leave, and Da Huang stayed here. She rode her motorcycle to the gate to see the specific situation. Jiang Chen was very unhappy about Lin Ran's leaving alone. Lin Ran took out a bunch of lollipops for him, and he barely suppressed his unhappiness and reluctantly agreed that she would leave him for a while. Lin Zhe, who was standing aside, couldn't suppress the sour taste in his throat while eating lollipops. These two people are too clingy to each other. Don't they care that there is a single dog next to them? This sour love is damn it. Lin Ran rode a motorcycle wearing a helmet, bypassed the long queue, and walked straight to the gate of the base. Seeing Lin Ran suddenly appear from the side and stand at the gate, the young soldier who manages the team discipline came over and drove her away. "Go back. Don't cut in line." Lin Ran said, "Sir, I'm not cutting in line. I just want to ask what the requirements are for entering the base, so that I can pick up my family." Hearing that the voice behind the helmet was a young girl, the young soldier did not embarrass her. He also carefully explained to her the requirements for entering the base. "The policy of our base is that everyone who enters the city must pay 10 kilograms of food. Those who do not have food must use food or items of the same price to compensate. What if you don't have these things?" The young soldier looked at Lin Ran deeply after hearing this, and then whispered, "If you can't even take out these, I don't recommend you to come in. Because if you have nothing, your life inside may not be better than your life outside." The young soldier's words made Lin Ran stunned. She was about to continue asking, when suddenly a man in a suit came over, who looked like a manager here. "Wu Zhiqing, what are you doing?" The young soldier immediately regained his composure. "Captain Du, I'm answering questions from the masses." The man snorted, "What masses? Do you think this is before the end of the world? You still have to serve the people. This is now a peace base. Go over and guard the door, lest they not hand over the food and bring people in." "Yes." The soldier named Wu Zhiqing immediately returned to his post and dared not talk to Lin Ran anymore. "Where are you from? Why aren't you queuing?" The man's nose was about to point to the sky. Lin Ran sneered in his heart. This peace base is really strange. It's ridiculous that there is even an official at the head of the gate. Lin Ran suppressed her temper and said, "Captain Du, I will go to the queue right away. But there is one thing I don't quite understand. If I can't provide the food for entering the city, can I still enter the city?" Captain Du smiled sarcastically and said, "Yes. You can go to District D to work for a few days. Our policy is very relaxed, and the peace base is open to everyone." The man told Lin Ran to go to the queue quickly, then turned and left. Lin Ran noticed that when she was talking to the chief, the soldier named Wu Zhiqing just now kept looking at her with concern. It seems that District D is very problematic. Chapter 111 Green Plants. In this era of order collapse, only some soldiers may be able to stick to their original intentions. Defending the country is something engraved in their bones. Unfortunately, the person in charge of this peace base is no longer a member of the military district. There are many things he can't say directly, so he can only remind himself implicitly. Lin Ran accepted his kindness, but she is more interested in this base now. Area D. She must go and try it out after entering. Lin Ran had an idea in her mind and rode back to Jiang Chen and the others. Sister, you are finally back. How is it over there? Seeing Lin Ran come back, Lin Zai was happier than anyone else. If his sister didn't come back, the cold air emitted by the zombie next to him would freeze him to death. It's just a 30-minute walk, not 3 years. Is it really necessary to do this? It's really like the saying goes, a man in love has an IQ of 0. As soon as Lin Ran got off the car, Jiang Chen stuffed a lollipop into his mouth. This is his favorite mango flavor, and Ran Ran must like it too. Lin Ran smiled at Jiang Chen and said vaguely, it's not a big problem. Let's go back and pick up my parents. Grandpa Jiang and the others can come over. The water in the peace base seemed deeper than she thought. But she was afraid that if the water was not deep, there might already be a research institute here. Find it and destroy it. This was another obsession of Lin Ran after her rebirth. She came here to explore this place in advance. In fact, the main reason was because of Jiang Chen. He was a zombie, although he didn't look any different from humans. But it was actually very easy to be discovered. For example, in some human bases, survivors had to undergo a physical examination before entering, not to mention anything else. Jiang Chen couldn't even pass the temperature test. Fortunately, it was the early days of the apocalypse, and humans didn't have much experience. There was no temperature test machine in the peace base, and the physical examination was just to check if there were any wounds on the body. Jiang Chen wouldn't encounter any problems if he went in with them. After a trip, Lin Ran got the answer she wanted. Now, their family can enter the base before the extreme cold arrives. On the way back, they took the same route. This time, they didn't have to take care of Zhang Huan and the others. Lin Ran drove very fast along the way, and finally returned to Qingshui town before dark. The dusk was quiet and beautiful, and the clouds on the horizon made half of the sky red. The car windows were wide open, and the cool wind blew in from time to time. This period of time was the most comfortable weather after the end of the world. But when passing Qingshui town, Lin Ran felt that it was like dusk, full of heavy twilight. The rumbling car was driving on the road, and it didn't alarm even a zombie, let alone people. Alas, it was all the damn rats in that hospital. They ate up all the people in the town. In fact, in the end of the world, besides zombies, the more terrifying thing is these disgusting mutant animals. In addition to mutant rats, there are also mutant cockroaches, mutant bats, and mutant cockroaches. Any of them appearing in groups is a disaster for humans. Sister, why are there so many green plants here? Lin Zai pointed at the trees on both sides of the street. Lin Ran was surprised. Yes, there are so many trees. The last time I passed by here, the trees on the roadside were all dead. Now, how come they are so lush and green? However, Lin Ran soon felt something was wrong. These plants looked more and more familiar. The ones that kept coming back were mango trees, apple trees, willow trees and roses. How come they looked so much like the mutant trees in their yard? After leaving Qingshui town, the closer they got to their home, the more obvious this feeling became. Along the way, these trees seemed to be saying hello to them. When their car passed by, their branches would sway and shake. Sister, there is no wind. Why are these trees shaking? Lin Ran twitched her lips. Do you think they look like the trees in our yard? Lin Zai thought about it, and suddenly realized, look, they look exactly like the trees in our yard. Our mom is so amazing that she transplanted all those trees here? This is too awesome. Lin Ran didn't say anything else. Anyway, she would go home later. When she asked her mom, everything would be clear. But if it was really her mom who did it, then her current wood-related ability was too amazing. After a while, they returned to the Lin family yard. Before Lin Ran parked the car, she saw Lin's father and old man Jiang in the yard. Yueying was lying lazily on the stone table with her ear shaking, still looking sleep-deprived. Dad? Grandpa Jiang? We are back. As soon as the car was parked, Lin Zai rushed over with De Huang. Father Lin also opened his arms to welcome her warmly. But when Lin Zai was about to throw herself into his arms, Father Lin turned around. Daddy's good daughter. You are finally back. All right. I knew that the stinky dad would not play by the rules. Lin Zai's heart was about to break into pieces. Oh! 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 Oh, then he should hug Grandpa Jiang. Grandpa Jiang, I miss you so much too. Grandpa Jiang smiled kindly and said, Good boy. Grandpa misses you too. Just come back safely. He looked in the direction of Jiang Chen, and his heart was warm. It's good that the children are back. Seeing that the owners had no time to take care of it now, De Huang fell in front of Yuing. Woof woof woof. Boss Yuing. I'm back. Meow. I saw it. Noisy. Woof woof woof. This trip was very interesting. We saw a lot of rabbits. And I ate a rabbit. De Huang told Yuing about his experiences along the way. And Yuing listened with interest with her ears erect. But she still meowed in disdain. Meow. Hey, little dog. You are still too young. You haven't seen much of the world. De Huang heard this and barked again. Woof woof woof. I also feel that I haven't seen many things this time. In the future, I have to see more of the world with you. Boss Yuing. Yuing heard this and looked at De Huang with appreciation. This little brother didn't love him in vain. At least he still speaks nicely. Lin Ran finally broke free from Lin's father's warm embrace and said, Dad, where's Mom? Your mom is cooking for you upstairs. She said you haven't been back for 2 days, and you must be starving. Lin Zhe, what? Mom is cooking for us? How did you know we were coming back today? Lin's father laughed mysteriously. Mountain people have their own tricks. Uh-huh. Why do you think your grandpa Jiang and I are in the yard? We are waiting for you. Lin Zhe opened his mouth wide. Looking shocked, Lin Ran glanced at the flowers, plants and trees in the yard and understood. Not to mention, her mother's wood-related ability is really useful. Lin Ran patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder. Don't stand there. Go up and ask our mother, and you know everything. Lin Ran picked up Yuing, who had been neglected for 2 days, and went upstairs first. Yuing closed her eyes comfortably in Lin Ran's arms. The owner still has a conscience, and didn't forget about it. It's just that Yuing is comfortable. But Lin Ran is suffering. I haven't seen it for 2 days. Why does it feel fat again? If Lin Ran didn't know it was a male, he would have thought that this little guy was pregnant. Chapter 112 Future Planning. As soon as she got out of the elevator, Lin Ran smelled a strong fragrance. My dear Ran Ran, you are finally back. When Lin's mother saw Lin Ran, she was so happy that she didn't even have time to wipe her hands. She ran over and hugged her daughter. I miss you too. Lin Ran hugged Yuing and couldn't hug back, so she rubbed her face against Lin's mother. Mom, I miss you too. Lin Zhe, who followed behind, also hugged Lin's mother. Lin's mother patted her son's hand perfunctorily. Mom misses you too. Jiang Chen, who stood aside, was thinking frantically in his mind whether he should do something too. After all, he was also a member of their family. When Lin's mother suddenly found that the 3 of them were all trapped in a cold embrace, and the owner of this embrace was the zombie son-in-law, who was usually so cold and arrogant. Mother Lin, Lin Zhe, shock. Lin Ran, question mark. Yuing, meow. It's so crowded. Jiang Chen was a little confused. He hugged them. Why didn't they react? Yes, he should talk. But he couldn't talk. Yes, it can be done this way. Mother Lin felt that her zombie son-in-law was teachable. He actually reached out and patted everyone, just like she did just now. This child is really pitiful. Even such delicate movements show that he is really not an ordinary zombie. He has feelings. Mother Lin reached out and patted Jiang Chen. This small movement made Jiang Chen's chest feel stuffy instantly. This is a different feeling from being with Ran Ran, but it also makes him palpitate. But what exactly is this feeling? Later, Jiang Chen realized that this is called family affection. All the people in the Lin family are his relatives. Mother Lin made a very rich meal today, and she wanted to use her best cooking skills to welcome the return of Lin Ran and others. Spicy chicken, stir-fried pork, fish-flavored pork shreds, braised spare ribs, preserved vegetables and pork, big plate chicken, beef and sour soup, braised beef, braised prawns, steamed sea bass, stir-fried clams, garlic squid, braised pig's trotters, braised pork elbows, roast chicken, lotus root and spare rib soup. A table full of dishes. Lin Zhe originally wanted to tell his mother that they didn't suffer any loss after being out for 2 days. They even had roasted rabbit. However, when he walked up to the table and looked at the dishes, he immediately gave up the idea. He liked his mother's love. When they had almost finished eating, Lin Zhe remembered to ask his mother something important. Mom, did you plant the trees in the town? Mother Lin nodded proudly. My stupid son. Not bad. I didn't expect you to find them. You are so smart. We planted those. So when you just arrived at the territory of Qingshui town, my plant guards told me that you were back. Otherwise, how could I prepare so many things in advance to welcome you? Lin Zhe, is this a compliment or a scolding? It turns out that during the 2 days they were away, Mother Lin and the others were not idle. They were originally planting trees in the yard and around the orchard. After the roses were inserted with a spike, Mother Lin used the wood-related supernatural power to promote their growth. The roses took root and sprouted instantly, branched out and grew, and bloomed. From the original small branch, it became a large rose tree. Mother Lin thought about whether she could insert a spike into the mango tree, and the result was the same as the rose. The mango tree grew up instantly. In addition, these roses and mango trees also have supernatural powers. Like their mother, they all recognized her as their master. So Lin Ma had a bold idea. Since they were going to plant trees, they were going to let them guard their home. Then why not be bolder? It was the end of the world, and there were no one's land everywhere. In that case, the entire mountaintop of Qingshui town was their home. Their home was here, and they would take root here in the future. Then, they should expand their territory and bring all of this under their own lordship. In the future, these places would be their home. After she expressed this bold idea, she immediately obtained the consent of the other 2 permanent residents in the house. At that time, Father Lin looked at Mother Lin with bright eyes and said, "My wife, you are so courageous. My childhood dream was to be a manor owner. Let's go out now and turn all the places without owners into our own homes." Grandpa Jiang nodded and said, "I have read all the novels written by Shiza, and many of them are about the protagonists creating their own bases. I think this plan is feasible. Regardless of whether Ran and others want to build a base in the future, we must occupy this territory. When the extreme weather is over, I will ask Ran to take out the tiller and seeding machine for me, and I will plant grain in these places. Make this the best paradise." After hearing this, Father Lin nodded even more wildly. Good guy. Uncle Jiang is indeed one of the best figures in Yunde shopping mall back then. And he thinks far ahead. Very good, he agreed. So the 3 of them started to move. They didn't waste any time in the past 2 days, and almost all the places that should be planted were planted. Lin's mother was very tired these 2 days. She used her right hand to induce labor, and her left hand to absorb crystal cores. It is necessary to occupy all the land before leaving here. After listening to everyone's story, Lin Ran gave 2 thumbs up in admiration. Mom and Dad, Grandpa Jiang, you are so awesome. The thought of being a farmer in the end of the world makes her excited. She actually had this idea, but she didn't think of doing it so early. She didn't expect that her family would handle this matter when she went out. They are too strong. After rebirth, Lin Ran always felt that she had to protect everyone. In fact, they were also trying hard to protect themselves. Mother Lin smiled and said, "My plan is more than that. I am thinking about our Lin family courtyard, which is the first circle. This is our base camp. Qingshui town is the second circle, and that is our territory. In the future, we will raise more dogs to make our home stronger." Lindsay praised again and again, "Mom, you are the wise man of our family, and I am so happy to hear that." Dad Lin smiled and said, "It will be even better in the future. When our abilities are higher, we will conquer the outside of Qingshui town for you and Ran. Lindsay, Dad. Awesome. Grandpa Jiang sat aside, smiling at the harmonious family. It seemed that he had seen the beautiful Lin family farm in the future. He knew that they would be able to do it in the future, because they are such a united and friendly family. The day to leave for the peace base was set by Lin Ran for 2 days later. She would take a day to prepare well. When she got up in the morning, Lin Ran took out an RV from the space and parked it in the yard. Chapter 113 Return to the farmhouse. This RV was specially customized by Lin Ran. Safety and comfort are both first class. Xiao Zhe, come and reinforce the RV. Yes, sister. Lin Zhe ran over and put his hand on the RV. The golden power appeared from the palm of Lin Zhe's hand and slowly spread to the body of the RV. The shell of the RV turned golden visibly. The interior of the RV is very luxurious. The front row is an extra-large cockpit, where the driver can drink tea, and the co-pilot seat next to it is also very comfortable. At night, just press a button and the cockpit can be turned into a comfortable bed. The middle of the RV is a leisure area with a sofa, a water bar, a refrigerator, a TV, a kitchen, a toilet and a shower. The back is the rest area. There are 2 bunk beds on the left and right, which can sleep 4 people. With a cockpit, it is just right for their family to live. As for Jiang Chen, he doesn't sleep anyway, so he can sit on the sofa at night and give him the iPad. After arranging the means of transportation, Lin Ran watered the plant guards at home one by one with spiritual spring water. He also fed some crystal cores to the first few trees. They are the mother, the most important. As long as they are strong, the guards planted outside will be stronger. They don't know how long they will be out this time, so the house will be left to them. Good trees, drink more spiritual spring water, eat more crystal cores, and work hard to grow up. After Lin Ran did all this, he took Jiang Chen to his farmhouse again. Mother Lin took the others to continue to check for deficiencies, and make sure to plant mutant trees in their territory to make their territory as solid as a rock. Lin Ran rode a motorcycle and took Jiang Chen to the farmhouse. The weather at noon was a little hot, but Lin Ran, who had a big piece of ice behind him, felt that the weather was just right. If it was hotter, it would not be impossible. Jiang Chen was fine at first, sitting in the car immediately. Both hands were on the back of the motorcycle. Unexpectedly, as soon as she increased her speed, he naturally hugged her waist. Lin Ran was not used to it at first, but later she felt that the air conditioning was full, just like taking a refrigerator out, which was not bad. Jiang Chen, who didn't know that he was being treated as a refrigerator, was leaning happily behind Lin Ran at this time. Although they were different from what was shown on TV. It was not that the man was showing off and the woman was afraid to hug his waist. It was Lin Ran who took him. But it felt really good to race with someone you like. Jiang Chen only hoped that this journey could be longer. He could enjoy this feeling more. Unfortunately, the farmhouse arrived soon, and Lin Ran drifted and parked the car in the middle of the yard. The flood had receded, but the yard was not as dirty as imagined. Lin's mother said that Grandpa Jiang came here to clean it. It can be seen that he loves Jiang Chen very much and cherishes this secluded yard that Jiang Chen built for them. Many mutant trees were also planted around the farmhouse. Mother Lin said that they found traces of people living here last time. They should have stayed here temporarily after the crocodiles were cleared by them. Fortunately, those people had left when they came, fearing that someone would disturb the peace here again. Mother Lin also planted a lot of mutant trees here. Now, the security level here is almost the same as their Lin family courtyard. So, she doesn't plan to store it in the space now. After all, it's all within the scope of her own farm. It's very safe. Lin Ran took Jiang Chen to the first floor, which was full of silt. It seems that Grandpa Jiang can't clean up such thick mud. Even with her current water ability level, it is difficult to clean here. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen, pointed here and said, Jiang Chen, this is your home. Clean it up. Jiang Chen, is this his home? So her home is not his home. No. Where she is his home. However, Ran Ran's words must be listened to. Jiang Chen only listened to the second half of the sentence and started to use his water ability to clean up. Looking at Jiang Chen's water column, Lin Ran was really envious. I don't know how Jiang Chen upgraded. How can this ability be so strong? How strong does he have to be to become the zombie king? Or, he is already the zombie king. Lin Ran thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Don't think about it. Just let it go. In his previous life, Jiang Chen could become such a great zombie king by fighting alone. In this life, with Grandpa Jiang and their family, she believes that Jiang Chen's future will definitely not be bad. At some point, Jiang Chen stopped moving. He stared at Lin Ran without blinking, wondering why she was staring at him. Could it be that I am particularly good-looking? Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Chen's face suddenly turned red. Lin Ran was shocked to see the change in Jiang Chen's face opposite her. She obviously didn't put makeup on him today. Why is his face so red? Jiang Chen, are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Ran's hand touched Jiang Chen's face eagerly. And as Lin Ran's hand touched his skin, Jiang Chen's face turned even redder. The left chest was even more uncomfortable uncontrollably. And something was about to break out of the ground here. Jiang Chen, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red and hot? Jiang Chen didn't know what was wrong with him, so he could only hold Lin Ran's hand that was touching his face, as if this could ease his discomfort. Lin Ran didn't know what happened to Jiang Chen, and she was so anxious that she took out a temperature gun. She took the temperature gun and hit Jiang Chen's body countless times. In the end, it was found that except for the face and left chest, there was a little temperature reaction. There was no temperature display anywhere else. The person in front of him was still a zombie. However, there seemed to be something different. Lin Ran attributed this change to the fact that Jiang Chen's body was quietly evolving. After all, he was the future zombie king. Besides, his body had no discomfort except for this abnormality. He would not turn right if asked to turn left. He would eat Russian sausages, and they would be delicious. Lin Ran finally felt relieved. Seeing that he was in good health, she ordered Jiang Chen to clean up the other floors while there was still time. And then she walked into the house with him. The last time she came here, it was too dirty by Zhang Daming and his gang. And there were so many floods and crocodiles. She didn't even take a good look at this farmhouse. In fact, the decoration here is quite beautiful. It can be seen that Jiang Chen built it with his heart. The decoration team hired at that time was also top-notch. It has a strong American pastoral style. Simple and beautiful. There is a large fireplace in the lobby on the first floor. And there is a rocking chair next to it. Although the legs of this rocking chair are rotten. This combination directly hits Lin Ran's heart. This is too much to her taste. Imagine that in a few days, when the extreme cold comes, and it is icy and snowy outside. Their whole family will sit in the rocking chair in front of the warm big fireplace and rock slowly. How cool it would be. It seems that in terms of taste, Jiang Chen is similar to her. Thinking of this, Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen beside her. Hey, where is Jiang Chen? The place where Jiang Chen stood just now was actually empty. Chapter 114 set off. Seeing Jiang Chen was not there, Lin Ran's heart tightened in an instant. She didn't know when she had gotten used to Jiang Chen being by her side at all times. Jiang Chen. Jiang. Lin Ran's anxious shouting stopped abruptly, because Jiang Chen appeared in front of her again. Where did you go just now? Lin Ran frowned and said unhappily. Seeing Lin Ran like this, Jiang Chen was like a child who had done something wrong. And he pointed to the fireplace behind him. Lin Ran asked puzzledly, You just went into the fireplace? How did you go? Jiang Chen turned around and pressed an inconspicuous small bulge next to the fireplace. And then a door appeared in the fireplace. This is Jiang Chen's secret room? Jiang Chen. He didn't lose his memory? Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Stammering, Jiang Chen. Do you still remember Yandu? Jiang Chen shook his head. Do you know that Grandpa Jiang is your real grandfather? Jiang Chen still shook his head. He didn't remember anything. But he knew this place. Lin Ran stared at Jiang Chen in confusion. And Jiang Chen's cheeks were about to burn again. Looking at Jiang Chen's two clear eyes, Lin Ran felt that he had thought too much. Perhaps he just had a special feeling for his things, which guided him to find this place. After thinking it through, Lin Ran took out a flashlight from the space and walked into the secret room. When she walked in to see the furnishings inside clearly, she shouted directly. It turned out that the supplies that Jiang Chen said were hidden here, and she thought that they were taken away by Zhang Daming and others. There are all kinds of vacuum-packed rice, flour, grain, oil, ham, canned food, compressed biscuits, and convenience foods. There are also a variety of department stores. I don't know what kind of craftsmanship this secret room is made of, but it has not been flooded. The things inside, including toilet paper, are all clean. If Jiang Chen is not in trouble, these things alone are enough for him and Grandpa Jiang to live for 30 or 40 years in the end of the world. What's more, he still has the Buddhist bead space worth 20 billion. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen deeply. In the darkness, his eyes were redder and more dazzling. Jiang Chen, you are excellent. Really? Jiang Chen blinked gently when he heard the words, and his face turned red again. What to do? Ran praised him. Why did he feel that Ran loved him a little more? Lin Ran didn't know that Jiang Chen had so many inner dramas. And he waved his hand and put away all the things in the secret room. Although they were all vacuum-packed, they would go bad and get worms over time. It is safest to keep them in the space for the time being, and return them to Jiang Chen when he recovers his memory. When he came out again, the farmhouse had been cleaned up as new. Lin Ran also poured a lot of spiritual spring water into the mutant trees in the yard, and buried crystal cores under each tree. When leaving, Lin Ran touched the branches of the mutant tree and said, I hope you can grow strong after eating so many good things, and protect Jiang Chen's home in the future. Jiangchen, who was standing aside, had stars in his eyes. As expected, Ran liked him more and asked the mutant trees to protect his home. His home? Isn't that her home? That's their home. It's their home. When going back, I don't know if it was Lin Ran's illusion, but I always felt that Jiangchen behind her hugged her tighter. Not only did the cold air rush straight to her, but she was almost strangled to the point of suffocation several times. After finally getting home, eating and taking a shower, thinking that she would leave tomorrow and had to conserve her energy today, Lin Ran went to bed early to rest. As a result, she was chased by a ball of cold air in her dream, as if she had returned to the extremely cold weather in her previous life when Shiaza was frozen to death. The moment she found that Shiaza was frozen to death, her blood was cold all over her body, and her heart was even colder to the extreme. She hugged Shiaza, desperately trying to warm him up with her body temperature. But no matter how she warmed him, he was still as cold as ice. What frightened her even more was that as she warmed him up, she found that the person she was holding in her arms had turned into Jiangchen. Jiangchen felt Lin Ran holding him closer and closer. Her soft body pressed tightly against him, and his mind was agitated. Jiangchen saw Lin Ran frowning more and more in her sleep, thinking that she was cold. So, he held the person in his arms even tighter. The next day, Lin Ran looked at the RV with a frown. She couldn't help but doubt herself. She had a nightmare last night that she was almost dead from the cold. Was it God's warning to her? It was better for her to spend the winter at home and not go out easily. Ran, what are you doing? Come up. We are leaving. Lin's father sat in the driver's seat and urged Lin Ran, who was standing motionless at the door of the car. She looked up and saw that everyone was in the car. Even Yuang was carried to the car. The sun came out from behind the clouds, and the people in the car were warm. Lin Ran suddenly smiled, took off her thin coat, and got into the car. Those were things from her previous life. In this life, she had endless down jackets and hot packs in her space, and she would never make the same mistake again. Sister, are you cold? Why are you still wearing a coat? Lin Zhe didn't understand. With their psychic constitutions, why would they still wear coats in such weather? Lin Ran threw the coat to Lin Zhe. It's not cold now. Dad, everything is ready. Let's go. Lin's father, Ding. Our family is going on a trip. Everyone, let's go on a trip. Lin's father stepped on the accelerator, and the RV was on the road. If the traffic was smooth, they could reach the peace base in the afternoon. However, this was the first time that Lin Ran and his friends drove out together after the end of the world. So they really drove there slowly, as if they were traveling. Anyway, there was still time. So, Lin Ran didn't take the main road that was cleared by someone, and went to the hot spring town again. Sister, are you here to take your parents and Grandpa Jiang to the hot springs? Lin Zhe wanted to take a hot spring bath here last time. He is very interested in all water that is good for health. Lin Ran shook his head. No. I like the house here. But if you want to take a hot spring bath, it's not impossible. So, Dad Lin followed Lin Ran's navigation and drove to a 5-star hot spring hotel here. It is worthy of being a 5-star hotel. Most of the houses here are single-family villas. Probably because of the flood here, there is no trace of anyone except a few zombies. After dealing with the few zombies here, Lin Ran put all these hotel villas into the space. Unexpectedly, after Lin Ran finished collecting the house, Lin Zhe, who ran to the hot spring, brought another good news. Chapter 115, Raising Fish. Sister, this is it. Lin Zhe led Lin Ran around the hot spring pool and came to a room. Is this the back kitchen of the hot spring hotel? Lin Ran looked at the pots and pans in front of him. Yes, the things I want to show you are here. This is the treasure land that De Huang and I discovered. Lin Zhe walked around the door, mysterious and excited. Lin Ran followed Lin Zhe and turned around, and knew why Lin Zhe looked like this. The things here are really surprising. In this back kitchen, there is actually a room full of fish tanks. Perhaps at that time, they were afraid that the fish would jump out. So each fish tank was covered. So, even if there was a flood here, the fish in the fish tanks are still staying in it. Lin Zhe said excitedly, Sister, you can expand your fish pond. There are grass carp, perch, fish, silver carp, and so many fish I don't know. These are all treasures. Indeed, they are treasures. Animals that have not mutated after the end of the world are very precious. Just right to expand her space farm. Lindsay continued, there are also hairy crabs and shrimps here. Hee hee. You can have a plate in the evening. I think stir-frying is the most fragrant. Seeing Lindsay's extremely greedy look, Linran smiled and said, these fish, shrimps and crabs that have not mutated cannot be eaten. But since you have made a contribution to the discovery, let's have a seafood barbecue in the evening. Long live De Huang. We will have seafood barbecue tonight. Lindsay rubbed De Huang's dog head excitedly, earning a delicious meal. If it weren't for it, he wouldn't have found this place. It's really his good De Huang. Linran put all the fish into the space, and then pulled Lindsay, Jiangchen, and De Huang into it together. After not coming in for a day, the crops in the field have grown a lot taller, and it will be ripe soon. The fruit trees are full of flowers, making the whole space fragrant. It seems that it will be fruitful again soon. The residents of the ranch were in a very good spirit. They separated the mutant rabbits from the original chickens and ducks, and now they were eating food leisurely in their respective territories. Linran found that half of these mutant rabbits were female rabbits, and 2 of them were pregnant. Their bellies were bulging, and it was estimated that they would give birth soon. Her ranch was really becoming more and more lively. There was green grass growing everywhere in the ranch. After eating it, it would grow again soon, which was inexhaustible. The mutant rabbits had plenty of food. However, seeing that the female rabbits worked so hard, Linran decided to wait until they settled down in the base and come in to plant a piece of carrots for them. Let them eat enough. Sister, should these fish, shrimps, and crabs be put into the stream? Linran shook her head and decided not to put them into the stream. She would open a fish pond specifically for them. Linran gave Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe a hoe each, pointed to a vacant lot in the farm and said, I'm going to dig a fish pond. About this size. You guys dig. Lin Zhe, how long will it take to dig? Jiang Chen, no problem. Obedience. Jiang Chen is an absolute action man. He raised the hoe and started digging. Seeing Jiang Chen like this, what else can Lin Zhe do? Let's roll together and get to work. De Huang was not idle either, holding his 2 front paws, frantically imitating Lin Zhe's way and digging in the mud. Not to mention, it dug faster than Lin Zhe. Facts have proved that action men are good. The powerful ones with superpowers are even better. After a while, a big fish pond was dug out. Fearing that the fish pond would leak, Linran found a video about fish pond maintenance and learned to lay a film on the bottom of the pond. This is how the water was brought in. Linran was the master of the space. As soon as she thought about it, the spiritual spring water in the stream was led to the pond. However, she only put in a small part of the spiritual spring water and stopped. After all, the effect of the spiritual spring water was too strange, and she was afraid that the fish would not be able to bear too much. For the remaining half of the water, she used the pure water that had been placed in the space before. When the water was filled, the pond was built by them. Sister, it's great. We finally have a fish pond. Lin Zhe looked at the fish pond that had just been built and was very excited. Linran smiled and said, yes, it's really great. This is the stable sense of security in our family. But if we have some cows, sheep, and pigs in the future, it will be even more perfect. Lin Zhe smiled and said, sister, those things will definitely be available in the future. I will go find them with De Huang when I am free. Linran, okay. Let's go together. Jiang Chen, De Huang, woof woof woof. In the evening, the Lin family, who are skilled and bold, spent their vacation in the hot spring hotel and held a small hot spring party, accompanied by the cool night breeze. Linran, Lin's mother, Jiang Chen, and Grandpa Jiang wore swimsuits and soaked in the hot spring pool sprinkled with roses. In a small pond with a slightly lower temperature nearby, Yueying was lying on Da Huang's back and soaking in it. The little cat was also lying comfortably in the pond with Da Huang and the others, swimming back and forth with its little paws. Linran took out a generator from the space and brought light to the lawn next to it. There was a grill on the lawn, and the hardworking Lin Dad and Lin Zhe were grilling delicious barbecue. King crabs, lobsters, abalone, oysters, large squids, and the best companion for barbecue, lamb skewers, were all arranged. Lin Zhe brought a plate of grilled squid over first. Mom, sister, Grandpa Jiang, let's have some squid to fill our stomachs first. and the rest will be ready in a while. Lin Ran took the plate. Okay. The oysters can be served faster. Thank you. Got it. It will be ready soon. Lin Zhe immediately ran back and worked overtime to grill oysters. The Lin family has a good family tradition, and men do smoky and fiery jobs like barbecue. As for Lin Ran and Lin's mother, they just need to enjoy themselves. Jiang Chen listened carefully to Lin's mother drinking red wine, while telling Mr. Jiang about the traditions of their Lin family. Uncle Jiang, this is the tradition of men in our Lin family. A man who can't even cook is not worthy of entering our house. Swish. As Lin's mother finished speaking, Jiang Chen stood up from the hot spring pool. Oops. He seems to only know how to eat but not cook. So he can't enter the Lin family. That won't work. He has to learn. So, Lin Zhe looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly ran over to steal his work, and was a little confused. But it was great to have someone to help him with his work. Brother Jiang, this is not how you do it. You have to brush the oil like this. Yes. This is the standard posture. You have to sprinkle cumin like this. Yes. Well done. This lamb is roasted to a golden brown. It looks pleasing to the eye. My sister will definitely like it. Brother Jiang, you are awesome. Jiang Chen lost himself again in Lin Zhe's praises. He turned into the most diligent chef, and in the end even took over Lin's father's work. Lin's father looked at Jiang Chen, who had snatched his brush, and he was very pleased. This son-in-law is not bad. He is a capable person, and has the potential to be a member of the Lin family. It is not impossible to let him come to the house in the future. Chapter 116. Two capable little ones. On the first day of the trip, the Lin family really treated it as a trip. Soaking in hot springs, drinking wine, eating barbecue. The days were very comfortable and leisurely. Even the three little ones had their own exclusive barbecue. De Huang had a whole roasted rabbit. Yuing and the little cat had various roasted fish for dinner, and they ate them very deliciously. During this period, the little cat has also gained a lot of weight. Its bulging belly looks as big as Yuing, but its head has never grown much. Lin Ran guessed that its breed might be like this. A small cat. At night, the family slept in the RV. Lin's father slept in the cockpit, and Lin Ran and the others slept on the single bed in the back. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, looking at the iPad. De Huang acted as the guardian of the whole family, squatting in the doghouse at the door of the RV, with a pair of ears erected high. Once it heard the slightest movement outside, it would immediately call the police for the whole family. Yuing and the little cat were lying in their nests, sleeping soundly. However, they kept waving their ears, paying attention to any movement outside. It was late at night, and everything gradually became quiet, except for Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa with headphones. He stared at Lin Ran, who was sleeping on the upper bunk of Lin Ma, and blinked aggrievedly. He really hated traveling. He couldn't hold Ran to sleep. I wonder if she would be cold tonight. He was really worried. He swore that if Ran had a nightmare of being frozen again, he would hold her to sleep anyway. Unfortunately, Lin Ran slept particularly sweetly today. The cold feeling that had been chasing her in the dream suddenly disappeared, and she slept very comfortably. In the middle of the night, Yuing's green eyes opened instantly and looked at the open window of the car. Then, it saw the little cat. It lay on it and was about to jump out. Yuing swept away her lazy attitude and followed. If something comes, let it go and get rid of it, so that the masters can have a good rest. It can't let down the dried fish that the master feeds it 3 times a day. De Huang whimpered softly and wanted to follow. Yuing narrowed her eyes and asked it to guard the house. De Huang obediently lay back in the doghouse, with Big Brother Yuing out. It felt relieved. Jiang Chen, who watched the whole scene, didn't move at all. Those things, just leave them to the kittens. He has to take good care of Ran. Walking to the gate of the hot spring hotel, Yuing heard rustling sounds around. The little cat stopped not far away, with its hair all over its body standing up, making an attacking posture. It noticed that Yuing followed, looked back at it, nodded gently, and stared at the front with full concentration. Yuing then noticed that the rustling sound was made by countless black snakes. This hot spring hotel turned out to be a snake den. Yuing licked her sharp claws with interest, and a hint of interest flashed in her green eyes. She also likes to eat snake meat. Meow. A sharp cat cry broke the quiet night sky. This was Yuing's sonic attack. After this attack, the snakes that swam quickly in front of her were torn to pieces. The little cat was not to be outdone. A huge ball of light enveloped the sky above the snakes. Where the light ball illuminated, there was a bloody light. Seeing this scene, Wang looked at the furry little cat and understood. It seems that this little thing has recovered completely. The light system ability is amazing. Then let's see who is more powerful. Meow. So, under the cover of the night, the little snakes who wanted to go out to eat some human flesh were tortured by the two cats and couldn't find the east, south, west, and north. Lin Ran was awakened by a pungent smell. She opened her eyes and followed the smell, and saw a pile of crystal cores as high as a hill in the middle of the RV. Where did so many crystal cores come from? Then, she saw Yuang lying next to the crystal cores. Yuang, where did you get the crystal cores? Did you go out to steal? Yuang lazily opened her misty eyes and looked out the window. Lin Ran hurriedly lifted the curtains of the upper bunk, and there was nothing outside. Jiang Chen's cry attracted Lin Ran's attention back. She saw that there was also a pile of crystal cores in Jiang Chen's arms and on the sofa. These crystal cores were much cleaner than those next to Yuang. Jiang Chen, did you find this crystal core? Jiang Chen touched the kitten in his arms that seemed to be exhausted. Lin Ran was shocked. Did it find it? Jiang Chen nodded. Lin Ran, what happened last night? These two little ones in her family are too powerful. Where did they dig the crystal core nest? Lin Ran stroked Yuang on the ground and the little cat in Jiang Chen's arms. Good cats. I give you some extra food later. Nutritional paste and dried fish. Whatever you want. Hearing this, Yuang and the little cat excitedly opened their eyes at the same time. Mom and Dad. Shiza. Don't sleep anymore. Get up quickly. We've made a fortune. 10 minutes later, Lin Ran and the whole family came to the entrance of the hot spring hotel with Yuang and the little cat in their arms. Dad Lin, TSK. We're actually living in a snake's nest. Mom Lin, I think they want to eat our meat. But I didn't expect that we have these two little bodyguards at home. Yuang. Little cat. Mom loves you. Mom Lin was so excited that she stroked the two little ones. Little cat, it feels so good to touch. Don't stop. Yuang, for the sake of the dried fish. I'd bear it. Lin Zai touched the somewhat neglected De Huang and thought to himself. You're not bad either. The honest De Huang, woof woof woof, I'm really happy for brother Yuang and the others. After returning to the RV and having a hearty breakfast, the family set off again. Dad Lin sat in the driver's seat, absorbing crystal cores while driving. It's great to go on a trip. It's only been one day, and he's already gained a lot. If there were no serious things to do, he would have wanted to take everyone out for a few more days. At noon, the Lin family, who had not been delayed on the road, finally arrived at the border of the peace space. The car drove to a secluded place, and Lin Ran shouted to Lin's father, Dad, stop the car. Lin's father stepped on the brakes and asked in confusion, Ran, aren't we going in first? Lin Ran shook his head, yes, but I have to change my equipment. The RV was too ostentatious. So Lin Ran put it into the space and changed it to a 7-seater commercial van. This car has a large space, and the back seats have built-in massage, which is also very comfortable to sit in. But it is not as ostentatious as the RV. Lin Ran put a few bags of rice and flour in the trunk as the entrance fee. He also took out a lot of rice, flour, grain, oil, toiletries and other things and put them in it. After thinking about it, he took out a box of wine and a few cigarettes, which might be used when exchanging points. She put all these things into a black plastic bag, so that no one could see what was inside from the outside. After doing this, Lin Ran clapped her hands and closed the trunk. Okay, we can go to the base now. Chapter 117, Entering the Base. After getting a new car, the family went to the peace base without stopping. There was a line at the entrance of the peace base just like last time. As soon as Lin Ran and his car parked, another line of cars lined up behind them. It seems that there are quite a lot of people coming to this base. Lin Ran looked at the long line and closed the window. They should have lunch. It's noon, so don't treat your stomach badly. Who knows when the line will end? Let's have rice bowls for lunch. Grandpa Jiang, Mom and Dad, Shiza, what flavor do you want to eat? Lin Zai was very happy to hear that they were going to have rice bowls. After the end of the world, he had been eating fish and meat every day, and he didn't have much chance to eat rice bowls. Lin Zai, sister, I want kung pao chicken. Dad Lin, I have a portion of twice cooked pork. Grandpa Jiang, I want something sweet. So I have a portion of fish-flavored pork shreds. Mom Lin, Ran. Mom wants to eat pork shreds with hot peppers. Okay. After speaking, Lin Ran took out 4 rice bowls from the space. The rice bowls were all in lunch boxes, and you could still see steam coming out of them when you opened the lid. It tasted great. In addition to the rice, Lin Ran also gave everyone a glass of ice-cold Coke, and took out 2 roast chickens, a box of braised chicken feet, a box of husband and wife lung slices, a box of cold mixed pig ears, and a large portion of braised pig's trotters for everyone to eat as a dish. As for Jiang Chun, he ate whatever Lin Ran ate. Lin Ran wanted to eat some bacon today, so the rice bowl Jiang Chun and she ate was garlic moss bacon. The rice bowl was hot when it was put into the space, retaining the most original taste. It tastes delicious, and is a must-have for home and travel. Lin Ran did not treat the 3 little ones badly. De Huang ate a whole roast chicken. Yu Ying and Xiao Hua Mao had steamed sea bass. After the meal, the family gathered together to play landlord for a while. When Lin Zhe lost so much that there was no place to stick the notes on his face, it was finally their turn. Lin Ran noticed that the person who organized the queue at the front was still the kind-hearted officer named Wu Shiqing. A fat official shouted with a loudspeaker, "Don't worry. Prepare the entrance fee. And 10 kilograms of food per person." A tall young man behind Lin Ran said, "What should we do if we don't have food?" "If we don't have food, we can use supplies of equal value instead." "But we finally escaped. We don't have any supplies on us. Can we still enter the city?" The man smiled strangely and said, "Of course. Our peace base is open to everyone. Those of you who don't have any supplies, go and line up over there." Following the man's instructions, Lin Ran noticed that there was another line over there, and there were quite a lot of people in the line. Most of the people in the line were not in good spirits. They had probably used up all their strength when they got here, and couldn't afford the entrance fee. Lin Ran knew that these people were probably going to the D area. The fat official looked at Lin's father in the driver's seat and said, "How many of you are there? Do you have an entry fee?" Lin's father nodded. "There are 6 of us, and we all have an entry fee." Lin's father and Lin Zhe got out of the car and took 3 10-kilogram bags of rice from the trunk and handed them over to the entrance office. Then the fat official asked Lin Ran and the others to get out of the car and go to the physical examination office to check if they had any wounds before they could enter the city. The Lin family members got out of the car leisurely. The moment they appeared in everyone's sight, everyone was surprised. Since the end of the world, they have rarely seen such a clean family. Although the bad weather has passed during this period, the lack of food and clothing still makes most people live a hard life. After they learned about the news of the peace base, they had finally escaped from the surrounding areas and rushed here. It's good to be alive. What image do they care about? But this family? Regardless of men or women, everyone's clothes are very clean. Their skins were all glowing with a healthy rosy glow. Especially that woman, who was as beautiful and clean as a fairy. How could anyone not have evil thoughts? The group of scoundrels following Lin Ran were all stunned when they saw such a Lin Ran. What kind of beauty is this? What kind of family can raise such a beauty? This family is definitely a big fat sheep. Ha. Ready to be slaughtered. When we get in, we will find out where they live. Such a fat sheep cannot be let go. At that time, we will take away their supplies and beauties, just like they did before. Their kamikaze team is not vegetarian. Although they have only 2 cars and 10 people in a convoy. 5 of these 10 people are superpowers. After the end of the world, they rely on their God-given superpowers. They live much better than before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, they were a group of frustrated losers. But now, they can do whatever they want. Noticing the scrutiny from the people around her, Lin Ran felt amused. Unexpectedly, after changing the high-profile RV, she still attracted the covetousness of others. But it doesn't matter. She came to the peace base this time to cause trouble. The physical examination was as simple as Lin Ran had learned in advance. It was just to see if there were any suspicious wounds on the body. After all, many people would still take the chance and want to bring their bitten family members into the base. Lin Ran originally thought that she had to take off her clothes for this part, but she didn't expect that she only needed to use an instrument to scan it. When she saw the instrument, Lin Ran was still worried for a while, afraid that Jiang Chen's identity would be discovered. As a result, this instrument was very professional, only looking at the wound, not checking the body temperature. After ruling out the physical problems, each of them received a blue entry permit. With this certificate, they can walk freely on the land of the peace base. Back in the car and close the door, isolating the inquiring eyes of outsiders from the car. Lin's father drove into the city. The first stop in the city is the Points Redemption Center. Here, you can also rent a house. Lin Ren held the simple map she got from the staff who issued the city entry permit and directed Lin's father to the Points Redemption Center. As soon as she entered the gate of the peace base, Lin Ran was shocked by the environment here. She had been to many bases in the early days of the apocalypse, and she dared to say that the environment of this base was quite good. It was much better than the small bases she entered at the beginning. The prototype of the peace base was a holiday villa, which was originally beautiful and well planned. And now, their shops, supermarkets, and restaurants are still operating as usual. And the roads are clean and tidy. The people coming and going are neat and good in both mental state and appearance. If Lin Ran hadn't known clearly that this was the apocalypse, she would have almost thought that they had returned to the past. Lin Ran was thoughtful when he saw this. This peace base has something. Chapter 118, Renting a House. Following the map, the family came to the Points Exchange Center. The predecessor of the Points Exchange Center was the former tourist center. The hall was clean and bright, and cleaners could be seen cleaning inside. However, unlike before the end of the world, cleaners were all older. The cleaners here were young and beautiful. Presumably, in this special era, this job is also very popular and in demand. After all, it is not easy for ordinary people without superpowers to make a living in this era. The Points Exchange Center is very lively, with many people coming and going. Looking at the signboards hanging here, Lin Ran knew that not only points can be exchanged here, but also houses can be rented, and water and electricity bills can be paid. Just like at the entrance to the city just now, the appearance of Lin Ran and his family immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Unlike people outside the city, most people living in the city are dressed neatly. However, no one has the ability and surplus food to raise pets. Before the end of the world, many people here were also cat slaves and dog slaves, and they love cats and dogs very much. Unfortunately, they can't afford such a luxurious hobby. When they are so hungry that they can't bear it, they are kind enough not to eat their pets, not to mention raising them. And these people actually raise such a big fat dog and 2 fat cats. How much food would it cost? How much supplies would they have to have? Seeing the envious and jealous eyes of the crowd, Lin Ran knew that their family was famous. She didn't expect to cause trouble so high profile on the first day she came here. Who knew that she would get the strength here by accident? The Lin family is not a low-key person. It just so happened that it was a good thing. I hope that people with ulterior motives will come to trouble them as soon as possible, so that this evil research institute can be caught as soon as possible. Lin Ran shook her hair and walked towards the housing rental center with Yueying in her arms. Before redeeming the points, she planned to inquire about the price of renting a house. How many points do I need to rent a house? The staff member said without raising his head. There are prices on the wall. Come and rent when you see a suitable one. Next one. Lin Ran looked up at the display screen on the wall and saw the prices. Dormitory, 10 points per month single dormitory, 50 points per month 1 bedroom and 1 living room, 100 points per month 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, 200 points per month 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, 500 points per month large flat, 1,000 points per month villa, 5,000 points per month sister. The price has changed so much. Which one should we rent? Lindsay asked, standing behind Lin Ran. Of course it's a villa. Lindsay took a breath when he thought of the sky-high price of the villa, and then said, as expected of my sister, you are so domineering. I like living in a villa. The points exchange rules of the Points Exchange Center are also hung on the wall. Lin Ran read it carefully, and knew how people in this base should survive. 1 kilogram of food can be exchanged for 2 points, which means that 5 kilograms of food can be used to live in a dormitory for a month. This price may be cheaper than cabbage before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, this price is considered very expensive. For ordinary people, most people cannot afford the entrance fee of 10 kilograms of food. Therefore, the people who come to the peace base now are really rich or noble. Or, they are superpowers who can do tasks. Otherwise, their life here will never be easy. Lin Ran does not plan to exchange food for points, although she has no shortage of food. But taking out so much at once is really too eye-catching. She chooses to exchange with crystal cores. The crystal core of an ordinary zombie can be worth 100 points, which is enough for a superpower who dares to kill zombies to live in a single dormitory here for 2 months. Unfortunately, last night, Yuang and Xiaowamo brought them back a bunch of ordinary crystal cores. There is no difference between the crystal cores of those ordinary mutant beasts and the crystal cores of zombies, and it is just right to use them to exchange for points now. During this period, the family has been upgrading their abilities crazily. Now their abilities have collectively exceeded level 6. The effect of ordinary crystal cores on improving their abilities has long been insignificant to them. These crystal cores are just right for use here now. Lin Ran didn't take too many. Just took out 2 crystal cores casually and piled them in front of the staff. Hello. I want to exchange for points. Staff. Okay. So many crystal cores. Which team's jumbler is back? The staff picked up Lin Ran's city entry card and swiped it against the machine. This thing is equivalent to the ID card of people before the end of the world. Seeing the information popped up on it, the staff opened his mouth in shock. What? You? Are you newcomers who just entered the city today? He originally thought that the team's jumbler had returned, but he used her city entry card to scan it. Only then did he realize that this person had just entered the city today. How could this beautiful girl be so powerful that she could have so many crystal cores? Why? Can't newcomers who have just entered the city use crystal cores to exchange points? Lin Ran said this with a smile. But the staff felt a chill all over his body. He seemed to have offended a big shot. Although this girl looked delicate and pretty, he knew that the person who could take out so many crystal cores was not an ordinary person. He was just a staff member who could work here because of some connections. He didn't dare to anger these superpowers. No. No. Of course you can exchange. The staff didn't dare to talk nonsense. Picked up the crystal cores and counted them. There were too many, and he counted them twice before he could count them clearly. There are 120 points in total, which can be exchanged for 12,000 points. Would you like to exchange them all? Lin Ran nodded. All exchanged. When he came to the housing rental center again, Lin Ran said directly, please handle it and rent me a villa for 2 months. The little sister who had been lowering her head to handle the business suddenly raised her head. You want to rent a villa? Yes. This is my points card. After a brief surprise, the little sister looked at Lin Ran differently. Which team's little lover is this? She has so much money to rent a villa. That's 5,000 points a month, which is 10,000 points for 2 months. 10,000 points are enough for her to live in a dormitory for a lifetime. It's just that she has a vixen face. I don't know who she seduced, so she can live in a villa. Shameless and coquettish thing. Lin Ran looked meaningfully at the staff member, who was staring at her in a daze, and sneered in her heart. Sometimes, the malice of strangers is so ridiculous. Obviously, they have never met before, but they have to use the greatest malice to speculate about others. People. Time is indeed the most terrifying thing in the world. Hello. Can you help me with the rental procedures? This is the first time that Lin Ran has used the pressure of a superpower on ordinary people. The clerk was frightened by the aura of Lin Ran and broke out in a cold sweat. She suddenly realized that the person in front of her was not only a canary, but also a superpower. Chapter 119, The So-Called Enemy. Realizing the opponent's strength, the service girl immediately knew the situation and gave in. Yes. Sorry. I will handle it right away. The opponent is a superpower, and she is definitely not someone who can be neglected at will. The service girl dared not think about it anymore. She searched on the computer for a while, then raised her head and said, sorry. There is only one villa now. At number 12. Area A. Do you want it? Yes. As long as it is available. Lin Ran is not picky. Unexpectedly, when the service girl pressed OK, Chung Yaojin came next to her. Sorry to cut in line. Xiao Ya. Handle it for us first. Give us a villa. Rent it for a year. Swipe my card. The soft female voice sounded from behind Lin Ran. But it shocked Lin Ran. The memories of the past were like maggots attached to her bones, biting her inch by inch. She had heard this voice countless times on the radio. She also recalled it countless times in her memories. She slowly turned her head and saw the owner of the voice. Just like in her memory, the face was very bright, exuding fiery youth and confidence. She waved her hand and introduced something to the people around her. Just like when she was lying helplessly on the experimental table, injecting all kinds of terrible drugs. A strong hatred surged into her chest. Lin Ran squeezed her palms hard and told herself to be patient. And then she suppressed the idea of wanting to kill. The woman raised her head and smiled at the people around her. Brother Yilan, I didn't expect your team to be so powerful. We need to cooperate more in the future. You can live in our peace base. I will rent you a villa for a year. After a while, I will buy the villa for you so that you and Uncle Yi can live comfortably. The gentleman beside him was Yilan. He chuckled and said, Thank you, Sister Wanru. We just came here. Thank you and Uncle Xie for your hospitality. Xie Wanru blushed when she heard this. Brother Yilan, why are you so polite to me? We are all friends. Xiaoya, have you completed the formalities? The little girl called Xiaoya looked at Lin Ran and Xie Wanru in panic when she heard this. After all, she didn't dare to disobey the eldest lady of the base. It will be done right away. There is another villa. Although this lady also wanted it just now. But now that Miss Xie is here, this villa will naturally be yours. Lin Zhe, who was standing closest to Lin Ran, was so anxious when he saw her standing there without moving. Sister, our villa is going to be taken away by someone. He hurried over and pushed Lin Ran, reminding her loudly, Sister, these people are shameless and cut in line to take our villa. Lin Ran, who had been wandering outside the situation, was instantly brought back to reality by Lin Zhe's voice. She subconsciously said, Who is so shameless as to dare to cut in line and grab our villa? Xie Wanru's attention was just on Yilan, and she didn't notice who was in the queue in front of her. Hearing this, she turned her head and looked at Lin Ran seriously. She didn't know this woman, but she had seen all the famous people in the base. She was a little pretty, but too arrogant. No one in this base dared to say anything bad about Xie Wanru. Xie Wanru smiled coldly. Cutting in line? When we, the Eagle Squad, go out, we have never cut in line, because we never need to queue. Lindsay pouted and said, What's so great about the Eagle Squad? Anyway, we booked this villa first. Don't think about grabbing it. Where did you come from? You have a say here. Xie Wanru looked at Lin Zhe with contempt. Don't say that you haven't booked this villa yet. Even if you have booked it, you need these resources for a high-level team like us who have made great contributions to the base. You have to give way to me. This is the rule of our peace base. Lin Ran looked straight at Xie Wanru. Oh, it turns out that the rule of the peace base is that there are no rules. Whoever is stronger gets these things. Xie Wanru tilted her neck and smiled. You are right. The law of the jungle. Speaking with strength. This is the survival rule of our peace base. If you want to live well, you must have privileges. Lin Ran looked in the direction of Xie Wanru and smiled with interest. Privileges? Now she is too interested in this peace base and Xie Wanru. Lin Ran couldn't help but thank herself for coming here so wisely. The people she hated the most were all here. Yilan and Xie Wanru. It turns out that they knew each other for a long time. Yilan stood beside Xie Wanru and frowned at Lin Ran. The expression in his eyes was a little strange. Lin Ran was sure that Yilan didn't know her now. He was a senior in her school, and a peerless school grass. Only ordinary people like them knew him. Just like in the previous life. It was only after they met and got to know each other that Lin Ran revealed her identity as a schoolmate. Later, because they had common memories of school, they slowly approached each other. And now, they are just strangers. For this strange look, Lin Ran thought that Yilan was having a seizure. Hearing Lin Ran's question, Xie Wanru continued, Little girl, this privilege is not available to everyone. I, Xie Wanru, have privileges in this base because of the strength of me and our team. If you want to get the villa over me, then you must first join the top 10 teams in our peace base. And your personal points must be ranked in the top 3 of the entire base. Because I am ranked 4th. But, Xie Wanru looked up and down at Lin Ran, and said disdainfully, but with you, forget it. A woman with a little bit of beauty. I don't know why I am talking nonsense with her. Xie Wanru looked at the little girl who was doing the work, and frowned. Xiaoya, what are you waiting for? My brother Yilan can't wait to go to the villa to rest. Xiaoya looked at Lin Ran, thinking that she had already lost. It seems that her background is just like that. If she meets Xie Wanru, she will have to hide aside obediently. Okay, Miss Xie, I will do it right away. Lin Zhe clenched his fists in anger. This woman is too arrogant and unreasonable. Shameless. He really wanted to hit her arrogant face with a metal bullet. Anyway, she didn't want it. Sorry. We are used to living in the villa. Otherwise, I will give it to you. Seeing that the dust had settled, Yilan came forward and said apologetically, "In order to make up for your loss, I am willing to give you a box of compressed biscuits as my apology." Lin Ran glanced at Yilan, who was used to being a good person, with disgust, and said coldly, "Don't apologize to me, because I won't let you. Isn't it the law of the jungle? Isn't it that whoever is stronger has privileges? How do you know that I am not stronger than you? I tell you, I will live in this villa today." Chapter 120 Xia Wenru's Identity. Hearing Lin Ran's arrogant words, Xia Wenru's face instantly turned pale. And then she sneered, "Compete with me? Then you are overestimating yourself." Xia Wenru narrowed her eyes slightly, and a huge pressure from a superpower came towards Lin Ran, which was enough to crush an ordinary person to the ground. Xia Wenru's superpowers were fully activated. Without any mercy, she just wanted to see this ungrateful woman kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. However, the scene she imagined did not appear, but she was surrounded by a terrible force. She felt as if she was entangled by a cold snake. Her body was numb, weak, and sweating, and she wanted to kneel on the ground. Then she really did it. Plop. Kneeling on the ground, Xia Wenru raised her head with difficulty and looked at Lin Ran in disbelief. This pressure from a high-level psychic came from her? But how could it be possible? She was Xia Wenru. Xia Wenru with the 5th level fire ability. One of the best in the entire Peace base. She was the top psychic that the entire base had devoted all its efforts to cultivate. And how could this unknown woman surpass herself? Before she could think clearly, Lin Ran's greater pressure came to her again. In an instant, the cold sweat on her forehead fell like big drops of rain. She looked like a drowned chicken. Extremely embarrassed. Her head was pressed lower and lower by such pressure, almost to the ground. It was like kneeling down to the other party. Humiliation, fear, despair. In an instant, these emotions appeared in Xia Wenru's body in turn. This time, Xia Wenru had to admit that the other party's strength was far beyond her reach. Lin Ran used her coercion almost tyrannically. She looked at Xia Wenru, who knelt down to her, and felt very happy. "That's it. You should lower your head. You feel humiliated and embarrassed now. But what will you do when I really take action later?" Xia Wenru? She wants to get back all the days and nights in the laboratory when she was slaughtered. The days when she was used as a guinea pig for research. The needles that pierced her body, and the knives that cut her body. Yilan was shocked when he saw Xia Wenru's face change drastically and her behavior was abnormal. He looked at Lin Ran in confusion, not understanding how she did it. She didn't even do anything. How did she make Xia Wenru the top superpower at the peak of the 5th level of the Peace base? So embarrassed. "Sister Wenru, how are you?" Yilan squatted down and wanted to pull Xia Wenru up from the ground, but found that her body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds and could not be pulled up at all. Xia Wenru's head was facing the ground. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to resist, but she couldn't stop her head from lowering. Finally, her head was touching the ground. In an instant, the self-esteem and pride of this beautiful girl disappeared completely. Now she couldn't say a single arrogant word. "What did you do?" Yilan looked at Lin Ran and warned. "Do you know who she is? This dogman dared to talk to her like that. He will be the next one to deal with." Lin Ran smiled lightly and looked at Yilan with contempt. "How do I know who she is? She is not R&B, and everyone needs to know her. Besides, she didn't introduce herself to me. I only know that we are competing." "What? Is she going to admit defeat now?" Lin Ran's words were extremely arrogant, but Yilan found that he couldn't say anything to refute. They were indeed competing just now, and everyone around heard it. More and more people came to watch the fun after noticing the abnormality here. They found out that the one who was arguing with someone was Xia Wenru from the Eagle team, and she hadn't won yet. So they became more interested in watching the fun. Some people who were curious even went to the Eagle team to tip off. Seeing that this place was surrounded, Jiang Chen and Lin's father and mother, who were ordered by Lin Ran to sit aside and wait, now came over with De Huang and the others. It looked like Ran Ran was in trouble, and they had to help her. Yilan took a deep look at Lin Ran, who was not afraid of trouble. This girl made him feel very familiar, but he couldn't remember where they had met. Moreover, she shouldn't be so flamboyant. Then what should she do? Yilan couldn't think of it. He glanced at the people around him, and suddenly his pupil shrank. That was Jiang Chen? Why was he here? Before Yilan could ask his question, He heard Lin Ran say to Xia Wenru on the ground, "Excuse me. Who is stronger between the two of us now? Who has more privileges?" When Xia Wenru heard this, her teeth were about to break, and her face looked as ugly as a ghost. This scene made the people watching the show around very happy. These people in the Eagle team, relying on their high abilities, bullied people in the base. They have been itching for a long time. But the gap in strength is too big. They dare not speak out. I really don't understand why the Eagle team's ability is improved so quickly despite the same ability improvement. Now these ordinary psychics are only level 3 at best. And this is still the best among them. But the people in the Eagle team are generally level 4 or even level 5 psychics. It's so terrifying. How dare they provoke such a big gap in strength? I don't know who this girl is. Why she is so tough and dares to confront Xia Wenru head on. The most important thing is that her strength is really strong. You will regret it. Xia Wenru gritted her teeth and said these words. Lin Ran smiled faintly. It seems that Xia Wenru is really stubborn. Then she won't spoil her. Ah! In front of everyone. Xia Wenru's face was pressed to the ground. It was a great shame. Yi Lan looked at Xia Wenru, who was instantly pressed to the ground, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Lin Ran dangerously, saying, "Miss, I suggest you stop. Her name is Xia Wenru, and she is the daughter of the deputy base chief of this peace base. If you want to stay here well, you'd better stop now. Otherwise, your life here may not be easy in the future." These words are full of threats. But Lin Ran was shocked. It turned out that Xia Wenru was the daughter of the deputy base chief of the peace base. No wonder. No wonder the research institute could reach so far back then. It turned out that the research institute had infiltrated the top level of the big base from the very beginning. Since Xia Wenru has been provoked today, she might as well provoke her more thoroughly. Let her and the forces behind her take action earlier. She can't wait to meet those scumbags. Lin Ran looked at Xia Wenru lying on the ground, leaned down, and said with a nasty smile, "So Miss Xia's status is so noble. Then you must keep your word. Then, please tell me, with your face falling to the ground, who does that villa belong to?" Chapter 121 Captain of the Eagle Squad. My, you bitch. Don't even think about making me recognize Xia Wenru, whose face was pressed to the ground and rubbed, made unclear sounds. But she was still stubborn and refused to admit defeat. Lin Ran's eyes were more interested. She liked to torture the hard bones the most. It was more satisfying to take revenge this way, since she was shameless. Let's smash it. Just when Lin Ran was exerting greater pressure, a powerful superpower came from the side and blocked Lin Ran's attack. Then a deep male voice sounded from the side, "Wenru, I am willing to accept the loss. Level 6 initial superpower. This base is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Those who can reach level 6 now are definitely the pride of heaven." Lin Ran looked at the newcomer curiously. He was wearing a straight military uniform, with white skin, long legs, narrow waist and thin hips. But his temperament was a little cold, and his cold face was dotted with a pair of cold star-like eyes. But the appearance of this person made Lin Ran's eyes light up. Rong Han. It turned out to be him? He was originally from the peace base. All the pressure on her was taken away in an instant. Jiang Chen, who was standing next to her, thought that Lin Ran was bullied by the other party's supernatural power. He raised his hand and was about to deal with the ignorant man opposite. Fortunately, Lin Ran noticed Jiang Chen's abnormality and hurriedly pinched his hand to stop his action. It's not that she can't beat him. She just doesn't want to fight. Jiang Chen, Ran actually touched his hand. It's over. She really fell in love with herself. Jiang Chen forgot everything in an instant. He only knew that he was pinching his little hand so soft that he was about to faint with happiness. Rong Han didn't notice the little movement here, and his whole attention was on Xia Wenru. "Captain, this woman bullied me. You have to help me get revenge and kill her." Xia Wenru raised her big face full of red marks from being pressed, and pointed at Lin Ran angrily. Lin Ran smiled arrogantly. It seems that Miss Xia is still not convinced. "So how about we compete again? This time, I will bury your face in the soil." After saying this infuriating words, Lin Ran looked at Rong Han curiously. What will he do now? Will he protect Xia Wenru? If he protects this evil woman, she will not be soft-hearted. Unexpectedly, Rong Han's performance is unexpectedly fair. Rong Han snorted coldly at Xia Wenru on the ground. "Revenge? Don't you know how to be ashamed? I know everything that happened here just now. You were the first to rob people's things unreasonably. Besides, you have already lost. Sia Wonru pointed at her face in disbelief and said, Captain. But she hurt me like this. You deserve the injury. You have to admit defeat. And you used the name of our Eagle Squad to pressure others. Wonru. Have you forgotten that I never allow you to do this? Hearing this, Sia Wonru shrank for a moment. But she looked at Lin Rand, who was standing aside, and said without caring, But, are you just going to watch her bully me? My face has become like this? I have lost all my people. A cold light flashed in Rong Han's eyes. If you know it's embarrassing, go back. You know, our Eagle Squad doesn't keep trash. Now, apologize to this lady immediately. Hearing that she had to apologize to Lin Ran, Sia Wonru was ashamed and angry. She looked at Rong Sun and wanted to say something. But Yi Lan, who was with her, hurriedly pulled her arm. Captain Rong Han, I'm sorry. Today's incident was actually caused by me. If it weren't for Sister Wonru renting a villa for me, there would be no conflict with this lady. In this case, let me apologize to this lady on behalf of Sister Wonru. Hearing this, Rong Han looked at Yi Lan, and then at Lin Ran, as if considering this possibility. Lin Ran doesn't indulge them. She is going to offend Sia Wonru to death today. Lin Ran looked at Yi Lan in a sarcastic way and said, That won't do. You are you, and she is she. How can you apologize on her behalf? Are you two the same person? I didn't see it just now. When I hit her, you didn't do anything. I want her to apologize to me. Captain Rong Han. Am I right? Rong Han looked at Lin Ran deeply with his frosty eyes. And Lin Ran also faced him fearlessly. It's just a competition of glaring. Can't she beat him? Her eyes are not smaller than his. Seeing Lin Ran, who was not afraid of him, Rong Han was stunned. Then nodded slowly and said, You are right. Wonru, you apologize. Sia Wonru gritted her teeth and refused. Rong Han's eyes turned cold. I said 3 times. 1, 2. I'm sorry. Before Rong Han said the 3rd time, Sia Wonru apologized. She was so angry that she wanted to die. But she dared not disobey Rong Han's order. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I admit defeat. Ha. Lin Ran laughed out loud and said sarcastically, It would have been great if you had admitted defeat earlier. Captain Rong Han is still good at managing the team. However, it is better to deal with the undisciplined dog when you go back. Otherwise, I will cause you trouble. Lin Ran's words were full of provocation and insults. And Sia Wonru's eyes were about to spit fire. Rong Han said in an emotionless voice, Don't bother with these trivial matters. Young lady, I wonder how long you plan to rent the villa. Lin Ran didn't know what he meant by asking this, but still replied 2 months. There is no need to hide it. Such things will be known as soon as you ask. Rong Han nodded. In this case, our Eagle team will pay your rent for these 2 months to express our apology. You can just go and live there. There is such a good thing. Don't miss it. It just saves her points. Lin Ran declined the offer. Thank you, Captain Rong, for your generosity. Of course, I also want to thank Miss Sia for helping me pay the rent for 2 months. If you want to compete, you can come to me next time, as long as you help me pay the rent. Lin Ran was very happy when he saw Sia Wonru, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The hatred value for today was enough. And Lin Ran was no longer interested in fighting. He took the key from the weird-looking girl, wrote down the address of the villa, and left leisurely with his family. After walking out of the door, Lin's mother said, Xiao Ran, that woman has been staring at you. Lin's father said, What are you afraid of? Her superpowers are not as high as mine. If she dares to cause trouble for Xiao Ran, I can beat her to death. Lin Zhe, that's right. We are not afraid of her. Grandpa Jiang touched the backpack with a gun and said, Just let her come. And Grandpa Jiang will help you shoot her when the time comes. Being supported by his family, Lin Ran felt warm in his heart. Okay. Then we will wait for her to come and deal with her. Everyone was excited when they heard this. Shocked, okay. Take care of her. Watching Lin Ran and the others disappear at the door, Sia Wonru retracted her hateful gaze and looked at Rong Han and said, Captain, it was this woman who attacked first. Rong Han raised his hand to interrupt Sia Wonru. I will check these things myself. Wonru, don't be so impulsive and cause trouble in the future. You know, our Eagle Squad has always been fair. I won't punish you this time. You are not allowed to do this again in the future. After saying this, Rohan left without looking back. Sia felt that she was beaten from head to toe. Rohan. How could he do this to herself? As the captain, he didn't protect her at all. Sure enough, just like her father said, he was a dog that could not be tamed. Chapter 122. Live in the villa. Sister Wanru? Yi Lan's gentle voice came from the side. And then a warm hand was placed on Sia Wanru's shoulder. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I troubled you. I didn't know that Rohan was such a person. Sia Wanru was very considerate to Yi Lan. It's none of your business. It's all that stinky woman's fault. Also, Brother Yi Lan, you have to upgrade your team as soon as possible. Rohan is very domineering, and may not agree to your joining the Eagle team. Sia Wanru's voice became lower and lower as she spoke the following words. As smart as Yi Lan is, there is nothing she doesn't understand. The Eagle team, the strongest team in the entire Peace Base, is not as united as outsiders imagine. Brother Yi Lan, I believe you will be better than him in the future. Sia Wanru smiled meaningfully at Yi Lan. Yi Lan didn't know what she meant, but nodded seriously. He always knew how to react to people who liked him. I will try my best. I will definitely avenge you for what happened today. Sia Wanru blushed when she heard this. Thank you, Brother Yi Lan. But no need. I will deal with that woman. I will make her pay. After saying this, Sia Wanru suddenly smiled strangely. Brother Yi Lan, we can't live in the villa for the time being. Can we live in the large flat for now? Of course. Thank you, Sister Wanru. You're welcome. Just rent it for a month. It won't be long before a new villa is available. You can live there with Uncle Yi and the others. It's much more comfortable than the large flat. Sia Wanru's words were meaningful, but Yi Lan pretended not to know. He was thinking about Jiangchen. I didn't have the chance to talk to him just now, but even if I took a casual look, I could tell that Jiangchen was not doing badly. His clothes were neat and clean. His face was rosy and shiny, and he was holding a cat in his arms. People who still have the leisure to keep pets these days must have a good life. The reason why he can live so well is probably because he cheated him out of his money. I didn't expect Jiangchen and that woman to be together. In this case, let Sia Wanru deal with him and that woman together. The trick he played was really a big mistake for me. Whether Jiangchen did it intentionally or not, killing him can relieve my hatred. Jiangchen, who was remembered by others and wished he would die, was as sweet as if he had eaten 10 kilograms of lollipops. He stared at his hand that Lin Ren had just held for a long time without coming back to his senses. This hand had just been touched by Ran Ran, and it seemed that her warmth was still on it. According to the TV series, they have held hands now. So should they go on a date next? Where should they go on a date? Park? Cafe? Or movie theater? Sitting in the car and looking at the scenery outside the window, Lin Ren didn't know that Jiangchen had so many dramas in his mind. She was not thinking about him now, but another man. Rohan. Rohan was a very ruthless man in his previous life. He was as cold and hard as his name. She still remembered the heart-wrenching feeling when she first knew him. He was a lone wolf and would never team up with anyone. He walked in the zombie city with the densest zombies all year round, treating himself as a knife, slaughtering zombies in the most dangerous places without fear of death. He once rescued a small base trapped in the zombie tide with his own strength. But after they were rescued, he hid his merits and fame and left without any nostalgia. He would not stay for anyone, nor would he team up with anyone. Lin Ran was a member of the small base that was saved by him that year. She had received his kindness, and although he didn't know her, she always remembered him in her heart. Even though she only had a quick glance at him that year, the majestic image of this man was deeply engraved in Lin Ran's heart. The figure of him destroying the zombie tide alone was simply amazing. At that time, she really envied his ability. If she had that kind of power, she could protect her parents. Rohan has always been a role model in her heart. She has been trying to get closer to Rohan for so many years. Later, she finally became a very powerful person, but was harmed by the person she trusted the most. Now think about it. She has learned a lot from Rohan. If she also became a lone wolf, she would not be betrayed. However, Rohan now has his own team, the Eagle Squad. Then why did he become a lone wolf later? What happened to make his personality change so drastically? Seeing the car enter the villa area, Lin Ren stopped thinking about it. Since they met in this life, she would not ignore him if he had difficulties in the future. It can be seen that he and Sia Wanru are not the same kind of people. He was still very fair. Sister, this villa area looks different. The conditions are much better than outside. Look, there is a security guard here. Yes, the service here is really complete. Lin Ren found that there was not only a security guard here, but also a property management. The clean streets and orderly order of the villa almost made people forget that it was the end of the world. Lin Ren kept staring at the house number until he saw their address. Dad, we're at area A12. Got it. After Lin's father parked the car in the exclusive parking space of his villa, the family got out of the car. After Lin Ren opened the gate of the villa, he ran to the big yard of the villa and had fun everywhere. As the predecessor of the holiday villa, the villas here are very large. There is a large garden surrounded by a courtyard wall more than 2 meters high. However, because this garden has suffered from floods, the original greenery in it has been washed away. Now there is only a small off-Opagon japonicus growing in it, which must be the work of the property management here. Mother Lin looked at the bare garden and shook her head with regret. Such a good land is not planted. It's really a waste. Lin Ran looked at Mother Lin with a smile. I think so too. Such a beautiful garden should be planted with beautiful roses as decoration. Hearing Lin Ran's reply, the mother and daughter smiled at each other in tacit understanding. You have to plant some roses. And you also have to plant mango trees and apple trees. When she left, Mother Lin grafted a lot of branches of the mutant trees in the yard into Lin Ran's space, just for emergency needs. Now that she plans to live here for a long time, of course she has to plant the guards here. Otherwise, what should she use to entertain Xia Wenru when she comes? Chapter 123, Cleaning Up the House. The villa has 3 floors. Lin Ren fell in love with it as soon as she walked in. There was a fireplace in the living room on the first floor. Thinking that the family could gather in front of the fireplace to keep warm in the extremely cold weather in a few days, Lin Ren was extremely happy. Fortunately, she got this villa. If Yilan lived here and enjoyed these good things, she would feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. There is a living room and 4 bedrooms on the second floor, and each bedroom has a bathroom, which is just enough for their family. There is a large bedroom on the 3rd floor with a large platform. Lin Ran looked at the platform with regret. In fact, she liked the large platform the most. But it would not be habitable by then. Considering the heating problem after the extreme cold, it is better for the family to live in a concentrated area. This villa is good in everything. But the only drawback is that the furniture is not very good, because it was flooded during the rainstorm. Most of the furniture was soaked. The solid wood table was soaked and peeled, looking old. Although these things can still be used, it is not certain whether they are comfortable to use. For Lin Ran, a wealthy woman who has billions of supplies stored in the space, uncomfortable things should be replaced. I will replace all these things later. You can't treat yourself and your family badly when you go out. Lin Ran is cautious. When she was in the car, she took out a detector from the space. While looking at the structure of the villa, she probed everywhere to see if there were any eavesdropping devices and monitors in the room. The result is not bad. There are no such messy things here. There are some supplies placed by Lin Ran in the trunk of the car. Lin Zhe and Lin's father moved the things in the yard into the house. Lin Ran noticed that when Lin's father and others were moving things, the curtains on the 2nd floor of the villa's next door were shaking slightly. It seems that people in the villa area are also very gossipy, and like to hide behind the curtains to peek at others. But they can't see anything, because she put all the things in black plastic bags. After entering the house, Lin Zhe shook his head and said, Sister, it's not safe to live in a villa area. I think the neighbors are very curious about us. Lin Ran nodded. It's okay. They can't see anything. Lin Ran took out the anti-peeping stickers. While it's still early, let's decorate the house. Lin's mother laughed when she saw the stickers. Otherwise, why do you say Ran Ran is like me? This thing is so particular. This is a good thing. Lin's mother hates other people's gossip-seeking eyes the most. This anti-peeping sticker appeared just in time. Dad Lin hugged Lin's mother and said, Ran Ran is of course excellent. She is our daughter. Lin Zhe was jealous of his parents. Work. Work. Why are you showing off your love? De Huang is not hungry yet. Dad Lin glanced at Lin Zhe. This dog food is not for De Huang. It's for you. Lin Zhe looked around at his family, and it seemed that he was the only one who was single for 10,000 years. Grandpa Jiang had it after all. Jiang Chen has a sister. Even De Huang has 2 cats to accompany him. Sad. No more talking. Let's go to work. Lindsay was shocked and took the anti-peeping stickers to paste them on the building. Others took the stickers, found a window, and pasted them seriously. Even Jiang Chen followed Lin Ran's example and worked seriously. There is strength in numbers. Although there are many windows in the villa, everyone finished the work before dinner. When dinner was over, the lights in the villa were turned on. The scene inside could no longer be seen from the outside, but the inside could clearly see the outside. This is the benefit of anti-peeping stickers. Noticing this change, the young man on the second floor of a villa next door was slightly stunned. What's the situation in the villa opposite? Why can't we see what the people inside are doing? Hearing this, a red-haired pretty boy sitting on the bed jumped up with a pair of slender legs. He glanced sideways and said with a sly smile, "It's just a new neighbor. Why do you care so much?" "What?" The young man was about to explode. "I just received a big news. The new neighbor offended Xia Wenru badly at the housing rental center. And he slapped Xia Wenru's face." "What? Slapped Xia Wenru's face? This family is so powerful." The red-haired man laughed happily when he heard this. "They actually slapped that hateful woman's face. I really wish I was there at the scene." "What happened? Tell me quickly." "Well, I heard that they were competing to rent this villa." The gossip Lin Ran's family was enjoying their dinner at this time. It was getting darker and darker, and the lights were turned on in the villa. This base was indeed well built, with electricity, water and ventilation, and it looked prosperous and peaceful. As long as you have points, you can enjoy the same comfortable life here as before the end of the world. However, Lin Ren thinks that this is only the life of the upper class, and most of the lower class people don't know how to struggle in Area D because of the anti-peeping stickers. Even if the lights are on, the light in the villa does not leak out at all, and the privacy is very good, blocking the peeping sight from outside. Lin Ren can do things more conveniently. Everyone is very tired today, and Lin Ran took out dinner directly from the space. As the first meal after arriving at the P space, Lin Ran was not vague. On the table were dongpa pork, braised pork ribs, dry fried fish, braised duck bones, steamed prawns, sour soup beef fillet, spicy pig's trotters, yam fried with black fungus, cold tofu shreds, and a portion of lotus root soup. Each portion was still steaming when it was taken out, retaining the best state of the food. The family sat together and feasted, and they were not afraid of too much food. With Jiang Chen, the super big eater, no matter how much food there is, it will not be wasted. After dinner, Lin's father ordered Lin Zhe to wash the dishes. Lin Zhe, who was at the bottom of the food chain, resigned himself to his fate and put away the dishes pitifully. Suddenly, he saw Jiang Chen sitting on the side. Brother Jiang is so diligent, so he tricked him into doing housework with him. How could a man who wanted to enter the Lin family not know how to wash dishes? Brother Jiang, don't you know that washing dishes is also a necessary skill for men in the Lin family? Do you want to learn from me? Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Ran and felt that what Lin Zhe said made sense. How could a man not do housework? Especially the men in the Lin family. Jiang Chen stood up and put away the dishes with Lin Zhe. Lin Ran saw that the naive Jiang Chen was fooled away by her brother again, and she didn't care. Men have their own way of communicating, so it would be meaningless for her to interfere. And she didn't have time to take care of the two of them, because the doorbell of the villa was ringing at this time. Who could it be in the middle of the night? Chapter 124 Renovation of the Villa. Who are you looking for? Lin Ran opened the door of the villa and saw two aunties wearing red armbands standing outside. When they saw Lin Ran, their eyes flashed with a gleam of light. This girl is really pretty. No wonder she dared to confront Xia Wenru. Being looked up and down by the two aunties, Lin Ran frowned. Seeing that Lin Ran looked a little impatient, one of the aunties hurriedly said, "Hello, owner. We are from the property management of District A. We are here to register your information now." Register our information? Why? Lin Ran didn't want to give her information to others casually. When Lin Ran didn't smile, she was still quite scary. The two aunties didn't dare to look at her randomly anymore. This person dared to challenge Xia Wenru. That's right, the aunts explained seriously. This is the rule of RP space. Everyone who comes to the base must be assigned to the property management of the place of residence. It's called management, but in fact it means to understand your information and provide you with some guidance if necessary. Oh, then what information do you need? It's your name, age, previous occupation, and whether you have awakened superpowers, and what kind of superpowers you have awakened. The treatment here is very good for superpowers. You can join the team to kill zombies and mutant animals, or search for supplies to earn points. You also know that points are very important here, just like money in the past. Hearing this, Lin Ran knew what they were going to do. In fact, this is also available in other bases, which is to find out the basic information of everyone in the base. In the Doomsday, everyone is an important resource. If you have special skills, you can go to key places to serve. This skill not only refers to superpowers, but also includes doctors and scientists. Lin Ran knew that this was the process, and did not embarrass them. He cooperated and reported the information of the family. It's just that when she reported her superpowers, she only reported that she had superpowers. As for her profession, Lin Ran also concealed it. She reported that her father and mother's professions before the end of the world were freelancers. As for her and Lin Zhe, they were both students. Jiang Chen was an ordinary person who did some small business. Grandpa Jiang was a freelancer who had retired a long time ago. The two aunts didn't care much about the professions of Lin Ran's family. Such ordinary people couldn't make any contribution to the base. They were more interested in Lin Ran's superpowers. So Miss Lin is also a superpower. I wonder what superpower you are, and what level you are now. Thunder System. Level 2. Level 2? That's not right. The two aunts looked at each other, and saw something wrong in each other's eyes. If it was level 2, then it couldn't beat Xia Wenru. That person was a domineering and arrogant existence in the base. Everyone knew that her superpowers had reached level 5. If this person was only level 2, how did she beat Xia Wenru? This is obviously wrong. However, the two aunts were smart and didn't ask. For ordinary people like them, the best way to protect themselves is to ask less and do more. After recording the basic information, the two did not dare to stay any longer, and left with the notebooks with the recorded information. After seeing off the two aunts, Lin Ran was not in a hurry to go in. She looked at the gate of the villa and called Lin Zhe out when she entered. Lin Zhe had just finished washing the dishes and his hands were not dry yet. He asked as he walked out, "Sister, why are you calling me out so urgently? Change the door lock." As he said, Lin Ran handed him a lock core. "I guess you will have to stay for a while this time. We will feel more at ease if we change the door lock." "That's right. My sister is still thoughtful." Lin Zhe wiped his wet hands on his body, then took the lock core and began to change the lock with the gold power. When Lin Zhe used his power, Lin Ran deliberately pulled Jiang Chen over and blocked the view behind the curtains for Lin Zhe. The Lin family only needs to put themselves in the open now, and the others cannot be exposed. The lock core was replaced quickly. After returning to the villa, Lin Ran began to decorate and beautify the place where he would live for some time in the future. First of all, he cleaned the house. Although the villa did not look dirty, it must be that the property management would send someone to take care of it. But after all, no one lived there, and there was a lot of dust on the floor and furniture. Lin Ran took out a set of cleaning tools, vacuum cleaners and mops from the space. 3 young men, 2 each, Lin Dad, Lin Zhe and Jiang Chen, each contracted a floor and started cleaning the house. As for Lin Ran, Lin Mom and Grandpa Jiang, the 3 of them were not idle either, but the work they did was relatively easy, and now they just cleaned the dust above the ground. For example, dust on furniture, dust on lamps and so on. It was just that Lin Ran didn't want the original furniture in the villa. The sofa and coffee table in the living room have been soaked in water and need to be replaced. The dining table and chairs also need to be replaced. This used to be a resort. And the bed upstairs, which had been slept in by someone, also needs to be replaced. Lin Ran put all the old furniture into the space. This way, Lin's mother and the others have less work to do. It seems that this house has changed everything except the lights and curtains. Wait until the men of the Lin family clean the floor. Lin Ran took out a set of comfortable European-style leather sofas and mahogany coffee tables from the space. Lin Zhe tried to sit on it, and it was indeed much more comfortable than the old sofa. His sister knows how to enjoy. The dining table and chairs were also replaced with brand new solid wood furniture. Lin Ran put a set of fabric sofas on the sofa in the living room on the 2nd floor. Although the fabric sofa is not as cool as the leather sofa, it is still comfortable. When Lin Ran sat in it, he felt like he was trapped in a pile of cotton. Lin Ran is sure that this set of sofas will definitely be popular with everyone in a few days. As for the beds for sleeping, Lin Ran replaced them with the ones she bought for 0 yuan in the mall in the hot spring town. This brand of beds is an internationally famous brand, thanks to several celebrities. She knew that the mattresses of this store were worth several million yuan. If it wasn't for the 0 yuan purchase, she wouldn't have been able to enjoy it. It wasn't because she was short of money, but mainly because she didn't think so carefully at the time and took the mattress into consideration. Now it's just right. Lin Ran placed the bed and threw herself on it to try it out. Wow. This feeling is really different. Just like in the advertisement. With unparalleled elasticity. Lin Ran decided that she must come to buy more 0 yuan more times in the future if she has the chance. Maybe she can get some good wool. Today was tiring enough. Lin Ran didn't even want to get up after lying down. But sleeping on the mattress like this is not okay. She called Lin's mother and the others over. And the family worked together to replace the new bed with a brand new silk 4-piece set. After replacing the new 4-piece set, the whole house became much warmer. Lin Ran looked at the original curtains and felt that they were not suitable. So she invited the whole family to replace the curtains in the room. After the new curtains were replaced, the whole villa looked brand new. Lin Zhe stood on the stairs and looked at the villa that had changed a lot and said, in terms of enjoyment, "It has to be our sister. This house has been renovated so beautifully. When I leave, I will be reluctant to leave it to them." Chapter 125 Ran Ran. It's me. Such a nice house. Not only Lin Zhe is reluctant to leave, Lin Ran is also reluctant to leave. Lin Ran patted Lin Zhe's shoulder, curled her lips and smiled softly. What's so rare about this? If you don't want to leave, just take it away when the time comes. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up when he heard it. Yes. Just take it away. Such a nice home they renovated. Of course they have to take it away. Anyway, his sister has the ability to do it. The house is cleaned up. Now all that's left is to renovate the garden. But Lin Ran doesn't plan to work in the yard tonight. Otherwise it will make too much noise and disturb the neighbors who are watching the fun. Let's plant it tomorrow during the day. Anyway, even if Xia Wonder dares to come tonight, she is not afraid of her. Their family is not vegetarians. It's just right for her to come and tell the secret of the research institute. It's already late, and Lin Ran plans to tell her family about Xia Wenru and the secret behind her after waking up the next day. Let's pack up and have a rest today. Lin Ran took out 6 bathtubs from the space and added enough spiritual spring water to them. He asked Lin Dad and Lin Zhe, 2 strong men, to move them to the bathrooms of each bedroom to make it convenient for everyone to wash. Now they soak in spiritual spring water every day to adjust their physical condition to the best. Except for Jiang Chen, who doesn't need to sleep. Everyone has his own bathroom. So Jiang Chen's bathtub was moved to the living room bathroom on the 2nd floor. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran pointing at the living room bathroom and said that it was his bathtub. And his eyes drooped in grievance. This house is really annoying. Why is it so big? Now he and Ran Ran have to separate their bathing places. Lin Ran didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking. After taking out the clothes and pajamas for the family from the space, he went into his room to wash. The spiritual spring water has the function of relieving fatigue and restoring supernatural powers. When Lin Ran was fully immersed in the bathtub, he almost moaned with comfort. The effect of the spiritual spring water of the level 7 space is really good. It seems that she will have to upgrade her space ability as much as possible in the future. Apart from other things, this spiritual spring water is invincible. Thinking about her last life, she was unable to develop her space ability to level 3 or above until she died. It was such a pity. Thinking of this, Lin Ran's eyes suddenly became deep. Logically speaking, even many things that happened in this life are different from those in the last life. Zombies and mutants appeared much earlier than in the last life. But when did they arrive? In addition to their family, there are already level 5 and 6 psychics. Their family's ability upgrades quickly because of her bug. She has superpowers after she was reborn. And her family members also have superpowers induced by soaking in her spiritual spring water. You have to know that zombies had not appeared at that time. Ordinary people don't even know what a crystal core is. Therefore, most psychics now have superpowers at level 1 or 2. And the better ones are level 3. But Xia Wenru and Rong Han, who appeared today, their levels are a bit outrageous. How did they upgrade to such a high level in such a short time? Lin Ran thinks that all this should be related to that mysterious research institute. But how does that research institute improve superpowers? What exactly are they studying? Damn it! Lin Ran was so angry that she slapped the water in the bathtub. It's really abominable. In her previous life, she was studied for a year and suffered a lot. She didn't even know what their intention was in studying her. That's right. How can a test subject like a little white mouse know why she was experimented on? Lin Ran bit her lip tightly and swore that she would uncover their dirty deeds no matter what in this life. Dong dong dong. Someone knocked on the bathroom door outside. Who? Lin Ran looked at the bathroom door strangely. Who would knock on her bathroom door at this time? Dong dong dong. The knocking sound rang again. But no one spoke. Who is it? Speak. Lin Ran became impatient, and her voice unconsciously rose. Don't you know that she hates being disturbed when she is taking a bath? This is such a rare time to relax. It is so uncomfortable to be disturbed by someone knocking on the door. It must be the stinky brother Shiaza. Maybe he came to ask for spiritual spring water again. I really don't know why he wastes so much water. It must be because he stinks. After she yelled just now, the outside suddenly became quiet. And it was a bit too quiet. Lin Ran felt something was wrong. And then realized that the person knocking on the door could not be Jiang Chen. But he never knocked on her bathroom door. She told him that he couldn't come to disturb her when she was taking a bath. He has always been very obedient. Why is he knocking on the door now? Lin Ran stood up suspiciously and quickly washed and dressed. Jiang Chen, standing outside the bathroom door, was extremely entangled at this time. He only had a bath towel around his waist, and his muscular body was exposed. Just now, Ran forgot to give him shorts, but Ran taught him that boys must wear this. So when he finished washing and dressing, he found that he had no shorts. So he came to her immediately. But, from Ran's tone, she hated him. She wanted him to speak. But he couldn't speak. How could he speak? Jiang Chen stood at the door, recalling the details of Lin Ran's speech, and tried his best to control the muscles in his mouth. He wanted to speak. He wanted to tell Ran that it was him who knocked on the door. Don't be angry. Don't be angry with him. Lin Ran, who was dressing in the bathroom, suddenly heard a strange voice in his ears. Ran. The voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant, like the sound of metal being torn. But she still heard that it was calling her name. Ran, it's me. This strange voice appeared in her ears again, and she heard it more clearly this time. The person outside was really calling her name. Who could make such a sound? A name appeared in her mind, and Lin Ran was so excited that she almost couldn't put on her pajamas. Jiang Chen. Can he speak? Is it because she just yelled at him to speak? Lin Ran didn't know what kind of mood she was in at this moment, and her eyes suddenly turned red. After putting on her clothes casually, Lin Ran slammed the bathroom door. The handsome and beautiful person standing outside the door, like an elf. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen. Did you speak just now? Jiang Chen nodded to Lin Ran. Can you say it again? Lin Ran opened her eyes wide and looked at Jiang Chen excitedly. This was the first time he made a second sound besides him after becoming a zombie. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran with almost piety, and uttered a few syllables word by word with difficulty. Ran is me. Ran is me. Jiang Chen really said Ran. It's me. His first sentence was to call her name. For some reason, Lin Ran's eyes were sore, and then a tear fell. Jiang Chen. He has evolved again. Chapter 126 Jiang Chen's Evolution. Tears flowed down his eyes, and dripped onto Lin Ran's porcelain white face. It was like a pearl, rolling down in a piece of white beauty. Very touching. Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't understand why Lin Ran was crying, but he knew that the tear was shed for him. He reached out his hand devoutly, and touched the tear that was shed for him. It was still warm. But Ran shouldn't cry. He spoke so hard just to make her happy. No. He had to help her wipe away her tears. Then, Lin Ran's face was lifted by him. And then his cold lips touched the cheek that he had been thinking about day and night. Lin Ran was numb from Jiang Chen's sudden action. The feeling of the cold lips on her cheek made her shiver. Oh my god! What is Jiang Chen doing? How can he kiss her? Although she feels that his feelings for her are a little different. This progress is too fast. She hasn't thought about it yet. No! Luckily, Jiang Chen's lips moved away quickly. Lin Ran's face was red, and almost exploded in an instant. This is the first time she has been kissed on the face by a man in her 2 lives. Even if she and Yilan had confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend in the previous life, they were emotional and polite, And they didn't even hold hands. Why is she kissed by Jiangchen now? Ran, don't cry, I will wipe your tears. Ran, don't cry. I will wipe your tears. Jiangchen pulled the muscles of his mouth and tongue, and made a sound with difficulty. The sound he made was so unpleasant that Wang, who was sleeping on the quilt, covered her ears uncomfortably. But this sound was extremely beautiful in Lin Ran's ears. Jiangchen. He didn't let himself cry. It turned out that Jiangchen was wiping his tears just now. But that alternative way of wiping tears was really a bit too scary. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and felt a little inexplicably lost. After a while, Lin Ran touched the cool half of her cheek and smiled at Jiangchen. I know, Jiangchen. I won't cry anymore. After thinking for a while, she said, I just cried because I was happy. Because you can talk. Jiangchen. I am really happy for you. The girl in front of him smiled and told him sincerely that she was happy for him. Such direct and passionate feelings made Jiangchen's left chest hurt again. Thank you. Thank you. Thousands of words can only be replaced by clumsy thank you. Jiangchen hated his stiff mouth. Why can't he say more? But the girl in front of him obviously doesn't dislike his clumsiness. Lin Ran smiled softly, with stars in her eyes. Jiangchen. You should talk more in the future. I'd like to hear you talk. Jiangchen tried hard to control his facial expressions, and also wanted to smile like Lin Ran. She looked really beautiful when she smiled, but the muscles on his face seemed too rigid. And Jiangchen tried for a long time, but to no avail. He could only nod, okay. Talk more. By the way, Jiangchen, do you remember the past? Since he has evolved, has his memory returned? Jiangchen was puzzled. What did he remember in the past? He had never forgotten every moment he and she were together, including every second when she was asleep and didn't see him. Seeing the confusion in Jiangchen's eyes, Lin Ran hurriedly added, do you remember that Grandpa Jiang is your real grandfather? And the matter of Yundu? Jiangchen shook his head. No. It seems to be just a primary evolution. Lin Ran was not disappointed. Jiangchen would get better sooner or later. It's okay. Remember it slowly. We have plenty of time. The calmness and confidence in the girl's eyes infected Jiangchen. He nodded like fascination, and said, okay. Although he didn't know what Lin Ran asked him to remember, but he firmly believed that it must be a good thing. The first night at the base was a great harvest for Lin Ran. I met Xia Wenru and Yilan, the two bitches, and also saw Rong Han. The most important thing is that Jiangchen has evolved. After Lin Ran cleaned up the bathroom, he arranged a comfortable nest for each of the three little ones at home. Lin Zhe wanted to live with De Huang, but De Huang wanted to stay at home more. It squatted in the living room with its tail wagging and didn't want to go into the house. Lin Zhe was moved and uncomfortable looking at De Huang like this. How could his dog be so responsible? Look at Wing and the little cat. Why don't they have this awareness? But Lin Zhe had to admit that the two cats were still very powerful in guarding the house at critical times. Especially the two piles of crystal cores found this morning. So, the three little ones in his family are all awesome. Seeing De Huang like this, Lin Ran felt soft in her heart. How can it be so cute? She touched De Huang's soft head, and took out a comfortable nest for De Huang from the space, and placed it near the door of Lin Zhe's bedroom. However, as soon as Lin Ran put down De Huang's doghouse, Lin Zhe moved its nest to his own room. Seeing that De Huang was unwilling to go in, Lin Zhe pretended to be pitiful and said, De Huang, you don't want me to sleep alone at night? I'm scared. De Huang immediately wagged his tail when he heard this. Woof woof woof, Master Xiaozhe. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Then, the honest De Huang was deceived by Lin Zhe. Lin Ran shook her head with a smile when she saw that Lin Zhe even deceived the dog. If her brother continues like this, he will become a master of deception. After arranging De Huang, Lin Ran turned around and returned to her bedroom. As for the remaining two little ones, Wang will follow her. The little cat will follow Jiangchen, and Jiangchen will follow her. So, they are all in Lin Ran's bedroom. Fortunately, the bedrooms in this villa are all very large. Lin Ran still arranged a comfortable sofa and coffee table for Jiangchen, so that he could lie down and watch TV comfortably. Wang still had a footrest. As for the little cat, Lin Ran placed a soft nest next to Jiangchen. When it saw the nest, it knew it was its own. The little guy meowed and lay on it to try it out. It was very comfortable. Then it came to Lin Ran affectionately, and licked her fingers happily. Very comfortable. Thank you, Mistress Ran Ran. After everything was arranged, Lin Ran had time to lie on her soft mattress with a silk 4-piece set. So comfortable. Such a comfortable bed. I must have a sweet dream tonight. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa watching the pad. Under the desk lamp. He was wearing a white t-shirt and headphones. His perfect profile was like a prince who walked out of a comic. Lin Ran's mind moved. And he said softly, Jiang Chen, good night. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen with headphones still had such sensitive ears. He raised his frighteningly bright eyes, looked at Lin Ran, and replied, Ran, good night. Lin Ran nodded, smiled and fell asleep. It's great that Jiang Chen can talk now. From now on, they can say good night to each other like this. Chapter 127 Deputy Base Commander. Villa the Deputy Base Commander in Area A of Peace Base. What? She is the Level 2 Thunder Element? Xie Wenru angrily threw the information sheet of Lin Ran's family on the ground. This is nonsense. Feeling that throwing it on the ground was not enough, Xie Wenru walked over and stomped on the pages of paper a few times. Damn bitch. You only know how to lie. Okay. Look at how angry you are. You don't look like the eldest lady of the Xie family at all. Seeing Xie Wenru go crazy like this, the middle-aged man on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He was Xie Wenru's father, Xie Chenghe, and the Deputy Base Commander of Peace Base. Dad. Xie Wenru pouted and blinked her eyes in grievance. Don't you know that I have lost all my reputation today? Especially in front of Brother Yilan. I was bullied by that bitch. Dad, I can't live anymore. You must avenge me. Xie Chenghe narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, You are so arrogant. Wenru, tell Dad what happened today. Okay. Xie Wenru exaggerated what happened to her in the housing rental center and told Xie Chenghe. She knew that her father was the most protective of his shortcomings. And that woman was finished. Xie Chenghe's face really became darker and darker after listening to Xie Wenru's words. You said Ronghan didn't help you? Yes, Dad. He is a traitor, Xie Wenru said angrily. Don't you know that he also said in public that I used the name of the Eagle team to betray my family, and didn't give us the face of the Xie family at all? Pa! Xie Chenghe was so angry that he slapped the table in front of him. Good Ronghan. He didn't even know to protect you. He is really too powerful as a captain. Xie Wenru saw that her father was angry, and her eyes rolled around and said, Yes. He really didn't remember you at all. If you hadn't saved him, they would have died on the way to the peace base. Not to mention his short-lived sister. If we hadn't kept her in the research institute, she would have become a disgusting zombie. He doesn't know how to be grateful at all. Dad, you should have dealt with him too. Shut up. Xie Chenghe looked at Xie Wenru deeply and stopped her from saying the next word. You know you can't say some things casually, especially things about the research institute. Xie Wenru covered her mouth and knew that she had said something wrong. I know. Dad, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Seeing Xie Wenru nod, Xie Chenghe said again, You said? The girl you met today. Her aura is stronger than yours? Hearing this, Xie Wenru smiled. She approached Xie Chenghe and said, Yes, Dad. Her ability level is definitely higher than mine. I'm already level 5. So she's at least level 6. I don't know how many good things I used to get this level. As a newcomer to the base, she can reach level 6, which is definitely a gift. Dad, should we make a move? That woman is definitely a rare and valuable thing. Xie Chenghe picked up the information sheet on the ground and took a closer look. The family's resume is so mediocre. It seems that they were not a big shot before the end of the world. It's a pity to give her such a supernatural fortune. Xie Chenghe nodded and said thoughtfully, We should make a move. But her ability is so powerful. We still have to wait until Liang comes back. Wenru, remember not to cause trouble before then. When you catch her, you can do whatever you want. After getting a positive answer from her father, Xie Wenru smiled like a flower. Dad, I know. Don't worry. I won't ruin your plan. Let her enjoy herself for a few more days until Liang comes back. The institute will be her home. When the time comes, she will drain her blood and cut her into pieces. That night, Lin Ran had another dream. She lay back on the cold bed in the institute alone. With white sheets, white walls, and white lights. The low temperature in the laboratory made her feel so cold. Click, click, It was the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. Xia Wanru twisted her slender waist towards her with the needle, and walked towards her step by step. She endured the uncomfortable incandescent light above her head, and clearly saw the cold light on the thick needle. The cold light on it made her heart tighten. I thought it wouldn't hurt, but I was still afraid when I saw the needle and the scalpel. Lin Ran knew too well what she would suffer after the injection. That was inhuman treatment. Click. Click. Xia Wanru swayed and stopped in front of the experimental table where Lin Ran was placed. Her face was as bright as a princess who had won a battle. She was so proud. She glanced at Lin Ran's face and pouted with disdain. Haha. Look at this little face. It's so yellow now. I really don't know how she became the second in command of the purple light base. When you were in your prime, you didn't know that you would be so pitiful one day. You are even more pitiful than the mice in the lab next door. It really makes me feel bad. Shameless. Lin Ran said the two words expressionlessly. She said she felt bad, but she would be more ruthless than anyone else when she cut her flesh. When Xia Wanru heard Lin Ran say this, she raised her head and laughed. Poor Lin Ran. You must hate me now. It's a pity that no matter how much you hate me, you can only lie obediently on this bed and let me slaughter you. Let me think about it. Which part of your meat should I cut today? I have to cut a piece of good meat today and let everyone study it. Xia Wanru kept saying cruel words. Her eyes kept looking up and down, as if she was choosing which piece of meat on Lin Ran's body was more pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, she touched her face and smiled evilly. I've decided to choose these two pieces of meat on your face. After all, I don't like them now. Ha ha ha. Xia Wanru's unbridled laughter was piercing to Lin Ran's ears. A strong hatred rose in her chest, and she wished she could tear this evil woman into pieces. She struggled desperately, trying to snatch the needle from Xia Wanru's hand and stab it into the aorta in her neck. She wanted this hateful woman to pay the price. Xia Wanru looked at her useless struggle with sarcasm and contempt, as if she was looking at an ant. The vines on her body were specially made and could not be broken free at all. Besides, she had no strength at all after her powers were drained. Seeing her in such a state of embarrassment, Xia Wanru laughed even more wildly, and raised the needle in her hand to stab her. Lin Ran was so angry that she suddenly felt full of strength for some reason. She broke free from the vines on her body. And then, in Xia Wanru's stunned eyes, she snatched the needle from her hand. Then, she stabbed the aorta in her neck fiercely. Once, and again. Chapter 128. Keep a low profile. The person on the experimental table was replaced by the bloody Xia Wanru. Lin Ran felt happy watching this scene. And then she set another fire to destroy the evil research institute. Standing in the blazing fire, Lin Ran looked at the jumping flames and felt that everything was so beautiful. The person who harmed her was killed by her. The nightmare that had been haunting her slowly dissipated. And Lin Ran knew that she was no longer afraid. Lin Ran had a rare good sleep, and she couldn't help but curl up her lips when she thought of the beautiful dream last night. In the dream, she killed Xia Wanru. What a good dream. Now, she has to kill her in reality. In this life, I am the knife, and she is the fish. Lin Ran turned her eyes lazily, and suddenly saw a shadow cast over her head. Then, Jiang Chen's handsome face that angered the heavens, and people appeared in front of her. It's really pleasing to the eyes to see such a handsome guy early in the morning. Ran. Good morning. Oh, the handsome guy is not only pleasing to the eyes, but also says good morning to her. Lin Ran remembered that Jiang Chen suddenly learned to speak last night. When Jiang Chen saw Lin Ran wake up, he couldn't wait to say good morning to her. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment since dawn. Jiang Chen. Good morning. Lin Ran replied with a big smile, sat up from the bed, and said happily, Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that you can speak more fluently after just one night. Wait for me to get dressed, and we will go out and say good morning to Grandpa Jiang and the others. They will definitely be very happy to see you can speak. Especially Grandpa Jiang. Lin Ran jumped up from the bed happily, and went to the bathroom to change clothes and wash up. Seeing the girl's happy look, Jiang Chen wanted to smile. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. After a night of practice, his language function recovered a lot, but the facial muscle expressions were still not possible. Jiang Chen felt that he still needed to practice more. Yesterday he practiced speaking in the bathroom all night, and his progress was huge. He will practice every night in the future. There is just one disadvantage. He can't hug Ran secretly at night. But Jiang Chen soon figured it out. As long as he is well trained, he can continue to hug Ran Ran. So in order to resume his normal routine as soon as possible, he has to practice harder. He wants to talk to his beloved girl and respond to her when she smiles, even in a different environment. Mr. Jiang did not give up his daily fitness plan. Today he got up early as usual and went to the living room downstairs to lift weights. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice sounded from behind. The voice was unpleasant and harsh, making Mr. Jiang's teeth ache. But when he saw clearly who made the sound, the old man almost threw the iron in his hand out in excitement. Xiaochen, what did you say? Can you say it to Grandpa again? Mr. Jiang looked at Jiang Chen and said in disbelief. Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Ran, and when she nodded at him, Jiang Chen said it again. Grandpa Jiang, good morning. Hey, my little Chen, good morning to you too. In return, Jiang Chen received a big hug and a face full of tears. If Lin Ran hadn't been there, Jiang Chen would have thrown the crying old man out. After all, he didn't want anyone to touch his arms except Ran Ran. Not even men. Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lin Zhe all came down from upstairs when they heard the noise. When Grandpa Jiang finally calmed down, they realized that Jiang Chen could actually speak. Father Lin sighed. This is a great thing, Uncle Jiang. Although Xiaochen has not recovered his memory yet, this is a great progress. Mother Lin also nodded and said, yes. Xiaochen is really different. I have never heard of anyone who can speak again after that. Lin Zhe added, that's right. I have never seen a talking zombie. I think our brother Jiang is the zombie king. In the future, he will definitely unify the zombie group and become a man standing at the top of the food chain. Finally, he will lead humans and zombies to a new civilization. Lin Zhe made up a lot of nonsense, and Lin Ran's eyebrows flew up when he heard it. Her brother is not simple. He is a prophet. Lin Ran didn't reveal anything about Jiang Chen. She felt that these were Jiang Chen's lifeline, and saying them out was like revealing his secrets. But now Lin Zhe has revealed the truth. Pa! Mother Lin slapped Lin Zhe on the head without any courtesy. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaochen is Xiaochen, no matter if he is a zombie or not. Don't say that again. He is the same as us. Lin Zhe knew that he had said something wrong and looked at Grandpa Jiang embarrassedly. He knew that his parents never mentioned that Jiang Chen was a zombie in order to take care of Grandpa Jiang's emotions. He was a little excited just now, mainly because I read some novels about the Zombie King a few days ago, and I was excited all of a sudden. Hee hee. I'm just talking nonsense. It's all because of the novel I read these days. Lin Ran listened to Lin Zhe's explanation and felt that his younger brother was indeed well-read and read all the online articles. It seems that I still need to read more. Knowledge is wealth. Today's breakfast is still rich, but it was also taken by Lin Ran from the space. Fragrant mushroom and meat stuffed buns, bean-flavored soy milk porridge, shangxi noodles, Hanzhong hot rice noodles, Tongguan rijiamo, fried crunchy meat patties, and rice noodles. Satisfied everyone's taste. After breakfast, Lin Ran didn't rush to let Lin Zhe and Jiang Chen wash the dishes. Wait a minute. I have something important to tell you. Do you remember Xie Wanru yesterday? Lin Zhe smiled and said, how could I forget? She was the first person whose face fell to the ground. What's wrong? Sister, do you want to deal with her? I go with you. Lin Ran shook her head. Don't rush to deal with her. But you must be careful of this woman. And everyone should keep a low profile in the base for the time being. After thinking for a while, Lin Ran added, of course. Except me. Dad Lin nodded, okay. We promise not to cause trouble. Mom Lin, yes. Mom will definitely keep a low profile. Grandpa Jiang said, then I won't go out and exercise at home. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran and said seriously, I will be with Ran Ran. And won't cause trouble either. Lin Ran looked at the family who trusted him unconditionally and didn't even ask him why he asked them to do this. And his eyes were moist. With such a family supporting him, he really has nothing to fear in this life. Grandpa Jiang is also their family, since he came to their house. Their fates were closely linked because of Jiang Chen and could not be separated. She took a deep breath and decided to tell the darkest part of her past so that everyone could be prepared. Only if their family was tightly united could they be invincible. Chapter 129 passed. Lin Ran told her experience in the laboratory. This was the first time that Lin Ran described the most horrible past in such detail. Lin's father, mother, And Shiaza only knew that she was killed. The person who killed her was Yilan. And other than that, they didn't know much about the research institute. Because Lin Ran was afraid that everyone would feel sad for her if they knew that she had suffered so much. But now that her enemies have come out one by one, she can't hide it anymore. Mr. Jiang didn't know that Lin Ran was reborn. So when Lin Ran said it, she told everyone that she occasionally had prophetic dreams. And such dreams will come true 100% later. When Mr. Jiang heard Lin Ran say this, he thought of the solid house in the Lin family courtyard. And suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Lin family was so well prepared. It turned out that Ran Ran had this ability, which was really great. However, the story about Xia Wenru and the Research Institute in Lin Ran's dream was too horrifying. And Mr. Jiang felt more and more depressed as he listened. How can such a base bring peace to mankind? I'm afraid they are more terrible than zombies and natural disasters. After Lin Ran finished speaking, Jiang Qin's coldness almost froze people to death. Various superpowers flashed on his body, and his eyes were full of bloodthirsty light. Such Jiang Qin is undoubtedly terrible, but no one in the family is afraid of him, because everyone is almost the same now. They are all very angry. They want to rush out, catch Xia Wenru, and kill her in the most vicious way. Ran Ran, I will help you get revenge. Jiang Qin looked deeply at Lin Ran, and his red eyes, which had not yet worn contact lenses, were full of heartache. Killing her can relieve the hatred in my heart. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Qin and smiled. I also want to help you get revenge. In fact, in my dream, you are also tied up in the laboratory. We are both poor little white mice tortured by them. Jiang Qin, he is too incompetent. He didn't even protect Ran Ran, and was caught with her. Unforgivable. Lin Zai was so angry that he could no longer hold back, and stood up in a flash. Xia Wenru, that bitch, actually dared to do that to you and brother Jiang. I will chop her into 8 pieces, pull out her tendons and skin her, and let her pay for your life. Good son. Lin's father climbed onto Lin Zai's shoulders. Let's work together, not only to destroy her, but also to destroy her family. To avenge your sister. Old Master Jiang put down the iron in his hand and said, Maike is not a vegetarian. Count me in. Lin's mother stood up, and the white ice power and green wood power in her palms were madly converted. If Mom doesn't kill that woman, I will be your mother in vain. Good Ran Ran. You have suffered. Lin's mother felt more and more distressed the more she thought about it, and hugged Lin Ran. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and wanted to hug Lin Ran. But Lin Ran was tightly hugged by Lin's mother, so he couldn't do it. He could only make a lonely gesture to the air. Lin Ran patted Lin's mother to calm her down. I told you this not to ask you to kill Xia Wenru now, but to make you be on guard against her. Don't be fooled by her, and don't contact her alone. Lin Ran looked at everyone and said seriously, I came to the Peace Base to find clues about the Research Institute. So don't rush into anything with Xia Wenru. Everyone, got it. Also, I wrote on the registration form that I am the only one with superpowers. Level 2 Thunder System. And everyone else should keep a low profile. Don't use superpowers if you can avoid it. Even if Xia Wenru wants to do something, let her come at me. Anyway, I have been on guard against her, and I am not afraid of her. And if something happens to me, you know where to find me. You are my trump card. Everyone agreed with Lin Ran's words. Yes. They are each other's support and trump card. Lin's mother and father looked at each other. Okay. We all understand. But Ran Ran, you have to be careful. You should take Shiaza with you when you go out. Although he is stupid, he is still reliable at critical moments. Lin Zai looked at his mother with resentment. He is not stupid. Okay. Lin's mother ignored Lin Zai's eyes and said to him, remember to protect your sister when you go out. She can't get into trouble. Lin Zai, got it. He won't let his sister get into trouble either. Seeing that everyone understood the spirit of this conversation, Lin Ran finally felt a little more at ease. Okay. Let's end today's meeting here. By the way, there is one more thing. The man who was with Xia Wenru yesterday was Yilan. This guy is not a good person either. You all have to be careful of him. So he is Yilan. Okay. We know. The Lin family is familiar with the name Yilan. This is the thing that their family hates the most. Very good. He is more hateful than Xia Wenru. They will not let him go. Old Master Jiang thought, Yilan. Isn't that the child of the Yi family? So they are here too. Old Master Jiang thought of something and said to Jiang Qin, Xiao Qin, Your previous sins may be against this Yulan. He might do something. You have to be careful of him. He remembered that his Xiaochen had severely cheated the Yi family before the end of the world. The Yi family was so angry that they almost came to make trouble. But there was no reason for them to make trouble. His Xiaochen didn't know that the end of the world would come. And he didn't cheat him on purpose. But the Yi family has always been dishonest. You still have to be on guard. Jiang Chen was not willing to pay attention to people except Lin Ran. He replied lazily. Lin Ran was a little curious when she heard this. Grandpa Jiang? How did Jiang Chen offend Yilan? She didn't know that Jiang Chen and Yilan had a relationship before. Mr. Jiang naturally knew everything. He said that Jiang Chen sold a major project of the company before the end of the world, and cheated Yilan out of 5 billion yuan. As a result, when the end of the world came, all the projects were ruined. The Yi family was very angry. When the Yi family was angry, Lin Ran was happy. She looked back at Jiang Chen and gave him a big smile. Jiang Chen, you did a great job. It turns out that you have always been good at doing things. Jiang Chen didn't know what Lin Ran was talking about. But he knew she was very happy. He was happy when Lin Ran was happy. And he liked Mr. Jiang a lot more. He looked at Mr. Jiang eagerly and said, if you can talk more. Didn't you see that Ran praised me because of what you said? Unfortunately, Mr. Jiang didn't get what Jiang Chen meant, and turned around to talk to Lin Zai. Jiang Chen, it's so strange. Why do I feel a little ignored? Lin Ran took out a pair of contact lenses and walked over, interrupting Jiang Chen's thoughts. Jiang Chen, I put on some makeup for you, and we go out for a walk later. Okay. Chapter 130, The Enemy of My Enemy. After packing up, it was already past 9 o'clock. At this time, everyone was moving, and it was a good time to go out. Lin Ran planned to go out with Jiang Chen and Lin Zai. They wanted to see what this peace base looked like. By the way, go to District D to take a look. As for Lin's father and mother, they did not want to go out with them, saying that they would just walk around the neighborhood and let them play by themselves. Grandpa Jiang did not go out either, and stayed at home with the 3 little ones to exercise. Lin Ran glanced at his parents who were hiding together secretly, and didn't know what they were going to do, and helplessly told them to be careful. He went out with Lin Zai and Jiang Chen. Since Xie Wanru didn't do it yesterday, it is likely that she will not do it today. Lin Ran felt that she might still be waiting for something, and even if she dared to make trouble, she would not get any good. None of their family members are vegetarians. As soon as Lin Ran and his family went out, 2 people came out of a villa next door. One of them had red hair, like a middle school boy from a comic book. The other one was normal, without dyed hair, but equally handsome. If it weren't for the end of the world, Lin Ran would have said, which family raised these 2 young masters? But after they left, Lin Ran realized that they were not young masters from rich families at all. They had a fierce aura, and they were definitely people who had been tempered in the bloody storm. You are the new ones next door, right? When they got closer, the red-haired boy took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello. We are your neighbors next door. My name is Louisa. His name is Li Xiang. Nice to meet you. Gentleman Isa. This name is not bad. Don't hit a smiling person. Besides, these 2 young men are really good-looking. Before figuring out their intentions, Lin Ran didn't intend to turn against them. Lin Ran also politely replied, my name is Lin Ran. This is Lin Zai. And Jiang Chen. Hello. Louisa has a good background, and has seen many beauties before the end of the world. But this Lin Ran is really beautiful. He has never seen such a beautiful woman, especially in the end of the world with such a harsh environment. Thinking of what he heard about Lin Ran yesterday, he dared not despise Lin Ran in his heart. He must strive to get this powerful person to his team. Seeing that Lin Ran was about to leave after saying hello, Louisa hurriedly said, hello, Miss Lin. We are from the Red Flag team. I am the captain. This is our deputy captain. I wonder if you are interested in joining our team. Lin Ran was stunned. She didn't expect that these 2 people came to invite her to join their team. Are these teams so short of people now? So anxious to recruit new people? Didn't Xie Wanru say yesterday that it's not difficult to join these teams? Lin Ran said, why invite us? We are just ordinary people. Louisa's eyes flashed. These are not important. What we care about is everyone's overall quality. And as far as I know, Miss Lin has a level 2 thunder ability. This ability is not ordinary. Although our red flag team is not as powerful as the Eagle team, we are also one of the 10 teams in the base. As long as you are willing to join us, I believe that everyone will work together and soon surpass the Eagle team. Lin Ran was not surprised to see that he could clearly describe his ability. After all, when the property people took their information yesterday, Lin Ran knew that this would happen. I didn't expect that this young man was one of the captains of the 10 teams in the peace base. And he should also know about the dirty things between himself and Xia Wenru. So he deliberately said this to win her over. But now the situation is unclear. She doesn't plan to join any team. Lin Ran chuckled and said, "Thank you, Captain Lu, for your appreciation. But we have just arrived here and are unfamiliar with everything. We are not planning to join any team yet." Louise's disappointment was obvious. He really liked this girl's personality. If she dared to confront Xia Wenru, she would be better than 90% of the men in this base. But he soon felt relieved. He was originally an open-minded person, and he knew that normal people would not accept others' recruitment so quickly. After all, we just came here and are unfamiliar with the place. What if we are sold out? He glanced at Li Xiang. Li Xiang immediately understood and took something out of his pocket. "It's a pity that Miss Lin is not coming to our red flag team. I hope you can join us after understanding the situation of our base. The door of our red flag team is always open to you. This is a map of the peace base, which is more detailed than the general maps on the market. You may need it when you go out." Lin Ran looked at the map in Li Xiang's hand, thought about it, and took it. Although I don't know why they took the initiative to show their goodwill. The map is a good thing. We just need a map. So thank you for your kindness. Louisa waved his hand. "We are all neighbors. Don't be so formal." Lin Ran smiled and nodded, and took Jiang Qin and Lin Zai to wave goodbye to them. When they could no longer see Louisa, Lin Zai said, "Sister, I didn't expect these two people to know what your superpowers are, and that you had a conflict with Xia Wenru. Yes, this peace base looks very complicated. I guess there are many people who are dissatisfied with Xia Wenru. Don't offend these two people. Maybe they will be useful later." Lin Zai probably understood what Lin Ran meant. It's probably that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. After thinking this through, Lin Zai nodded obediently. "I know. The villa area covers a large area. But fortunately they live near the exit." And they walked out in a short while. After leaving the villa area, there is a bustling commercial street. The shops were the same as what I saw yesterday. All of them were in business, and they looked prosperous. However, not many people went to the shops to shop, and it must be difficult for everyone to earn points. The most popular places were the places to eat, but there were not many food shops on this street. Lin Zai looked at the map and said, "Sister, it turns out that our most prosperous area is A, followed by B and C. The points redemption center yesterday was in B." Lin Zai's words made Lin Ran frown. "Only A, B, C? Where is D? No D? D?" Lin Zai took the map closer and studied it more carefully. After a while, Lin Zai said again, "There is really no D area. There are only A, B, and C areas on this map." This area was not marked on the map. Lin Ran took the map and studied it carefully. It was true that the location of the area was not marked. Louisa said that this map was more detailed than other maps of the base, but none of them marked this place. Then there is only one possibility. This is an area that cannot appear on the map. Now she is more interested in area D. Soon, Lin Ran found a flaw on the map. She saw that there was a large green area on the edge of area C, and there was no marking there. If there is area D, then it must be there. "Sister, where are we going now?" Lin Ran pointed to the map and said, "Let's go here and take a look." Chapter 131 Create your own team. If you want to go to the place on the map, you must pass through area B and area C. The peace base was built on the original holiday villa, which covered a large area back then. After it was used as a base, a large area around it was included. In order to prevent the entry of zombies, high walls were erected around it. Areas A, B, and C are all within the scope of the original holiday villa. Area A is the villa area in the center. Area B is the second circle, and Area C is the third circle. The area near the wall that is not marked on the map should be Area D, which is the last circle. There were people coming and going on the street, and Lin Ran and the other two walking on the street did not look out of place. It's just that this base is really big, and it took a while to walk to the place where they rented a house yesterday in Area B. This is the points exchange center of the peace base. and it is also their official service center. When they got closer, Lin Ran found that many people gathered in front of the Points Exchange Center. Lin Ran, what's going on in front? It's much more lively than when we came here yesterday. Sister, I go find out what happened in front. Lindsay loves excitement the most, and wants to get to the front when he sees excitement. Lin Ran nodded, and Lindsay rushed out like a rocket. Lin Ran looked at Lindsay, who was like this, shook his head with amusement, and followed Jiang Chen slowly. When Lindsay rushed over, he saw that everyone was gathered in front of an electronic screen. This is the bulletin board and task release board of the Peace Base. It contains some important notices of the base and various tasks. I didn't expect that the fiery team was so powerful. They solved all the most terrifying mutant beasts in the east with one move. Yes, this is a great thing for our base. The mutant beasts in that area ate many of our superpowers, which prevented us from searching for supplies in the east. The fiery team is really great. This is the real way to eliminate harm for the people. That's because Captain Liang is awesome. He is the most powerful person I have ever seen. Shouldn't the most powerful person be Captain Ronghan? Their Eagle team. The team is ranked first. I think the points will definitely increase after the return of the Liehua team. The first place may be theirs. Don't tell me. It's hard to say. Haha. There will be a good show at that time. I heard that Captain Liang and Captain Ronghan have never been on good terms. These two people will have to compete for the first place. Lindsay heard the gossip and asked curiously, is the first and second place important? What are the team points? Lindsay's question was really rookie. The middle-aged man in his 30s, who was the most active next to him, looked at Lindsay strangely. Little brother, you are new here. You don't even know what the points and rankings represent? Lindsay is good-looking, especially when he smiles. He said flatteringly with a smile, this big brother has a good eye. I just entered the base not long ago, and I don't know anything about the rules here. I wonder if you can tell me. Lindsay's smile is very confusing. The middle-aged man was enthusiastic to begin with. Seeing Lindsay's good attitude, he said a few more words to him. This score is divided into personal points and team points. The higher the points, the greater your privileges. So everyone in the Peace Base is working hard to earn points. From buying food on the street to renting or buying a house, you need to use points. And the way to earn points is either to work in the base or to go out of the base to play in the wild. However, working in the base to earn points is very little, and there are not many positions. Many people work hard all day long and can barely make a living. But for most ordinary people, it is lucky to be able to make a living in the base. It's really not peaceful outside. Lindsay deeply agreed. It is true that the end of the world is too unfriendly to ordinary people. But the world is like this. What else can be done? Lindsay nodded and said, only our base can provide jobs for ordinary people. It is worthy of our Peace Base. When Lindsay said this, the man looked at him even more strangely. Little brother, it seems that you really don't know anything. Do you have any special abilities? Lindsay thought of Lin Ran's words and said, I am just an ordinary person. The middle-aged man shook his head and whispered to Lindsay, then you have to be prepared. This base is not as friendly to ordinary people as you think. If you don't have some connections and some supplies to take care of it, there is no position for you above Area C. Lindsay scratched his hair and asked, what should I do? The middle-aged man glanced at Lindsay and saw that he was tall, and gave him advice. You are tall and should be strong. It would be best if you could join a small team. Once you become a member of the team, you can enjoy the privileges of the team and share some points from the big guys. Otherwise, you can only end up in that kind of place. It's best not to go there. The middle-aged man said this earnestly, and he was really giving Lindsay advice. Lin Ran, who was following behind Lindsay, quickly grasped the deeper meaning of his words. What kind of place is that? Is it District E? Lindsay is a man who is particularly good at asking questions. Seeing that the big brother treated him well, he continued, so it's so good to join a small team. That's not true. Who wouldn't want to join a small team if they have some special abilities and strength? Especially the 10 small teams in the base. You don't know that as an ordinary person. Not only do you have to spend points every month on food, clothing and housing, but you also have to pay taxes to the base. Lindsay was stunned. You have to pay taxes? Yes, 5 points per person. But if you join a small team, you will be exempt from all taxes. And you don't have to pay anything extra when entering and leaving the base. Do you have to hand in things when you enter and leave the base? Yes. Peace Base supports individuals to go out to hunt. But every time you return to the city, you have to hand in a crystal core to the base. And you have to hand in 1/10 of the things you earn to the base. You have to hand in 1/10 of the things you have worked so hard to find. Lindsay instantly felt that the manager of this base was Huang Shuren in his previous life. How could he do such a sure-win business? But if you join the team, you don't have to pay these extra things. The things you bring back from the jungle are yours. Lin Ran, who was standing aside, couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard this. This peace base is really a good calculation. This is to force everyone to join their team. If I guess correctly, these teams should all be under official management. Once the superpowers enter, they must abide by their management. And it is also easier for them to find out everyone's situation. Lin Ran thought of a possibility and asked, "Can we create a team ourselves?" Chapter 132 Axe Gang. Seeing Lin Ran suddenly appear, the middle-aged man was stunned. There are such beautiful people in this base. When Lindsay saw Lin Ran, he smiled at the middle-aged man and introduced, "Brother, this is my sister. I am curious. Since the base team has so many privileges, can I create a team by myself? That way, I don't have to pay points, and I won't be controlled by others." The middle-aged man laughed when he heard Lindsay's words. "You are young people after all. It's not so easy to create these teams. As far as I know, the teams in the base are basically affiliated with the official. The captain is also determined by the official after examining the abilities of the team members." Lin Ran frowned. "So these teams are basically all official." The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something and said, "But it's not completely impossible. Do you know the Red Flag team? One of the 10 teams? Red Flag team?" Lin Ran and Lindsay looked at each other quickly. They are too familiar with each other. When they went out this morning, their captain and deputy captain came to talk to them. Lindsay said, "I heard a little bit about them." "What happened to them?" The middle-aged man looked around, came over and lowered his voice. "They are the team they created themselves. I heard that they were all soldiers of the special forces before. They were originally the managers of this base. But later, for some reason, they all withdrew from the management. Their captain Louisa was originally the grandson of the former commander of the Yondu military region. After they withdrew from the management, they created the Red Flag team themselves. Most of the members of the team are also from their special forces. This base does not rely on official support and belongs to a civilian team. But the strength is also good. It is one of the 10 major teams. No wonder the name of the Red Flag team is so legitimate. It turns out that they are all soldiers." Lin Ran knew these inside stories, and she had a better impression of the red-haired boy in the morning. She also knew some of the filth of the political struggle in the early days of the establishment of the peace base. It was probably because the upright soldiers could not compete with the disgusting politicians. The original purpose of the peace base has changed. Lin Ran said, "Since their Red Flag team can create a team, then others can do it too." The middle-aged man nodded. "That's true. But the Captain Louisa, who created the Red Flag team at that time, was a second-level superpower. It is said that he is now a fourth-level fire superpower. So if you are all ordinary people, it would be a bit of a fantasy to say that you can create a team. Why can't ordinary people create their own team?" A woman with a strong momentum came over after hearing what the middle-aged man said. Her hair was cut very short. Her eyebrows were sharp. And she had a big axe on her waist. At first glance, people knew that she was not easy to mess with. "Brother Songwon, you said you know everything, but you gossip all day long and don't even know this. A few days ago, our base formed a new team called the Axe Gang Team. The people in it, including the captain, are all ordinary people. And they are all women. Did you know that?" "Oh, the women's team. How could I forget this? Thanks to Xiaoyan. You reminded me." "Uh-huh. Sorry." The woman named Xiaoyan glared. "Humph. I think you just look down on us women. So you deliberately ignore our existence." "Captain, this Songwon is here." The man was frightened when he heard Xiaoyan calling his captain, and turned around and wanted to run. As a result, he had just run a few steps when he was stopped by a woman who also had a big axe on her waist. The man was slippery, but the woman was faster. The two fought for a few times, and the man named Songwon was grabbed by the neck by the woman. "Songwon, I'm just asking about something. Why are you running?" Lin Ran secretly thought that the woman's skills were beautiful. She looked up and was stunned when she saw the woman's appearance clearly. Then she was greatly surprised. "Zhang Huan." Hearing Lin Ran's voice, Zhang Huan turned her head suddenly when she saw that the person who called her was Lin Ran. Her eyes were also shocked and ecstatic. Lin Ran? Benefactor? Is it really you? Lin Ran smiled widely. Yes. I said we would meet again. Great. They met again. She looked good, and she knew that this iron-like woman would stand up again. Zhang Huan finally suppressed her excitement, but she didn't forget the business. She glanced at Songwen in her hand and said, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to my place and sit down." Okay. Zhang Huan and his family lived in the relatively remote sea area. Lin Ran followed them all the way and found that this side was indeed much quieter. Few shops on the street were open. Occasionally, one or two of them would sell food. The pedestrians passing by were also dressed much more simply than those in the other two districts. It was not very convenient to talk on the road. And Lin Ran only knew a little about Zhang Huan's current situation. Not long after she came to the peace base, she and those sisters founded this axe gang team. She is the captain. They are determined to unite all the sisters in the end of the world to protect the rights of women and children. Although none of their team members have superpowers, and even she has only recently awakened the speed superpower, they are tired of being bullied. As long as they are still alive and can hold an axe, they will never compromise with fate. After they were established, in addition to the original 12 people, there is now a large team. Many women who don't want to succumb to fate have joined after knowing their team. The girl named Xiaoyan just joined not long ago. Each of them holds an axe and has gone out of the city to do several tasks. Although it was just a simple task, they were all completed. They are no longer the same as they were then. Along the way, Lin Ran listened to Zhang Huan, who was in high spirits, talking about what she had been doing recently, and the smile on her face never stopped. Zhang Huan was glowing. Great. She was getting better and better. Zhang Huan pointed to a small courtyard and said, "We're here. This is our home. Let's go in and sit down." Lin Ran looked at the small courtyard, which looked a little shabby, and nodded. Zhang Huan and her friends were many, so they really had to live in a small courtyard like this. But when Zhang Huan opened the door, Lin Ran realized that there were more than just many people living in it. There were simply too many. Wow! Sister Zhang Huan is back. Sister Xiaoyan is back too. A dozen children rushed over to them with laughter. They hugged Zhang Huan and Xiaoyan's waists, and they were extremely enthusiastic. After they had carried the babies one by one, a child with big eyes asked, "Sister Zhang Huan, have you found Xiaoxue?" Zhang Huan turned to Songwen, who she had been holding, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. Sister Zhang Huan will find Xiaoxue's whereabouts soon. Uncle Songwen will tell us." Chapter 133 The Missing Child. Songwen's face, which was not very white to begin with, turned even darker when he heard Zhang Huan's words. He pouted, feeling extremely bitter. Why was my luck so bad today? Why did I run into this group of terrible women? It was really unlucky. Songwen said with a bitter face, "Sister Huan, I don't know anything." Zhang Huan grinned and said, "Don't worry. I let you remember. Xiaoxiu, Xiaolan, come out quickly. There are guests." As soon as Zhang Huan finished speaking, two familiar faces came out of the room. Xiaoxiu and Xiaolan were also the ones who were rescued by them together with Zhang Huan. The two ran out and saw that it was Lin Ran and the others, and they were stunned at first. Then their eyes turned red. "Benefactor, why are you?" "Great. We meet again." Lin Ran looked at the two neat girls and nodded with a smile. "Yes. It's great. We meet again." He sat in the room and drank a glass of water. Lin Ran realized how amazing Zhang Huan, her sister Huan, is now. After she founded the Axe Gang, she helped many helpless women and children. In this small courtyard, there are more than 60 people, big and small. These people are living a stable life under her protection. She is really amazing. Zhang Huan added a glass of water to Lin Ran and said, "District C is not as prosperous as the other two districts, but renting a house here is relatively cheaper. We have a lot of people and eat a lot. We save as much as possible and live here." Lin Ran looked at Zhang Huan steadily and said sincerely, "This is already very good. You are amazing." Zhang Huan blushed the moment Lin Ran praised him. I just don't want to be bullied by others anymore. But my strength is still too weak. If I could be as strong as you." Lin Ran gently patted Zhang Huan's hands on the table. Those hands were extremely rough and covered with scars. But it was enough to witness Zhang Huan's growth and difficulty during this period. You are already great. Yes, Sister Zhang Huan. I also think you are really heroic women. Heroines. And modern Muguiying. Lin Zhe, will give you 10666s. Zhang Huan was amused by the straightforward Lin Zhe. How can we be so great? We are just a group of poor people who huddle together for warmth and seek stability. But now we can't even keep the stability we seek. Lin Ran frowned when she heard this and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Huan pointed at Songwen, who was tied up and thrown on the ground by Xiuxiu and others, and said, "Then we have to ask him. Songwen, tell me, where have all the missing children gone during this period?" Songwen sat on the ground with his head down. When he heard his name being called, he dared to raise his head. "My aunt? I am just an ordinary person, not a prisoner. How do I know where the missing children are?" Zhang Huan didn't believe Songwen's words at all. This Songwen is the most gossipy person in the entire base. It is rumored that he is the intelligence radar of the peace base. How could he not know these things? Besides, she really didn't know who else to ask except him. This was not the first time that a child in the base had gone missing. She had only heard about it before. Now it happened in their family. How could Zhang Huan just sit back and watch? Xiao Xiao. Such a lovely girl. She went out to play nearby yesterday afternoon and disappeared. They searched anxiously for the whole night, but couldn't find her even a shadow. They asked the official report, but they said that they were not enough manpower at the moment, and all the members of the team were out on a mission. They asked them to go back and wait, and sent them back. They really had no choice. So they thought of asking Songwen, the intelligence radar, who knew that this old guy was so slippery that he couldn't be caught at all. Today, they finally found his trace, and she went there in person to catch him. Zhang Huan sneered, "If you don't know, no one will know." Songwen, I don't believe you don't know these things. Xiao Xiao is our child. If she gets into trouble, I will never let you off. You probably don't want to know my methods. Songwen knew that the Axe Gang's female soldiers were powerful, but they probably couldn't do anything to him. Compared to those people, Songwen still felt that it was better to offend Zhang Huan. He figured this out and said stiffly, "My elder sister." "My sisters? I really don't know. I pay attention to the news of some superpowers all day. How can I know about the missing children? I advise you to look everywhere. These days are not the past. There are all kinds of people. Maybe someone kidnapped the children and did something with them." Zhang Huan gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin." Xiuxiu, Xiaolan, here I am. Sister Huan, take the guest away and let him have a good taste of our Axe Gang's methods. No, I really don't know anything. Songwen was still afraid of physical pain and screamed in fear. Zhang Huan narrowed his eyes slightly. Stop his mouth for me. Don't scare the children in the yard. Don't worry, Sister Huan. Songwen was dragged to another room by Xiuxiu and Xiaolan without any courtesy. But even in the other room, Lin Ran and the others could still hear the sound of fists hitting flesh. I think he was beaten badly. Lin Ran looked at Zhang Huan with a sad face and said, "Zhang Huan, what happened to the children missing?" Lin Zhe also said, "Yes. Sister Huan, if you encounter any difficulties, just tell us. Maybe we can help." Zhang Huan looked at Lin Ran and the others gratefully and said, "Thank you. But this matter should not be that simple. You just came. You may not know that in addition to the 3 official areas A, B, and C on the map of the peace space, there is also a D area. It's D area again." Lin Ran's heart sank, and he knew that there was something fishy in this area. Lin Zhe scratched his hair. "Sister Zhang Huan, there is indeed no D area on the official map. What is the mystery of this D area that is so secretive?" Zhang Huan snorted. "There is indeed something fishy about this D area. The 3 areas A, B, and C that you see are the most glamorous areas of the peace base. And the D area is the slum of the entire base. How can the leaders of the base, who are so proud, allow the D area to appear on the map so openly? Most of the children I mentioned about missing children happened in the D area. A few days ago, I heard that there were children missing in the D area. When I came back, we told the children in our yard to be careful and not to go with strangers. The children were very sensible, and we also did anti-abduction drills for them, and everyone performed very well. Who knew that even with such caution, Xiao Xiao still disappeared? Lin Ran, I was really too scared. You don't know? I have never heard of children here being found after they disappeared. Hearing this, Lin Ran became nervous. Have you been to District D to look for it? Zhang Huan nodded. We have been there. And our people are still looking for it. But it's too messy there. And it's too difficult to find people. Chapter 134 Whereabouts. Thinking of the smoky and chaotic D area, Zhang Huan frowned even more. At this moment, Xiao came out. Her pretty face wrinkled in anger. Sister Huan, Songwen is too stubborn. I think I'm going to beat him to death. But he still says he doesn't know. Do you think he really doesn't know? Zhang Huan's face turned pale when he heard this. Could it be that he really doesn't know? Lin Ran smiled lightly. Don't worry. I just asked him if he knows. Lin Zhe was stunned. Sister, do you have a good idea? Just wait and see. Lin Ran raised her eyes slightly. Smiled at Xiao. Pull the man out for me. I interrogate him. Jiangchen, who was sitting next to him, was stunned. Ren seemed to be shining like this. Songwen was dragged out with a swollen nose and eyes. When he saw Zhang Huan, he immediately cried and said, Sister Huan, you should believe now that I know nothing. Look at me. She beat me up like this. If I want to know, I would have told you long ago. Zhang Huan said nothing with a cold face, and looked at Lin Ran for help. Lin Ran smiled coldly. Do you really not know? Or, the consequences of telling this matter are more frightening to you than being beaten by us here? Songwen's face suddenly changed when he heard Lin Ran's words. You? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Ran retracted the smile on his face, and his aura suddenly became stronger, and purple light jumped wildly in his palm. I know you understand. Have you seen this? This is a thunder power. Do you know what I can do with this power? Songwen was frightened by the aura emitted from Lin Ran and broke into cold sweats. He suddenly realized that the person in front of him seemed very scary. No. I don't know. Big sister. I really don't know anything. Lin Ran's eyes turned cold, and the more powerful her aura became. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Since you don't know, I help you recall. The purple lighting hit Songwen unceremoniously. The lighting controlled by Lin Ran was very clever. It wouldn't electrocute him to death, but it would make him very uncomfortable. This move was trained by her in the late Doomsday. It was specially used to torture those who did evil and interrogate them. She had recorded that the most desperate desperados in the Doomsday could not survive 3 electric shocks in her hands. And they would confess everything. Save. 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 Life. Songwen was tortured by Lin Ran, and he felt that life was worse than death. The girl was so beautiful. Why was she so cruel when she started? Much crueler than the person who beat him. The dense electric current passed through his body, and Songwen felt that his bones were aching. If he doesn't stop, his brain will be electrocuted into tofu pudding. Seeing Songwen rolling his eyes and spitting white foam again, Lin Ran retracted his supernatural power. Songwen gasped like a dead fish. Lin Ran said, Do you know what this is? This is my special electric shock punishment. This was the most popular punishment in prisons in the 19th century. Those most unruly and desperate prisoners confessed everything after being electrocuted by the prison guards. Do you confess now? Lin Ran was smiling when she spoke. But in Songwen's opinion, this beautiful girl was more terrifying than the devil. Her electric shock punishment was too horrible. How could there be such torture in this world? He didn't want to suffer such a punishment again. He would rather die than be treated like this. Songwen said bitterly, Ladies, please stop torturing me. I am just a bit mean, but I have good ears, and I sell information to make a living. So please let me go. Lin Ran took out a handful of crystal cores from the space under the cover of his pocket. Okay. I won't let you do business at a loss. We have always been authentic in doing things. As long as you tell us the clues. These are all yours. Songwen greedily glanced at the crystal cores in Lin Ran's hand and swallowed his saliva. So many crystal cores are enough for him to live a good life for a while. Just say it. Anyway, with these crystal cores, he can be free and easy for a while even if he dies. Songwen's heart hardened, and he finally said, I know someone who should know the whereabouts of the missing children. He is in District D, and he is one of the superpowers who manage District D. Brother Shui. Lin Ran asked, Where can I find him? Go to the black market. He buys something every night. It's easy for you to find him. Then how do you know that the children's disappearance is related to him? Songwen took a breath and said, Because I have seen him buy children, but I really don't know where the children were bought. Because superpowers cannot be provoked, especially those in District D. They are different from those who stand in the limelight. They are not human. At this point, Songwon's whole body began to tremble unconsciously. If you go to find him, you must be careful. That man not only hates children, but also hates women. It would be more painful to fall into his hands than death. You are all women soldiers, so be careful when you go there. After Songwon finished speaking, Lin Ran gave him all the crystal cores as promised. Seeing so many extra crystal cores in his hand, Songwon was very happy. I didn't expect the women soldiers to be so honest. We can cooperate more in the future. Looking at Songwon's greedy look, Lin Ran nodded. You have such talent. There should be more opportunities for such cooperation. And we will not treat you unfairly in the future. She wants to find the research institute. This person is a know-it-all. And he will definitely be useful in the future. Songwon laughed even happier when he heard this. That's great. You don't have to catch me on the street in the future. That's too scary. As long as you give me enough crystal cores, I can find out anything you want to know. I live at number 28. Chishan Street. District C. Okay. I remember that. After that, Songwon was taken away by Xiaoxiao to treat his injuries and rest. Seeing Songwon walk out, Zhang Huan turned to face them and said, Lin Ran, thank you for your help just now. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to pry Songwon's mouth open. I've already troubled you a lot, so don't worry about what's going on. You just came here, so it's best not to get involved in District D. Lindsay said, Sister Huan, didn't you hear him say that Brother Shui is very cruel and hates women? I am the only second man among us. If I don't do it, who will? I will accompany you to find the child at night. As the only other man here, Jiang Chen didn't speak, but just looked at Lin Ran. Chapter 135 Eating. Lin Ran smiled at Zhang Huan. Since we have met, there is no reason to ignore it. Zhang Huan, I also want to go to District D to take a look. Jiang Chen heard this and immediately received the signal. Then I will go too. Count me in. Zhang Huan was even more moved when she heard this, and didn't know what to do. How could she be so worthy to meet such good people as Lin Ran? Zhang Huan's thousands of words in her heart could only be turned into one sentence in the end. Thank you. Thank you, three benefactors. Lindsay smiled and said, Sister Huan, you are not handsome now. You don't know? When I saw you just now, you looked so cool with an axe on your waist. You can't call us benefactors anymore. We are all friends. Just call me Shiaza in the future. Lin Ran, yes. Just call me Ran Ran. Jiang Chen, He still didn't speak, so just call him by his name. Other nicknames can only be called by Ran Ran. Zhang Huan laughed out loud. Okay. Then you can just call me Huan Huan. Lin Ran shook her head. I still call you Sister Huan. That's in line with your big sister temperament. She still likes to call her Sister Huan, just like in the last life. The two smiled at each other. Okay. Unconsciously, the distance between everyone has shortened a lot. Zhang Huan's courtyard is very simple. Because of a small incident, the children dare not go out. Now they are all gathered in the yard. And the small yard is full of children. Lin Ran noticed that the oldest child was only 8 years old. Zhang Huan said that the children are all orphans. Their parents are either superpowers who died on missions, or poor people who died in District D. Lin Ran looked at the children in the yard, playing carefree, and her eyes moved to Zhang Huan again involuntarily. She is always so strong and takes care of others like that. Lindsay suddenly sighed. Sister Huan, how do you feed so many people? You know, when they separated a few days ago, the food they gave to Zhang Huan was only enough for more than a dozen people. Now there are so many people in this small yard. How do they survive? Zhang Huan said, we have hands and feet. Those who can find a job in the base will go to work. If we can't find a job, we can go out to do missions and hunt in the wild as long as we can hold an axe. Sisters work together. We won't starve to death. Yes, as long as everyone works together, they won't starve to death. Lin Ran couldn't help but think of the days when they struggled to survive together in their previous life. How difficult it was for her and Zhang Huan at that time. But they didn't feel bitter in their hearts, because they rely on each other, since they met and advanced in this life. Zhang Huan's affairs are her affairs. Lin Ran and the others walked around the yard. When they came to the kitchen, Xiaoyan came over and greeted them warmly. Sister Huan, the meal will be ready soon. Please stay and eat with us. Today's menu is rice porridge and fried pumpkin. Zhang Huan smiled and said, the pumpkin is very tender. We found it when we were hunting outside. You must try it. Lin Ran hurriedly shook her head and refused. No. We agreed to go home at noon. Otherwise our family will be worried. Since Brother Shui will come out in the evening. Let's go back and pack up and come in the afternoon. When the time comes, we will go to Area D together to catch that guy. Zhang Huan wanted to stay. But seeing that Lin Ran and the others were determined, he could only let them go with regret. After agreeing to come in the afternoon, Lin Ran took Lin Zai and Jiang Chen away from Zhang Huan's yard. It was not until they walked a long way out of the courtyard that Lin Zai asked, Sister, we told our parents that we would go home at noon. Why don't you stay and eat with us? I think Sister Huan and the others really want us to stay for dinner. Lin Ran looked at the bleak streets of District C and said, they have to support so many people. And life is already difficult. How can we have the nerve to eat at their expense? Lin Zai was enlightened when he heard Lin Ran's words. He glanced at Jiang Chen beside him. And it was true that he could not eat at their expense here. What kind of appetite does this guy have? Only their family can afford it. Fortunately, her sister is wise. She did not agree to eat at their place. Lin Zai walked a few steps and suddenly stopped. Sister, I seem to see. What did you see? Lin Zai looked at the figure disappearing at the corner of the street and said uncertainly, I must have seen it wrong. That person seems to be Luo Xingxing. But not quite. Luo Xingxing? If he saw her, wouldn't it mean that Luo Xiangxi is also here? That all her enemies are gathered? Lin Ran felt a burning sensation in her palms. Let's go and see. Lin Ran ran in the direction Lin Zai said. At the end of the corner of the street was a residential area. I don't know if it was because it was dinner time. The residential area was empty. Sister, maybe I saw it wrong. Lin Zai was not sure if that person was Luo Xingxing. After all, her appearance had changed too much. She looked several years older. Lin Ran remembered the name of the community and said in a deep voice, let's go home first. On the way back, Lin Ran and his friends rented a human-powered sightseeing car for 3 points. This car was originally used for sightseeing in the resort, but now it is used as a taxi. The driver of the sightseeing car was a talkative uncle, and he told them a lot of gossip about the base along the way. You people in Area A should stay in Area A. The closer you are to Area C, the less safe it is. Lin Zai pretended not to understand and said, what are you saying? Aren't all areas under the jurisdiction of the peace base? How can it be unsafe? I see that the wall behind Area C is 5 meters high. The uncle shook his head and sighed. People are not as good as they used to be these days. You haven't seen those dirty things. Sometimes people are much scarier than those zombies. Hey, it's better not to come here. The topic suddenly became a little heavy. Lin Ran said, Uncle, do you know about the missing child during this period? How can I not know? There are people looking for children on the road every day during this period. Those people are miserable. The officials are busy earning points and playing wild. If the child is lost, it will be lost in vain, and no one will look for it for them. Alas, life is hard. These days, only those of you who can live in Area A can live well. That's the life of the upper class. And you can see singing and dancing every day. So it's better to be a superpower. It's better to go out and kill zombies to earn points than to squeeze the blood and sweat of your own kind. Lin Ran keenly grasped some details from the driver's words. The disappearance of the child is indeed a man-made disaster caused by his own kind. But does the person behind it have any relationship with the official? Or does it have any relationship with the people in the research institute? Lin Ran looked at Area C, which was gradually moving away, and his black eyelashes slowly covered the emotions in his eyes. Whether there is any relationship or not, we will know at night. Chapter 136. Go deep into the enemy's heart. When I got home, I didn't expect that Lin's father and mother were not there. When Grandpa Jiang saw them coming back, he stopped opening the instant noodle bucket. Ran, Xiaochen, Shiuza, why are you back? Lin Ran looked at the instant noodles on the table and said, Grandpa Jiang, you shouldn't treat yourself badly even if we don't come back. You're going to eat this for lunch? Grandpa Jiang laughed and said seriously, Ran, don't you know that this instant noodle is actually quite delicious when you eat it occasionally? Especially this old-style pickled cabbage beef noodle. Soak it for 5 minutes. Add a braised egg and a sausage. It tastes no worse than meat. Lin Zai heard this and said mischievously, it turns out that instant noodles are no worse than meat in Grandpa Jiang's eyes. When we just came back, we said we would eat braised beef for lunch. It seems that Grandpa Jiang doesn't plan to eat with us. Braised beef? Is it the beef that is stewed until it is soft? Rotten. And tasty? Grandpa Jiang's saliva flowed out involuntarily. Hee hee. Shiza. I just thought about it. There is still a gap between this old-style pickled cabbage beef and real beef. Grandpa Jiang should eat lunch with you. Lin Ran took out a big pot of braised beef from the space and said with a smile, no problem. Everyone has a share. A large portion of braised beef. With a total of 6 pounds of beef and tripe. And a lot of fresh bamboo shoots and radishes as side dishes. A bowl of sweet rice for each person. Not to mention how delicious it is. But Lin Zai's meal today was not as good as usual. He thought that the children in Zhang Huan's courtyard were eating porridge and fried pumpkin without any meat. And he felt that he was really guilty. Lin Ran glanced at Lin Zai and said, what are you thinking about? Eat quickly. You still have to send things to Zhang Huan and others after dinner. Send things? What to send? Of course. Food and clothing. Eat quickly. Hearing that it was to send food and clothing, Lin Zai immediately became happy. I know you are the best and most attentive. Brother Jiang. Let's eat hard and see who finishes first. Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Zai speechlessly. He was really too childish. Eating competition? He didn't want to. Because he was always the first. Soon, a pot of braised beef was finished. Jiang Chen also mixed the soup at the bottom of the pot into the rice and ate it clean. He knew that Ran Ran hated people who wasted food the most. So he wanted to eat it all. Lin Ran felt particularly satisfied when she saw Jiang Chen eating sweetly. She finally understood why Lin's mother liked to cook for Jiang Chen the most. Because he would give you an incomparable sense of accomplishment. After all, he could eat all the rice. Although she didn't cook today's meal. She brought it out. Jiang Chen was able to finish it without leaving any leftovers. And she felt so comfortable. After the meal, Lin Ran put 20 bags of 10 kilograms rice and 20 boxes of 5 kilograms noodles in the trunk of the business car. A lot of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, chocolate, and sugar were put in. A lot of infant milk powder, common medicines, and some clothes and shoes were also put in to improve physical fitness. The trunk of the business car is large. And it is a 7-seater. They are the only one in it. And the last row of seats will not be used later. After putting down the seats, the trunk space will be larger. So these things were barely stuffed in. Lin Ran thought about the extremely cold weather in the next few days. And wanted to prepare more winter clothes for them. But there was really no room for more things. It seems that they can only be sent later. Ran, you are going out again. Grandpa Jiang saw the movement here and knew that they were going out again. Well, we met a few acquaintances and went to give them some things. And Grandpa Jiang, we may be back late at night. Please tell my parents when they come back. So that they don't have to worry if we don't come back at night or come back late. Okay. By the way, where did my parents go? Do you know? Grandpa Jiang shook his head. He really didn't know. But, according to his observation, they should not have gone to do anything good. After all, the two of them had been discussing secretly for a whole morning. However, with the tacit understanding and ability of the couple, nothing should happen. Thinking through this, Grandpa Jiang said with relief, they should have gone out to walk around and get familiar with the environment. Ran, don't worry. Wait for them to come back, and I will tell them. But you should come back early. Got it, Grandpa Jiang. Lin Ran touched the 3 little ones, told them to accompany Grandpa Jiang to look after the house, and took Jiang Chen and Lin Zai to Zhang Huan. At that time, Lin's mother and father, wearing wigs and ragged clothes, stood in the talent market in Area B. They were looking for their target employers. Lin's mother saw a fat man coming over, and she patted Lin's father excitedly. Dad, look, this person is coming again. Yes, that's him. Wait for me to go up and talk to him. Dad Lin wiped the mud on his face and walked to the fat man with a hoe. This man is the housekeeper of the deputy base commander's family. Whether they can find a job today depends on this man. Hey, Mr. Wu, are you hiring a gardener? Fatty Wu glanced at Dad Lin with his small eyes. Why hire a gardener? We don't hire idle people. Dad Lin grinned with 6 big teeth and smiled very sincerely. Mr. Wu, the two of us can not only be gardeners, but also cook, sweep the floor, wash dishes, and do all kinds of odd jobs. Please be kind and provide us with a job. Dad Lin spoke while quickly delivering something to Fatty Wu's hand. Fatty Wu pinched it, and his eyes lit up immediately. Wow! It's cigarettes. In the end times, the most lacking things are actually things like cigarettes and alcohol. Because most people would only choose to stock up on food, which is rare. This poor gardener actually has cigarettes. This is more expensive than gold and points. He opened the cigarette box and took a look. There were still 5 or 6 cigarettes in it. Not bad. So many. Enough for him to enjoy for a long time. Fatty Wu's expression was much kinder. He looked at Lin's father and mother, who were honest and looked nimble. Okay. We just need 2 nimble workers. Come with me. Hey. That's great. Mr. Wu. You are such a kind man. Haha. Just know it. If you have this good stuff in the future, remember to bring me more. Hey. Don't worry. I will definitely bring it to you. The couple smiled like a flower and said nice things. Carrying the hoe, he followed Fatty Wu to the deputy base commander's house openly. Hee hee. Ran. Mom and Dad directly used a trick to penetrate the enemy's heart. Now we are all going to see Awenru's home. I wonder if your progress is as fast as ours. Chapter 137 Delivering Things. On this side, Lin ran, and the others drove back to Zhang Huan and her friend's courtyard. The children had just finished lunch not long ago. But children are very active. After playing in the courtyard for a while, they felt hungry again. However, they were all very sensible, and never told Sister Huan and her friends that they were hungry easily. Even the youngest Xiaoyuan knew that if he was hungry, he should drink more water and not cause trouble for the adults. Because Sister Huan and her friends adopted him, he was already under a lot of pressure. They are family members, and should be considerate of each other. Suddenly, the children heard the sound of a horn outside the courtyard. Xiao Xiao, as the eldest child in the room, immediately shouted into the house, Sister Huan, Sister Xiao, there is a car outside. Soon, all the adults in the house came out. Because of lunch, most of the people in Zhang Huan's team are back now. And a few are out hunting. Or are still in Area D. Everyone gathered in the yard, opened the gate carefully, and saw Lin Zhe standing in front of the business car. Sister Huan, you finally came to open the door. Xiao Zhe, it's you. Isn't this the benefactor? Benefactor. It's really you. So nice. The girls who came back later, and were rescued by Zhang Huan were very excited to see Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe smiled embarrassedly. My name is Lin Zhe. You don't have to call me benefactor in the future. We are all friends. Zhang Huan said, yes. We are all friends in the future. Just remember the kindness in your heart. We must repay it one day. But now we are friends. Yes. We will definitely repay it. Benefactor? No. Repay Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was embarrassed. He was really shy when such a group of beautiful women asked him to repay him. He has been a single dog for many years, and has not had much experience in dealing with women. Ding dee. Fortunately, Lin Ran's horn sound saved him. You don't invite me in. Lin Ran stretched out her head, and smiled at everyone. Sister Benefactor, you are here too. When they saw Jiang Chen sitting in the passenger seat, they were surprised and said, Ah, and handsome Benefactor, you are all here. Zhang Huan was amused by his sisters. Didn't you say not to call me Benefactor? This beautiful lady is Lin Ran. And this handsome man is Jiang Chen. We will all be friends in the future. Ran, come in quickly. Lin Ran nodded, and finally drove the business van to the yard. As soon as Lin Ran got out of the car, Zhang Huan called out, Ran, she is a Jiang Chen. Come in quickly and sit down. Lin Ran smiled and said, No hurry. Unload the things first. Things? What are they? Lin Ran opened the trunk. I brought some food and supplies for you and the children. Don't think it's too little. As Lin Ran opened the trunk, Zhang Huan saw a car full of supplies, and his eyes turned red with surprise. Ran, why did you bring so many things again? This? How can we accept it? Don't look at us like this. We can actually support ourselves. So many things have been given to us. What will you do? Zhang Huan shook her head, and said words of refusal again and again. How could they have been so worthy of accepting the gifts from Lin Ran and others? This friendship is really too heavy. Lin Ran patted Zhang Huan's shoulder. Sister Huan, you are not handsome like this. We don't have to be so polite to each other. Don't worry. We have more. You will not make us poor. Lin Ran took out a box of meat floss bread from the trunk and distributed it to the children. The fragrant bread is here. Everyone has a share. The children looked at the soft and sweet meat floss bread. And they were drooling. But no one reached out to take it. Lin Ran looked back at Zhang Huan and sighed in his heart. What good and sensible children they are. They were all waiting for Zhang Huan to nod. Zhang Huan looked at the children, then at Lin Ran, and finally nodded and said, Sister Ran Ran is handing out bread. You don't want to take it. Don't you want to eat it? At Zhang Huan's command. The children almost jumped up with joy. Sister Ran Ran, we want to eat it. I want it. Sister Ran Ran, I want it. Sister Ran Ran, I want it too. Seeing the children's excitement, Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe also came to help. Don't worry. There are all. That's right. Everyone has a share. A box of bread was quickly distributed. Not only the children had a share, but the adults also had one. The children held the bread and felt it was extremely rare. It was not long before the end of the world. But they felt that they had not seen bread for a long time. This is a fragrant, sweet and soft bread. This was something they had at their fingertips. A small snack that they could have as long as they acted coquettishly with their parents. But now their parents are gone. Eating bread has become a beautiful thing that they dare not even dream of. But now, they have bread again. Does that mean that as long as they are together, the terrible end of the world will also be far away from them? If so, it would be great. Zhang Huan finally took over Lin Ran's things. She secretly told herself that when she had the ability, she would definitely return this favor to them double. Xiaoyan, who had just joined the team, couldn't help but admire the generosity of these people who were called benefactors by the boss. So many bags of rice. So many boxes of noodles. And so many breads. Instant noodles. Compressed biscuits. Ham sausages. All given to them. Do you know how expensive these things are sold at the base now? What kind of godly benefactors are these? The family is not only beautiful but also kind. She decided that they would be the people she admired most besides the boss. After moving the things down, Lin Ran asked, Sister Huan, when are we going to Area D? Zhang Huan said, I just wanted to tell you about this. According to Songwen, Brother Shui will not come out until the evening. But just in case, I want to go there early to wait. Okay. Then we go there early. Well, since we're going to the black market, we'd better sell some things. I didn't know what to sell. But now that I see the things you sent, I have an idea. Zhang Huan has always wanted to go to the black market to exchange things. As long as you have food and points, you can exchange for anything. It's just that there are too many people in their axe gang. Most of the valuable things brought back from each mission are used to exchange for food. There is really nothing left to exchange. Now it's good. With the things given by Lin Ran, she can go to the black market now. Area D is located on the edge of Area C. In the suburbs. It is separated from the rest of the base by a wide river. Lin Ran passed through Area C and saw the river. He knew why this place was removed from the map. Because the river was too wide. Moreover, there was no bridge. Or, there was a bridge here, but it was destroyed by someone with ulterior motives. For example, those high-sounding base managers. In order to prevent people from Area D from coming over and competing for the resources of people in Areas A, B, and C. How to get across later. When Lin Ran was wondering, Zhang Huan pointed to the opposite side and said, Wait a minute. A small boat will ferry over every 15 minutes. As long as we pay a point or a little food, they will take us across the river. Chapter 138, Inseparable Area D. Sure enough, after a while, a boat came over from the opposite side. It was the kind of plastic sightseeing human-powered boat before the end of the world. The man who came over was tall and had a lot of tendons. He was a good rower at first glance. How many people are you on the boat? 5 people. The man said, 5 points. Or food of equivalent value. What do you pay with? Zhang Huan took out a bag of instant noodles and a bag of compressed biscuits from his backpack. Master, let's use this to calculate. Is this enough? The man saw the things in Zhang Huan's hand clearly. And his eyes lit up instantly. This is a good thing. It is much more valuable than 5 points. Is this a tip from the guests? This is too generous. The man hurriedly took the things in Zhang Huan's hand and stuffed them under his loose clothes. This is great. Guests, please get on the boat. Zhang Huan took Xiu on first, and then Lin Ran and the other 3. After sitting down, the man paddled towards the other side of the river. Lin Zhe looked at the empty water and thought of a question. He looked at the man and asked, "Master, if we can get over there, can the people on the other side also get over there?" The man looked at Lindsay strangely. This man's question was a rookie's. This must be his first time in District D. And he didn't know anything about this place. But he didn't dare to be perfunctory with Lindsay, because the girl just gave him a lot. The extra tip is the reward for answering questions. "Young man, is this your first time here? For those of us who live here, it's not easy to survive. So how can we get enough points to live there?" Lindsay was even more puzzled. "Points? Don't you only need 1 point to take a boat?" He felt that it shouldn't be difficult to get enough points. The man heard this and understood what Lindsay meant. He was willing to have a good chat with this young man now. He laughed at himself. Of course it's easy to earn a point. But from the moment you enter the city, from the moment you can't hand over 10 kilograms of food, our fate is different from yours. From the moment we enter District D, our value is marked. If you want to get out, it's impossible without skinning us. Most of us can't make up that money in our lifetime there. We don't have your human rights. Or we are no longer worthy of being treated as human beings. Your entry permit is green. And you are first-class citizens. And our entry permit is red. We are second-class citizens. Lindsay's heart sank. What do you mean by unworthy of being human beings? The man shook his head. He shook his head and didn't want to say anything more. You will know when you go there. The sooner you go, the sooner you will come back. It's not a place that young people like you like to stay. Lindsay said, if it's so terrible there, can't you sneak over? Like we did? And you are a boatman. Isn't it easier to do such a thing? The man said bitterly, it's not that easy. I just said that our entry permit is red. In this base, no matter where we go with it, we will be discovered. We can't go anywhere with such an entry permit. The man's words made the atmosphere on the boat dull. Life in District D is obviously more difficult than they imagined. It turns out that from the moment they entered the city, the class between them has been divided. Lin Ran couldn't help but think of the rumors about this base in the previous life. This base is basically for the rich and the upper class. And they also protect the interests of the rich and powerful. It's not surprising that they can do such a thing. In her previous life, she was upset for a long time because she didn't come to this base. Their family waited in Yunda for so long, waiting for rescue and evacuation. Unfortunately, they only took away those who were rich and powerful. She even regretted why they were not brave enough to drive over to find this base. Because she thought that if her family came here, Shioza might not have frozen to death in the extreme cold. Now it seems that not coming here may be a kind of mercy. Because after coming here, he may die more miserably. As the man stopped paddling, Area D slowly appeared in front of them. Guess you can see where you are going from the end. By the way, you'd better not go to the edge of the city wall. A mutant beast came there a few days ago and broke through the city wall. It has not been repaired yet. Also, if you go back, come here anytime. We are here no matter how late it is. Lin Ran nodded, okay. Got it. Then he covered his pocket and took out a bag of instant noodles from the space and threw it to the man. The man didn't expect today's guests to be so generous. I thanked them happily. Even after Lin Ran and the others had walked quite far away, they could still see the man nodding and bowing to them to thank them. Zhang Huan sighed, alas. The life in District D is really not for human beings. Don't be afraid when you get there later. There are a lot of people there. Don't get separated. Lin Ran nodded slightly. Looking forward, District D has arrived. What appeared in front of Lin Ran was a large refugee area. There were no decent buildings here. And the largest and most decent building was the city wall not far from where they lived. People lived in shanty towns that they built themselves. Those houses were barely built with sticks and branches. Men and women lived together in them. And the stench was overwhelming. Lindsay had only seen such scenes in movies. Is this District D? Zhang Huan, yes. This is District D. This place is very large. And the population is more than that of Districts A, B, and C combined. They are trapped here, building walls day and night. Look, those walls are now 8 meters high. Lindsay looked at the wall that was taller than the Great Wall and exclaimed, now the zombies can't get in. Zhang Huan sneered, how could they not get in? Now there are zombies of various types, such as earth and fire. They are all very powerful. How can they not get in? And a few days ago, the eastern wall was breached by mutant beasts. No one is in charge here. And the managers are also idiots. Many people in District D were captured and eaten. It's so pitiful. I think it's a waste of money and labor to build these walls. Lin Ran agreed deeply. The bases back then were all built with walls at the beginning. Later they found out that these walls were no match for the superpowered zombies and mutant beasts. Zhang Huan pointed to a small path and said, "This is a residential area. Let's go to the black market." Chapter 139 Slums. It was afternoon, and there were not many people in the residential area of District D, whether men or women, as long as they had a little strength. They went to the construction site beside the wall to move bricks. It was difficult to survive in District D. If they didn't go, they wouldn't even get the basic food issued by the base, and they would starve. Du Ping didn't go to move bricks today. She slept in the shed built by her husband Gao Ming. If you look carefully, you will find that this shed is much more beautiful than those around. Before the end of the world, Du Ping's husband was an excellent architect with an annual salary of millions. But now, he can only move bricks at the base. The former potential stock has become an ordinary person. Even worse than an ordinary person, because he met a group of robbers on the way to the base. Although they escaped from the robbers' den with great difficulty, their supplies and gold bars were lost. So after arriving here, they couldn't even pay the entry fee of 10 kilograms of food. So they were sent here. What kind of place is this? This is a place for second-class citizens. They are hungry and cold here, living in this messy shantytown like pigs and dogs, and doing the hardest work like dogs. Du Ping was very resentful when she thought of this. I heard that people in other districts live no different from before the end of the world. They eat well, wear well, and live in small Western-style buildings. But I live here, doing the hardest work, and I might even die. I didn't go to move bricks and work today. Not because she was lazy, but because she really had no strength. Her hand was broken when she was moving bricks a few days ago. Later, she didn't dare to ask for leave, and insisted on moving for a few days. Now the wound is getting worse and worse. She frowned and looked at the rotten wound on her hand, which seemed to have a bad smell. Seeing this, her tears fell. She felt that she was really going to die. Although her husband was still working on the construction site, he could only bring her some food and medicine to treat her wounds. That was impossible, because there was nothing here. Except, when Du Ping thought that she might die from this injury, her teeth were about to break. She was also the school belle back then, and many people pursued her. But she looked down on those rich second generations, and married Gao Ming. A potential stock she was optimistic about. Gao Ming's high salary and understanding before the Doomsday proved that her choice was really right. But after the Doomsday, she heard that many of her rich second-generation classmates were taken away by the peace base in advance. She knew that there was resentment in her heart. If she had chosen them back then, would she not be so miserable? She touched her face. She was still as young as a flower, and she really didn't want to die like this. Sister-in-law, are you feeling better? Drink some water. A little girl about 5 or 6 years old came in tremblingly with a large bowl of water. This child is very dirty, as if no one has taken care of her for a long time. Her clothes have not been changed for a long time, and they are so dirty that they are black. But you can still see that she is a very cute child. She is Gao Ming's sister, the child born in the old age of Gao Ming's parents. When the Doomsday came, Gao Ming's parents died of high temperature, leaving only this child. Gao Ming is loyal. Even if Du Ping is not happy, he still brought her with him when he came to the base. Fortunately, although she is young, she still knows a little. She rushed to do the housework. She didn't eat much, so Du Ping let her follow. Sister-in-law, drink some water. Du Ping looked at the water she brought, which was relatively clean. She stretched out her hand and took it lazily. But she didn't expect that this action of taking the water would touch her wound. The severe pain made her hand shrink. Bang! The only bowl in the house fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't hold it firmly. Can you please not hit me? The little girl squatted on the ground with her head in her arms and cried. If there were someone around, they would know that this child must have been beaten and scolded by the woman frequently. Du Ping raised her hands high. She was furious. The only bowl in the house was broken. This life can't go on. It really can't go on. Destroy it, or die together. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. It's all Celia's fault. The crying of the girl on the ground brought Du Ping back to her senses. She thought of a possibility, and her eyes showed an almost crazy look. Xiaoyu, Sister-in-law doesn't blame you. Xiaoyu, who hadn't waited for a slap to fall for a long time, raised her eyes in disbelief. Sister-in-law, is it true? Of course it's true. Du Ping smiled strangely. But you still have to be punished for doing something wrong. Go to a place with sister-in-law, and sister-in-law will forgive you. Okay. Xiaoyu hadn't seen Du Ping smile at her for a long time. Sister-in-law hadn't even smiled at her brother for a long time. As long as sister-in-law was happy, she would be willing to go anywhere. Xiaoyu nodded heavily to Du Ping. Okay. Du Ping laughed even more happily when she heard this. She had an extremely vicious idea in her mind. The Zhang family next door favored boys over girls, and sold their daughter, who ate for free on the black market a few days ago. She got a lot of food in exchange. Xiaoyu was delicate and pretty, and if she went to the black market, she would get more than her little girl. The most important thing was that if she was lucky, she could get medicine. She had provided her with good food and drink for so long, and now it was time for her to repay herself. Lin Ran followed Zhang Huan through the narrow residential area, and she didn't expect the area of the residential area to be so large. It's just that now most of the adults have gone to work. Now there are only some children, and the elderly left in the house. Only along the way, she got a general idea of District D. In her previous life, she also went to. There are many bases, both big and small. But there are also many bases like the Peace Base that are hierarchical and exploitative. However, it is only the beginning of the apocalypse, and the Peace Base is really unwilling to pretend. For ordinary people who have no use value, they don't care about their life or death. In fact, in the late stage of the apocalypse, talents are the most important resource, because there are more and more zombies and fewer people. Without people, there is no hope. There is no creativity and vitality. Therefore, after the apocalypse, the size of the base is often calculated according to the population. The people living here are really like animals. In such an environment, Lin Ran can already predict that once the extreme cold comes in a few days, most of them will die on the first day of the big drop in temperature, because their supplies are really too scarce. Chapter 140 Black Market Business. Does the manager of District D live here? Lin Ran thought that there was a manager in District D. So he asked. Zhang Huan said, how is it possible? The environment here is so bad that they don't live here. Look over there. That row of tall buildings. That's where the manager lives. Lin Ran looked up and saw that the manager's house was surrounded by a large wall. It looked like the house had a large area. Why didn't they let these ordinary people live in it? Zhang Huan explained, this was originally going to be a resort hotel, but it was left unfinished when the end of the world came. Lin Zai said, I said it was decorated so luxuriously. It turned out to be a resort hotel, but it doesn't look like it's left unfinished from the outside. Zhang Huan said, that's because it was repaired by the people living in District D. Although it's not as prosperous and comfortable as the original resort hotel, it's fine for people to live in. Otherwise, how could it be used by the noble managers? Lin Ran looked at the resort hotel thoughtfully. With this place, maybe when the extreme cold comes, the people in District D can fight, and they won't have to die. Zhang Huan pointed to the front and said, let's go. The black market is in front. Lin Ran, okay. Black market, rather than a black market. This place is another slum. There are sheds everywhere, as dirty and messy as the residential area just now. From time to time, there are blushing sounds coming from the shed, which make people blush and heartbeat. Jiangchen has the best hearing. When he walked here, he was very curious about these strange sounds. Does this strange sound represent pain or happiness? For the first time, Jiangchen found that he couldn't tell the emotions represented by these sounds. If he couldn't tell the difference, would he be disliked by Ran Ran in the future? Jiangchen stopped when he thought of this. He wanted to listen for a while, so that he could learn how to tell the difference. The man standing in front of the shed saw Jiangchen's slightly stagnant steps, and thought he was very interested in what was going on inside. He greeted enthusiastically, Sir, my sister is the most beautiful woman in the entire D area. Do you want to come in and have a pair? I guarantee you will be satisfied. All you need is some noodles or a point. The man in front of another shed bared his yellow teeth and said, What do you mean your sister? Isn't the yellow-faced woman inside your wife? Sir, you should come to my place. My daughter is the most delicate flower. You will never regret coming here. Pooh. Seeing that the business was exposed by the people next door, the man said contemptuously, She must be delicate. She is just a few years old. The person inside is my wife. So what? We can't do anything about it. You are the conscienceless and disgusting scum. You have hands and feet. But you use your young girl to do this kind of business. Pooh. 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 Sir, you should come to my place. No. No. Come to my place? Don't pay attention to this disgusting thing. While talking, the two people actually wanted to pull Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes darkened instantly. Where did these filthy people dare to touch him? The pressure from the superpowers was launched instantly. And in a moment, the two men were thrown to the ground. Ah, guest. You don't have to hit me if you don't want to come. That's right. It hurts so much. You have to pay me. Lindsay looked at this scene with amusement. He originally thought that his brother-in-law really dared to cheat. Now it seems that these two bastards are so bold that they actually forced the sale. They deserve to be punished by his brother-in-law. Lin Ran came over, and purple light flew in his palm. You want compensation? Lin Ran's voice was soft and gentle, but it frightened the two men. Damn. There is a superpower next to this man. Then we can't touch porcelain. No. No. We don't want compensation. Yes. We are in good health. We don't need compensation. Let's go. Lin Ran didn't move, and the two men ran away. Jiang Chen looked at the two people running away, and for some reason his whole body suddenly tensed up. He looked blankly in the direction of Lin Ran, and the aura that made him uncomfortable seemed to come from her. Why? He clenched his hands involuntarily, and felt inexplicably nervous. Lin Ran didn't say a word, but Jiang Chen felt as if he had done something wrong, and felt extremely guilty. What a strange feeling. He seemed to have upset Ran. Ran. Jiang Chen called out Lin Ran's name, and before he could ask what was wrong, he heard Lin Ran's cold voice. Gone. Lin Ran withdrew her gaze from Jiang Chen and continued to walk forward in a chic manner. Jiang Chen, Ran seemed to be really angry. Why exactly? Gone. Brother Jiang. Lindsay came over and pulled Jiang Chen, who was still standing there, with a little sympathy. His brother-in-law was probably going to suffer today. His sister is very good in other places, but she is a very demanding person in terms of relationships. He just behaved badly and stepped on his sister's minefield. It's over. After bypassing the red light district of the black market, they finally arrived at today's destination, the trading center of the black market. Although it was not yet night, there were still many people setting up stalls here. There were some things in front of each person. Some were selling clothes, some were selling books, and some were selling jewelry and the like. Lin Ran was interested in some batteries, and some small inventions and creations. She found that there were quite a lot of things in the black market, and she could go shopping later. Sir, miss, you can barter or use points. If the price is right, these pearl necklaces will be yours. It's a pity that no one was interested in her necklace. After all, people can't even fill their stomachs now. What's the use of necklaces? Zhang Huan found a place and took out the things in his backpack. It was 2 compressed biscuits and a few bags of instant noodles. Seeing this, Xiao said with bright eyes, Sister Huan, you are still great. I didn't think of using this trick. We are doing business here while waiting for people. Just like undercover. Zhang Huan, actually, I also want to exchange something. Xiao is Zhang Huan's fangirl. Upon hearing this, she immediately said, Sister Huan is wise. This is a 2-pronged approach. What do you want to exchange? I will help you to shout. Crystal core. What Zhang Huan wanted to exchange was the crystal core. Except for her. The people in their axe gang had no superpowers. They were still too weak. So, for everyone, she needed a crystal core to improve her superpowers and become stronger. Xiao, you want a crystal core? Okay. I shout right away. Zhang Huan said with a smile. No. Keep a low profile. Or wait for them to come and ask. Okay. Zhang Huan's stall was full of food, which was a scarce commodity in the black market where supplies were scarce. Soon, someone came to ask. But when they heard that Zhang Huan wanted crystal cores, everyone left disappointed. Lin Ran found Zhang Huan's stall quite interesting. So she took Jiang Chen and Lin Zai to set up a stall on the side. She took Lin Zai's backpack and took out a piece of chocolate, 2 hams, a handful of noodles, and a pack of instant noodles from it. She saw that food was the most popular in the black market. Maybe she could get something good in exchange. But Lin Ren didn't expect that the first person who wanted to exchange her things was the woman who wanted to sell her child. Chapter 141, Meeting an Acquaintance. How do you want to exchange these things? Lin Ren looked at the woman who rushed in front of her and asked, how do you want to exchange them? To be honest, Lin Ren didn't know how to exchange them. So, she planned to let the other party make an offer. The woman didn't say anything. She was so excited that her palms sweated as she held the girl's hand. She looked at Lin Ren's stall with greedy eyes. Ham sausage. Instant noodles. How long has it been since she last saw these things? I really want to eat them. Selling her can exchange for these delicious foods. That's great. Seeing that the woman didn't say anything, Lin Ren looked at the girl next to her. The girl's face was washed white and clean, and she looked much cleaner than other children in District D. But such cleanliness may not be a good thing here. Soon, many people gathered in front of Lin Ren's stall. Here, food is always the best-selling product. The woman saw that she was about to be squeezed out and was about to ask. At this time, someone next to her asked first, do you only have food here? Lin Ren, yes. Only food. The woman was very disappointed when she heard that, and pulled the little girl out of the crowd. She wanted to eat those things. But she came here not only to exchange for food today. The most important thing is to find medicine. She doesn't want to die. Sister-in-law, are we here to buy things? But we don't have money. Xiaoyu pursed her lips and spoke softly. Du Ping smiled strangely. Don't worry. Xiaoyu, we will have money later. Sister-in-law will send you to a good place to live a good life. Xiaoyu looked at such a sister-in-law, and suddenly felt a little hairy in her heart. She was a little scared. Where is sister-in-law going to send her? Will she sell her? Xiaoqiu, the girl who played well with Aunt Wang next door, suddenly disappeared that day. Later, she saw Xiaoqiu's brother eating instant noodles. He told himself that Xiaoqiu was sold by them in exchange for a lot of delicious food. Is sister-in-law going to sell her too? Xiaoyu's heart was suddenly filled with great panic. She didn't want to be sold. She ate very little, and she could eat even less, as long as she could be with her brother. Xiaoyu was about to ask Du Ping not to sell her, but was suddenly pulled to the ground by a strong force. Xiaoyu, sit here. Sister-in-law can't walk anymore. Let's wait for someone to come. Du Ping sat in a place not far from Lin Ran's stall. This place is very popular. If they sit here to set up a stall, this dead child will definitely be sold quickly. She didn't dare to delay too late. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain when Gao Ming came back. But she had already thought of an excuse. When Gao Ming came back and found that Xiaoyu was missing, she said that she didn't know where she went, and she probably ran away for fun. There are so many missing children here now. What does one more Xiaoyu mean? As long as she didn't say it, Gao Ming would never know that his sister was sold by him. When Xiaoyu thought that she might be sold, her beautiful eyes were full of tears. No wonder her sister-in-law was so nice to her just now, washing her face clean. She also changed her into a clean dress. She thought her sister-in-law finally liked her a little. She didn't expect that she was going to sell herself. Sister-in-law, can you please not sell me? Xiaoyu begged in a voice as soft as a mosquito's chirp. Du Ping's heart sank when she heard Xiaoyu's voice. She didn't expect that she was so smart and knew that she was going to be sold. She smiled gently and said, Xiaoyu, you have been living with your sister-in-law and your elder brother, and you have been hungry and cold. Sister-in-law is not selling you. I have discussed with your brother and want to send you to a wealthy family to live a good life. Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and said in panic, Send? Du Ping smiled dryly. Of course. It's not for free. We still have to ask him for something. But you also know that these days, families who can give out some things must live a good life. If you go back with them, you will live a good life. You? Does my brother know too? He is going to sell me too? Du Ping raised her eyebrows. Yes, your brother knows too. Look at my hand. It has become like this. We really can't afford to support you. It turns out that my brother also knows. When Xiaoyu heard this, tears flowed down her face. It turned out that she no longer had a home or family. She sat on the ground, hugging her small body. She was scared to death. She heard from the neighbors' aunt that she must not run around in District D. If she was caught and sold by bad guys, her heart and liver would be eaten. She would definitely not survive. Du Ping glanced at the little girl who was crying non-stop, and was very satisfied with her silence. She picked up a piece of grass from the ground and stuck it on her head. This was a sign of selling people on the black market. When others see this grass, they know that the child is for sale. Now, she just needs to wait for others to ask. And Wang said that there is a man named Shuegu on the black market who is very generous. If the child's soul can be taken away by him, it would be a great fortune. He is the manager of District D. It must be no problem to get some medicine. Thinking of this, Du Ping hurriedly pulled Xiaoyu over and wiped her tears. Don't cry. If you cry ugly, no one will like you. Xiaoyu didn't want to cry either, but she couldn't stop crying. Du Ping looked at her dead look. Disgust flashed in his eyes, and pinched the soft flesh under her clothes fiercely. If you cry again today and delay me from selling you, I will beat you to death when I go back. Xiaoyu covered the painful place where she was pinched, and she couldn't speak because of the pain. Thinking of the means by her sister-in-law to betray her brother, she really didn't dare to cry anymore. But her eyes were stupid and dull, as if her soul had been hollowed out. As night fell, more and more people came to the night market. Most of the things on Lin Ran's stall were gone, and she got a few pieces of jewelry and a few books in exchange. These things were useless, especially the books. They turned out to be junior high school textbooks. Lin Zhe sympathized with the kid who was just in junior high school and sold books. As a poor student, he admired intellectuals, and he was a kid younger than him. Lin Ran let him go. She picked up those pieces of jewelry for fun, just because she thought it was interesting. Zhang Huan also successfully exchanged 2 first-level crystal cores, which were taken from the mutant beasts that rushed into Area D a few days ago by a young man. Zhang Huan asked curiously, "Did you kill the mutant beast?" The young man nodded, "Yes. I killed it. You know, even a first-level mutant beast is very powerful, because the growth and muscle development of animals are stronger than humans. Just like an adult dog. If it gets angry, an adult may not be able to beat it. So a first-level mutant generally cannot beat a first-level mutant beast. This young man killed 2 at once." Xiaoxiu was full of admiration. "You are really amazing. Are you a superpower?" The young man said, "It's nothing amazing. They were also injured at that time. I just took advantage of the chaos to go up and stab them a few more times. If you want to live, you can't be a coward." What the young man said made Xiaoxiu stunned. How come what this young man said is the same as the principal of their axe gang? Lin Ran heard the conversation here, and also came over curiously to take a look. Unexpectedly, when she saw the young man's face clearly, she found that she knew him. Isn't this the soldier who warned her not to come to Area D at the gate of the base? What's his name? Wu Xiqing. Why did he come to Area D? Chapter 142. He's here. Lin Ran still has a good impression of soldiers. Seeing him leaving, she asked hurriedly, "Aren't you a soldier guarding the gate of the base? Why are you here?" Wu Xiqing didn't expect that someone here knew him. Hearing such a beautiful girl asking him, he scratched his head shyly. "I have a bad temper and can't stand their bossy and domineering attitude. So I was sent to Area D." Wu Xiqing said it lightly. But Lin Ran knew that it should not be easy for him. Lin Ran unknowingly liked him more. Although he had taken off the clothes, he still maintained the kindness and responsibility of a soldier. Wu Xiqing continued, "Although the conditions in District D are not as good as those outside, we are free here, and don't have to be the lackeys of those people. Brothers live much more comfortably than before." Lin Ran said, "Brothers? Are there many of you here?" "Yes. We are all soldiers. We are rough-tempered and will not curry favor with others. We really can't stand the style of those people. So we were all sent here." Lin Ran was thoughtful. He didn't expect that there was such a team in District D. Lin Zhe was so impressed that he took out 2 bags of instant noodles from his school bag and said, "Salute to the soldiers. You are really great. To show my respect, these 2 bags of instant noodles are given to you." Wu Xiqing waved his hands repeatedly. "How can that be possible? We have rules and cannot take a single needle or thread from the masses." Lin Zhe, "It's the end of the world. There are not so many rules and regulations. This is a personal gift from me to you. You are welcome." Wu Xiqing waved his hands and said he didn't want anything. "Even if it's the end of the world, I have principles." Lin Ran saw that the 2 were really inseparable, and smiled. "Take it. Just consider it as a deposit for your next crystal core exchange." "Deposit?" Wu Xiqing was a little confused. "What deposit?" "Yes. My sister needs crystal cores. If you can get more crystal cores, we will take them no matter how many. These things are the deposit." He handed over a bag of ham sausage from the stall. But But this is too much. So maybe we will have a long-term cooperation in the future. Wu Shiqing hesitated. But what if we can't get mutant beasts again? Lin Ran said, if others say they can't get them, I will believe it. But I don't believe you. Wu Shiqing looked at the supplies in Lin Ran's hand and nodded solemnly. Thank you for your trust. Don't worry. We will definitely get more crystal cores. I will accept the things. If you are worried, you can come to the wall of District D to find us. We live near the construction site over there. Lin Ran saw him take the things in his hand frankly and nodded slightly. By the way, I don't know what your names are. My name is Lin Ran. This is my brother Lin Zhe. And the one who exchanged crystal cores with you is Zhang Huan. Keep in touch in the future. Okay. Wu Shiqing used 2 crystal cores to exchange for a bunch of delicious food and left with satisfaction. Ran. These people are really amazing. How can they stick to their beliefs so firmly? Zhang Huan sighed as he looked at Wu Shiqing's back. Lin Ran thought of the soldiers he had seen in his previous life, all of whom were strong and unyielding. Yes, they are all good people, and I hope they will be rewarded. Sister Huan, if you need a crystal core in the future, you can go to him to exchange. Maybe we can cooperate more. Zhang Huan was delighted when he heard this. Yes, I despise cooperating with other stinky men, but I am willing to cooperate with them. Maybe we can really go on a mission together in the future. As soon as Wu Shiqing left, the stalls of the two were mostly empty. But Lin Zhe's pockets were still there, and she could take out as many things as she wanted. Zhang Huan's backpack also had some things. The two took out some things again, and set up the stall again. But before the reopening, the black market suddenly became lively. Some stall owners, who were not interested in doing business just now, were shouting hard, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Lin Zhe stretched his neck and looked around. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Why are they so excited all of a sudden? Jiang Chen stared at the most lively place of the crowd with a heavy gaze, where there was an abnormal energy fluctuation. Xiao walked up to a stall owner and asked, Sister, what's going on? Why are you all so happy all of a sudden? Hey, what else could it be? Of course, it's because a big buyer has come. Xiao was stunned. Who is the big buyer? The woman glared at him with her green eyes. You don't even know this. The big buyer is of course Brother Shui. He's very generous. If he likes your things, he won't have to worry about not having enough to eat for several days. The woman's voice was so loud that everyone around heard that Brother Shui was coming. Lin Ran and Zhang Huan looked at each other, and then looked towards the most lively place. Besides Lin Ran and the others, Du Ping, who was not far from them, also heard that Brother Shui was coming. She was shocked when she heard the words, and looked at the crowd. Then she pulled Xiaoyu, who was standing aside in a daze. She pulled her up, took a look at her fair little face, and felt that it was still not good enough. She used her hands as a comb and neatly braided her hair into 2 small braids. After the braids were tied, the child looked a little cuter. That's right. Be sweet later. Do you hear me? If Brother Shui likes you, you will have a good life when you go back. If you dare to cry and ruin my good deeds later, I will go back and beat you to death with your brother. Xiaoyu shuddered slightly when she heard her brother mentioned. Her brother really didn't want her anymore. Brother Shui walked slowly towards this side. People on the way nodded and bowed, and they all called him Brother Shui, hoping that he would take a closer look at their goods. Unfortunately, he seemed to be not interested in those things. Brother Shui, take a look at my things. Go away. I don't like these jewelry. They are too feminine. Brother Shui scanned the place with his rat eyes, and found that the black market today seemed a bit boring, until he saw Xiaoyu with a straw tag and a cute child with pigtails. His little eyes suddenly lit up. What a cute child. Today it is her. Chapter 143. Brother is here. Lin Ran looked at Brother Shui coldly. He was as thin as a monkey, ugly and wretched, and he didn't look like a good person. He walked straight towards her, and just when Lin Ran thought he would stop at her stall, he walked to the next door. Brother Shui's rat eyes stared at Xiaoyu, and the child was scared and trembling all over. Du Ping on the side was very excited. Aunt Wang was right. This Brother Shui really liked children. As for what he liked about children, Du Ping didn't want to know, and didn't want to know. She had to sell Xiaoyu to Brother Shui as soon as possible. Otherwise Gao Ming would be suspicious. He had come back from work, and was probably looking for them nearby. Dog Brother grinned obscenely, pointed at Xiaoyu and said, How much do you want this little girl? Du Ping pushed Xiao Yu and said in a prepared way, I only need 5 crystal cores. If you don't have crystal cores, you can exchange them for food. But in addition to these, I also need some medicine to treat my wounds. Shui brother's eyes fell on Xiao Yu, looking the little girl up and down. She is cute, but the price is more expensive than the market. And I also need medicine to treat my wounds. What kind of conditions are these? Brother Shui glared at Du Ping with his rat eyes. Your price is not cheap. And you also want medicine. What is it for? Du Ping smiled flatteringly. Brother Shui, look how beautiful she is. If it weren't for the fact that life is really hard, I would not be willing to sell her. But if you think it's too expensive, just 4 crystal cores will be fine. But the anti-inflammatory and healing medicine, this must be given to me. Look at my hand injury. It's like this. If I don't treat it, it's over. Du Ping raised her rotten right hand while speaking, and Brother Shui frowned. Don't pick it up. Isn't it disgusting? Brother Shui was disgusted. This woman asked for 4 crystal cores and healing medicine. The things are not a problem. They don't lack them. It's just that this child is not well behaved. Little sister, what's your name? Xiao Yu was so scared that her whole body trembled when she heard the man ask her. I. Is she a stutterer? Du Ping pinched Xiao Yu in anger and explained, how is it possible? She is very healthy. Brother Shui's name is Xiao Yu. And the name sounds nice. Xiao Yu. This name is not bad. All the movements of Brother Shui fell into the eyes of Lin Ran, and others not far away. Zhang Huan said, Ran. You see he likes children so much. It must be him. Lin Zai also came over and said, what a disgusting man. That wretched look. I really want to beat him up. Sister, you see he wants to buy the child. What should we do? Should we do it? Lin Ran shook her head, don't worry. Everyone calm down. Wait until he buys the person. And then we will follow him. Let him take us to find Xiaoxue. Everyone, okay. Brother Shui has always been generous. Looking at the cute Xiao Yu, he reached out and touched the little girl's face. Money is not a problem. Just 4 crystal cores. Du Ping's eyes lit up when she heard this. And she reminded him, there are also medicines. Shui Gu laughed. There are medicines too. Little girl, come home with uncle. Okay. Shui Ji's smile completely broke Xiao Yu's psychological defenses. And the little girl couldn't stand it anymore. She burst into tears, pulled Du Ping's clothes and screamed, Sister-in-law, please don't sell me. Take me back. I eat very little. I can work. Please don't sell me to my brother. If you think I eat too much, I can even not eat. Sister-in-law, please take me back. Brother, don't leave Xiao Yu. I won't cause you any trouble. The crying of the child made the people around feel sad. They are all ordinary people. And before the end of the world, they all had their own legitimate jobs. If it weren't for the end of the world, they would all live a glamorous life in their own fields. But now, some of them have started selling children. And such things happen every day on the black market. They are all my relatives. Alas. Why are you crying? Du Ping was so angry at this stinky girl. She gritted her teeth and said, Shut up. Why call me brother? I tell you, your brother doesn't want you anymore. You should go with Brother Shui obediently today. And don't stay here to harm me. Du Ping was about to stuff Xiao Yu into Brother Shui's arms. This business today must not fail no matter what. She must not die. Who said I don't want her anymore? Just as Du Ping put Xiao Yu into Brother Shui's arms, a thin man with glasses rushed over frantically in the crowd. Brother, Xiao Yu, with tears on her face, saw the man and smiled widely. Brother, I'm here. I know you won't abandon me. The man took the lead and desperately snatched Xiao Yu from Du Ping's hands. Xiao Yu, how could my brother not want you? I will take you home right now. Yes, let's go home. I will never be separated from you. The people around him suddenly realized that this woman had sold out her sister behind her brother's back. This sister-in-law is really bad. The one who hated Du Ping the most was Lin Zai. If Lin Ran hadn't said to keep calm, he would have wanted to beat this woman to death. This person's mind is really bad. Du Ping was obviously shocked when she saw the man. Du Ping said with a guilty conscience, Why did you come here? Gao Ming was furious. Why did I come here? If I didn't come here, you would have sold my Xiao Yu. I didn't. Gao Ming was very disappointed. I didn't see you when I came back from work. And one next door said you went to sell the child. But I didn't believe it. But Du Ping, you disappoint me so much. It's not like that. I'm just too hungry. And I don't want to die. Gao Ming. Shuigu watched this farce impatiently. Women's chattering is trouble. This little girl is so delicate and tender. She is a rare good thing. And he must take her away today. He pointed at Du Ping angrily and said, You go home and quarrel. I ask you if you are going to sell this child today? I warn you. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will make you pay for it. Du Ping glanced at Gao Ming and then at Shuigu. There were constant tingling and unspeakable itchiness in her palm. She knew it was a sign that the wound was getting worse. Du Ping smiled at Gao Ming and said, Gao Ming, I will be your slave and live a good life with you in the future. However, Xiao Yu must be sold. Brother Shui, I will sell this child. Gao Ming immediately said, No, you must not sell it. Sell it. You must sell it. Du Ping pointed at Gao Ming and said, You have to think about it. Either she or I. Or I or she. If I don't sell her, I will die. Gao Ming smiled miserably. Du Ping, can you honestly say that I have been good to you for so many years? But you actually want to sell my sister. This is my own sister. You should never sell her. Since you asked, I will tell you that I want her. We are finished. Chapter 140 for the accommodation for managers. Du Ping was shocked. She couldn't believe that her husband, who always obeyed her, was so heartless. But now she didn't care about Gao Ming. She reached out and pulled Xiao Yu from Gao Ming's arms. No! You can't do this. You have to give her to me. You have to sell her to me. Gao Ming was used to doing hard work. And he broke her hand open. Get lost. Xiao Yu will never sell. Lindsay saw this scene and sighed. This man is not bad. He is responsible. Zhang Huan nodded. Not all men in this world are bad guys. I hope he will continue to be like this. Ha ha ha. The man's sudden laughter suddenly came from the quarrel between the two, which made people's scalps numb. You can sell it if you say you will sell it. And you can't sell it if you say you won't sell it. What do you think my brother Shui is? Gao Ming then noticed the buyer standing aside. The expression on his face became sinister at some point, which made people afraid. Gao Ming felt pain in his wrist before he could react. He had a lot of strength in his hands. But that little bit of strength was as weak as cotton in front of this person. Then, Xiao Yu in his arms was snatched away by this person. Brother. Brother. Save me. Being held in Brother Shui's arms, Xiao Yu was about to collapse. Brother Shui saw this and strangled Xiao Yu even tighter. Children are cuter if they don't cry. Shut up. Jiang Chen looked at Brother Shui and whispered in Lin Ran's ear, Ran. He is a power-type psychic. Level 2. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Brother Shui only used one move. And Jiang Chen knew his background. He has awakened his spiritual power again. What kind of immortal zombie physique is this? It made her want it. Give Xiao Yu back to me, Gao Ming said, covering his injured hand. Brother Shui smiled contemptuously, took out 4 crystal cores and a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine from his pocket, and threw them to Du Ping. Your wife has sold her to me. Now that the money and goods have been paid, you can't regret it. Du Ping saw the things Brother Shui threw down and crawled on the ground like a dog to pick them up. She is saved. She is saved. Okay. Okay, Brother Shui. We will never regret it. Brother. Save me. Xiao Yu was strangled and cried loudly. Gao Ming's heart was broken. He stretched out his hand to grab Xiao Yu. She and I are no longer husband and wife. She has no say. Brother Shui turned around and walked away, saying nonchalantly, What's your relationship with me? Anyway, this girl is mine now. No. You can't leave. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Go to hell. Brother Shui kicked Gao Ming, who was still trying to entangle with him. This kick used all his strength and kicked Gao Ming far away. You blind thing. Die. Brother Shui spit out a few words coldly, then grabbed Xiao Yu and walked away without looking back. Gao Ming. Gao Ming. Du Ping called Gao Ming several times, and seeing him holding his chest and breathing heavily, she made up her mind and ran away with the crystal core and medicine. Gao Ming. I'm leaving. Don't blame me. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. He was kicked like that, and he was dead. Why did she have to guard a dying man? Lin Zhe cursed Du Ping for being ruthless and ungrateful, and went to help Gao Ming up. If it wasn't important to follow Brother Shui, he really wanted to beat that woman up. It's not in his dictionary to beat women. But this is an exception. Gao Ming held his chest and looked in great pain. But he didn't have any serious injuries. Just now, Jiang Chen secretly used his mental power to help him block most of the force in that fatal blow. And now he only suffered some superficial injuries. Ahem. My Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Lindsay whispered, don't worry. We go help you chase your sister. You wait for us nearby. Gao Ming heard Lindsay's words and looked at him in disbelief through the lens that was broken by Brother Shui's blow just now. He saw in a daze that the other party was a young man. Are you telling the truth? Well, don't ask anything. Just wait here. After saying that, Lindsay hurriedly stood up and chased forward. Lin ran and the others had already caught up. He couldn't fall behind. Xiaoyu saw her brother being bullied and cried heartbreakingly in Brother Shui's arms. He was annoyed and used coercion to make her faint. The child who doesn't cry is still lovable. I have completed my task today. I don't know how others are doing. If you don't do your job well, you will be punished by the lady. Brother Shui walked out of the night market and walked towards the manager's accommodation. There was a very empty road on the way to the accommodation. So Lin ran and the others didn't dare to follow too closely, fearing that Brother Shui would find out. Jiang Chen, can you use your mental power to follow him? Sure. Ran. Lin Ran heard Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, and for some reason, she felt that Jiang Chen seemed even more handsome today. He is so versatile, worthy of being the future zombie king. Jiang Chen noticed the movement on the other side and said, Ran, you can follow him. He went in. Oh, okay. Lin Ran quickly retracted her gaze and put her mind back on business. As she followed Jiang Chen forward, she warned herself that beauty could lead people astray, and it was better to look at Jiang Chen less when doing business. The group soon arrived at the manager's residence. Now, there was a high wall blocking them. Jiang Chen used his mental power to explore and led them to find an entrance. Jiang Chen, there is no one guarding here. Ran, let's go in from here. After saying that, he used the wood power to set up a wooden ladder. When Lindsay saw the scene, he was so moved that tears were about to flow out of his mouth. His brother-in-law was too powerful. What kind of supernatural power was this? Zhang Huan on the side was also shocked. She was even more determined to go back and practice her abilities hard to improve them. Jiang Chen was her role model. With the help of the ladder, the 5 people quickly climbed into the yard. Under the moonlight, they could barely see the surrounding scene clearly. What came into view was a large garden, and next to the garden was a tall building. Ran, he went here. Jiang Chen pointed to the tall building. Lin ran. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Chen led everyone into the house. I don't know if it was because Jiang Chen led the way. They didn't meet anyone along the way. The corridor was very quiet, with only the breathing sounds of a few of them. Xiao walked in the middle and couldn't help but tighten her clothes. It was strange why it was so cold in here. The moonlight shone on the white floor, which looked very creepy. Xiao even felt that the decoration here was exactly the same as the previous hospital. Why was it so uncomfortable? Jiang Chen led them to the second floor and stopped at the end of the corridor. Brother Jiang, why don't you leave? Lindsay looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly stopped in place, and asked in confusion. Jiang Chen stared at the white wall in front of him and said, I can't leave. There are people behind here. Many people. Chapter 145 White Wall. This is not the first time that Louisa and Li Xiang have come to Area D. They came here to exchange some things on the black market before. But now they come to find people. Their red flag team failed to recruit new members today, but they are not disappointed. They dare to say that they are the most conscientious team in the entire Peace Base. And they are not afraid that others will not find their advantages. Louisa believes that a good girl like Lin Ran will definitely have a keen eye and finally find the good of their team. After all, there are not many captains as handsome as him. Okay. Except for Rong Han. That big iceberg. I really don't know why he is willing to be a running dog of the Xia family. Which really makes him angry. They were the best brothers back then. So many years of brotherhood are really in vain. I really don't understand why he is such a person. He really doesn't deserve the title of a soldier in the past. He was rated as the best officer with me back then. Which is really unlucky. Rong Han. Li Xiang stuttered while sitting on the boat. Louisa snorted. What Rong Han? Didn't I tell you that you were going to mention the name of this unlucky man? No. It's not no. You forgot that he is the shame of our company. No. Li Xiang. Tell me. Why is it no? Louisa said with big eyes. Li Xiang was about to collapse. How could his buddy have time to think a little bit? This is a bit hard to understand. Li Xiang pointed to a boat in front and said, Louisa. I mean, Rong Han is in front. Louisa followed Li Xiang's finger and found that Rong Han was standing on a boat not far from him. What is this guy doing here? He is not staying in his master's big villa. What is he doing here? It can't be for those brothers. What do you think he is doing here? Li Xiang gossiped. Louisa snorted coldly. I don't care what he's doing here. Li Xiang rolled his eyes helplessly. These two people are really awkward. They used to be the best buddies in the army. Now, how come they become like this? But Rong Han is really not kind. He joined the Xie family and went against the entire military region. And the Xie family is such a despicable family. I really don't know what he wants. Since he found Rong Han, Louisa stopped talking. Li Xiang also knew not to tease him. He stared at Rong Han's back with heavy eyes, not knowing what he was thinking, until he got ashore. Louisa still didn't say a word. Li Xiang said, Do you want to follow? The boy's fiery red hair was like a burning flame in the evening breeze. He looked at Rong Han's back until he disappeared from his sight. No need. We really have nothing to do with this person. Hey, how did the brother in the past become like this? Li Xiang was very depressed. If Rong Han was in their red flag squad, they would be so glorious. It would be just around the corner to regain the management power of the base. But now the brothers are alienated, which is really uncomfortable. Some people are not worthy of being brothers. After this person made a different choice from them, he was no longer their brother. Let's go. We still have business to do today. Okay. Jiang Chen pointed to the white wall in front of him and said that there was someone behind him. This sentence made everyone tremble. Xiao felt a chill and felt that her whole body was shivering. Oh my god. This place is haunted. Just when Xiao was sweating all over, Lindsay pinched his chin and said, Is there someone in this wall? Is there a secret room inside? Zhang Huan took out the axe from his waist. No matter what it is, I will know after I chop it open with an axe. Jiang Chen ignored others and stared at Lin Ran and said, Ran, there is a level 3 wood type mutant, a level 2 water type mutant, a level 3 speed type mutant, and a level 2 strength type mutant. Lin Ran frowned slightly when she heard this. And then a huge surprise surged in her heart. There are so many mutants gathered behind this wall. Does it mean that the research institute is here? And there are people with level 2 strength type mutants here, which means that Brother Shui is inside. She looked at the white wall in front of her excitedly, knowing that the answer she wanted was behind this wall. Zhang Huan wielded the axe vigorously. Ran, do you want me to split it? Lin Ran chuckled. Sister Huan. No need. Jiang Chen. Can you find the mechanism? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes. But the mechanism to get in is not here. The mechanism is not here? Xiao looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. How could he know everything? Who is this person? He looks much more powerful than Rong Han, the strongest captain of the peace base. Jiang Chen led a group of people to continue walking downstairs. The entrance to the secret room was in the basement. Lin Ran felt very strange walking in the quiet corridor. They walked upstairs and downstairs, but they didn't meet anyone. In such a large accommodation for managers in District D, did everyone go to the secret room? Aren't they afraid that others will break in? Or are they so sure that no one in District D has the courage to break in? Walking to the basement, the temperature dropped a few degrees. Lin Ran mobilized all the superpowers in his body and looked around defensively. Ah! Sister Huan. Someone is touching me. Suddenly, Xiao screamed. Such a sound was particularly harsh in the quiet corridor. Is it you? Zhang Huan's axe pointed mercilessly at Lin Zai, who was walking behind Xiao. Lin Zai waved his hands again and again. It's not me. How could I do such a thing? I'm just a child. He was going to die of injustice. God knows. He was still a child under the age of 18. Lin Ran looked at Lin Zai's useless appearance and said with a headache, Sister Huan, it's not him. He is indeed still a child. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Zhang Huan put down the axe. But, someone really touched me just now. Xiao grabbed Zhang Huan's clothes tightly and said in panic. She didn't believe that it was Lin Zai who did it. He was her benefactor. But just now, there was really a chilly thing touching her. Lin Ran's expression became solemn. She knew Xiao would not lie. These girls are not liars. But, what is it? Jiang Chen stretched out his mental power and frantically searched for possible dangers around. He just felt a unique energy, but it was gone in a flash. It's very cunning. Then, we have to fish it out. Ran. Let's keep going forward. Jiang Chen's voice came from behind Lin Ran. And the two looked at each other and knew the meaning of each other's eyes. Okay. Shiza. You go to the front. I be the last one this time. Okay. Sister. Be careful. Lindsay walked in the front, followed by Jiang Chen. Then came Xiaoxiao and Zhang Huan. They walked in the middle. Lin Ran walked at the end. This time, she wanted to see who the dirty hand belonged to. Chapter 146 Mutated Spider. The group continued to move forward. There was no light in the basement, and it could only be illuminated by the dim moonlight coming through the skylight above. Xiaoxiao, who was walking behind Jiang Chen, held the axe in her hand tightly. If that shameless thing dared to touch her again, she would chop off his dirty hands. She couldn't scream like she did just now. It was so damn embarrassing. But this time, the dirty hands seemed to disappear. She walked carefully for a long time, and didn't touch them again. Pooh. 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 Lindsay, who was walking in front, suddenly spit in disgust. Lin Ran hurriedly said, "What's wrong?" She still cared about her younger brother very much. So many spider webs. They all floated into my mouth. Disgusting. I hate spiders the most. Brother Jiang? Did Brother Shui really take this road to enter the secret room? Why are there so many spider webs here? It doesn't look like anyone has been here. Lin Ran raised her head and looked around vigilantly. Only then did she realize that there were thin spider silks floating around her and everyone else. Lin Ran's heart sank. When did so many spider silks appear? Just when she had an ominous omen in her heart. She heard Lindsay say pooh again. MD. Sister. Someone touched me too. As soon as the voice fell, the tang sword in Lindsay's hand attacked instantly, and chopped at the place where the salty pig hand was. Unexpectedly, the opponent's speed was extremely fast. Before Lindsay swung it down, he disappeared. Lindsay only had time to chop the opponent's shadow. But Jiang Chen behind him would not let him leave so easily. His figure was as fast as a ghost, chasing after the other party. Lin Ran looked at the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared, took Lindsay's backpack, took out a few flashlights from it in the space, and threw them into everyone's hands. Be alert around. Sister, are we going to chase him? Lindsay looked at the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared. Worried, Lin Ran stared at the increasing number of spider silks around him. Don't worry about him. Jiang Chen can take care of himself. Take care of yourself. We are surrounded. What? Surrounded by what? Lindsay opened his eyes wide, not knowing why, and only saw more and more disgusting spider silks in the air. No. 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 Lindsay's head was about to explode. He hated spiders the most. Ah! Another scream appeared, but this time it was not Xiaoxiao who made the sound, but Lindsay. Following the light of his flashlight, he found that along these spider webs, countless spiders as big as pot lids appeared in front of him. Lindsay had never seen such a big spider, and he was numb all over. Imagine that something you are usually very afraid of will become dozens of times larger and appear in front of you. The impact is really too great. It's a mutant spider. It's poisonous. Don't let them bite you. The moment Lin Ran spoke, her right hand activated her supernatural power. Purple lightning flashed, and a group of spiders in front of her were killed. But as she moved, the spider web swung more violently. The spiders thought there was prey here, and more spiders crawled along the spider silk. Under the light of the flashlight, these spiders looked endless, as if they were endless. Sister, why are there so many spiders? We have walked into the spider's nest. What should we do now? Xiaoxiao raised the axe and said, Of course I will kill them. See if I can't kill them. Benefactor, this time it's my turn to protect you. As she said that, she raised the axe and chopped at the spider closest to her. The force of the axe was not light, and the mutant spider was chopped off half of its head. However, this blow was not enough to kill the mutant spider. The mutant spider that had reacted took advantage of Xiaoxiao's exhaustion and stretched out its long legs with spikes to swing at her face. Bang! At the critical moment, Lindsay's metal gun attacked. The mutant spider fell to the ground and burst out yellow juice. Bang 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 bang. Once and twice. There will be a third time. After killing a mutant spider, Lin Zhe, who had overcome his fear, went completely crazy. He madly harvested the lives of mutant spiders. Lin Zhe laughed heartily. Hee hee. Sister Xiao, let me protect you. Xiao looked at Lin Zhe, whose martial arts value was bursting, and laughed. She knew that these benefactors of hers were really powerful, and she had to work harder. The girl's axe danced more happily among the spiders. Zhang Huan followed Lin Ran closely, and she found that Lin Ran's ability was really powerful. But there were really too many spiders. It seemed that they could not be killed. Ran, should we run? Lin Ran looked at the increasingly dense spider webs and said, we can't run away. We are already surrounded by these spider webs. Suddenly, she looked at these spider webs and thought of a brilliant idea. Xiao Zhe, Xiao, Sister Huan, all of you retreat to my side. Hearing Lin Ran's order, everyone moved closer to her position without hesitation. When everyone moved closer, Lin Ran's water ability was instantly activated. Lin Ran controlled her water ability and fired it out like a fairy scattering flowers. Then, Lin Zhe saw crystal water droplets dripping on the spider web and the mutant spider. Then, there was a gorgeous and earth-shaking lightning passing by. Crackling, the spider web with water droplets is the best conductor. The spiders crawling on the spider web were struck down by Lin Ran's lightning and turned into charred ash in an instant. Zhang Huan, who witnessed the whole process, looked at Lin Ran in disbelief. She is too strong. So strong that he dared not imagine that he could one day match her. Sister, we've made a fortune. Now I don't think these little spiders are scary at all. They are all cute crystal cores. Lin Zhe pointed at the piles of crystal cores on the ground and rubbed his hands vigorously. Pick them up. Everyone picked them up quickly. Lin Zhe was the first to squat on the ground to pick up the crystal cores. Now he missed a Huang very much. If it was still there, all these jobs would be its. Xiao and Zhang Huan stood aside and did not move. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows and said, Sister Huan. Xiao, why don't you pick them up? Zhang Huan smiled embarrassedly. Most of this is the credit of you and Xiao Zhe. We don't want to receive it without merit. Lin Ran smiled, but we came out as a team. Since everyone is doing the task together, these things naturally have a share. But pick them up quickly. Otherwise the spiders will come out again. After Lin Ran finished speaking, he squatted on the ground and picked them up together. Although these are all first-level crystal cores, these things are hard currency in the base. Taking them back will be very useful. Zhang Huan and Xiao looked at each other, and seeing Lin Ran and Lin Zhe's frankness, they stopped worrying. Pick it up first. Lin Ran was right. If they continued to be shy, the spiders would come around again. Just as Lin Ran and the others were picking up the crystal core, a scream came from the other end of the spider web. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes, full of hatred. Chapter 147 Basement. Jiangchen followed the shadow all the way here, only to see more and more spider webs and human-shaped cocoons hanging on the ceiling of the basement. Jiangchen smelled it and found that the things wrapped in the cocoons had long been dead. What was hidden there were all dry corpses. This guy was very cunning. It gave up one of its legs and escaped here. He didn't want to leave Ran, but he knew that the biggest danger here was hidden in the darkness. If she didn't find it, she wouldn't be safe. So he could only leave her temporarily. Now they have been separated for 10 minutes. And it seems that they have rarely been separated for so long. He couldn't help but feel a little irritable and wanted to destroy something. Jiangchen found that he would occasionally be violent and want to destroy something. It was a brutal emotion deep in his body, which would jump out from time to time and bite his heart. Only by being with Lin Ran could he soothe his discomfort. Let him calm down. But now they have been separated for too long. However, he seemed to have found the sneaky bad guy hiding in the dark. Now, let it bear his brutality. Who made him leave Ran for so long? Jiangchen stood in front of a small humanoid cocoon in front of him. He felt that there seemed to be a breath of life in it, but the smell coming out of it was a bit strange. Jiangchen didn't think it was a human, or just a human. He raised his left hand gently and turned into an ice blade. He wanted to see what kind of animal was in this humanoid cocoon. Swish. Just when Jiangchen wanted to take action, countless spider silks came towards Jiangchen like a waterfall. Jiangchen's eyes with beautiful contact lenses showed understanding. It turned out that the weak spot of this bad guy was these humanoid cocoons. Spider silks shot towards him from all directions, and it seemed that Jiang Chen was about to be wrapped up. But a sky-high fire shot out from Jiang Chen's hand, destroying all the spider silks. Sizzle, sizzle, the surrounding area was filled with a stench of protein from the burning spider silk. Jiang Chen walked to the human-shaped cocoon again. You won't let me see. I must see what's inside. Roar. A wild beast's howl suddenly sounded in the small space of the basement. Then, a spider with 7 legs rushed in front of Jiang Chen. This mutant spider was huge, a few points bigger than an off-road vehicle. But what was scary was not its body, but the face on its head. It had a big head with 2 red eyes, a nose and a mouth, just like a human head. When it saw Jiang Chen was about to move its human-shaped cocoon, it didn't care about hiding, and rushed in front of Jiang Chen, waving its spider legs sharper than a sickle. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of interest. You finally stopped hiding. Roar. The mutant spider's roar was very strange, but it was very pleasant to Jiang Chen's ears. His eyes were full of excitement. Level 6 mutant beast. I take your crystal core. Ran will definitely like it. Sister, did you hear that? Lin Zhe, who was squatting on the ground frantically collecting crystal cores, was startled by the strange cry. Lin Ran raised his head. It seems that the big guy has appeared. What should we do? Should we go to help brother Jiang? Although Jiang Chen is very powerful, he is his brother-in-law, so he still has to go and see it in person to feel at ease. Lin Ran's eyes dimmed slightly, and he stood up and picked up the last crystal core in front of him. You continue to pick it up here. I go to help Jiang Chen. Shiza, you stay and take care of Sister Huan and the others. Although Lin Zhe also wanted to go, he still went back. He always unconditionally supports his sister's arrangements. No. Zhang Huan refused. She quickly put the crystal core in front of her into her bag. We have picked up enough crystal cores. Since we are a small team, there is no reason to leave anyone behind. Xiao, get up. Let's go together. I know. Sister Huan. Xiao was not greedy. She put on her backpack and stopped looking at the crystal cores on the ground. These are enough. There is no reason for the Axe Gang to abandon their teammates for these external things. Lin Ran smiled slightly. Okay. Let's go quickly. Sister Huan is still the same Sister Huan. Lin Ran knew that he could not persuade her. She will definitely follow him. She will not abandon her teammates. Just like before. She will never abandon herself. Since that's the case, let's rush forward together. Lin Ran and his group ran towards the direction where the roar came from at full speed. Lin Ran has 100% trust in Jiang Chen. He is so powerful. But she still feels uneasy if she doesn't see him with her own eyes. The strange roars are getting more and more frequent, and Lin Ran is getting more and more nervous. She could not help but speed up, and she wanted to walk to Jiang Chen immediately. Xiao, who had the worst physical strength, walked at the end. Seeing that she was about to fall behind, Zhang Huan grabbed her hand in time. Sister Huan. Well, keep up. Zhang Huan pulled Xiao and tried to keep up with the speed of Lin Ran and Lin Zhe. The physical strength of these two people was too strong, but they must not hold them back. Lin Zhe remembered Lin Ran's words. She asked him to protect Sister Huan and Xiao. Seeing that their breathing was getting more and more rapid, it was obvious that they were running out of strength. He asked with concern, Sister Huan. Xiao, are you okay? Sister Huan gritted her teeth. No problem. Xiao panted, I can do it too. Lin Zhe was not a straight man. He knew that they could not do it by looking at the way the two of them were struggling. He walked to their side with a flash of his steps. Then, he picked up a pressure-free one with one hand, tucked it under his arm, and ran away. Excuse me. 2 young ladies. I take you flying. Zhang Huan, Xiao, shock. Can it be like this? Although it's a bit embarrassing to be carried by Lin Zhe like this. The speed is really fast. His strength is too strong. Zhang Huan thought more. She looked at Lin Ran, who was in the front, and Lin Zhe, who was running with them. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. Ran, and the others are too strong. Ran herself has the dual abilities of water and lightning. Lin Zhe has the power and gold abilities. Both are dual abilities. And Jiang Chen is even more mysterious and powerful. It's really great to have such a team and such a family. She felt the heavy crystal core in her backpack and was very clear about her next goal. She didn't want to be strong alone. She wanted her sisters to be as strong as herself. There are so many spiders here. If it weren't for Lin Ran and the others, She and Xiao would have died countless times today. Not to mention finding Xiao Shui's whereabouts. If the Axe Gang wants to be strong, they must not just chant slogans. They must show their real ability. Just as Xiao was daydreaming, Lin Zai slowed down. In front of him was Lin Ran, who suddenly stopped and stared at the ceiling. Lin Zai followed her line of sight, and threw Zhang Huan and Xiao down in fear. Xiao felt pain. What happened? The next second, the question was stuck in Xiao's throat, because she suddenly discovered that the ceiling was densely covered with terrifying human-shaped cocoons. Chapter 148 Human-Shaped Cocoons. Sister, what are these things? Lin Zai tried to calm himself down. These cocoons seemed to contain people. Lin Ran's eyes flashed with cold light, and a water blade appeared in his hand. What is it? Open it, and you will know. As he spoke, Lin Ran jumped high towards a human-shaped cocoon. With one cut, the cocoon made of thick spider silk was cut in half, and the things wrapped inside were also exposed. It was a dried human body whose flesh and blood had been sucked dry. His body was twisted, as if he had suffered great pain before his death. Lin Ran cut open a few more cocoons, and there were also dried human bodies inside. Xiao stood up from the ground, took a breath and said, "These people are so miserable. The wall here is so high. How did they get caught by these spiders?" Zhang Huan said, "I heard that many old, weak, sick and disabled people have lost their traces in the place where the wall was built in Area D during this period. Maybe they came here." Sister Huan, do you think these managers deliberately threw them down to feed the spiders? Why not? Aren't the old, weak, sick and disabled people always worthless in the eyes of the managers of the peace base? Xiao felt that she had once again refreshed her understanding of the bottom line of people. But why do they use people to feed spiders? Lin Ran was also thinking about this question. Mutated beasts are difficult to tame. But in the early days of the apocalypse, many people don't know this truth. Could it be that the current peace base is making this bold attempt? Lin Ran retracted his thoughts and didn't care. Anyway, when he saw Jiang Chen later, he would know the answer. Lin Ran raised his foot and prepared to continue looking for Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Lin Zai's exclamation came to his ears. "Sister, the eyes of the mummy are moving." Lin Zai pointed at the mummy that was released first, and was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. This is a corpse that can come back to life after being sucked dry. Xiao looked in the direction of Lin Zai's finger and felt that she was going to be scared to death. Mom, not only the eyes of the mummy were moving, but the whole person was moving. This is a ghost coming. Click, click. The sound of human joints reorganizing came from all around. Not only the zombie just now, but all the mummies whose cocoons were cut started to move. The mummies greedily absorbed the air and gathered in the direction of Lin Ran and the others. Lin Ran looked at the mummy in the lead steadily. His joints twisted abnormally, and the clicking sound was like an old machine that had not been repaired for many years. At first they were very slow, and then suddenly they seemed to wake up and ran towards Lin Ran and the others at a very fast speed. Crack, crack. The sound of the zombies' joints shaking rapidly was like a sickle that was urging death. Lin Ran's eyes turned cold, and a purple lightning bolt struck down. She was confirming one thing. So she used very few superpowers. The zombie that hit the head dodged very quickly. Lin Zai didn't know what Lin Ran was planning, and thought she had miscalculated, and shouted in surprise, "Sister, you missed. What the hell is this thing?" As he spoke, the metal gun was instantly launched. He didn't care about anything, and hit the mummy's head just like hitting a zombie. Bang! After a gunshot, the mummy fell to the ground. Lin Zai was shocked when he saw the scene. And then, he was ecstatic. Awesome. He is better than her sister. This trick is really useful. Xiao Zai, this is a lizard zombie. Your method is right. Keep hitting their heads. Lin Zai heard this, and knew that his method was right. The metal bullets at the end of his fingers shot out like they were free. Zhang Huan and Xiao raised their axes, and wanted to join the battle. Lin Ran saw their movements, and quickly released a bolt of lightning before they came into contact with the lizard zombies. This time she attacked with all her strength, and all the lizard zombies around Zhang Huan and the others were killed on the spot. After knowing what the hell they were, Lin Ran didn't waste any more time and used her ultimate move directly. After a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky, all the lizard zombies were electrocuted to death, including the human-shaped cocoons on the roof. They were all chopped into charcoal by her. A piece of red crystal core was left on the ground. And Lin Rant's eyes lit up. It was indeed a second-level crystal core. Lin Zai, shock. Okay. I knew it was an illusion just now. His sister is still so awesome. Sister Huan. Shio. After Lin Ran finished dealing with the zombies, he walked up and explained. These things are called lizard zombies. A variant of zombies. Their speed and attack power are much stronger than ordinary zombies. I just attacked you because I was afraid that you would get hurt. Because the axe in your hand might not be able to split their skin. Their skin has been specially strengthened and is very hard. Zhang Huan smiled gratefully. Thank you, Ran. I know your good intentions. No need to explain so much. Zhang Huan could feel Lin Rant's kindness towards her. Although she didn't know why she was so lucky to receive so much kindness from her. But she was not an ungrateful person. She wouldn't feel awkward when someone treated her well. Seeing that Zhang Huan didn't misunderstand her, Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Sister Huan was still Sister Huan. She wasn't a glass-hearted person. Sister, why did these people become these strange lizard zombies after being put in cocoons? Lin Zai was really curious. What's the reason? The books he read didn't write about this. Lin Ran, I'm not sure either. Maybe I know when I find Jiangchen. All the crystal cores on the ground are secondary crystal cores. Don't waste them. Shiza. You guys pick them up here. I go find Jiangchen. Lin Zai, no. I want to go find Brother Jiang too. Zhang Huan and the other two also said, we want to go together. Seeing everyone so united, Lin Ran chuckled and said, okay. Then we go first and come back to clean up the battlefield later. It was the first time for Zhang Huan to see a secondary crystal core. As a superpower, he was extremely eager for the energy inside. But compared to his teammates, these temptations could be completely ignored. The group set out again and rushed towards Jiangchen. Without the spider webs and human cocoons, the basement fell into silence again except for their voices. Even the roar of the monster that he had just heard disappeared. Lin Ran looked around and felt that this place was extremely strange. As the accommodation for the managers, there should be quite a few people. But now they made such a big noise. And no one showed up. However, Jiangchen clearly said on the second floor that there were many people behind the white wall. So, what about the people in the basement? Is there no one to manage here? Or do they dare not come at all? Roar. Another roar of a monster came from the air. And Lin Ran's whole body was shocked. The sound was so close. Jiangchen was in front. Chapter 149 Level 6 Mutant Spider. Going around a wall, Lin Ran finally saw Jiangchen. He stood in the darkness, like a heroic god. Standing in front of him was a huge mutant spider, with a spider body and a human head, which looked extremely terrifying. But for the mutant spider, Jiangchen should be more terrifying. All of its 8 legs were chopped off by Jiangchen. And even the spinner was broken by him. And it was tied up with vines by Jiangchen. Now it only has 1 breath left, staring at Jiangchen fiercely with its red eyes. Lin Zai, who rushed out from behind, saw this scene and exclaimed, Brother Jiang, you are so powerful. Such a big mutant spider was subdued by you alone. Jiangchen felt her breath when Lin Ran approached here, and ignored Lin Zai's voice when he heard her. Just looking at Lin Ran with a pair of eyes aggrieved. I haven't seen her for 20 minutes just now. Now I can't see her enough. Lin Ran looked at the mutant spider tied tightly by Jiangchen, and felt that the level of this mutant beast would not be low. She never spared her praise for Jiangchen. Jiangchen, you are really amazing. The girl's eyes were sparkling, as if they were filled with the most beautiful liquor, which made Jiangchen's heart drunk. He leaned forward and said in a tone that he thought was the most gentle, Ran, this level 6 mutant spider is for you. Lin Ran's heart moved after hearing this. It seemed that Jiangchen was always like this, and the best things were given to her. Wow. A child's cry suddenly came from the basement, which made everyone's heart rise again. Lin Ran hurriedly looked around to observe where this strange cry came from. Suddenly, Lin Zai beside him exclaimed, Sister, it's this mutant spider that is crying. Lin Ran suddenly raised her head and saw the mutant spider with its mouth wide open and shouting hard. The childlike cry came from its mouth. This strange cry made Lin Ran's heart tremble, and she couldn't help but ponder what kind of monster this thing in front of her was. Why did it cry like this? Also, where did the human head on its head come from? How did this basement raise such a monster? She thought that after seeing this monster, many mysteries would be solved. Unexpectedly, she fell into a bigger mystery. The cry became more and more creepy, and Xiaoxiu grabbed Zhang Huan's clothes tightly. She was scared to death. Jiangchen raised his hand, and his supernatural power turned into an ice blade. Ran. It may be calling for its companions. I want to kill it. Lin Ran's eyes flashed, and he replied, okay. As soon as Lin Ran agreed, Jiangchen threw the ice blade out. The mutant spider's head was split in half, and a yellow crystal core the size of an American football fell out. Jiangchen picked up the yellow crystal core and handed it to Lin Ran. Lin Ran felt the huge energy contained in the crystal core and carefully put it in Lin Zai's backpack. Fortunately, when I collected the first level crystal cores, I transferred a lot of them into the space. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to put such a large crystal core. There was a rustling sound around again, and Jiangchen released his mental power to feel the surrounding environment. He pointed in a direction and said, Ran, go this way. Okay. The group walked forward again, but the rustling sound behind them was getting closer and closer. Xiaoxiu and Zhang Huan, who were walking at the back, soon saw what caught up with them. It was a monster as big as the mutant spider just now. Why are there so many of these things here? Shua. Countless spider silks were fired at the same time, and Zhang Huan and Xiaoxiu's axes were instantly entangled. They had no weapons, and for a moment, they had no power to fight back. Seeing the mutant spiders and sickle-like legs swinging towards them, Zhang Huan hurriedly grabbed Xiaoxiu's hand and activated the speed ability to grab her and avoid the fatal blow. Seeing the mutant spiders chasing after them, Jiang Chen's fire ability in his palm swung towards them mercilessly. After a burst of flames, the first few mutant spiders were burned to charcoal. Then, it was Jiang Chen's home court alone. Lin Ran watched Jiang Chen's various abilities switching like crazy, and joined in without being outdone. Xiao Zhe, take good care of Sister Huan and Xiaoxiu. Leaving a word, Lin Ran also joined the battle. Her level 8 thunder ability was enough to crush these monsters. A flash of lightning passed by, and a yellow crystal core fell to the ground. They made a fortune. And they really made a fortune this time. Lin Ran felt that after this time, their family's abilities could be upgraded to a few more levels. At this moment, she looked at these spiders, which were really cute. Little cuties. Stop hiding and come out. What? The mutant spiders were used to being domineering in the basement, and they had never seen such tough opponents as Lin Ran and Jiangchen. Now they were all crying after being beaten. After a while, all the mutant spiders were destroyed by them. Jiangchen looked at the yellow crystal cores all over the ground and was very satisfied. Ran, these crystal cores are all yours. Lin Ran smiled sweetly. Yes, they are all mine. Seeing Lin Ran's smile, Jiangchen was very satisfied in an instant. His fingertips instantly activated the wood power, stretched out countless vines, and picked up all the crystal cores on the ground. Looking at a large pile of crystal cores, Lin Ran was worried. There are so many. Where should I put them? Xiaoza's school bag definitely can't fit. Hey, where is Xiaoza? Lin Ran came back to his senses from the joy of the battle, and was shocked to realize that he hadn't heard Lin Zai's voice for a while. Xiaoza? Lin Ran responded to the empty echo of the basement. What's going on? Not only Lin Zai, but also Zhang Huan and Xiaoxiu are gone. Where did they go? Jiangchen, Xiaoza, and the others are gone. Feeling Lin Ran's panic, Jiangchen hurriedly grabbed Lin Ran's hand. Ran, put away the crystal core first. Let's go to the front. I feel some movement there. Jiangchen's voice was extremely calm, which slowly calmed Lin Ran's panicked heart. Okay. Lin Ran quickly put away the crystal core, and the two ran quickly in the direction Jiangchen said. All the way. Lin Ran was in doubt. This place felt more and more mysterious. Xiaoza has a 6 series gold ability, and a 3-level power ability. Even if he really fights against a 6-level mutant spider, he may not lose. What's more, there are Zhang Huan and Xiaoxiu. How could they disappear without a reason? At this time, Lin Zai, who was worried about by Lin Ran, was sleeping in a room full of spider webs. There were also Zhang Huan and Xiaoxiu lying next to him. If you look closely, you will find that there is a child around 6 years old next to them. The child still had cute baby fat on his face, but his eyes looked a little strange. Sister Huan, Sister Xiaoxiu, are you here to take Xiaoxiu home? Xiaoxiu was so scared. So good. Xiaoxiu finally waited for you. Chapter 150 Missing Xiaoxiu. waking up from a deep sleep. Lindsay took a while to see clearly where this place was. There were countless spider silks that he hated the most, which made his whole body numb. He was watching his sister and brother Jiang killing people just a second ago. And then, he saw a spider trying to take Xiao and sister Huan away in the chaos. He promised his sister to protect them. So of course, he had to go up and fight. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, his head hurt, and he woke up here. Is this a spider nest? Yes. There are so many human-shaped cocoons here. It must be a spider nest. The spider caught him back just to suck his flesh and blood. Thinking of this possibility, Lindsay felt even colder all over. That's right. Where are Sister Huan and Xiao? Where are they? Could they have been eaten by the spider? Thinking of this, Lindsay got up from the ground without being afraid. Just as he was about to fight with the mutant spiders, he suddenly heard a familiar female voice. Xiao, I'm glad you're okay. We were so worried. Xiao pouted and said. Xiao was also scared. Now that you've found me, you're not allowed to leave. Xiao smiled and touched Xiao's head. How can I not leave? My family is worried about you. Especially your friends. By the way, Xiao, who took you away? Sister Huan and I have been looking for you for a long time. Xiao's face wrinkled when she heard this. Who took her away? She couldn't remember who took her away. Looking at Xiao's tangled look, Zhang Huan patted Xiao's hand and whispered. Don't think about it if you can't remember. Well, then I won't think about it. Sister Huan. Xiao is so happy to see you. Xiao stretched out her little hand and hugged Zhang Huan tightly. Sister Huan misses you too. My dear Xiao. I'm glad you're okay. Zhang Huan hugged Xiao back, and suddenly felt that the soft little girl in his arms was a little different. How could her body be so hard? It was like she was wrapped in a hard armor. As soon as this thought came up, Zhang Huan shook his head and denied it. How could it be possible? It must be because Xiao was caught here, didn't eat well, and became thin. Xiao hugged her arms, and the longer she stayed, the more gloomy and terrifying this place felt. She couldn't help asking, Xiao, where are those bad guys who caught you? Where are they now? Let's leave quickly while no one is around. Zhang Huan also suddenly remembered the business. Yes. Xiao. Let's leave now. When Xiao heard about leaving, wet tears flowed from her eyes. This is Xiao's home. Why do Sister Huan and Sister Xiao want to leave as soon as they get here? Stay and accompany me. Okay. This is Xiao's home? Zhang Huan and Xiao looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiao showed a strange smile. I know Sister Huan and Sister Xiao are joking with me. You are all here. How can you bear to leave Xiao? Xiao looked at the strange Xiao in front of her and said blankly, Xiao, how could we leave you? We want to take you with us. Xiao smiled uglier than crying when she heard it. But, Sister Xiao can't leave. Xiao saw clearly that Xiao's eyes were red. Sister Huan and Sister Xiao, you must stay with me. Xiao is so scared alone. Before Xiao could react, countless spider silks entangled the two of them. Just when the two thought they were about to be caught by the strange Xiao in front of them, a metal knife suddenly appeared beside them and cut off all the spider silks. Seeing the person coming, Xiao's eyes lit up. Lindsay. Go quickly. She is a spider. As soon as Lindsay finished speaking, Xiao's second wave of attack also came. Bad guy. How can you scold Xiao? Xiao is Xiao. Not a disgusting spider. Countless spider silks attacked Lindsay from all directions. He waved his right hand lightly, and countless metal blades appeared beside him. Then he cut off the spider silk surrounding him, and Zhang Wangxiu. Lindsay was really scared to death just now. He heard the voices of Zhang Huan and the others, and came over to take a look. He saw Zhang Huan holding a child, and she called her Xiao. He was happy for them, thinking that they finally found the missing child. Who knew that when he saw the child clearly, he almost screamed. She is not a child at all, except for her face and two hands. Everything else looks like a spider. This is clearly a monster. Xiao didn't expect that her own spider silk was broken by Lindsay several times, and she burst into tears in anger. Woo wow. The child's cry was particularly creepy in the dark room, and it was exactly the same as the sound of the mutant spiders he had just seen. Could it be that they are all mutated children? Thinking that those spiders may have been living people in the past, Lindsay felt numb all over. What secrets are hidden here? It's too disgusting and vicious. Xiaoxue cried and said, "Bad guy. You bully me. I will call my mother to deal with you." Your mother? Zhang Huan frowned. Where did your mother come from? It's my spider mother. We are all her children. You? Yes. The spiders here are all its children. We are all transformed by it. The three of them were so frightened by Xiaoxue's words that they broke out in cold sweats. Those people brought the children back just to turn them into monsters like this? Sister Huan Huan. Sister Xiaoxiu. Mom will be back soon. Would you stay with me? If you stay, I won't let Mom deal with you. You can't beat it. It's very powerful. Everyone here is afraid of it. Sure enough, there were rustling sounds around. And Lindsay chopped down a door blocking them with a machete. Run. Hearing this, Zhang Huan and Xiaoxiu ran out frantically. Wow wow wow. Sister Huan Huan. Sister Xiaoxiu. Don't leave Xiaoxiu alone. Xiaoxiu is scared. Xiaoxiu's screams came from behind. And Zhang Huan felt bitter. But she knew she couldn't look back. She was no longer Xiaoxiu. She would avenge her. Blocking Lin Ran and Jiang Chen were huge glass walls. And behind the glass walls were rooms after rooms. It was pitch black inside the glass. And nothing could be seen clearly. Lin Ran approached curiously, and was quickly pulled over by Jiang Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Almost at the same time, a zombie with an eyeball popped out, and no good flesh on his face lay on the other side of the glass. Yelling at Lin Ran could see clearly that there was a whole room of zombies locked inside the glass wall. And there were many such rooms here. Chapter 151, Discovering the Laboratory. So what are in the other houses? The noises made by the zombies were too annoying. Jiang Chen roared softly. The zombies inside immediately became silent under such intimidation. They put away their instincts for flesh and blood, and curled up in the innermost corner like quails. Taking Jiang Chen out, he was really not afraid of any zombies. But now Lin Ran was not in the mood to praise him, because she found that another glass room was filled with various experimental equipment. The furnishings inside looked very much like the research institute where she was imprisoned. Lin Ran's heart was beating wildly. This was definitely the research institute she was looking for. It turned out that the research institute really existed so early. Now, she was going to destroy it for them again. Purple light and electricity overflowed from the palm of her hand and hit the bulletproof glass in front of her. Bang! No matter how strong the bulletproof glass was, it could not withstand the destruction of the 8th level lightning power. And the cracks on the glass became bigger and bigger. Then Lin Ran pulled out a tang sword from the space and cut a big hole in the glass on the laboratory side. Before entering, Lin Ran caught a glimpse of the red dot of the monitor flashing on the roof. Purple lightning flashed, and all the monitors were destroyed. Jiang Chen. This is the place we are looking for. If Jiang Chen paid attention, he would find that Lin Ran used us. However, he didn't know the meaning of this sentence now. Lin Ran turned on the lights on the wall and saw the pale laboratory and various cold experimental instruments. I don't know what experiments are used here. She looked around, trying to find possible experimental records and investigate the secrets here. She wanted to know what those shameless politicians and cruel scientists were studying. Are those terrible zombie viruses all developed by these people? Unfortunately, there is nothing here. Ran, come here. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's voice came from the other end of the room. Lin Ran hurried over and saw something that made her extremely angry. A pale-skinned, black-haired girl was tied to the laboratory table, with needle holes all over her wrists where blood had been drawn. What happened to this girl was so much like her. Lin Ran was heartbroken, and held the girl's hand tightly with infinite tenderness. Her fingers were cold, her nails were bloodless, and she seemed to be breathing. She wanted someone to save her so much when she was tied to the laboratory. Even if she was helped to end her life, it would be better than being tortured every day without dignity. The girl's hand was cold, and Lin Ran's heart tightened. Could it be that she was too late? Wake up! Wake up! I'm here to save you. The girl was motionless, as if she had passed out. Lin Ran stretched out his hand tremblingly, trying to feel her breath. But at the moment of stretching out, he saw the girl weakly open her eyes. She seemed to have regained all her strength in an instant, and held Lin Ran's hand tightly. She whispered in a dry voice, "Please, save me." The girl's black eyes reflected Lin Ran's eyes full of pity. Lin Ran then noticed that the girl's face was a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it before. Lin Ran put aside those distracting thoughts and nodded firmly. Okay. Don't worry. I will definitely save you. After getting Lin Ran's answer, she seemed to be relieved, closed her eyes, and fell asleep again. Jiang Chen. I want to take her away. Okay. Lin Ran looked around the experimental table. And there was no experimental log here. It seems that only when the girl wakes up can she give her an answer. However, how to take this girl out? Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen's broad shoulders. Otherwise, let Jiang Chen carry her. Villa of the Deputy Base Director of the Peace Base. What? The surveillance of the number 1 experimental subject's laboratory is offline. You'd better deal with the matter here immediately. How important is the number 1 experimental subject? If anything happens to her, you will all be buried with her. But what but? Everyone, go to the number 1 experimental subject's laboratory right now and ensure her safety. Yes, that's it. When it's done, get back to me immediately. After hanging up the phone, Xie Chenghe was so angry that he wanted to die. These bastards can't even take care of one person. If this experimental subject makes any mistakes, Rong Han will definitely rebel. The most terrifying thing is that those secrets will be exposed. Then will he still be the deputy base commander? It should be fine. Those idiots are stupid, but they are all high-level psychics. It should be no problem to deal with the number 1 experimental subject. Xie Chenghe comforted himself while sitting in the living room. But the anxiety was still reflected on his face. This scene was seen by Lin's mother and father, who were hiding in the living room, pretending to clean. The two looked at each other and hid in the yard. Dad? The laboratory that person mentioned. Could it be the place Ran Ran is looking for? Dad Lin nodded. I think it is probably the place. What should we do now? If we don't go back so late, will the children worry about us? Dad Lin thought for a while. Don't worry. The children may not have gone back yet. Mother Lin thought of her children, who had good ideas and agreed with her. Yes, maybe they are outside too. Don't worry. We have got important information now. So we can't leave. This deputy base commander has a big problem at home. The important thing now is that we have to hurry up and replace all the flowers and plants in the Xia family with your mutant plants. When the time comes, their whole family will be the ears and gods planted by us. And no secrets can be hidden from us. Mother Lin clenched her fists. You are right. We as parents must avenge Ran Ran. Find out that evil laboratory and burn it down. Dad Lin hugged Mother Lin and said heroically, not only will I burn the laboratory, I will also burn the Xia family. Yes, burn Xie Chenghe and his daughter to make fertilizer for our mutant trees. Okay. After setting the goal, the two were very excited. The couple worked together to do one thing, which made Dad Lin and Mom Lin even feel that they had found the mood when they were just together in an instant. Unfortunately, at this moment of affection, an unwelcome voice came over. Why are you two being lazy here? You haven't even taken out the trash in the room. It was the housekeeper Fatty Wu. He thought that Lin's father and mother were being lazy, and looked at them with disapproval. Lin's father hurriedly took out half a bottle of wine from his pocket and handed it over. Housekeeper Wu, please forgive me. We are so happy that we gathered here to talk to each other. It is a great blessing for us to work in the base commander's house. Thanks to you. If it weren't for your kindness, we wouldn't be so lucky. Chapter 152 Glass House. Wu Pengzi fumbled with the half bottle of ergotu in his hand. His mouth stretched to his ears with joy. I didn't expect that the old Lin couple had so many good things. This wine is a rare commodity. You know how to be grateful. I recruited you today because I saw that you are quick and nimble and have good eyes. Wu Pengzi was greedy for money. He took Lin's father's things, so he had to give him the benefits. How about this? Since you are husband and wife, you can live together in this small bedroom on the first floor in the future. You don't have to do chores in the future. Just help in the house. Follow me, Brother Wu, and I won't let you suffer. Lin's father and mother were overjoyed when they heard this. After all, the more gifts, the less blame. If they can live together, it will be more convenient to do things. You know, other servants all live in the collective dormitory in the basement. And if they can help in the house, there will be more opportunities to do things. After allocating the rooms, Wu Pengzi took the wine and hid away to enjoy it. Seeing that it was still early, Lin's father and mother took advantage of the dark night and the high winds when no one was around to plant a few mutant tree seedlings in the yard, especially roses. As the most popular landscape plants, there were already many in this villa. Lin's mother was quick-witted and used a trick of transplanting flowers and trees. She replaced the roses that originally surrounded the villa's courtyard wall with her own mutant roses. Now, everything that happened in this courtyard was under her surveillance. The mutant plants and Lin's mother were in tune with each other, and any movement here would tell her. After doing everything, the two returned to the villa again. The next step was to replace the flowers and plants in the house. They would soon know Xia Chang's secret. On this side, Lin Ran was thinking about the possibility of asking Jiang Chen to help carry the girl away. Suddenly, a series of shrill alarms came from the top of the laboratory. Lin Ran smiled coldly. Managers, have you finally discovered the abnormality here? That's great. I don't have to look for you. You are here to die. Lin Ran stretched out his hand, trying to put the girl into the space. Suddenly, Jiang Chen pointed to a dark glass room next door and said, Ran, it's the same here. The same? Is it also a laboratory? Jiang Chen saw Lin Ran's interest in this room and didn't want to tire Lin Ran. He slashed the glass with his ice blade and made a big hole. He also turned on the lights on the wall and destroyed the surrounding surveillance cameras. After everything was settled, Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran and said, Ran, it's okay. You can come in. Lin Ran put the girl into the space and followed Jiang Chen to the next laboratory. This laboratory is much richer than the previous one. This is a room full of mutant beasts. They are locked in sturdy metal cages, most of which are first-level mutant beasts. When they saw Lin Ran and the others go in, their eyes glowed red. It was obvious that they hated humans. One room is filled with zombies. One room is filled with girls. And one room is filled with mutant beasts. What kind of experiments are these people doing? Lin Ran looked at the other glass rooms. It was dark inside, and she couldn't see anything clearly. But Lin Ran knew that the answer she wanted should be hidden in them. Ran, do you want to see the other rooms too? Jiang Chen always knew what Lin Ran was thinking at the first time. Lin Ran's eyes were full of interest. Yes. Bang, when Lin Ran said she wanted, Jiang Chen had already broken a piece of glass. As long as Ran wanted, he would definitely help her do it. Not to mention such a small matter as putting in some effort. Ran, it's done. Come in. Lin Ran walked into the fourth glass room and saw jars of different sizes filled with formalin solution and specimens of various mutant beasts. This place doesn't look like a laboratory, but more like a specimen exhibition room. Jiang Chen, open the next room. Okay. Jiang Chen opened the fifth glass room in the same way. As soon as she opened the door, Lin Ran heard a familiar cry. It was a cry similar to that of a child. The cry of a mutant spider. Lin Ran turned on the light switch on the wall. But she didn't expect to see real children this time. These children didn't know what strange things they had eaten. And their stomachs were ridiculously big. They were wrapped in spider silk and tied to the laboratory table and couldn't move. Some of the children didn't know what kind of pain they were in. Their faces flushed and they struggled and cried on the laboratory table. Lin Ran also noticed that Xiaoyu, who had just been tied back by Brother Shui, was also lying on a laboratory table. Her eyes were still wet, and she saw Lin Ran as if she saw a savior. Sister, save me. Spider will be back soon. And so will that bad doctor. Lin Ran took the Tang Dao and cut off the spider silk on Xiaoyu's body. It seems that a lot of things happened to her during the time when she was brought into this basement by Brother Shui. While untying Xiaoyu, Lin Ran asked softly, Xiaoyu, Spider and Bad Doctor? Where did they go? Bad Doctor just ran away. And Big Spider went out at that time. Sister, take me away quickly. I want to find my brother. Otherwise, we will be finished if they come back. Okay. I will save them and go together. After Lin Ran let go of Xiaoyu, he was ready to go see other children. When he turned around, his wrist was tightly grasped by Xiaoyu. Sister, you can't save them. They will turn into monsters soon. You can't save them. Turn into a monster? Seeing Lin Ran's suspicious look, Xiaoyu explained, it's true. The bad doctor saw me crying non-stop and told me that he also wanted to turn me into a spider. He wanted to put spider eggs in our stomachs. Let spiders parasitize our bodies. And let us parasitize spiders. It's about fusion. Fusion. Boom. Xiaoyu's words shocked Lin Ran's senses. No wonder those spiders all have human heads. No wonder those spiders cry like children. No wonder they deliberately catch children everywhere. It turns out that they are doing this experiment. If you can't control the mutant beasts, Let them coexist with humans. Animals don't have emotions. But humans do. So, they want to cultivate a group of mutant beasts in this way. Lin Ran just wants to say that the Peace Base is really crazy. No wonder the legend of the New Star Peace Base in the early days of the Doomsday was buried by the mutant beast army in the previous life. It turns out that was not a legend. The Peace Base is really digging its own grave. It is absolutely unforgivable. Xiaoyu saw that Lin Ran did not move, and thought that she did not believe it. So she cried, "Sister, I did not lie to you. Each of them has such a big belly because they have a spider egg in their belly." Chapter 153 Hallucination. It's real spider eggs. I saw the doctor put them in. He wanted to put them in for me. But he ran away when he heard the noise outside. Lin Ran touched Xiaoyu's swollen eyes and smiled gently. "Sister believes you." It was just a smile. But it didn't reach the bottom of her eyes. So many children in this laboratory were harmed by that scumbag. "Xiaoyu, when did that bad doctor leave? Where did he go?" "He left for a while and ran out from there." Lin Ran followed Xiaoyu's finger and found a door there. "Jiangchen. Is there anyone there?" Jiangchen released his mental power. 1 meter. 2 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. Something was approaching this side. Jiangchen said in a deep voice, Ran. Something is coming." "Ah! It's back." Xiaoyu's face suddenly changed. And she pulled Lin Ran to run. "Sister, it's the Spider Mother who's back." "Spider Mother? What the hell is this?" "These children with eggs in their bellies are all its treasures. And it wants to protect them." As Xiaoyu finished speaking, the children who had just been struggling on the bed had their bellies ripped open in front of Lin Ran. Then, spider legs grew out of their lower bodies. First 1. Then 2. Then 3. The children kept screaming. And such screams made Lin Ran's heart ache. They were still children. But now they were being tortured like this. Ran, I help you get rid of them." Jiang Chen's palm condensed an ice blade again. But Lin Ran couldn't say the words of promise. "Ah! It hurts so much. Sister, save me. Big brother. Good man. Please save me. Kill me. I've turned into a monster. Please kill me. Mom and Dad. I'm so scared. I don't want to turn into a monster." The children's painful screams filled her ears. They didn't want to turn into monsters. But the moment they were caught here, they had no choice. The knife in Lin Ran's hand hardened again. She was determined to kill all these unscrupulous scientific lunatics in the world. Wow! The ceiling above her head suddenly fell. A mutant spider that was even bigger than the mutant spiders she had seen before rushed out. It fell from the ceiling and directly occupied half of the entire laboratory. "Sister, Brother Jiang, help me." Lin Zhe, Zhang Huan, and Xiao were tied to the back of the mutant mother spider with spider silk. With them, there was Xiao Shui, whose half-body had mutated into a spider. "Don't talk. Don't shout for help. You have to stay here and play with me," Xiao Shui said viciously. When Lin Ran saw Lin Zhe being caught, the knife in her hand became harder. It turned out that this was the mutant mother spider. And its head was not a child, but a real woman. She had long hair and a pair of scary red eyes. But unlike her terrifying appearance, her expression was unusually gentle. Xiao had tilted her head and said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Ran whispered, "We are here to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" "Looking for 2 children. One named Xiao and the other named Xiaoyu." Xiao's eyes lit up when she heard this. "I am Xiao. Sister, you found me." Lin Ran looked at Xiao, who was behaving strangely. And her eyes darkened. "That's great. The brother and the 2 sisters next to you also came to find you." Xiao nodded. "I know. So I asked my mother to catch them and let them stay and play with me. Now, sister, stay and play with me too." Lin Ran's pupils shrank. Xiao. Her mind was indeed abnormal. The mutant mother spider's eyes suddenly turned red and made people panic. And a strange feeling lingered in Lin Ran's heart. She felt the space in front of her twisted instantly. And Jiangchen, who was originally only an arm's length away from her, suddenly became very far away from her. Then the floor under her feet was like cotton, making people want to sink into it involuntarily. "Sister, don't fall asleep." It sounded like Xiaoyu's voice. By the way, she would take her away. Lin Ran wanted to reach out and grab her, but found that Xiaoyu, who was very close to her just now, was gone. Instead, it was Xiao. who had mutated into a monster. Sister, stay with me. Lin ran through a punch without hesitation and smashed Xiaoxua in front of her to pieces. Then, she took out a bottle of spiritual spring water from the space and drank it. Unexpectedly, this mutant mother spider actually had two rare superpowers: space power and hallucination power. It was really wonderful. Today she accepted these two crystal cores without hesitation. After drinking half a bottle of spiritual spring water, she washed her eyes with the remaining water. Lin Ran could no longer see the illusion created by the mutant mother spider. The mutant mother spider was standing in front of Lin Ran, while Jiangchen, who was standing beside her, had a dull look in his eyes, as if he was in a hallucination. Lin Ran walked over and pushed Jiangchen twice. She found that he was in a deep hallucination, and did not move even after being pushed several times by Lin Ran. She took out another bottle of spiritual spring water, and prepared to feed Jiangchen some water. Unexpectedly, before she could send the water to Jiangchen's mouth, the spider silk of the mutant mother spider attacked her. Lin Ran was afraid that the mutant mother spider would hurt Jiangchen, so she rushed to fight. But she only had time to splash the spiritual spring water in her hand on Jiangchen's face. Jiangchen was in an extremely terrible hallucination. He returned to the day when he became a zombie. He was going to take his grandfather to find Lin Ran and run towards a new life. But a sudden change turned him into a zombie. This was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that Lin Ran was also killed by the zombie. Her white skin was covered with blood, and there was not a single piece of good meat on her body that was bitten by the zombie. She looked at herself with her dying breath, her eyes full of despair. It was all his fault. He brought the disaster to her. If it weren't for him, she would have stayed in that small courtyard with her family leisurely, leading a peaceful and happy life. Jiangchen fell into great pain, watching Lin Ran turning into a zombie. He hugged his head painfully, wanting to destroy the world to bury Lin Ran. If she was gone in this world, then there would be no meaning in existence. When Jiangchen raised his head again, he saw that Lin Ran had turned into a zombie. He looked at Lin Ran, who was walking with her joints reversed and became extremely ugly, and suddenly felt that this scene was a bit funny. Something was wrong. Everything was too wrong. Ran couldn't be so ugly. She was so strong, proud, and always so beautiful. How could she allow herself to become such a monster? Suddenly, he felt a coolness on his face. Then, everything around him changed. Everything that had frightened him just now, Lin Ran who had turned into a zombie, disappeared. That girl, that shining Lin Ran, was fighting with the mutant mother spider. Then, what happened the next moment made Jiangchen really crazy. Lin Ran was actually swallowed by the mutant mother spider right in front of him. Chapter 154: A Heart That Beats for You. Lin Ran found it quite interesting to be an opponent of this mutant mother spider. It can actually use the space ability so well. Much better than her ability to only use it to store things. It can distort space and transform space. It will suddenly appear behind you and give you a fatal blow. Lin Ran slowed down the pace of the war and tried to learn more from the enemy. Suddenly, the mutant mother spider sprayed venom at her. Then, while she was dizzy, she wanted to swallow her into her stomach. How could it succeed? Lin Ran hid in the space at the moment when the mutant mother spider opened her mouth. Unexpectedly, her hiding almost caused a terrible bloody storm. Seeing Lin Ran being swallowed, Jiangchen stopped time immediately. Then he sacrificed a 2-meter-long ice knife and slashed at the mutant mother spider frantically. The poor mutant mother spider was ripped open by Jiangchen before she could react. No! There was nothing in the stomach. Jiangchen dared not use too much strength, nor too little. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, he would hurt Lin Ran. And he was also afraid that if he used too little strength, he would not be able to rescue her in time. The 2 minutes of still time passed quickly, and Lin Zhe was the first to wake up from the dizziness of time stillness. At the moment when Jiangchen was fighting with the mutant mother spider, Lin Zhe and the others were thrown to the ground not far away. At this moment, he looked up and saw Jiangchen's crazy look. The mutant mother spider was cut into pieces by him, and it couldn't be more miserable. Is he looking for his sister? Lin Zhe suddenly found that his voice was a little hoarse, because it was the first time he felt such surging emotions. There is a person who can care so much about another person. Brother Jiang is obviously crazy, but according to his understanding of his sister is 80% likely to hide in the space. How could she be eaten by the mutant mother spider? It is true that he is confused because of his concern. Jiang Chen did not find Lin Ran, and felt that there was a scary empty place in his left chest. He wanted to do something brutal to fill it up. If Ran Ran got into trouble, no one would live. Jiang Chen had never hated this world and humans so much at this moment. Jiang Chen. Lin Ran came out of the space, and saw Jiang Chen's crazy look. Jiang Chen didn't turn his head. He heard Lin Ran's voice, but he didn't dare to believe it. He was afraid that the voice behind him was his illusion. And he was afraid that he would really go crazy if he couldn't see her. Jiang Chen. What are you doing? Lin Ran shouted anxiously. She thought Jiang Chen hadn't come out of the illusion yet. Lin Ran took out the spiritual spring water, and was about to give it to Jiang Chen. But as soon as she unscrewed the lid, she saw a shadow running towards her, and then hugged her fiercely. Ran Ran. It's really you. I was scared to death. I thought I would never see you again. Jiang Chen's voice was so low that Lin Ran was stunned. His arms were extremely strong. He pushed so hard that Lin Ran felt he wanted to embed himself into his body. The air in her chest was squeezed out, and her bones hurt a little. But for some reason, she didn't struggle, because she heard sobs and grievances in Jiang Chen's low voice. In the hallucination just now, he thought he was dead. Right? That's why he became like that. It turns out that as she died, in addition to her family, Jiang Chen also cared about her so much. He cared so much that he almost collapsed. Jiang Chen's hand holding Lin Ran was trembling a little. He was very sure that the person in front of him was safe and sound. Her body was warm, and her skin was soft. Her breath was sweet. Lin Ran felt the man's trembling, and her heart suddenly hurt. Then she reached out and patted his back gently. Jiang Chen. I'm here. I'm fine. Lin Ran's actions and voice were like the best medicine. Jiang Chen's panic mood calmed down instantly. Then, something suddenly began to beat gently in his left chest, which had been empty and helpless. From now on, he was no longer an emotionless zombie. He was the zombie king. The real zombie king. It was a long time before Jiang Chen realized that the beating thing was a heart. It was a heart that beat only for Lin Ran. Sister. Brother Jiang. Have you forgotten that we are here? My hands hurt. Please untie us. A slightly sour voice came from the corner. Lin Zai thought the scene of the two hugging was quite touching at first, but after a long time, he felt a little uncomfortable. This brother Jiang has been hugging his sister for too long. When Lin Ran heard Lin Zai's voice, she regained her sanity and broke free from Jiang Chen's arms. Ahem. I'm fine. Shiza. I come to save you right away. Lin Ran touched her flushed face and ran towards Lin Zai. Lin Zai felt a little relieved when he saw his sister coming towards him. He knew that his position in his sister's heart was still very high. However, what was wrong with brother Jiang's eyes? Why did he look at him with such murderous intent? He never looked at him like that before. As if he had suddenly become smarter. Lin Zai was shocked by his discovery. When Lin Ran untied the spider silk for him and looked at Jiang Chen again, he found that he had become cold again. Fortunately, he should not have offended this powerful brother-in-law. He was so stupid that he didn't know what jealousy was. Zhang Huan and Xiao Xiao fainted when they fell down just now. Xiao Shui didn't know where she hid. The children tied to the experimental table were now half human and half spider monsters. They screamed in pain one by one, asking Lin Ran to help kill them. When Lin Zai pushed Zhang Huan and Xiao Xiao awake, Lin Ran had already put the crystal core of the mutant mother spider into the space. When Zhang Huan and Xiao Xiao woke up, they heard the alarm on the ceiling getting louder and louder. Zhang Huan said, "Where is Xiao Xiao?" Lin Zai shook his head. "I don't know." Xiao Xiao whispered, "The mutant mother spider is dead." Jiang Chen felt the footsteps getting closer and closer, and walked to Lin Ran and said, Ran, those people are coming." Zhang Huan stood up from the ground holding the axe, and said with a pale face, "Is it Brother Shui and the others? They hurt Xiao Xiao and the others so badly. We must not let them go." Lin Ran smiled faintly. "Of course we can't let them go," Lin Ran said to the children on the experimental table. "Children, don't cry first. Do you want revenge?" The children stopped crying and asked curiously, "Yes, but how can we take revenge?" Lin Ran was like the big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood, and whispered, "Now there is an opportunity in front of you. Those who hurt you are coming. Remember to bite them later. Bite them desperately, and let them be buried with you. Got it, sister?" Chapter 155 Revenge. In the secret passage, a dozen psychics were protecting a man in a white coat. The man in the white coat wore a pair of thick glasses, had gray hair, and kept talking. Hurry up. If my treasures are destroyed, I will use you as experiments. Do you guys know the importance of my experiments? Those are the future mutant beasts I built for the base. Those ignorant guys actually broke in here. I want you to catch them and tie them up for experiments. Did you hear that? As soon as the white coat finished speaking, the leader of the psychics said, "Don't worry, Dr. He. We will definitely catch those ignorant guys as experimental subjects for you. Anyone who dares to break in here is really tired of living." Dr. He pushed his thick glasses. "You better keep your word. Otherwise, I will use you as experimental subjects." Hearing Dr. He's threats, everyone felt cold from head to toe. It's better to die than to be his experiment. No one knows better than them what kind of terrible experiment this man is doing. Turning people into monsters alive is simply worse than death. Suddenly, the team of superpowers stopped. The leader asked, "What's wrong?" Brother Shui, who was walking in the front, answered flatteringly, "Boss, we are here." Brother Hui, who was called the boss, came over and saw a small door. This is the secret passage to retreat to the secret room. Outside is Dr. He's laboratory. He listened to the movement outside, which was different from what he thought. It was a bit too quiet outside. Could it be that the intruder has already run away? Brother Huey's eyes were stern, and he ordered, "Leave 2 people to protect Dr. He, and the rest of you follow me." Bang! The small door was kicked open by Brother Hui, and the superpowers filed out. They walked into the laboratory and found the mutant mother spider dead in the middle of the laboratory. Moreover, the death was extremely horrible. Seeing the big guy dead here, Brother Huey's heart beat violently. These people were able to kill this terrible guy. Then they must be extraordinary. Who could it be? "Ah, my little Zhu. You died so tragically. Who killed you? I will avenge you." Brother Huey's thoughts were interrupted by Dr. He's crying. He rushed over and lay on the mutant mother spider's body and cried loudly, as if his own son had been killed. Seeing the empty laboratory table, Dr. He was even more devastated. "Where are my precious children? Who stole my experimental babies? Where are they all? Get out of here and die." Dr. He wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. His hard work was destroyed in an instant. How could he be so cruel? "So, you did these unscrupulous experiments." Lin Ran walked out slowly from the darkness. She really knew this old bad guy. He was one of the core researchers of that institute. He cut a lot of flesh from her and Jiangchen. Unexpectedly, "I met an acquaintance here again." "That's great." Seeing Lin Ran coming out of the darkness, everyone began to be alert. Was she the one who killed the mutant mother spider just now? "Did you kill Xiao?" Dr. He looked at Lin Ran with hatred. "I killed her." Jiangchen, who was following closely behind Lin Ran, answered first. Dr. He's eyes burst with evil light. "You deserve to die. Catch them for me. I want to cut them up and study them one by one." "Yes." Lin Ran laughed. "The old immortal thing. You still want to treat her like that in this life. It's so beautiful that he can't die." Lin Ran's eyes turned cold, and she said loudly, "Children, your enemies are here. Do it." "Okay, sister." The children made a sound, and the superpowers were horrified to find that these half-human, half-spider monsters had been hanging on the ceiling and secretly watching them. Ah! One of the psychics was entangled by the poisonous spider silk and felt numb all over his body instantly. The children hated them so much that they rushed forward desperately. "Don't touch my precious experiment." One psychic wanted to chop the children, but was grabbed by Dr. He. "Dr. He? But they want to kill us." "Bah! Are your lives as precious as theirs? They are my future mutant beast army." "Caw!" Just as Dr. He finished speaking, a child jumped on his back and bit his neck hard. "Ah! Help! Kill! Kill him!" Dr. He felt the pain and screamed in fear. Lin Ran was watching from the side and laughed. Other people's lives are not lives. But his life is life. You can bite others, but you can't bite yourself. This old man is a shameless double-standard dog. We caught a Spider-Man and shouted, "Protect Dr. He." Yes. The superpowers were numerous, and their strength was not bad. But they could not resist the children, who hated them so much and attacked them desperately. They wanted to drink their blood and eat their flesh. Caw! Shui, who was hiding behind Hui, hit a child with one hand, and the other jumped up and jumped on his face. Ah! It was a bite. Bit off half of his face. Ah! My face. Come and help me. But now, everyone is busy with their own affairs. So who has time to care about him? Xiaoyu, who was standing next to Lin Ran and was held by her hand, saw this scene and grabbed Lin Ran's hand tightly. That bad guy finally got his comeuppance. Seeing this, Lin Ran touched Xiaoyu's head. Don't be afraid. Sister, I'm not afraid. I'm happy. The bad guy was bitten to death. He really deserved it. Hearing the joy in Xiaoyu's voice, Lin Ran curled her lips and smiled. Very good. In the end times, you can't have a saintly heart. This child is just to her taste. The war is getting more and more intense. Looking at the superpowers flying around the laboratory, Lin Ran frowned. The children are still too young. It's easy to suffer this way. Jiang Chen, let's help them. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Jiang Chen's eyes softened. Okay. How to help? Let the other poor little ones out. Let them join in the fun. Okay. Soon, Lin Ran and his party came to the glass house, where the zombies were locked up. Lin Ran and Jiang Chen had a tacit understanding. Each of them had several rooms, and acted decisively. Lin Zai used the gold superpower to open the door lock. Purple light flashed in Lin Ran's palm, and with a wave of his hand, the glass wall shattered instantly. Jiang Chen tapped the glass wall lightly, and the glass wall turned into powder in an instant like a snowflake. As the door lock and the wall were destroyed, the zombies seemed to be awakened and staggered out. They let out a low roar like phlegm stuck in their throats, and looked around with gray eyes like dead fish bellies. There was a purpose for letting the zombies out, and Jiang Chen walked towards the group of zombies. The zombies consciously made way for the middle road, like elementary school students being inspected by the Dean of Teaching. Jiang Chen gestured to the group of zombies, and they immediately followed Jiang Chen obediently, and walked towards the direction of the laboratory. Chapter 156 Scientific Madman. Outside the gloomy underground laboratory, a group of zombies slowly walked over. Their empty eyes were full of spirit at this moment, and they had already smelled the delicious bloody smell coming from the laboratory. Their skin had faded, and the flesh on their bodies had long turned gray and black. They roared excitedly in their throats, and rushed in the direction of the bloody smell. Brother Hui, who had caught the two children, was about to tie them back to the laboratory table under the guidance of Dr. He. Just wait until they lose their minds and become completely mutant beasts. As a result, before he could do anything, he saw a large group of zombies running towards them. Oh no! They let the zombies out. Brother Hui shouted. Brothers, get rid of the zombies first. Okay. It's not that easy to get rid of so many zombies. As he spoke, a zombie rushed over and grabbed a mutant, stretched out his mouth full of rotten smell, and bit his neck. The taste of blood is the best stimulant. The psychic army that had just gained the upper hand was instantly disrupted by the zombies. Next to him, a powerful psychic pulled the zombie apart and threw it over his shoulder, throwing it to the ground. Just as he dealt with one zombie, another one rushed up, grabbed his leg and started biting. The zombies started a crazy killing mode. No matter how powerful the psychics were, they could not withstand the beating of the zombies. The characteristic of zombies is that they will not get tired or feel pain. The zombies rushed forward and bit the psychics crazily. The zombies who feasted on the food were covered with sticky blood, and the psychics suffered heavy casualties. Brother Hui and Dr. He, who were hiding in the innermost, were terrified. Brother Hui dealt with the two zombies in front of him and shouted, "Brothers, let's fight. We have to rush out." Lin Zai saw this scene and immediately laughed contemptuously. Stupid. You think you're dying too slowly. Sure enough, the zombies who were eating immediately raised their heads and looked at Brother Hui when they heard the sound. With big red mouths, with uneaten flesh and blood hanging on their mouths. Who is so hungry that he dares to disturb us while we are eating? The zombie closest to Brother Hui seemed to see a feast and rushed to Brother Hui and started tearing him apart immediately. The teeth that exuded a rotten and moldy smell bit at the artery on the neck, and blood gushed out. Brother Hui screamed in fear, his eyes full of fear and despair, witnessing everything that happened in front of him. Dr. He only felt a warm current gushing out of his crotch, and his teeth and calves were trembling constantly. Lin Ran said to Jiang Chen, all the zombies have to be dealt with. Keeping them is a disaster. These superpowers are helping the tyrants, and should not be tolerated. That Dr. He, although he is extremely evil, I still have a use for him. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling very happy that he could finally help Ran Ran share his worries. He looked around and saw that the superpowers had been killed by the zombies without a single piece of armor left. The scene could be cleaned up. Jiang Chen showed the superpowers in his palm and condensed them into an ice knife. Ran Ran, we can start. Okay. Lin Ran released purple light and chopped at the zombies. Lin Zai was not to be outdone. He rushed into the zombies with a big knife and chopped them. He cut the heads like cutting watermelons. Zhang Huan and Xiao Xiao saw this and also raised their axes. The axe finally had a place to use. Jiang Chen quickly killed countless zombies with a knife. He thought that he could deal with more zombies by himself. So Ran Ran would have less contact with these rotten zombies and suffer less. Strength in numbers. In less than 2 minutes, all the zombies were wiped out. Lin Zai attacked the psychics again. Beware of these guys turning into zombies and coming back to life. The laboratory, which was quite tidy when he first came in, was now a mess, with zombies with their heads and bodies separated lying all over the ground, and blood stains everywhere. Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen to tie up Dr. He, who was paralyzed on the ground with vines, and then kicked him into the pile of zombies. He was so scared that he barked for a long time. Then, they cleaned up the scene and collected the spoils of war. Crystal cores. This time, the harvest was full, and Lin Ran pretended to put it into his backpack while everyone was not paying attention, and put part of it into the space. The rest, let Jiang Chen pack it up and carry it. After cleaning up, Lin Ran looked up and saw the little spiders looking at him with big eyes. Sister, please kill us. We have become like this. We have no way to survive if we go out. The children cried. Lin Ran felt sour. These children are innocent by nature, even though they have become half human, half insect monsters. They have no intention of harming people. How can she kill them? Lin Ran frowned and thought about the solution quickly. It would definitely not work if they were left in the base. They have not yet completely turned into mutant beasts and will not attack people. But when the evolution is complete, it's hard to say. My dearest ones, do you know how perfect you are as experimental subjects? How can you die? Dr. He woke up from the shock and said with great pain. Lin Ran smiled with cold eyes. So you think they are perfect? Then I will make you like this later. Okay? Lin Ran's sinister words made Dr. He shudder. No. How can you do this to me? Do you know who I am? How can you do this to me? Lin Ran kicked over and broke both of Dr. He's ribs. Of course I know. You are just a heartless dog. Ahem. You dare to do this to me. Xie Chenghe will not let you go. I am a national treasure-level scientific research talent. I have made great contributions to the prosperity of this base. You actually treated me like this. You are dead. Lin Ran kicked Dr. He in the face, leaving a big bloody footprint on his face. You lied to your father like this. You are a national treasure-level scientific research talent? Of course. I came back from Country M. I specialize in genetic mutation. Do you know what the greatest research of this century is? It is my research field. This is the perfect combination of human and mutant beast that I carefully created. It is also a remarkable existence in our entire team. These little cuties of mine. Don't you think they are cute? No matter who you are. Take me to continue research. I can definitely help you create a whole army of mutant beasts, so that you can dominate the world. How about it? Lin Ran kicked Dr. He's fanatical face again. Dominate your mother. Chapter 157 Behind the Institute. Lin Ran saw that this bastard was a scientific lunatic, but she still heard some clues from his words. You said you have a research team? But aren't you the only one here? Where are they? The researchers in that institute back then were not just Dr. He. This bastard. If they were all here, she could just catch them all. Dr. He was stepped on by Lin Ran, and it hurt so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood and said timidly, My team has long been broken up by the natural disaster. But I heard that Jack went to High City, and William went to Bai City. I don't know about the others. Speaking of this, as if he thought of something, Dr. He's eyes emitted a strange light. Are you going to reorganize the team for me? Don't worry. If you can find them and reorganize us, we can not only help you build a mutant army, but also build the most powerful mutant army. I heard that Jack is studying mutants. And William, he is studying zombies. We may be able to create a zombie king who controls all zombies. You don't know? I have a strange experimental subject here. Where is she? She is the perfect combination of zombies and humans. When I study her well, I will definitely change the world from now on. Doctor, he kept painting big cakes for Lin Ran. Lin Ran's blood flowed faster and faster with his words. Jack? William? These bastards. Scum. Scum. Finally heard from them again. It turns out that they have been a research team for a long time. Now they are separated temporarily. But later they get together again to do those disgusting research. Back then, William was the bitch who tortured Jiang Chen to degenerate into a low-level zombie state. And Jack is an out-and-out lunatic. Great. Now that we have their news, it's only a matter of time to find them. Seeing that Lin Ran didn't say anything, Doctor, he asked tentatively, Miss, isn't my suggestion great? Lin Ran came back to her senses and smiled coldly. Hack you. You said these little spider children are the most perfect works? Doctor, he nodded. Of course. Don't you think they are beautiful? The children trembled with anger when they heard Dr. He's words. Beautiful? Why didn't he become like this? Lin Ran smiled lightly. I don't have such a strange aesthetic as you. But I can satisfy you. Dr. He's eyes lit up when he heard this. Do you mean to cooperate with me? Lin Ran stood up and shook his head gently. I don't want to cooperate with a scum like you. I just want to repay an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Children, this person is for you. Let this scum who made you like this regret it. Okay. I got it. Sister. The children said this sentence heartbreakingly. They were hurt too much by this crazy scientist. Doctor, he couldn't believe that there were still people in the world who would reject the paradise he described that dominated the world. He wanted to say something, but was bitten hard by a little spider that pounced on him. Ah! My eyes. His eyes, that always glowed with fanaticism, were bitten to pieces by a child. Then, it was the nose, mouth, cheeks, hands, feet. Every place must not be spared. Lin Ran's beautiful eyes admired this wonderful scene without blinking. Ran in the previous life. Jiang Chen. I will avenge you now. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran's appearance, walked to her side silently, and patted her back gently. Ran. Everything is over. Xiao covered Xiaoyu's eyes and hugged her to sit aside. Zhang Huan walked up to Lin Ran and said, Ran, have you thought about how to deal with these children? Lin Ran had an idea in his mind, but it was not easy to implement. Sister Huan, do you have any good suggestions? Ran, I know there is a hole in the wall of Area D. Maybe we can send the children out from there while it is still dark. There is a large dense forest outside Area D. After they escape, they can find a place to hide. This suggestion is really great. She actually thought so too. Originally, she thought of putting the children in the space temporarily, and then leaving the base under the pretext of doing a mission. But then she would definitely expose the fact that she has a space in front of everyone. But now Zhang Huan said this. It perfectly solved her problem. Lin Ran said happily, Sister Huan, you are worthy of it. This is really a good idea. Let's do it this way. Let's send them out. The children have superpowers, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to survive. Lindsay also smiled and said, Sister Huan, you are really well informed. You know such confidential things as the hole in the wall. Zhang Huan smiled shyly. There is no other way. In order to find a way for everyone to survive, I can only go around. Doctor, he was quickly killed by the angry children. The leading child was called Xiao Lei. When he heard Lin Ran's idea of taking them out, tears fell from his big eyes. Sister, thank you. It's been a long time since anyone treated us so well. Thank you so much. Lin Ran watched the children's bodies mutate more and more, knowing that they were not far from complete mutation. Lin Ran said softly, You are all good children. When you get out, stay away from each other and live a good life. Time is running out. Let's go quickly. After that, Lin Ran asked Zhang Huan to lead the way and walk out together. But before the group of people took a few steps, Xiaoxiu's miserable cry suddenly came from behind them. Sister Xiaoxiu. Sister Huan, don't you want Xiaoxiu? Zhang Huan and Xiaoxiu felt nervous. Xiaoxiu appeared behind them at some point, looking at them with a hurt face. Xiaoxiu, you should go with these children too, Zhang Huan said. Sister Huan, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. You are my last relatives in this world, Xiaoxiu said as she crawled over with tears. How could my sister abandon you? We came here just to find you. Xiaoxiu saw Xiaoxiu crying and hurriedly stepped forward. Xiaoxiu stretched out her hand to greet Xiaoxiu while paying attention to the movements around her. When she got close to Jiang Chen, she suddenly turned to face him and spurted out a stream of venom from her mouth towards Jiang Chen's face. Who is Jiang Chen? How could he be easily attacked by her? A transparent wall seemed to be erected 1 meter in front of him. And the venom fell all over the ground here. And it couldn't get close to Jiang Chen at all. Xiaoxue. What are you doing? Zhang Huan's face suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly. Xiaoxue's face was also pale. She opened her mouth wide, and was stunned when she saw the child suddenly attack. He deserves to die. He killed my mother. I want him to pay for his life. Chapter 158. Get out. The long underground corridor was filled with Xiaoxue's heart-wrenching cries. I fight you, Xiaoxue said, stretching out her long sickle-like legs and rushing towards Jiang Chen. Snap. A purple light flew out of Lin Ran's hand, and Xiaoxue vomited blood and fell to the ground. Xiao. Xiaoxue exclaimed. Sister Huan. Xiaoxue. This Xiaoxue is no longer the Xiaoxue you knew before. The Xiaoxue before was a simple and lovely child. The Xiaoxue now has completely mutated into a monster. Not only her body but also her mind. She has completely lost her humanity. Lin Ran pointed at Xiaoxue and said to Zhang Huan and Xiaoxue. She is different from these children. These children still have humanity. Disdain to associate with mutant spiders. And want them to kill them. But Xiaoxue has long recognized the thief as her mother and lost her humanity. There is still reluctance in Xiaoxue's eyes. But Zhang Huan, who had come to his senses, looked at Xiaoxue, who had fallen to the ground and stopped breathing, and said lightly, yes. She is sweet-mouthed but treacherous. And she recognizes the thief as her mother. She is no longer our Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue recalled the cute child in the past, and nodded with difficulty. Xiaoxue. Our Xiaoxue has died a long time ago. Lin Zhe looked at the little spiders behind him with concern and said anxiously, Sister, let's not waste time here. Hurry up and send the children out. Zhang Huan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yes. Let's go quickly. The dead are dead. And we who are alive have to live well. After saying that, she put the axe on her waist, took off the thin shirt of her top, and covered Xiaoxue's face. This was the last bit of warmth she gave Xiaoxue. After covering, she turned around neatly and led the way to the exit. The way out was much smoother than the way in. When they went out, they encountered the crystal cores that they had not picked up in time. With the help of the little spiders, the crystal cores were quickly collected. When Lin Ran and the others just walked out of the administrator's accommodation, another figure sneaked in. Ronghan was sure that his sister should be here. He had searched all other parts of the base, but there was no trace of his sister. Now he hadn't looked for this place yet. Entering the building, Ronghan found that there was no one here. It shouldn't be. Where did all those managers go? Ronghan felt something was wrong and searched floor by floor until he found the basement. When Ronghan came to the basement, he first noticed that the surveillance here was destroyed by humans. It seemed that someone had come in here. Suddenly, a strand of spider silk floated in front of Ronghan's eyes. Spider? The basement has been uninhabited for many years, so it's not uncommon to have spider webs. But he soon discovered that there were thin spider silks floating everywhere, as if he had walked into a spider's nest. Taking out a flashlight, Ronghan stepped in. Following the light of the flashlight, he saw a large ball of spider silk swaying in the air, and there were some charred and smelly dead spiders on the ground. After walking a few more steps, he suddenly saw a human-shaped cocoon hanging on the ceiling of the basement. Ronghan walked forward and cut the cocoon with a dagger, revealing a black thing that looked like a skeleton and a human body. Even though he had seen a lot of strange things, he couldn't help but feel his stomach churning. Human body should be a person wrapped in a spider web by a giant spider, and the spider spewed out venom to corrode the person's body, and then sucked the liquid inside, and finally formed. This should be the nest of the giant mutant spider. After walking a few more steps, he stepped on something hard. Looking down, the flashlight illuminated a spider covered with clothes. He curiously uncovered the clothes and took a deep breath. This spider actually has a little girl's face. How can it be a human face? What kind of monster is this? Crack, a strange sound suddenly came from behind, like a zombie or something else. Ronghan turned around instantly and released the pressure of a superpower, instinctively avoided the opponent's fatal blow. Then he saw that the mummy that he had just dissected out of the human cocoon was actually alive, coming back. Ronghan's eyes turned cold, and a frost came out from the palm of his hand. The ice power of a level 6 superpower hit the mummy's head mercilessly. With just one move, the crystal core of the mummy fell to the ground. Lizard zombie? How could there be such a thing here? Rohan's heart sank suddenly. The accommodation of the manager of this area was more complicated than he thought. Rohan dealt with the mummy, and did not dare to stay here for long. He continued to move forward. He had a strong premonition that his sister must be here. Passing by one messy glass room after another, and walking through the corridor, Rohan found the damaged glass room. Everything that came into his sight made him feel that he had thought too simply about this place. Except for the zombie limbs and flesh scattered all over the floor, it was clearly a laboratory. Looking at the bloody scene, one could imagine that a fierce fight had just taken place not long ago. The opponent must be very powerful to kill so many zombies. There were lab tables, operating tables, needles, scalpels in the lab. It was hard to imagine that some incredible experiments might have happened here. Looking at the weird scene in front of him, thinking of the huge humanoid cocoon and the monster with a human body and spider legs, Rohan's eyes were covered with a layer of frost, and a bad guess arose in his heart. Could it be? After searching for a long time and finding nothing, Rohan was worried about his sister's safety and searched the lab. But there was nothing useful here. And suddenly, he saw a small door. Rohan walked in and found that it was a secret passage. It led to the manager's room. On a well-decorated desk, he saw a notebook with a series of experimental data recorded in it. Rohan looked at a few pages, and his face became more and more ugly. Suddenly, he heard chaotic footsteps coming from outside to inside. Oops. Someone is coming. He couldn't stay here any longer. Rohan immediately put away his notebook, turned off the flashlight, and walked out quietly. Under the cover of the night, Lin Ran and his party were walking under the wall of Area D. Zhang Huan walked in front, leading the children to find a hole in the wall. Because the road was under construction, it was very difficult to walk here, and they didn't dare to turn on the flashlight to illuminate it, so they could only walk forward under the moonlight. Ran, be careful of your feet. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran on the side and said worriedly. Looking at Jiang Chen's worried expression, Lin Zai laughed secretly beside him. If he wasn't afraid that this powerful brother-in-law would beat him, he would have wanted to let Jiang Chen hold his sister and walk. In fact, what he didn't know was that Jiang Chen would not beat him. He even hoped that he would say so, because in that case, he could hold Ran openly. When they reached a tower, Zhang Huan stopped and pointed ahead, saying, "Kids, this is it. Chapter 159 Brothers." Everyone stopped and looked at the wall about 10 meters ahead. Sure enough, there was a damaged area. A small car could pass through that place without any problem. Lin Ran looked at the half-human, half-insect children, and her heart ached. They were once the favorites of their parents, but they fell into such a situation by accident in the end of the world. She frowned. What else could she do to help them? She leaned down and looked at them and said, "Children, after you leave here, you have to walk the road ahead on your own. Sister hopes that you will unite and live strong. Sister, no matter how difficult it is, we will try our best to live. Sister, thank you. Please rest assured, we will be strong." The children blinked their bright eyes, looked at Lin Ran, and said seriously. Lin Ran took out a bag from his backpack and handed it to one of the children. "Here are some bread and a lot of crystal cores. You can use them to improve your strength. Sister can only help you here. Take care of yourself in the future." As she spoke, Lin Ran's voice had a hint of sadness. She thought she had a hard heart, but she couldn't help but sympathize with these children who were also used as experimental subjects. "I just hope they can live well with their friends." Zhang Huan came over and said goodbye to the children. "Children, be careful when you go out. Hide in the dense forest, and use your supernatural powers to protect yourself. I hope you can all live well." "I know. Sister, big brothers, my name is Shiqiang. I will remember your kindness. My name is Xiaoling. My name is Shihu. My name is..." Lin Ran's eyes were slightly moist, and she tried to remember the children's faces. "Okay, I remember. Sister, send the children out quickly, so as not to have more dreams at night." Lin Zai observed the surroundings and reminded. Lin Ran also knew that it was time to say goodbye. Lin Ran tried to smile and made a cheering gesture to the children. "Okay, children, you go. Take care. Sisters, brothers, your kindness will be rewarded. We will try our best to survive and repay you in the future." The children nodded to them and set off on their journey. Lindsay looked at the children's backs, feeling uncomfortable. Sister, they are so young. Can they live well outside? Yes. Xiaoqiang, Xiaoling, Xiaohu are all very strong. They are all good children. Sister, do you think we can see them again in the future? Hearing Lin Zai's question, Lin Ran sighed softly in her heart. Maybe. The world is big, but also small. We will always meet if we are destined to. Near the construction site next to the wall of District D, Wu Xiqing got a lot of good things in the black market today. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky in the black market today. Today I can have a good meal with my brothers. Brothers, I'm back. We have something good today. Let's start cooking. Wu Xiqing walked to a small shanty town and shouted with a smile. Dozens of young men ran over immediately after hearing the voice. Brother Wu, what good things are there today? I met a good person today and exchanged a lot of delicious food. Wu Xiqing said happily. In the expectant eyes of the young men, he took out the instant noodles and ham sausage that Lin Ren gave him. Wow! Brother Wu, you are so great. This is ham. There are instant noodles. I'm so greedy. Cook it quickly. The young men started to move in a hurry. Some people went to get the iron pot. Some went to light the fire. And some went to fetch water. After a while, with the joint efforts of everyone, the pots and stoves were ready. Brother Wu, it's your turn now. Please. Under the expectation of dozens of pairs of eyes, Wu Xiqing walked to the stove with a smile, took out the instant noodles, and put them in. The guy closest to Wu Xiqing was called Wei Lan, and he stared at Wu Xiqing's movements without blinking. It was as if he could already smell the delicious instant noodles. In the D area, when everyone was hungry, it was a luxury to eat instant noodles. If it was paired with a sausage, it would definitely be a feast that no one dared to think about. Go. Wash some more vegetables, and bring them in. Wu Xiqing kicked Wei Lan, who was drooling, and said disdainfully. Wei Lan smiled and dodged Wu Xiqing's flying kick, saying, Hey, Brother Wu, go right away. Another said, I help too. The aroma of instant noodles lingered above the entire shantytown. In order to eat a delicious meal earlier, everyone was willing to do any work together. Wei Lan quickly washed the wild vegetables they found in the wild during the day, and was about to give them to Wu Xiqing when she saw two people suddenly walk in from outside. When he looked carefully, he found that it was Li Xiang and Louisa, whom he had not seen for a long time. Wei Lan was so excited that she almost threw away the vegetable she had just washed. Boss! Boss! Boss is here! As Wei Lan called out, everyone found Louisa and the others. Although the instant noodles in the pot smelled delicious, this was their boss. The pot was crowded just now, but now only Wu Xiqing was left alone. The young men immediately surrounded Louisa and Li Xiang. Boss! Boss! How come you have time to come here today? Brother Li, you have become more handsome in a few days. Everyone greeted them enthusiastically. Louisa used to be their company commander in the army, and he was a well-deserved boss. Come and see how you guys are doing recently. Let me see. Hey, how come you are all tanned like a piece of charcoal? Louisa joked. We are doing well. That's because we are dark. Yes. Yes. We are dark. Reporting good news, but not bad news is the usual style of these young men. The boss was also in a difficult situation, especially after the change of the base's regime. They didn't want to cause trouble for him. Wu Xiqing took out chopsticks and stirred the noodles in the pot. Walked over and greeted. Boss! Brother Li, you came at the right time. Come and have dinner together. Today's dinner is delicious instant noodles and ham sausage. Louisa patted Wu Xiqing on the shoulder and smiled. That's a coincidence. We just happened to bring some food, thinking of improving the lives of the brothers. Hearing this, Li Xiang took out 2 big bags from the backpack behind him and said, Let's eat and drink tonight. The boss also brought delicious food. That's great. Is it Chinese New Year today? The guys hurriedly leaned over to see what good things were in the bags. The result was that you didn't know until you looked, and you were shocked when you saw it. There were 2 bags full of delicious food inside. There were beef jerky, braised chicken legs, chicken feet with pickled peppers, braised beef, luncheon meat, some steamed buns, dumplings, bread, and even beer. Boss, there are too many good things, Wu Xiqing said embarrassedly. Louisa smiled heartily. What are we? Brothers who have carried guns together and have a lifelong friendship. If we are brothers, we shouldn't say those polite words. Yes, Brothers, set the table and eat. Li Xiang smiled. Soon, dozens of brothers sat at the dining table made of wooden boards. In front of each person was a bowl of hot instant noodles with vegetables and ham sausage. There were also various delicacies brought by Louisa and his friends on the table. Beer was not easy to get, so only a few cans were taken. There were no extra cups, so everyone took turns to take beer and drink it in small sips. Today, everyone had the most sumptuous dinner since the end of the world. After the meal, Louisa and Li Xiang took Wu Zhiqing to sit in Wu Zhiqing's simple shed. Chapter 160 Conspiracy. Zhiqing, how do you feel about our base now? Li Xiang asked Wu Zhiqing while crossing his legs. Wu Zhiqing thought of the human tragedy he had seen during this period, and said angrily, the management is quite dark, especially in Area D, where people have a hard time living. Murder, robbery, kidnapping, and disappearance are common. This base has been corrupted from the root. Li Xiang sighed. Yes. The upper-level officials are only concerned with eating, drinking and having fun. Ordinary people are forced to sell their children and daughters in exchange for a few compressed biscuits. Many people in this world live a life worse than death. People are not treated as human beings, and everyone lives without dignity. This is the end of the world. Wu Zhiqing clenched his hands fiercely when he heard this. I really hate it when I have time. Boss, if our old leader is still here, he will definitely not let everyone live like this. Louisa's eyes darkened instantly when he heard this. Yes. If he was there, the peace base would definitely not be like this now. After Wu Zhiqing said this, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. How could he mention the old leader in front of the boss? Damn it. Thinking of this, Wu Zhiqing lowered his head deeply in guilt. Suddenly, a strong hand patted Wu Zhiqing on the shoulder. Zhiqing, I wonder if you still have the courage to change the sun and the moon to a new sky. Dare to change the sun and the moon to a new sky? What is the boss doing? Wu Zhiqing raised his head in surprise, and saw Louisa with shining eyes. Brother, are you saying? Wu Zhiqing instantly understood what the other party meant and asked with wide eyes. Yes, I mean what you understand. Wu Zhiqing got a positive answer, stood up without thinking, and immediately said with great pride, Brother, you don't know about our brothers. We are your soldiers. We brothers could have done well outside, and we could almost find a place in the 3 districts A, B, and C and live a good life. It was because we couldn't stand these damn people in power oppressing the people that we were kicked to District D to repair the wall. We don't have enough to eat or die of hunger every day here, and there is no motivation for life. Do you know what makes the brothers persist like this? It's you. Boss, I know you must have an idea. You will never stand the behavior of those bad guys. If the boss can lead us to fight for a new day, none of the brothers will frown even if they risk their lives. Boss, just tell us what to do. Wu Zhiqing patted his chest, and every word was sonorous and powerful. Louisa stared at Wu Zhiqing deeply, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes. They always trusted him unconditionally. Louisa knew it was time to gather the brothers together. Okay, I know that my brothers are all good. What we have to do now is to reorganize the team. And then, in the simple shed, Louisa arranged the future tasks. After sending the spider children, Lin Ran and his party walked through a construction site with stars in the night. Suddenly, Jiang Chen, who was walking in the front, stopped. There are 3 superpowers in front. Lin Ran looked into the distance and suddenly felt that there was a familiar figure. After identifying the direction again, she understood the identity of the person in front. It's an acquaintance. We met in the black market during the day. It seems to be called Wu Zhiqing. Yes. It's the soldier who exchanged supplies with us in the morning. Zhang Huan also said. Who is on which side? Louisa said loudly. Unexpectedly, the other party also found me. It was all because there was no place to hide in this empty construction site. But it didn't matter if I was discovered. Lin Ran said calmly, let's go. It's a good opportunity to say hello to them. When she walked over, Lin Ran found that she also knew the other 2 people. Louisa and Li Xiang from the Red Flag team had recruited them in the morning. Wu Zhiqing was very happy to see that the other party was Lin Ran and his group. He had just come out to see Louisa and Li Xiang off, but he didn't expect to meet Lin Ran. Girl, why are you here? Wu Zhiqing walked up and greeted him. Louisa and Li Xiang also recognized Lin Ran. Miss Lin, I haven't seen you for a while. How come you are more beautiful? Li Xiang said with a frivolous smile. His tone was a little frivolous. When he met a beautiful girl, this guy always acted a little sloppy and unruly. Suddenly, he felt a fierce pressure from a superpower coming at him, which made him unable to stand up straight and couldn't laugh anymore. What a strong aura. How come this girl can't stand being joked? Miss Lin. He was just joking with you and praising you. Louisa frowned and looked at Li Xiang with a painful expression, cursing in his heart that he deserved it. But he still hurried to explain to Lin Ran. Lin Zhe, who was standing aside, had a twitch in the corner of his mouth. They didn't know that his sister Lin Ran didn't move at all. It was the jealous brother Jiang next to her. Lin Ran curled her lips and smiled. Seeing that Li Xiang looked really painful, she gently patted Jiang Chen with her hand. They have no ill intentions. They are just joking. Jiang Chen glanced coldly and thought, this is my Ran Ran. Not everyone can joke with her casually. But Ran Ran's words still had to be listened to. He turned his head and looked at Lin Ran gently, and then reluctantly withdrew his pressure. Li Xiang felt alive in an instant, gasping for breath, and looked at the group of people in fear. He thought that he would never dare to joke with Lin Ran again. We came here to find someone. Do you live here? Lin Ran asked. We are building a wall nearby, so we live on the construction site. Wu Zhiqing replied. Ms. Lin, are you going back to area now? We are going back too. We can go together. Louisa stepped forward and made an invitation. No. We have something else to do. So we go first. Lin Ran coldly refused. She didn't have the habit of going with others casually. Looking at the backs of Lin Ran and her group going away, Li Xiang sighed and said, what a powerful superpower. This girl is not easy to mess with. Louisa shook his head, looked at his unpromising brother, and sighed, you are stupid. The handsome guy next to her is the one who will deal with you. He is the most unfathomable one. Chapter 161 Strange Girl. Black Market. The people setting up stalls had all left, and the whole street became extremely deserted. Only one man was still in the middle of the street. The night wind blew over, making him shiver involuntarily. He squatted on the ground, looking up at the end of the street from time to time. The man asked him to wait here, so he waited here. As long as he still had a life, he would wait until his sister came back. This time, he would definitely protect her well, and not let her be bullied by anyone. Remembering when she was just born, so soft, lying in his palm, he knew that he would protect her all his life. How scared she must have been when she was sold by Du Ping. But why didn't they come back? The longer he waited, the heavier Gao Ming's heart became. Will his sister really be okay? Gao Ming couldn't help but panic. If something happened to his sister, he didn't know what he would do. Perhaps he could go and die with that woman. As time passed, the temperature around him became a little colder. Just like Gao Ming's heart, he has never hated his incompetence as much as he does now. How great it would be if he himself was also a superpower. When he thought of Xiao Yu's eyes full of tears when she left, his heart felt like it was torn apart. Gao Ming desperately hugged his head, and a wolf-like whimpering sound came out of his throat. Brother, brother. A familiar voice suddenly came to Gao Ming's ears. The voice was Xiao Yu. Gao Ming didn't have time to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. He raised his head happily, and saw Xiao Yu standing in front of him. Xiao Yu. Gao Ming stretched out his trembling hands, and hugged his lost sister tightly. Let your brother see you. Okay? Did they bully you? Xiao Yu. It's all your brother's fault. You suffered. Men don't shed tears easily. But they are not sad. Gao Ming's tears fell again uncontrollably. Brother. I'm fine. The bad guys who bullied me were killed by my sister and the older brothers. Don't worry. They can't bully us anymore. Brother. Sister? Gao Ming then noticed Lin Ran and the others behind Xiao Yu. Thank you. Thank you. Gao Ming had nothing, and he didn't know how to express his gratitude. He only knew that saving his sister was saving his life. He pulled Xiao Yu and knelt down towards Lin Ran and the others. Thank you. Benefactors. You are the great benefactors of our two brothers and sisters. Lin Zhe was so scared when he saw Gao Ming wanted to kowtow to him that he hurriedly pulled him up from the ground. No need to perform such a big ceremony. I'm still young. Being kowtowed by someone older than you will shorten your life. Lin Zhe had heard this rumor since he was a child, and he couldn't bear such a big ceremony. It was difficult for Lin Zhe to persuade Gao Ming to get up from the ground. He still thanked them profusely. Lin Ran looked at him coldly. This man was much better than his wife. Lin Ran, no need to thank me. I take good care of Xiao Yu in the future. That's better than anything else. Gao Ming held Xiao Yu's hand tightly and promised, I will take Xiao Yu away from that woman in the future. And I will never let her suffer again. Zhang Huan snorted coldly, I hope you will do what you say. She lowered her body and looked at Xiao Yu. Do you remember what Sister Huan told you? If your brother is unreliable, come to Sister Huan. Xiao Yu nodded and said crisply, Sister Huan. I remember everything. Lin Ran touched Xiao Yu's soft little face. And what Sister Ran said. Do you remember it too? Yes. I remember it. I will keep the things my sister gave me. And live a strong life with my brother. Thinking of the girl in his space, Lin Ran didn't dare to waste any more time. After instructing Xiao Yu, he said goodbye. That's good. You should go back early. We are leaving too. Well, sister, big brothers, goodbye. Goodbye, benefactors. Looking at the backs of Lin Ran and the others, the two waved for a long time. Xiao Yu, what did you say that Sister Ran gave you just now? Xiao Yu stretched out his hand from his pocket and took out a handful of crystal cores from it. Brother, Sister Ran gave me a lot of crystal cores and asked us to find a way out. So many. Gao Ming's eyes were wide open. They really met a noble person. Xiao Yu, put it away quickly. Don't let anyone see it. I know. Sister Ran taught me. Brother, with these good things, you don't have to work and suffer in the future. Well, we will plan for the long term. When they came to the river, the ferryman was indeed there all the time. It was really like they said. No matter how late it was, they would wait for guests here. It is really not easy for people in District D to make a living. Back to District C, we came to Zhang Huan's courtyard. Lin Ran was going to give them some more crystal cores, but Zhang Huan refused to take them anyway. We already have enough crystal cores in our bag, and you are the ones who contributed the most. How can we have the nerve to give you more? Seeing that Zhang Huan really didn't want it, Lin Ran didn't bother to be polite with her. Okay. You have a good rest. We will come to see you again when we are free. After Lin Ran finished speaking, she asked Lin Zai to drive the commercial vehicle home. Lin Zai had already learned driving skills during this period. Although he hadn't been on the road much, he still had no problem driving. Not long after walking out of the yard, Lin Ran, who was sitting in the back seat, hurriedly released the girl in the space. Good luck. It almost exceeded the time limit of the space. The girl hadn't woken up yet, so Lin Ran fed her some spiritual spring water. After drinking it, her face was obviously rosier, and her breathing was much longer. Lin Ran was busy taking care of the girl and didn't notice Jiang Chen beside her, who was looking at the girl with a serious face. Jiang Chen instinctively felt a little dislike for this girl. When his heart resumed beating, he also recovered his memory. He knew clearly what he was at this moment. He was different from Ran Ran. He was a zombie, not a human anymore. And the smell on this girl was a bit strange. It was like the smell of the same kind. Jiang Chen's eyes deepened, and he looked at the sleeping face of the girl solemnly. The moment he woke up, he always thought he was special. The rest of the zombies were dirty and disgusting like rotten corpses. But this girl had such a rosy complexion and elastic skin. He could even hear the sound of her heartbeat. She was much more natural than himself. A zombie who had been faked with makeup. He knew clearly how much energy he had in his body. If he released all of it, no one would be his opponent. So what about this girl? Will she be the same as himself? Jiang Chen originally wanted to take advantage of her weakness to kill this uncertain, dangerous person. However, when he saw the girl's increasingly long breathing, he hid the cold light in his eyes. He decided to let her go first. He also wanted to become like her. He wanted to return to a normal person and be with Ran Ran, even if there were zombies inside. Before figuring out why she was so special, he decided not to take action. Anyway, he would keep an eye on her. I don't think she would do anything. Chapter 162 Grandpa. I'm back. Finally returned to the villa in Area A. After a busy night, Lin Ran felt very tired and needed to recharge. As soon as he entered the house, De Huang rushed up, shook his tail into a propeller, and put his dog head straight into their arms. Okay. De Huang. Be good. Having ignored the little guys for a day, Lin Ran did not hesitate to caress them with love. He stroked De Huang's dog head vigorously. The little cat jumped onto Jiang Chen's shoulder nimbly, rubbing Jiang Chen's face constantly. Meowing. Yue was sitting on the side and looked more aloof. But seeing the worthless appearance of De Huang and the little cat, she felt that she should also take action. It stretched out its long tail, passed over to Huang's dog head, and put it in front of Lin Ran. It was like a gift. Lin Ran laughed in his heart. What an awkward big fat cat. However, she had to coax her own child. She grabbed Yuang's chubby body and started to stroke her. Good boy. I knew Yuang missed me too. Lin Zhe, who came in last with the girl on his back, saw this harmonious scene and put the girl on the sofa and joined the army of stroking the children. Grandpa Jiang had already fallen asleep, but he was not sleeping soundly. Hearing their movements in the bedroom, he hurriedly put on his clothes and came out. Xiaochen, Ran Ran, Shiza, you are back. Grandpa Jiang's sleepy eyes became energetic the moment he saw them. He knew that these children must be fine. Xiaochen, Ran Ran, Shiza, are you hungry? Grandpa Jiang will cook beef noodles for you. Lin Zhe smiled. Grandpa Jiang, are you talking about the old-style pickled cabbage beef noodles? Grandpa Jiang smiled embarrassedly. If you don't like pickled cabbage flavor, there is also braised flavor, which is also delicious. Watching the old man walking down from upstairs at a brisk pace, Jiang Chen's heart was relieved when he saw the old man. Grandpa recovered really well, walking fast and steady. He gained weight. His complexion improved. His voice became louder. It was like returning to his childhood, when he just returned to the Jiang family. Grandpa was just like now, healthy and strong, supporting the little boy who lost his parents. Xiaochen, how about Grandpa cook you braised beef noodles? Add 2 big Russian sausages in it. I guarantee you will be dizzy with the fragrance. Grandpa Jiang remembered that Jiang Chen liked the Russian sausages that Ran Ran gave him the most. He ate a big one in a few seconds, not to mention how delicious it was. Old Master Jiang was not sad even though he didn't get Jiang Chen's answer. Anyway, he never paid attention to him, and he was used to it. Just take it as his acquiescence. Old Master Jiang turned his head and was about to talk to Lin Ran, when he heard a familiar voice in his ear. Grandpa, I want to eat. What do you want to eat? I want to eat braised beef noodles with Russian sausage. What? Old Master Jiang was confused. Xiaochen, did you talk to him? Old Master Jiang looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, and saw that he was looking at him with a smile. Grandpa, I'm back. Old Master Jiang let out a quick short whistle in his throat, hugged Jiang Chen and burst into tears. Xiaochen, my Xiaochen, you are really back. You are really back. Grandpa is so worried about you. Jiang Chen did not push away the embrace this time, and stretched out his hand to hug him back heavily. Then he buried his head in Grandpa Jiang's shoulder, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was the joy of regaining what was lost, and the bitterness of reuniting after a long separation. Fearing that Grandpa Jiang couldn't bear it at his old age, Lin Ran and Lin Zhe finally persuaded him to stop crying. Lin Ran, Grandpa Jiang, don't cry anymore. It's a great thing that Jiang Chen can think of you again. Lin Zhe, that's right. Such a moment worth celebrating. There should be braised instant noodles. Puff. Grandpa Jiang was amused by Lin Zhe's words, wiped the tears from his face, and remembered the serious things. Yes. Good things. Good things. I can't cry anymore. Wait for me to cook for you. Fragrant braised beef noodles with big Russian sausages. Soon, 3 bowls of braised beef noodles with big sausages were served on the table. Seeing that there was such a big commotion below, Lin's father and mother didn't come downstairs, so he knew what was going on. Grandpa Jiang, are my parents not back yet? No. Do you want to go look for them? Lin Ran thought of her tough parents and shook her head. No. They can take care of themselves. This beef noodles is good. Hee hee. I told you. It's delicious if you eat it once in a while. Xiaochen, how does it taste? Jiang Chen's answer was to take a big bite of the beef noodles in the bowl. Grandpa, it tastes great. I'm sorry to have worried you during this period. Child, Grandpa is fine. Ran Ran's family took good care of me. I'm in good health now. It's you, my child, who has suffered, Grandpa said distressfully. Jiang Chen knew all this, thanks to the Lin family and Ran Ran. Otherwise, he would not only have become like this, Grandpa would definitely not have survived in such a harsh environment at that time. Jiang Chen, Grandpa, I will take care of you in the future. Grandpa Jiang nodded. It should be. Grandpa Jiang looked at Lin Ran and said, Xiaochen, you have to thank Ran Ran very much. After you were bitten by the zombies, she was the one who took care of you the most sad time. Well, I will thank Ran Ran very much. Jiang Chen blinked his deep eyes and looked at Lin Ran steadily. Lin Ran chuckled and said, let's say thank you later. We have a long time to come. Eat well. Take a bath after dinner. And take a rest. Everyone is too tired today. A long time to come? He likes this word. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a stream of light. And a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, they have a lot of time in the future. After dinner, Lin Ran observed the girl for a while. She was sleeping soundly on the sofa. And even though they made so much noise while eating just now, they didn't wake her up. Lin Ran didn't know what happened to her. So he fed her some spiritual spring water. And when he saw that she was not in any danger of life, he put her in the bedroom downstairs. Anyway, there are 3 little ones at home. And if she wakes up, Lin Ran is not afraid that he will not know when the time comes. As for what to do in the future, Lin Ran still plans to wait until she wakes up and asks clearly before making a decision. Chapter 163 Living Separately. It was late at night, but I still felt uncomfortable without washing. Lin Ran took out 3 large bathtubs from the space and put a bucket of spiritual spring water for Lin Zhe, Jiang Chen and herself. Then Lin Zhe, the strongman, moved them to the bathrooms of each bedroom to make it convenient for everyone to take a bath. Now they would soak in the spiritual spring water every day whenever they had time, especially after a day of activities, and they would immediately regain their vitality and feel refreshed, just like a fully charged car. It is full of power. Coming to his bathroom, Lin Ran soaked his whole body in the bathtub and closed his eyes comfortably. It was so refreshing. The spiritual spring water in the level 7 space is comparable to spiritual medicine, which is good for both internal and external use. Feeling the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, Lin Ran reviewed what happened at night in his mind. The laboratory was destroyed by her, and Dr. He was also dead. His mutant beast army was also destroyed by himself. In the previous life, he had sinned deeply and harmed himself. He also knew the whereabouts of Jack and William, Jiang Chen, and countless superpowers. If the extreme cold was not coming, Lin Ran would have wanted to run to their hiding place immediately and make these scum pay the price. The end of the world was already miserable, but these people wanted to make it even more miserable. What should I do next? Lin Ran sank himself into the bathtub and wanted to sigh comfortably. The next step is to upgrade well and work hard to improve the strength of the whole family. Now that there are so many crystal cores, it would be a shame not to improve the strength of my hard work tonight. Besides, this peace space is much more complicated than she imagined. In addition to this laboratory, they should have secrets. For example, Xia Wanru at level 5 and Rong Han at level 6. How did they upgrade so quickly in such a short time? Lin Ran floated to the surface of the water and took a deep breath. In short, there are too many unreasonable places in this peace space. Thinking of those poor little spider children, Lin Ran couldn't help wanting to kill people. Although Dr. He is dead, the people who support him are still hiding in the dark. Xia Chenghe. She will meet him sooner or later. After all, Xia Wanru. She will never let go of her. And Yilan. After taking a bath, Lin Ran suddenly found something embarrassing. That is, Jiang Chen has recovered his memory now, and he can't live with her anymore. Bang bang bang, Lin Ran's bedroom door was knocked on. And when she opened it, she saw Jiang Chen, who was dressed in a fresh outfit, blocking her door with a little cat in his arms. Jiang Chen is so handsome after removing his beauty contact lenses, especially now that he is clean and white. He looks like a prince in a comic book. Ran Ran, it's time to rest. Okay. No. That's not right. Lin Ran spit on herself. How could she almost be fascinated by a handsome man? It's too disappointing. What's wrong? Ran Ran? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran seriously with a pair of innocent and charming big eyes. Lin Ran felt that he was about to be mesmerized again. Lin Ran shook his head and hurriedly shook off the mess in his mind. Jiang Chen. Starting tonight, you can't live here. Jiang Chen heard this, and his eyes instantly showed a hurt look. Did Ran Ran not want him? Why didn't Ran Ran let him live in the same room? Ran Ran? Why? Looking at Jiang Chen's hurt eyes, Lin Ran hurriedly explained stutteringly, Because you have recovered your memory. It's just like a boy growing up. Living separately from his sisters. The bedroom on the second floor is gone. You can either live on the third floor or the first floor. We are all in the same house. It's almost like we are still together. Almost? It's a lot different. Isn't it? Jiang Chen looked so ugly that he almost cried. Lin Ran's heart softened. But he soon regained his sanity. No. We can't live together. Finally. She settled Jiang Chen in the super luxurious bedroom on the 3rd floor. Replaced his comfortable mattress and beautiful bedding for him. And then she managed to coax Jiang Chen. Look. Such a beautiful bedroom is yours alone. How nice. Jiang Chen said sadly, it would be better if Ran lived here. Haha. It's also good for me to live downstairs. Lin Ran didn't dare to say more, for fear of disturbing Jiang Chen. So she went downstairs to sleep. However, Lin Ran didn't sleep very well that night. There was one less person on the sofa, and she seemed a little uncomfortable. She fell asleep in a daze until the sky was slightly white. This time, Lin Ran slept until 10 o'clock. Fortunately, the considerate Grandpa Jiang, who loved to get up early, did not disturb them. Jiang Chen came downstairs early and sat in the living room on the 2nd floor waiting for Lin Ran to get up. Why did Ran get up so late today? Could something have happened? Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil, and he finally waited anxiously for Lin Ran to get up. Ran. Good morning. Lin Ran saw Jiang Chen and thought of the reason for her insomnia. She blushed. Jiang Chen. Good morning. Have you had breakfast? No. I'm waiting for you to eat together. Okay. It turned out that Jiang Chen had been waiting for her. Just like before. Lin Ran felt sweet in her heart and was about to say something when she heard the door downstairs ring. She looked out and saw Lin's father and mother, who had not returned all night. Mom and Dad. Where have you been? Why are your feet full of dirt and leaves on your head? Lin Ran strode down the stairs and rushed to them. Ran. Mom and Dad are going undercover for you. It's so exciting. Mom said excitedly. Yes. We have done a great job today. Dad was very happy. Undercover? Mom and Dad. What's going on? Is there any danger? Lindsay also went downstairs at this time and asked with a worried look on his face. He. You would never guess that we went to the home of the Deputy Base Commander Xie Changhe. After listening to Lin's father's words, Lindsay gave a thumbs up and praised his parents. TSK. Mom and Dad. Good job. How can you be so smart? Lin's father said proudly. Of course. I am your most wise and powerful father. Lindsay kept flattering. That's not true. So, what happened in their family in the future? The spies of Mom's mutant plants can tell us? Lin Ran asked Lin's mother happily. Yes. Ran. In the future, the mutant plants can record and transmit information about their family's affairs to me. Mua. You are really my invincible, beautiful and smart good mother. How can you be so great? Lin Ran excitedly kissed Lin's mother. Her mother is really awesome. When Lin's father saw his daughter kiss his wife sweetly, his eyes turned red instantly. Ran. There's also Dad. Lindsay volunteered. Mua. Dad? I do yours. After being kissed by Lindsay, a wet saliva mark was printed on his left cheek. Lin's father wanted to wipe the saliva from his son in disgust, but seeing his admiring eyes, he still held back. Okay. It's rare that the atmosphere is good today. I won't hit this brat. Dad's good son. Thank you. Mua. Dad? You're welcome. Lin's father was also kissed on the right cheek. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of Lin's mouth. Oh! This brat? I really love him too much. Forget it. Just 2 saliva marks. Chapter 164 Dream Talk. Thinking of the inhumane things done by the Xie family, Lin Ran reminded with some concern, Mom and Dad. You did a great job this time. But you must be careful to hide your identity and pay attention to safety. Mother Lin smiled and said, Ran. Don't worry about your parents' work. Your father and I have both disguised ourselves. Dad Lin, yes. We are the poor old Lin couple outside. Don't worry. Mom and Dad are very considerate. Hearing his parents say this, Lin Ran's heart was completely relieved. Then I am relieved. Mom and Dad. Have you eaten? I will make breakfast for you. Yes. I will help too. Lindsay raised his hand. Mother Lin secretly planted flowers all night and was exhausted. Seeing her children so considerate, she was relieved. Okay. We just didn't eat. So let's enjoy your care today. Mother Lin is capable. But Lin Ran and Lindsay are not people who can't do anything. Both of them can cook. Besides, there are many delicious foods in Lin Ran's space. Soon, fragrant soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, steak, sandwiches, and milk were ready. All of them were loved by the whole family. At this time, Grandpa Jiang, who had gone out for a walk, also came back. Just in time. Let's have breakfast together. What? Jiangchen has recovered his memory? Lin's mother and father, who came back the latest, were shocked and surprised when they heard the news. Jiangchen nodded gently. Yes. Uncle and aunt. I have recovered my memory. Lin's father asked curiously. Then you are now. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. I am still a zombie. But I won't bite people randomly. I don't know what state I am in now. Except that this body can't breathe. It seems to be no different from a normal person. Lin's father laughed and said generously, as long as you are a good child. It doesn't matter what you are. Lin's mother also echoed, that's right. No matter what you are. As long as you don't hurt people. Our two families will still be as good as before. Jiangchen felt warm in his heart when he heard what Lin's father and mother said. The people in their Jiang family have always been cold. And their parents died early. The tolerance of Lin's father and mother made him feel the warmth he had never felt before. Thank you, uncle and aunt. I will not let you down. Okay, Jiangchen. We believe you. Lin's father smiled kindly, turned his head, and said to Mr. Jiang sincerely, Uncle Jiang, Xiaochen is finally well. Your good days are coming. Mr. Jiang said with relief, Yes. My good days are coming. As long as Xiaochen is fine. Every day is a good day. Jiangchen picked up the tea on the table and used tea instead of wine. Uncle Lin. Andan. Ran. Shiza. Thank you for your care during this period. From now on, I will take care of you. Lin's father glanced at Lin Ran, and then at Jiangchen, who had returned to normal. This child looks really good. After returning to normal, his temperament became more fierce. Such a person is not a loss to be his son-in-law. Haha. We have been together for so long. We are already a family. No need to be so polite. Let's take care of each other in the future. Hearing what Lin's father said, Jiangchen suddenly felt relieved. He looked at Lin's father seriously and said, Okay. Let's take care of each other. After everyone finished breakfast and cleaned up the dishes on the table, Lin Ran took out yesterday's spoils of war. The crystal core. From the space. A lot of zombies and mutant spiders were killed yesterday. And the crystal cores here filled the table. Looking at a pile of crystal cores of different colors, Lin's father and mother were almost blinded by the light. The couple looked at each other and saw admiration in each other's eyes. I thought I had done well enough yesterday. And they would definitely do better than their own children when they went out to work undercover. Who knew they could do such a good job? Ran. Jiangchen. Shiza. You really have a great harvest this time. Lin's father praised. Lin Zhe smiled proudly. We young people can't be worse than you. Mother Lin scolded with a smile. Stinky boy. Remember to call us next time you have such a good thing. If we can't do anything else, we can help you pick up crystal cores. Hearing this, De Huang was the first to shout excitedly. Woof woof woof. Take me too. I'm the best at picking up crystal cores. The little cat jumped next to De Huang and meowed. And me. I don't mind helping. Yuing looked at the two little ones coldly and closed her eyes again. Really? What's there to fight about? Mature cats will take the initiative to help their owners find crystal cores. There's no need to bring them. What a useless guy. Lin Ran didn't know what these little guys were thinking. She touched De Huang and the little cat's heads one by one. Then, they started to distribute the crystal cores. Just like before. Everyone got a share. Including De Huang, Yuing, and the little cat. Then let everyone absorb the crystal core and upgrade their level. Lin's father and mother stayed up all night last night and replaced all the green plants in the Xia family's house with their own mutant plants. Now everything that happens over there is under their control. Lin Ran will not let them go back to take risks again. Now their task is to upgrade well. Try to upgrade 2 levels for everyone in the family before the extreme cold comes. Everyone got a lot of crystal cores this time. But the crystal core of the mutant mother spider and the crystal core of the 6th level mutant spider were kept by Lin Ran. Her current lightning ability has reached level 8. And her space ability has reached level 7. Now ordinary low-level crystal cores have no effect on her upgrade. Now, she has to make good use of these 2 crystal cores to improve her ability. After explaining the rest of the matter, Lin Ran walked to open the bedroom door on the 1st floor. The girl on the bed was still sleeping, but her eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together, indicating that her owner was not sleeping well. She seemed to be having a terrible nightmare. Suddenly twisted violently on the bed. Don't. Lin Ren held down her flailing hands and asked. Don't what? Don't draw my blood. It hurts. Lin Ren, I didn't expect her to actually answer. Brother. Save me. Brother? Lin Ren asked again tentatively. Who is your brother? My brother is Rong. Rong? Rong what? Chapter 165. Xie Chenghe is left with nothing. Rong Han. Rong Han? When Lin Ren heard the name, her heart was shocked. She is Rong Han's sister. No wonder she felt familiar when she first met her. It turned out to be his sister. But if she was his sister, why would he let his sister be used as an experiment and locked up there? What's more, he is Xie Chenghe's man. Did he know that his own sister was captured by Xie Chenghe for experiments? Or did he know all this? Rong Han is a heartless, shameless person. Did he personally send his sister to Xie Chenghe's research institute? The girl who fell into a nightmare. I don't know if she was saved by the brother in her dream. Now she has regained her peace. Lin Ren let go of her hand. And through her face, she remembered Rong Han whom she had seen in her previous life. That man who was like a lone wolf. Broke into the zombie pile alone. Saved a base. And also saved her. Then, he left without asking for anything and without looking back. Would such an aloof and cold man really put his sister in such a situation? Lin Ren covered the girl with a quilt again. Who sent you to the laboratory? The girl fell into a deep sleep and had no way to give Lin Ren an answer this time. Lin Ren sighed softly. Sleep well. I will help you find out whether he did it or not. If he did it, she would not let such a heartless thing go. If not, then he would be the knife to deal with Xie Chenghe and his daughter. Lin Ren fed her some spiritual spring water again and returned to the bedroom to prepare for the upgrade. But just as she took out the crystal core, someone knocked on the door outside again. Lin Ren opened the door and saw Jiang Chen in a white shirt and trousers. For a moment, she almost thought they had returned to the time when they first met. Jiang Chen seemed to be dressed like this. A complete elite. He really looked more elegant in this way. Ahem. What's up? Lin Ren realized that she was being infatuated again and said awkwardly. Jiang Chen curled his lips and chuckled. And his angular face became even softer and more handsome. He could finally smile as he pleased. With his heart beating normally, he finally stopped looking like a zombie. I just came to see you. See me? Lin Ren's heart couldn't stop beating wildly. Didn't they just see each other at the dining table? Why did they have to see each other again so soon? When Lin Ren asked him this, Jiang Chen hurriedly said, Ran. Actually, ahem. I want to watch TV with you. Watch TV. Lin Ren was stunned. Watch TV. I can. Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose when he heard this. And he was visibly happy. He knew that Ran must be thinking about him too. This pad is for you. There are many TV series you like in it. Jiang Chen felt disappointed when he took the pad from Lin Ren. Ran. He didn't want the pad. What he wanted was to go in and watch TV with her. You are so good at watching. I am going back to my room to upgrade. See you tonight? After Lin Ren finished speaking, she closed the door. Jiang Chen, holding the pad, was left standing at the door alone. Feeling lost? Oh, really? If I had known, I would have recovered my memory later. Lin Ren first absorbed the crystal core of the mutant mother spider. In fact, when she saw the mutant mother spider last night, she was so excited. The ability of this mutant mother spider is a rare space ability and hallucination ability. Moreover, its level is not low. With it, my space ability will definitely upgrade faster. Moreover, this hallucination ability is an ability that can fascinate Jiang Chen. With it, I will not be afraid of even the zombie king in the future. However, whether I can absorb it later depends on luck. If I get it, I am lucky. If I lose it, I am dead. Lin Ren did not bother about it. Whether I can get the hallucination ability depends on fate. She had no more distractions. Picked up the crystal core and began to absorb it. The crystal core of the mutant mother spider is indeed extraordinary in energy. After Lin Ren absorbed it for a while, he felt that the blood flow around him was accelerated and his whole body was full of vitality. The energy in the crystal core of the mutant mother spider was continuously injected into Lin Ren's body. The upgrade is continuing. Xie's villa, in the study, Xie Cheng's roar was getting louder and louder. Fatty Wu was standing outside the door, scared to death. His chubby face was full of worries. He didn't know who had offended the deputy base commander. Now they were in trouble. Especially the two people he recruited yesterday, who didn't know where they had gone. The deputy base commander just broke so many things in the living room, and he couldn't find anyone to clean it up. This time, he was going to make trouble. When they come back later, he will definitely scold them to death. Waste. Waste. You are all a bunch of waste. In the study, Xie Cheng pointed at a group of subordinates and shouted fiercely. Now he wanted to skin these idiots alive. Doctor, he is so important. But you can't protect him. You let him die in the laboratory? What's the point of keeping you? Ah? And where did all those mutant spiders go? Who did these things? You didn't even catch a shadow. Why don't you check it quickly? Go find them. If you can't find them, I will make you pay for it. Even if you turn the base upside down. You must find them for me. Don't let even a needle go. Under Xie Cheng's anger, a group of subordinates lowered their heads and dared not breathe. Why don't you get out? Can you catch someone standing here? Yes. Yes. We go now. Hearing the words get out, a group of subordinates hurriedly walked out of the study as if they had been pardoned. Looking at the backs of these people, Xie Cheng's eyes were red. Good for nothings. All good for nothings. Last night, such a big thing happened in Area D. But these idiots didn't find out in time that the laboratory monitoring was out of order. As a result, when they went to investigate, they only saw the destroyed laboratory and Dr. He who died tragically. The most terrifying thing is that the #1 experimental subject and those mutant spider children have all disappeared. He has carefully built this laboratory over the years, spending countless efforts and financial resources. Unexpectedly, everything was gone overnight. He originally wanted to use Dr. He's hand to build an invincible mutant beast army and further consolidate his voice in the base. Unexpectedly, bang bang bang, the study door was knocked again. And Xie Cheng said angrily, "Who is it?" The person outside hesitated for a while. "Dad, it's me." Hearing that it was his daughter's voice, Xie Cheng's voice softened. "It's Wanru. Come in." Xie Wanru pushed open the door and saw the messy floor. Yesterday, she and several members of the Eagle Squad went out to perform a mission and just came back now. She had just learned on her way back that something had happened at home. And now it seemed that the matter was more serious than she had imagined. Chapter 166 Ronghan is here. Xie Cheng shook his head dejectedly at Xie Wanru. "Wanru. It's over. It's all over. Dad, we have been planning for so long. Spending so much time and money. Our biggest trump card was damn destroyed. What happened? Is it the laboratory? That's it. Wanru. Dad should have asked you to go over earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss." Xie Cheng lost his previous arrogance and collapsed on the sofa with his eyes dull. "Without the mutant beast army and Dr. He as our trump card, we will be controlled by the base commander in the future." Xie Wanru frowned when she heard this, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Who did it? Could it be the base commander? Him? Xie Cheng was startled. No. He is not much cleaner than me. He should not dare to mess with me. Who could it be? I don't know. I have no idea. All the monitoring equipment has been destroyed. No matter who it is, this enemy is too powerful. Wanru. We are completely defeated by the base commander this time. Are we really going to lose to the base commander? No. They haven't lost yet. Xie Wanru looked at the communicator on the desk and reminded, Dad, the destruction of the laboratory is indeed a huge loss. But we still have an ace in our hands. Don't forget. Lion will be back soon. Xie Cheng's lifeless eyes instantly revealed 2 rays of light. By the way, we still have Liang. We still have the Eagle Squad. But in an instant, the light in Xie Cheng's eyes dimmed again. Wanru. I forgot to tell you that subject number 1 is also missing. What? If subject number 1 is missing, then Ronghan is. Before Xie Wanru finished her words, the father and daughter looked at each other. They both saw worry in each other's eyes. If subject number 1 is missing, will Ronghan still work for them? Will the Eagle Squad still be their Eagle Squad? Bang. 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 The knock on the door sounded again. Xie Cheng was startled. Who's knocking on the door? Deputy Base Commander. It's me. Captain Rong is here. He wants to see you. Butler Wu outside the door said tremblingly with a pinched throat. Ronghan? What is he doing here now? Could he know something? The father and daughter looked at each other quickly. Their eyes were full of panic. Dad, what should we do? Don't be afraid. Let's see what he is going to say. Wanru, you hide first. If he dares to make a mistake, you, Xie Changhe said, while making a chicken-killing gesture. Xie Wanru's eyes flashed fiercely. Dad, I understand. Xie Wanru pressed a button after she finished speaking, and then dodged and hid in a secret room. Seeing Xie Wanru hiding, Xie Changhe stood up, sat upright, and returned to his normal posture. Butler Wu, bring him in. Got it. Deputy Base Commander. Soon, Ronghan pushed the door in with his long legs. The 1.8-meter tall man gave Xie Changhe a strong sense of oppression. Xie Changhe raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. It was only a few months, but he had grown to the point where he felt oppressed. He was the fastest person to upgrade in the entire base, except for Liang. Moreover, his way of upgrading was different from Liang's way of taking a side path. Each level of his was earned by himself. Such a person can be used by himself. The position of the future base commander is just around the corner. But can he really use it for his own benefit? Xie Changhe put away his thoughts, put on his usual smile, and said kindly, Ronghan, you came at the right time today. The tea I brewed is very fragrant. Sit down and have a cup with me. On the tea table in front of Xie Changhe, his favorite tea set was placed. Although the ground was a mess, it did not affect Xie Changhe's good mood for drinking tea at the moment. Seeing Xie Changhe's behavior, Ronghan hid the emotions in his eyes with his long eyelashes and sat on a chair opposite him. Ronghan, you have a good time today. My sparrow tongue is the best. In this world, it is probably difficult to find such exquisite sparrow tongue again. While pulling the sparrow tongue, Xie Changhe scooped tea leaves with a delicate wooden spoon made of mahogany and put them into the covered bowl, and then poured the boiling water from the pot next to it. Soon, the steam rose with the fragrance of tea, and a very fragrant tea smell came out. Come and have a taste. A cup of tea was placed in front of Ronghan by Xie Changhe. After he picked it up, he was not in a hurry to drink it. While smelling the fragrant tea, he observed Xie Changhe, who was calm and composed. It must be said that this Xie Changhe is a character. After such a big mess, he still had the mood to taste tea. This old man is quite pretentious. He was still talking about drinking tea, and had no intention of talking to him about business. Ronghan knew that Xie Changhe wanted him to speak first. In this case, let him do as he wishes. Deputy Base Commander, you are a noble man with many things to do. I will not beat around the bush with you. Ronghan put down the teacup and got straight to the point. Xie Changhe laughed. Ronghan, young people can't taste tea like this. You have to be calm. Let's drink tea first. Xie Changhe pushed the teacup towards Ronghan and smiled kindly. He really acted like an elder. Ronghan suddenly lost the mood to be hypocritical. It was the end of the world. His parents were gone. His relatives were gone. Even his best brothers were abandoned by him. All this was for his sister. But now, his sister was gone too. What else did he care about? Ronghan did not take the tea. He stared at Xie Changhe with sharp eyes and said, Deputy Base Commander, I have made the Eagle team the best in the base. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now I think it is time for you to fulfill your promise to me. Please return my sister to me. Xie Changhe's heart skipped a beat. Ronghan really came for the number one experimental subject. Then, did he know what happened last night? Or, he did it. A dangerous light flashed in Xie Changhe's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Ronghan, your sister's situation, as you know, is very complicated. I don't let you see her, but also to protect you. After all, she is a zombie now. No, she is not. She has not mutated. Xie Changhe smiled coldly, looked at Ronghan cruelly and said, that was just that she didn't mutate at that time. Do you know what she looks like now? She is a zombie without humanity, who only wants to eat human flesh. She is no different from those ugly and disgusting zombies you see outside. I promised you that I would help her return to normal. What's wrong with you now? Do you not trust me? Ronghan, you should know that I am the only person in the world who can help your sister. It's the same rhetoric again. But this time Ronghan didn't believe it anymore. Chapter 167 I must see her. When I came to the peace base, it was my fault for not protecting my sister well, which led to her being bitten by zombies. But she miraculously did not mutate. At that time, he was with Xie Chang's team, and they saw the abnormality of his sister with their own eyes. He remembered that at that time, there was a middle-aged man with thick glasses and gray hair in their team who was very interested in his sister's abnormality. Xie Changhe called him Dr. He. Compared with other people's disgust for his sister after being bitten by zombies, Dr. He was much kinder to them. He carefully helped his sister bandage the wound. He kept taking his sister's temperature and recording her physical changes. But although his sister did not mutate, she did not get better. After a while, she even fell into a crazy unconscious state. He knocked her out. In order not to implicate others, he wanted to leave the crowd with his sister on his back and go to a place where there was no one. But Xie Changhe stopped him. There was a fanatical light in his eyes, and he told himself that his sister did not turn into a zombie. She was just infected with the zombie virus, and there might be unique zombie antibodies in her body. He vowed at the time that as long as she was handed over to him, he would guarantee in the name of the deputy base commander of the peace base that he would definitely make her return to normal. The price was that he had to help him. What choice did he have at the time? His sister was his only relative and his only concern. He couldn't imagine his lovely and lively sister turning into a cold-blooded and terrible zombie. As long as she could return to normal, he would not give up any life-saving straw. He had no choice but to agree to Xie Changhe's request. He betrayed his friendship with his brothers and joined the camp of this hypocritical politician. But as long as his sister could be cured, everything would be worth it. After all, Dr. He told himself that if zombie antibodies could be made with his sister's blood, then the end of the world could be saved. At that time, everyone could end their life in the end of the world. And I believe that being temporarily misunderstood by the brothers would be worth it. His sister was sent to the so-called secret hospital by Xie Changhe for systematic treatment. They were asked not to meet during this process. He had always believed in Xie Changhe. Until later, he repeatedly refused to let him see him, and the strange things that happened in the base. He had to be suspicious. So, he began to look for his sister's traces in private. Unfortunately, he never found any clues. It was not until last night that he knew how dirty the base was hiding in private. He now deeply doubted whether his sister could really be saved. How much is the name of Xie Changhe who swore to him? Thinking of the experimental notebook on his body, Rohan's eyes became deeper. Deputy Base Commander Xie. You know, my request is not excessive. I just want to see my sister. If she is safe, I will be relieved. Xie Changhe felt a little relieved when he heard Rohan say this. He continued to comfort her. Rohan, don't worry. Your sister is receiving treatment now, and you can't help her even if you see her now. But I just want to see her. Rohan raised his voice and said in a deep voice, Deputy Base Commander, is my request too much? Xie Changhe frowned slightly, and he looked deeply at Rohan, trying to see some clues from Rohan's face. He was so aggressive. Did he really know something? However, Rohan's face was always cold. It was like a person without any emotional fluctuations. This made Xie Changhe, who was good at guessing people's hearts, unsure. Xie Changhe picked up the teacup and took a sip. Rohan, what are you worried about? She is receiving treatment in the hospital. You know, she is different from others. Really? He looked straight at Xie Changhe, staring into his eyes, as if trying to see through his thoughts. Rohan, what do you mean? The pressure released by the level 6 psychic accidentally made Xie Changhe sweat instantly. He realized the danger. Rohan removed the pressure. Deputy Base Commander, even if it is a prison, you have to arrange for someone to visit. Please arrange for me to meet my sister. Now. Immediately. Rohan's tone was unquestionable. At present, it is not convenient. You know, she is in a secret hospital. I must see her today. Otherwise our previous agreement will be invalid. The agreement is invalid. This sentence made Xie Changhe's back cold. It also made Xie Wanru, who was hiding in the dark room, feel tight in her heart. Rohan, is he really going to rebel? She raised her hand holding the gun slightly. As long as she received the signal from her father, she would immediately give Rohan a shot. Xie Changhe looked at the hard man in front of him and knew that he had to give him an explanation today. He was his most capable subordinate and his sharpest knife. But he always knew that if he didn't use this knife properly, he would hurt himself. Xie Changhe had changed his tone and said, It's not a big deal. Rohan, you are still too young and impatient. If you want to see your sister, I will arrange it for you. But not today. Let me arrange it. 3 days? After 3 days, I will arrange for you and your sister to meet. Rohan glanced behind Xie Changhe, where there was a pot of flowers, and there seemed to be a supernatural power fluctuation behind the flowers. Rohan almost instantly understood that there were others here besides him and Xie Changhe. It seems that Xie Changhe was on guard against him before he came in. Sure enough, his sister was not receiving treatment in the hospital as he said. 3 days? Yes. He can wait. After all, he has been looking for so long. Okay. Then I will wait for 3 days. After saying that, Rohan turned around and left without looking back. It was not until Rohan left for a long time that Xie Wanru came out of the secret room. She was covered in cold sweat, which made Xie Changhe feel distressed. Wanru, is the secret room very hot? Why don't you turn on the air conditioner? Xie Wanru shook her head. No. Rohan found me hiding in there and used coercion on me. What? Is he so powerful? Yes. He is very powerful. Dad, why didn't you order me to kill him just now? Xie Changhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Kill him? It's not that easy. It's too hasty. Besides, he came here today and said that he wanted to see his sister, which shows that he didn't know about the disappearance of the #1 experimental subject, which means that he is not in the same group with those people yesterday. So, now is not the time to kill him. Then Dad, where should we go to find him a sister in 3 days? Xie Wanru had a headache when she thought of this. Rohan is really not easy to deceive. Seeing his daughter so anxious, Xie Changhe chuckled and said, What are you afraid of? There are still 3 days left. Right? If we find the #1 experimental subject within these 3 days, won't we have an explanation to Rohan? What if we can't find it? Can't find it? Xie Changhe suddenly sneered. Won't Lion be back soon? If we can't find it, we can replace the captain of the Eagle Squad. If the disobedient knife is destroyed. Chapter 168 Changes in Space. The energy of the mutant mother spider's crystal core is extremely strong. It was not until noon that Lin Ran finished absorbing it. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Ran's whole body seemed to have been fished out of sweat. Suddenly, a furry thing rubbed against his legs. Lin Ran looked down and saw that it was Yuang who had just woken up. Meow. Master, your mental power is so strong. It has been upgraded again. Not bad. It is not shameful to have such a powerful master. Lin Ran felt his own space and touched Yuang's big head in a good mood. Yuang, take you to my space. In an instant, Yuang and Lin Ran came to her space. Yuang looked at the large piece of green grass in the distance and felt better. It's great. Its back garden seems to be bigger. By the way, I don't know how the fish are growing. By the way, it wants to eat fish and crabs. Slurp, then Yuang walked towards the fish pond with her calves. Lin Ran played with Yuang by herself. Now, she was concerned about the changes in her space. She had successfully upgraded to the 8th level space. The area of the entire space increased by 2 hectares on the basis of the original 7th level space. She was now a big landlord. What surprised her even more was that the scope of her ranch was larger. Looking at the ranch that had doubled in size, Lin Ran felt that she had wasted the land a bit. In addition to the mutant rabbits, chickens, ducks and fish, more animals needed to be added here to increase the diversity of species. When she had time, she must catch more animals. The forest, which used to be reached in a few steps, has now become much larger. Lin Ran walked inside for 20 minutes before reaching the end. In addition to various mushrooms, various herbs also grew on the ground in the forest. Lin Ran saw a plant with red fruits growing on the ground. She dug it out of curiosity and found that it was ginseng. The product of the space must be a treasure. What's more, this is ginseng. Her space is really making her proud. Not only can the things planted in it grow well, but it can also produce good things for her. Lin Ran walked a few steps and found a few more ginsengs. She picked the one she liked and dug a few more. Looking at the plump ginseng whiskers in her hand, Lin Ran decided to go back and stew ginseng chicken soup for everyone to replenish their body. After all, everyone has been working hard for a while. Moreover, she is really happy today. In addition to upgrading the space, she also learned the tricks of the mutant mother spider, space distortion and space transfer. Her space ability is not just a simple space now. Rather, it is a very lethal ability. What makes her most happy is that in addition to the rapid improvement of the space ability, she also has a hallucinogenic ability. Although it is only level 1, it is a hallucinogenic ability. If used well, even Jiang Chen can be fascinated by the hallucinogenic ability. Lin Ran took the ginseng and happily went to find Yueying. Yueying stuck her butt out, caught a big fat fish in the fish pond, and nibbled it on the ground. She was nibbling it happily. Lin Ran saw Yueying's energetic look, and suddenly realized that it didn't seem to be so sleepy these 2 days. This is good news. Maybe Yueying has successfully upgraded, seeing that it likes to eat fish so much. Lin Ran caught a few more from the fish pond, preparing to make fish for everyone to eat at noon. Of course, Yueying also had a share. After catching the fish, Lin Ran caught a few fat free-range chickens raised in the ranch, preparing to use them to make ginseng chicken soup at noon. The rapeseed flowers planted on the farm are in full bloom, and Lin Ran estimates that he can harvest rapeseed and press rapeseed oil in a few days. Looking at the orchard, the big watermelons are round and round, and they can crack and bloom with a light touch. Lin Ran knew that they were ripe, so he picked 2 to eat later. Look at the loquats, cherries, plums, and peaches on the tree. All of them are juicy. Lin Ran picked a peach and tasted it. The flesh was soft and juicy. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. It was delicious. She found a basin and picked a full basin of various fruits and brought it back for everyone to eat as dessert. However, after picking so many, there were still a lot of fruits on the tree. Some of them were ripe and fell to the ground. Fortunately, there is a pasture in the space, and the ripe fruits that fell to the ground can be eaten by small animals, so there is no need to worry about waste. However, it's time to pick them. Everyone has been busy doing other things these 2 days, and they haven't done much work in the space. It seems that after dinner, everyone will have to come in and do some work. Lin Ran went to the vegetable garden to pick some fresh vegetables of various colors that were squeezed out of water, and then took Yueying out of the space. After leaving the space, Lin Ran just opened the bedroom door. She saw Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa not far from her door. When he saw himself, the corners of his lips curled up. Ran, wake up. I'm so bored when you don't come out. Jiang Chen's tone became lower and lower as he spoke, as if he had suffered great grievance. Lin Ran's heart suddenly jumped. Is this the charm of a handsome guy acting like a spoiled child? I'm out now. Let's go and play with you downstairs. Lin Ran found that her brain, which had always been good, became a mess every time she met Jiang Chen. She couldn't even speak clearly. When Jiang Chen heard that Lin Ran wanted to play with him, he was originally ignored for a long time, and his lost mood suddenly became bright. He knew that Ran didn't treat him coldly because he recovered his memory. However, Jiang Chen really didn't expect that Lin Ran's words about playing with him would be like this. Who plays in the kitchen? Jiang Chen. Can you help me deal with the fish? Of course. Lin Ran's tone was clear. Her ponytail was erected high, and she was wearing a Peppa Pig apron. She looked cute no matter how you looked at her. Besides, she still needed him. Jiang Chen took the knife to deal with the fish and felt that he instantly liked this way of playing. It is so happy to cook for the family with the one you love. However, Jiang Chen does not know how to handle fish. As the president of Jiang Group, how could he have done such a thing? He has never seen it before. However, he is a very good student. Jiang Chen found the tablet he used to watch TV and found a TV series related to food. Sure enough, he found a clip of handling fish. Soon, several sliced fish were brought to Lin Ran's stove by Jiang Chen. Lin Ran did not expect Jiang Chen's cooking skills to be so good, so he decided to let him handle the chicken as well. That's great. Jiang Chen, can you help me clean up the chicken? Chicken? Jiang Chen looked at the few chickens on the ground, and his pupils shrank. This furry thing looks a bit tricky. It seems to be more difficult than handling fish. However, since Ran said it, he must do it. Sure. Ran, you can trust me to do it. After saying that, Jiang Chen opened the pad again. He didn't believe that in so many episodes of the TV series, he couldn't find a way to teach him how to handle chicken. Chapter 169 Different Ginseng Chicken Soup. While Lin Ran and the others were cooking, Lin's father and mother were catching up on sleep. Lin Zai was in the bedroom, soaking in the spiritual spring water while upgrading. Grandpa Jiang had finished his training and had a rare break. He was holding a big yellow on his left, stroking a small cat on his right, and a moon shadow sitting on his legs, sitting happily in the living room watching TV. Such a day is so beautiful. Although he is in the end of the world, Grandpa Jiang feels that his own end of the world is over. Now Xiaochen has returned to normal. He has also opened his mind. No longer looking like a stranger is not allowed to approach him every day. And he knows to chase Ran girl. He is really comfortable everywhere now. The Lin family is really their benefactor. Grandpa Jiang sat comfortably on the sofa watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And soon, he smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. Ran girl's cooking skills are good. Such an excellent girl. It seems that Xiaochen needs to be more powerful. How about I teach him some skills later? Mr. Jiang was daydreaming outside. While the people in the kitchen were working hard, Lin Ran used the chicken breast of the free-range chicken and cut it into diced chicken. At this moment, the delicious Kung Pao chicken was freshly cooked. The vegetables were colorful. The diced chicken was white with red. And the chili was shiny. Jiang Chen was drooling as he watched. On this side, Lin Ran skillfully poured oil into the pot, added onion strips, garlic slices, and ginger shreds to stir-fry. Pour in the teriyaki sauce prepared in advance. And after the teriyaki sauce boils, add the beef slices. After boiling, turn to low heat and continue to cook until the sauce becomes thick. And remove from the pot when it is almost dry. Blanch the carrot slices and broccoli in boiling water with salt and sesame oil. And place them on the edge of the bowl for decoration. A dish of delicious teriyaki beef was also cooked. Then, he took out another piece of pork belly. Cut it into small pieces with the skin and meat. Blanch it in boiling water and drain it out. Put oil in the bottom of the pot. Add sugar and stir-fry until the sugar color comes out. Stir-fry the meat until it turns golden brown. Then add cooking wine, oyster sauce and other seasonings. Stir-fry a few times. Add water and boil it over high heat. Then simmer it over low heat. After half an hour, the water will dry up. And a thick, red sauce, bright and translucent braised pork will be done. With Jiang Chen's help, the speed of cooking has also become much faster. Except for dried chili peppers and spices. The things here are all produced in the space. And even the water used is the spiritual spring water in the space. The smell of things produced in the space is hundreds of meters away from half of the food. When these dishes came out of the pot, Lin Zhe and Lin's father and mother upstairs were all attracted by the fragrance. Not to mention, there are also fragrant stewed ginseng chicken and sour, spicy and fragrant pickled fish. This is the first time they use animals from the ranch to cook. This smell is really going to make the kids next door cry. In the villa next door, Louisa opened the window and stretched his nose to explore where the smell might come from. Who is cooking here? It's so foul. It smells so good that it's killing me. Li Xiang, who was standing by, took a big bite of instant noodles and said, "Look at you. It smells good. But instant noodles are not bad either. What do you know?" Louisa shook his red hair like an angry lion. How can this be compared to instant noodles? That's meat. The taste of meat. Li Xiang took out a box of luncheon meat from the refrigerator next to him. If you want to eat meat, just say so earlier. Take this and eat it. Louisa was going crazy. He didn't want to eat this meat at all. Compared with the smell of meat outside, this was just a bunch of nonsense. Seeing Louisa's disgusted face, Li Xiang said, "What? You still don't want to eat this? If you don't want to eat it, it's fine. The others were given to Wu Shiqing and others yesterday. If you don't eat it, I will eat it." Louisa collapsed. "Can't you smell the delicious food outside? Come here and smell it. I don't know whose family lives so well. This is going to make people greedy." Li Xiang came over and smelled it. Then said, "I can't smell it. How can you not see it? I have rhinitis. You know it." Louisa collapsed even more. The sorrow that no one understands. Who is making delicious food outside? Seeing his good friend like this, Li Xiang laughed very funny. He didn't have such greed before. Why can't he stand it this time? Do you want to eat meat? Yes. I want it very much. I want it very much. I want it very much. Li Xiang laughed. Then I heard that the base has issued a task to find supplies at the breeding farm. Do you want to take it? Farm? Wouldn't there be meat? Louisa's eyes turned green when he heard this. Yes. Of course you have to answer it. Eat your instant noodles quickly. We go to the mission hall later. After Lin Ma and the others went downstairs, they saw a fully stocked dining table. The aroma was so delicious that it went straight into their noses. Red braised pork, pickled fish, Kung Pao chicken, teriyaki beef, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, husband and wife lung slices, and a dish of fried lettuce with mushrooms, accompanied by a ginseng chicken soup. The aroma made people dizzy. Even Yueying and Da Huang were gathered under the dining table, turning around and around because of the aroma. Sister, you are a god. The delicious food on this table is so delicious that I am almost dizzy. Grandpa Jiang smiled and said, Our Ran Ran is very clever. The aroma just now made me drool in the living room. Mother Lin looked at the delicious dishes on the table, but she was a little confused. Ran Ran, did you make these or buy them from some store? They smell so good. Mother Lin said this for a reason, because she had never smelled such a domineering aroma of food. Mom, this is what Jiang Chun and I made together. Of course it's not bought. Mother Lin was delighted to hear this. My dear Ran Ran, you are worthy of being my good daughter. The taste of the food you make is much better than that in the restaurant. Lin Ran chuckled. This is not my credit. I think the food today tastes good, mainly because of the fish and chicken in it. The vegetables are basically from our space ranch. That's why it smells so good. I see. Dad Lin was moved when he heard this. No wonder it smells so good. Ran Ran, we should catch more food and put it in your ranch when we have time. It looks so delicious. It's the end of the world. And there is no entertainment anyway. If you don't pursue food, what else can you pursue? Mother Lin also said, yes. 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 Go out and look for it some other day to build Ran Ran's ranch. Lin Ran smiled and nodded, took out a spoon, and scooped a bowl of ginseng chicken soup for everyone. We talk about this later. Let's eat first. The ginseng in this ginseng chicken soup is also from my space. Everyone, take a good rest. After Lin Ran scooped the chicken soup for everyone, he didn't forget the 3 little ones under the table. He scooped a big bowl for each of them. Good things should be shared together. When he heard that the ginseng was produced in Lin Ran's space, Lin Zhe hurriedly picked up the bowl and drank more than half of it. It smells good. It really smells good. And not only does it smell good, he also feels warm all over. It's like walking home from the snow in the cold winter and drinking a bowl of hot soup. It's really different. After drinking a bowl of chicken soup, Mr. Jiang had a bigger reaction than Lin Zhe. He even felt a strange feeling coming out of his dantian. It was like something was about to burst out. When he drank the whole night of chicken soup, a dazzling green light suddenly appeared in his palm. Chapter 170 Healing Ability. Grandpa Jiang, what happened to you? Lin Zhe, who sat closest to Grandpa Jiang, was shocked. How could someone glow while eating? Grandpa Jiang was also shocked. How could he become a little green man? Seeing this scene, Jiang Chun, who was sitting next to Lin Ran, hurried over and grabbed Grandpa Jiang's hand and checked it nervously. Dad Lin, Uncle Jiang, what's wrong? Mom Lin, yes. Ran Ran, is your Grandpa Jiang okay? Is it awakened? I remember your father suddenly spit fire at that time. Lin Ran stared at Grandpa Jiang without replying. In fact, she didn't hear Mom Lin's voice. Now she was so excited. Her heart was pounding, and her eyes were staring at the green light from Grandpa Jiang's hand without blinking. This green is not the kind of green of wood-type ability. It is a kind of green light that makes people more comfortable and has a gentler energy. In her previous life, she had seen such a superpower, and that person was loved by countless people with this superpower. With this superpower, she easily took away the position she had worked so hard to establish in the Ziguang base. She also took away the position next to Yilan. They forgot how they led them to build this base in the pile of zombies. They only remembered that when they were injured, that person came to heal them. That person was Luo Xiangxi. And the superpower she obtained was the healing superpower known as the Holy Mother of the End Times. That is a unique superpower in the world. And it is a superpower that all bases dream of recruiting. It is also a superpower that can easily capture people's hearts. Now, Grandpa Jiang has also awakened this superpower. Xiaochen, what happened to me? Why am I glowing green for no reason? You're fine. Jiang Chen comforted. You should have awakened your superpowers. Congratulations to your grandfather. I have superpowers? Grandpa Jiang was stunned. He, an old man, actually had superpowers. I really have superpowers, Grandpa Jiang said in disbelief. Yes, Grandpa Jiang. Congratulations. You also have superpowers. Lin Ran walked over and looked at the palm of Grandpa Jiang's hand. If I'm not mistaken, your superpower is still very rare. Hearing Lin Ran's affirmative answer, Grandpa Jiang was so excited that he almost fainted. Ah, Xiaochen, I really have awakened my superpowers. Then Ran. What superpower do I have? Lin Ran looked at Lin's father. If he was not mistaken, there were a few small scars on his palm. When he took the chicken soup that he had served him just now, he even shrank his hand. Dad? Is your hand injured? Dad Lin was touched by what he said. Yes. It's just a minor injury. I accidentally got a few small cuts when I was planting roses yesterday. It's okay. I've already treated it. Ran. My dear daughter. I know you care about Dad the most. You even saw such a small wound. Dad? Come here. Lin Ran didn't have time to respond to her father's nonsense. She went over and pulled the chattering Dad Lin to Mr. Jiang. Grandpa Jiang, please heal my dad's injury. Heal? Everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Ran's words. Can Grandpa Jiang's ability heal? Yes. Grandpa Jiang, if I'm not mistaken, your ability is a very rare healing ability. Healing ability? How can I heal others? I don't know how to use it. This is the first time that Mr. Jiang has awakened his ability, and he doesn't know how to operate it. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran and found that this magical girl always knew a lot of things that others didn't know. However, he likes it. Don't be nervous. Just imagine the effect of the superpower in your heart. What you want to do with it. And then, as Lin Ran slowly narrated, Grandpa Jiang slowly felt the energy fluctuations in his body. Then, the green light that was full of vitality became brighter and brighter from the palm of his hand. Dad Lin stared at the green light in Grandpa Jiang's palm tightly, watching it cover his palm, where there were two obvious red scars. Then, a feeling of extreme comfort spread from the palm of his hand to his whole body. It was like a spring breeze, making his whole body comfortable. Soon, the green light disappeared. Dad Lin even wanted to stretch his body comfortably, and the scar on his palm had completely healed. Dad, your injury is healed. Lin Zai shouted excitedly. This healing superpower is too amazing. No wonder everyone in the novels he reads is vying for such superpowers as companions. This is simply carrying a big blood bag on the body. A gold medal assistant. With such a teammate, there is no need to worry at all. Now, they have one too. So, their strength is too strong. Damn. What will they be afraid of when they go out in the future? Just walk sideways. The more Lin Zai thought about it, the happier he became. And the smile on his face was about to overflow. Dad Lin looked at his palms. And his face was also incredible. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Your ability is really useful. No need to thank me, Grandpa Jiang said happily. And now he already knows how to use his ability. Thank you, Ran. If it weren't for her ginseng chicken soup, I wouldn't have awakened this ability. Lin Zai's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's really the ginseng chicken soup that's good. I knew this ginseng chicken soup was not ordinary. Products from the space must be top-notch. Sister, I want another bowl. Lin Ran smiled and said, drink as much as you want. If it's not enough, I pick some more ginseng for you when we enter the space and make soup for you to drink. Lin Zai mumbled with his mouth full of chicken soup. Thank you. Sister, I knew you were the best. Everyone had a very happy lunch. Mr. Jiang, as the only person in the family without superpowers, now has superpowers. The others were very happy to eat. The ginseng chicken soup on the table became the most popular food. In the end, even the bottom of the pot was almost lit. Of course, the one who drank the most was Lin Zai. He wished he could awaken more superpowers. Even if he couldn't awaken superpowers, it would be great to help him improve. Lin Ran was also very happy because she found that Luo Xiangxi was not so unique. They also have healing abilities. The next time they meet, some of the things between them can also have a result. Lin Ran was lost in thought when Lin's mother suddenly came over and told her a very confidential matter. Chapter 171 See a Family Conspiracy. Mom, you said Ronghan is looking for his sister? Yes. It's the captain of the Eagle Squad. The captain of Xia Wenru who came in and clashed with us at the beginning. Lin Ran knew who Ronghan was. Of course. But she was shocked by the news her mother brought. It turned out that Ronghan really didn't know that his sister was sent to the laboratory. That would be a bit interesting. If he knew that his sister was sent to that kind of place, would he still be willing to work for Xie Changhe? Ran. Let me tell you. The Xie family father and daughter and Ronghan are not of the same mind at all. They have actually been on guard against Ronghan and almost killed him in the study just now. Oh! Hearing this, Lin Ran raised his eyebrows. He became more interested in what Lin's mother said. Mom, come. Talk while eating watermelon. This is the freshest watermelon I picked in the space. Lin's mother took the watermelon and began to talk about what she had just heard about the Xie family. As her mother told the story, Lin Ran's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is a live broadcast. The news came so easily, and without omission. It's so cool. Mom, did you hear all this at the Xie family? Mother Lin said with a happy face. That's right. Your father and I are not undercover at the Xie family for nothing. Their house is now full of my ears. Fatty Wu said that Xie Chang's study is the most confidential. So we replaced the green plants in his study with our mutant trees. Those words about Rong Han were heard by my ears in his study. So that's it. Her mother is really too powerful. Lin Ran came up and shook Mother Lin's hand intimately. Mom, you are really smart and talented. And there is no secret in the Xie family that can be hidden from us. Mother Lin felt her daughter's intimacy and was very happy. Ran hasn't shown such a little girl's attitude for a long time. She is always so powerful. As if she can do everything. And she is also the pillar of the family. But she doesn't want her to be so tired. As a mother, how can you not know that your daughter is very thoughtful? She has too much on her shoulders. In her last life, she failed to stay by her side and protect her. So no matter what, she has to fulfill her mother's responsibilities in this life. While Ran is trying to protect the family, she also wants to protect her. Thinking of this, Lin's mother looked at Lin Ran with a soft gaze and said, Ran, if you have anything in the future, you must discuss it with us. Mom and Dad will always be your strongest support. Dad Lin also came over and said, That's right. Dad will support you if the sky falls. Let's discuss it together as a family. Well, okay. Lin Ran's heart has never been so full. So, this is the feeling of having someone to rely on. It's so good to have Mom and Dad around. She doesn't have to be so strong. She can be a little girl who is protected. Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the side and always paying attention to Lin Ran, had a strange feeling in his heart when he saw such a harmonious scene. If he could be with Ran, they would definitely be happier than Lin's parents. He is definitely the most reliable husband. And Ran is definitely the most gentle and virtuous wife. The combination of the two of them is definitely the happiest family. Such a warm atmosphere was quickly interrupted by Lin Zhe on the side. Since they are not of the same mind, let them fight each other. Anyway, Rong Han is so arrogant that he didn't know how to discipline Xie Wenru, that mad dog, that day. The captain of the Eagle Squad ranked first must be very strong. It would be fun if he fought with Xie Changhe and others. Sister, do you think I am right? Lin Zhe still felt upset about Rong Han standing on Xie Wenru's side at that time. He is very happy to see his jokes now. Lin Ran did not answer Lin Zhe's words, but asked, Xiao Zhe, do you know who Rong Han's sister is? Then how should I know? I guess she is as cold as him. Lin's mother asked curiously, does Ran know? Lin Ran nodded. Lin Zhe was completely shocked. Sister, do you really know? Yes. Lin Ran pointed to the direction of the bedroom on the first floor and said, she lives there. What? She is Rong Han's sister? How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. The whole family was shocked. The girl who came to live on the first floor turned out to be Rong Han's sister? Sister. Then, if she is Rong Han's sister, how could she be locked up in the laboratory? Didn't you say that she was put there as an experimental subject? How is it possible that Rong Han's sister is an experimental subject? Lin Zhe really couldn't believe that Rong Han's sister would be locked up in the laboratory. What kind of place is that? What kind of fun is Dr. He? Rong Han is the captain of the most powerful and largest team in the peace base. Where can he let his sister go? Lin Ran smiled coldly. Yes. This is the most interesting part of this matter. Rong Han is Xie Changhe's right-hand man. But his dearest sister was put in the laboratory by Xie Changhe as an experimental subject. But Rong Han knew nothing about it. I want to see what Xie Changhe will give Rong Han in 3 days. Lin Zhe thought things were more interesting when he heard it. That's right. It will definitely be interesting at that time. Let them fight. It's better to let Rong Han beat the inhumane father and daughter of the Xie family to death. When Lin's mother heard this, she hurriedly said the second half of the information that she had not had time to say just now. If he can't be beaten to death, then Rong Han will be plotted against by Xie's father and daughter. Lin Zhe, what? Mom, what did you hear again? Lin's mother saw her silly son looking at her like this, and smiled mysteriously. Rong's mother will tell you in detail. After listening to Lin's mother's story, Lin Ran's eyes became more and more interested. Liang is coming back. Xia's father and daughters plan to hunt Rong Han. And Yilan is going to visit Xia's family. Their team is in full swing. If Rong Han dies, Xia wants Yilan to take his place. Interesting. Really interesting. After Lin's mother told all the things she heard from Xia's family, Lin Ran already had a plan in her mind. Sister, what should we do now? Should we watch Rong Han being hunted by them? Lin Ran looked in the direction of the bedroom on the first floor and shook her head gently. Of course not. How can I bear to let such a lovely girl lose her beloved brother? As kind as we are, of course we have to help him. Lin Zhe heard Lin Ran's answer, and his mouth was almost gritting to his ears. Fine. Really fun. I knew his sister would definitely make trouble. Such a good opportunity. Don't waste it. Then, sister, what should we do now? The Xia family is about to take action. What to do now? Lin Ran looked at the bright sunshine outside and said, let's go out for a walk. After staying at home for a whole morning, we should go out and get some fresh air. Chapter 172 Farm Mission. Lin Ran took Jiang Qin and Lin Zhe out. Originally, Lin's father and mother were going to come, but in order to avoid the family's collective travel being too conspicuous, Lin Ran asked them to stay at home to absorb the crystal core. And the main reason was the girl on the first floor who had not woken up yet, although she didn't know why she was locked up in the laboratory. But Lin Ran knew Dr. He's nature. He would never lock up an ordinary person there. This girl definitely has something he wants to study. Just like himself back then. It was because of the rare space ability. So, what Lin Ran was afraid of was that this girl had some weird ability. When she wakes up, there might be an accident. Grandpa Jiang has a healing ability without combat power. As for the three little ones, although they are ridiculously powerful, in Lin Ran's heart, they all need to be protected by themselves. There is a time bomb at home. It is better to have a powerful person like Lin's father and mother to guard it. Let them take care of the things outside. As a result, she ran into two familiar faces just after she walked out of the door. Ms. Lin, I didn't expect to meet you again. The one who spoke was the red-haired Louisa, and behind him was Li Xiang with a smile on his face. Hello, Captain Liu. After knowing that he and Wu Shicheng were in the same group, Lin Ran was not so hostile to him. But she didn't expect that Louisa was such a familiar person. Seeing that Lin Ran was willing to pay attention to him, he immediately came over to warm up. Miss Lin, did you smell anything just now? Lin Ran, what smell? A wonderful and fragrant meat smell, Louisa said with an intoxicated look on his face. Since the end of the world, I haven't smelled such a fragrant rice smell. It's like chicken, fish, and beef. Anyway, it's a little bit of everything. I tell you, that smell must have come from one of our neighbors' houses. It almost made me confused. Which family is so arrogant? Li Xiang said. It was really confusing. I almost ran to the wall to smell it. What are you talking about? Kid? How could I do that? You should think about it. But you can't lose face. Li Xiang, you actually ruined my wisdom. Lin Ran, if I guessed correctly, that wonderful and fragrant meat smell came from their house. She knew that the rice smelled good today, but she didn't expect it to be so fragrant. Louisa next door was almost dying of greed. It seems that I have to be more low-key in the future. Captain Liu, you guys play. We're leaving first. Don't leave. Seeing Lin Ran was about to leave, Louisa subconsciously reached out his hand to pull her. When he took his hand and approached Lin Ran's clothes, he felt a great chill coming from her side. Then, he never dared to stretch his hand forward again. Louisa just felt that the man next to Lin Ran was too scary. His eyes made Louisa feel that if he dared to touch Lin Ran's clothes, he would break his hand. Louisa claimed that he was not the strongest in the entire base, but he was also one of the best. However, he did not dare to act rashly in front of this person. This is a person's instinct. The instinctive admiration for those who are stronger than oneself. Captain Liu, is there anything else? Lin Ran stood in front of Jiang Qin calmly, blocking Louisa's inquiring eyes. Louisa was stunned for a moment, and then he put on a gentle smile, as if nothing had happened just now, and talked about business. Nothing else. Just a mission about the base. I wonder if Miss Lin is interested. Mission? What mission? Lin Ran wanted to hear what Louisa could say about the person that interested her. Louisa smiled and said, Didn't I just say I smelled meat? We now have a task that can get us meat. Can we eat meat? Yes. There is a large farm 100 kilometers south of the base. It was the end of the world, with floods and droughts. And everyone thought that all the small animals there had died. A few days ago, a team of people passed by and found that there were still many animals in the farm. There were pigs, sheep, and cows. And they were not mutated. This is a rare good thing in the end of the world. If we can catch them, will we still worry about not having meat to eat? So, now the base has issued a task, asking us interested teams to go together and bring back all the animals in the farm. The reward is 1/3 of what we bring back. This is a very generous reward. I wonder if Miss Lin is tempted. Of course I am tempted. That's a farm. The ranch in their space is most in need of small animals. Isn't it true that someone is offering a pillow just when I feel sleepy? Lin Ran didn't hide it and said directly, I am quite tempted. Louisa was very happy to hear this, since you are tempted. Miss Lin, please cooperate with our team. You join our team, and we will complete this mission together. How about we divide each small animal brought back equally? Louisa's conditions are very fair. But Lin Ran will not team up with anyone. Lin Ran shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Liu. But I don't want to team up. That's meat. Don't you want it? Seeing that Lin Ran was about to leave, Louisa tried to persuade her to stay. I want it, Lin Ran said, but we don't want to team up for the time being. After that, Lin Ran took Jiang Chen and the others away. Only Louisa was left looking at her back with regret. Li Xiang came over and said, Do you have to call her? The goddess doesn't like you, Louisa said angrily. What do you know? It's not that easy to get to the breeding farm. Isn't it safer to call her? Li Xiang frowned. Is she really that powerful? Not only her, but the man next to her is also very capable. He almost scared me to death just now. What? Why don't I know what he did? You are so slow. Of course you don't know. Hey, explain it clearly. I don't want to tell you. Idiot. Stop talking nonsense. Go to the mission hall to accept the mission. Good Louisa. Who is the idiot? Explain it clearly. On this side, Lin Ran stood on the side of the road waving her hand, ready to find a sightseeing car to go to the mission hall. Sister, why are we going to the mission hall? Are we going to find Rong Han? Lin Ran nodded, yes. Rong Han needs to be found, and we need to accept the mission. Yes. Our ranch is still empty. Lin Ran's eyes flashed coldly, yes. And Shiuza. This mission is more interesting than we thought. If I'm not mistaken, this mission is a trap set by Xie Chenghe for Rong Han. Chapter 173 Purple Light Team. The farm mission is a trap set by Xie Chenghe for Rong Han? Then why did they accept it? Lin Zhe had countless questions in his mind. But a sightseeing bus happened to come at this moment. Even if he had thousands of words in his mind, he had to hold them back. Hearing that they were going to the mission hall, the driver of the sightseeing bus enthusiastically asked them which team they were from on the way. Lin Zhe then remembered that if he wanted to accept the mission, he had to accept it in the name of the team. They didn't seem to be qualified yet. Lin Ran smiled indifferently and replied that we don't have our own team yet. But we will have one soon. Driver, this little girl seems a little crazy. And have your own team? It's not so easy to create a team in this base. Lin Ran didn't care about the driver's questioning eyes. Whether you can create your own team, you will know later. There was no more conversation along the way. When he arrived at the mission hall, Lin Ran found that it seemed to be more lively than before. Most of the people in the mission hall are superpowers. After staying in the crowd for a while, Lin Ran roughly knew what everyone was talking about. Everyone was discussing the mission of the breeding farm. Unexpectedly, the popularity of this mission has been so high after it was released for a while. It seems that Xie Chenghe is very good at choosing missions. Most of the superpowers are interested in this mission. In this way, even if Rong Han doesn't want to go at that time, his subordinates will probably let him go. However, from their conversation, Lin Ran knew that this mission was actually dangerous, because the breeding farm is located in the southwest of the base. You must pass through a densely populated county town to get there, and the people in that county town have basically turned into zombies. Moreover, you need to pass through a dense forest to pass there. It is said that a group of terrible mutant beasts have appeared in that forest recently. If you want to go through there to the breeding farm, you will inevitably encounter zombies and mutant beasts. It can be said that there are many difficulties. Therefore, even if these people really want to go, They can only wait and see for the time being. They hope that a few of the top 10 teams in the base can go, so that they can follow them and maybe get a share of the pie at that time. But now, no one has signed up for the top 10 teams. However, they got the news that Ronghan's Eagle team was very interested in this mission. Even if other teams didn't go, as long as Ronghan went, they were willing to follow him. After all, he was the most powerful man in the entire base. When Lin Ren heard this, a hint of interest flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ronghan hadn't appeared yet, but rumors about him had already been spread. Xie Chenghe was indeed a qualified politician. Hearing this, Lin Ren had already known the general situation of this mission. Then he walked out of the crowd with Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe and walked towards the service hall. Do you want to register for a team? The clerk looked at Lin Ren and Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe behind her in disbelief. Why do everyone want to register for a team now? These three people are all pretty. But registering for a team is not a joke. There are strict rules. Do you know the rules for registering a team? Not everyone can register a team now, the clerk said impatiently. Lin Ren raised her eyebrows. Of course I know the rules you mentioned. 50 team members, or 50 first level crystal cores. I don't have so many team members for the time being, but I have crystal cores here. After saying that, Lin Ren took out the crystal cores that had been prepared long ago and placed them on the counter. 50 crystal cores. 5,000 points. It's just the rent of their villa for 1 month. She has plenty. She had already asked Zhang Huan about the rules for creating a team. The reason why their axe gang was able to be established is because they have more than 50 sisters. These days, except for those famous superpowers, ordinary people don't have this appeal to gather 50 people who dare to fight and take risks. This is also the reason why some teams can grow bigger and bigger. And some people can't even meet the basic conditions of a team. And without their own team, ordinary people don't dare to go out to kill zombies. So they can't get crystal cores at all. Therefore, the teams in this base only have a few fixed ones coming and going. Resources are concentrated in their hands. Now Ronghan's Eagle team is the most powerful team, and the number of members in it has reached 1,000. And most of them are superpowers. With such a powerful team, it is no wonder that Xie Chenghe is so afraid of Ronghan. Once he disobeys, he will get rid of him immediately. The clerk was stunned when he saw Lin Ren easily take out so many crystal cores. Then he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say it after thinking about it. This woman can take out so many crystal cores casually, so she must not be a good person. It is better for him to avoid provoking people whose details he can't figure out. I don't want to be like the clerk at the housing rental center next door, who was blind and offended people, and was severely punished by Xie Wenru. Now no one knows whether she is dead or alive. The clerk didn't say much and quickly helped Lin Ren to handle the business of handling the team. The procedures are almost done. Now you just fill in this form. Lin Ren took it and looked at it. It contained the basic information of the team, which she needed to fill in. Lin Ren filled in that the captain was herself, and the team members were Jiang Chen and their family. As for the team name, what should it be called? Sister, what should the team name be? Lin Zhe frowned distressfully. Lin Ren looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, do you have any good suggestions? Jiang Chen was frozen for a moment. Ren was actually asking for his opinion, but he didn't have any good suggestions. The name of his company is Jiang Group, which is very simple and crude. Now the team can't be called the Lin family team. Compared with others, it was compared. Suddenly, a name passed through his mind. Jiang Chen said with bright eyes, I can't think of any good name. How about calling it Purple Light Team? Ran, your special power is lightning, and when it is activated, it can emit purple light to repel darkness. Just like you. You are a beam of light in the Doomsday. You are hope. As long as you are there, we can always repel the darkness of this world. So, Ran, how about calling it Purple Light Team? Purple Light Team? Purple Light. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Ren was stunned. She almost thought that Jiang Chen was reborn like herself. In her previous life, her base was called Purple Light Base, but the name was not given to her. But because of Yulan, he said that he was the light that penetrated the darkness, and he wanted to shine his light in all corners of the Doomsday. He wanted his base to become one of the best in the Doomsday. But he never thought that the establishment of this base also had her sweat horse function. Lin Ren looked at Jiang Chen's serious eyes, but couldn't help but think about it. It turns out that purple light can be explained in this way. The person in front of him really only has himself in his eyes. Whether it is when he lost his memory or now. Is she the light? Is she the light that penetrates the end of the world? Is she hope? Then is she his light and his hope? Chapter 174. They are all old acquaintances. Lin Ran's heart suddenly began to beat violently, and her cheeks turned red. It's over. She seemed to be poisoned by Jiang Chen. The person in front of her looked good no matter how she looked at him. That fair skin and handsome face made her like him so much that she wanted to take a bite. Lin Zhe was so angry watching from the side. Can't these two people choose a time? Why are they showing off their love anytime and anywhere? He, a single dog, can't afford to be hurt. He thought his brother-in-law was a cold person. But he didn't expect him to say a lot of sweet words. He was embarrassed to listen. TSK. Have you filled out your forms? Seeing that the person opposite was stunned and motionless, the clerk urged impatiently. Lin Zhe hurriedly said, Fill it out. Fill it out. Our team is called the Purple Light Team. After that, Lin Zhe completed the information on the form and handed it to the clerk. Of course, it should be called the Purple Light Team. After all, his brother-in-law explained it this way. His sister is his light. His hope. How can it not be called this name? Sure enough, Lin Ran blushed and said nothing, acquiescing to this name. Now this purple light is because of herself. Just to break the darkness for the one she loves. The clerk recorded the information, and Lin Ran's team was officially created. After receiving the captain's ID card, Lin Ran was ready to take the task of the breeding farm. Unexpectedly, when she returned to the task hall again, she actually met a lot of old acquaintances. Standing at the front of the task hall were Lu Yize and Li Xiang, who were accepting tasks. She was also very familiar with the people queuing up behind them. They were Yi Lan and Xie Wenru. Unexpectedly, Yi Lan also had to wade into this muddy water. This task is really getting more and more interesting. Lin Ran's eyes showed a cold light, and all the people she hated gathered together, so that she wouldn't have to find them one by one. After enduring them for so long, she has already mastered the main clues of the research institute. There is no need to keep these two bitches. Yi Lan and Xie Wenru didn't see Lin Ran here. Their attention was mainly focused on Lu Yize. Xie Wenru glared at Lu Yize fiercely. This man without grace didn't even know to let her go first. He really doesn't look like a man at all. Lu Yize, I was here first. Why did you get the task first? Xie Wenru couldn't help it, and pointed at Lu Yize's nose and scolded. Lu Yize laughed. You did come first. But I came to do things first. After all, I just want to get the task. And you have to wait for your brother Yi. What nonsense are you talking about? Xie Wenru was about to be pissed off by Lu Yize's weird tone. Don't be angry, Sister Wenru. We won't argue with him. Yi Lan gently patted the back of Xie Wenru's hand, calming her manic temper in time. Feeling the warm touch on the back of her hand, Xie Wenru blushed rarely. Brother Yi, I'm just angry that he's a piece of shit. It's okay. I can chat with Sister Wenru for a while. It's good. Speaking of which, we haven't had a good conversation these 2 days. Hearing this, Xie Wenru hurriedly explained, Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I've been too busy these 2 days. It's okay. I understand. Yi Lan said comforting words. Looking at Xie Wenru's eyes almost threaded. Lin Ran, who was standing not far behind them, was almost disgusted by these two people. I didn't expect Yi Lan to be such a green tea. Why didn't she find out in her previous life? At that time, he held his head high, and there were not many people who could be liked by him. She was able to win his favor because of her rare space ability. But Lin Ran soon figured out why he became like this. To say that he became like this, it was largely because of herself. In his previous life, Yi Lan was a child of destiny. With so many equipment and supplies at home, he had enough strength to make himself superior to everyone else. And now, all those things were taken away by herself. If you want to become stronger, you have to curry favor with others. Lin Ran felt relieved when she saw Yi Lan becoming a green tea. Xie Wenru and Yi Lan were still arguing with each other. And Lin Zhe was also very annoyed watching from the side. He lowered his head and whispered to Lin Ran, Sister, I just heard from the people next to me that Yi Lan and his bodyguards formed a light team. And their team has been very strong recently. I heard that Xie Chenghe is also interested in letting Yi Lan marry into his family. Light team. Hee. Yi Lan has been obsessed with being the light of the world for 2 lifetimes. I just don't know how long he can shine this time. Yi Lan and Xie Wenru are still in front of him. Brother Yi, When we go on a mission, just follow us. With our team leading the way, you will definitely be safe. Yilan said gratefully, Thank you, Sister Wanru. But our bright team will not hold you back. If you are in danger, we will be the first to come to support you. No, we can handle it ourselves. You must not come to avoid getting hurt. Xie Wanru quickly refused when she heard Yilan wanted to help. After receiving the task, Louisa turned around and said, Hey, Xie Wanru, you are so disloyal. Does Ronghan know? You care? TSK. I don't care. I just feel sorry for Ronghan. He himself doesn't think so. Who do you think you are? Ronghan has long forgotten that he has a brother like you. Louisa, you don't still think Ronghan is your own person, do you? Xie Wanru's sarcastic words successfully made Louisa's face dark. But before he could fight back, Ronghan walked in from outside. With him, there was a man with an extremely flamboyant appearance. He had golden hair and a face with deep eyebrows and eyes. It was like a mixed-race child. Ronghan is here. Wow. Liang is here too. He's finally back. Why are the two of them together? Are they both here to take on the mission? It's stable. It's stable. There are so many powerful people on this mission. It's definitely stable. The people around were discussing quietly, and were very happy about their appearance. Facing Louisa's domineering and cold look, Xie Wanru instantly brightened up when she saw Liang. She jumped in front of Liang and said with joy, Brother Liang, you're finally back. My dad and I miss you so much. Lin ran, Yo. This one is also a brother. Xie Wanru. How many good brothers do you have? Chapter 175 Cooperation. Seeing this, Lin Ran immediately looked at Yilan. As expected, his face darkened. Haha. It seems that Xie Wanru is not the only one like you. Yilan, you are so miserable. Liang smiled brightly. Sister Wanru, I miss you too. Didn't Dad say you would come back tomorrow? Why did you come back today? Liang glanced at Ronghan and said, It's because I miss you. And if I don't come back, what should I do with this mission? Captain Rong is alone. I'm afraid it's a bit overwhelmed. After all, when I went to see Uncle Xie, he didn't want to take this mission. Captain Ronghan doesn't want to take this mission? When the people around heard this, their minds were full of confusion. This mission is related to the livelihood of the base. Many people haven't eaten much meat. If we can start breeding, it would be such a good thing. How could Captain Ronghan not go as the captain of the first team of the base? Ronghan didn't argue when he heard Lai Yang deliberately revealing his secrets. He just looked at Lai Yang coldly. But Lai Yang was not afraid of him. Lai Yang smiled at Ronghan maliciously. But Captain Rong is still reasonable and finally agreed. We have to compete well this time. Captain Rong. Maybe when we come back, our team will be the first in the base. When the time comes, I will have to dig Sister Wanru over. Captain Rong. Don't be reluctant. Xie Wanru laughed even happier when she heard this. Although she didn't say anything, her expression was full of willingness. Louisa looked at the way these people squeezed Ronghan, and his hands clenched into fists. In the end, he let it go helplessly, turned around and took Li Xiang out. Even Lin Ran and others who were not far away didn't notice it. As soon as Louisa left, Ronghan, as the captain of the first team, had the privilege of not queuing. So he went over to receive the task and left. Then it was Yilan and the others. At this moment, Xie Wanru had already remembered Yilan, who was ignored by her, and introduced him to Lai Yang warmly. The few of them were discussing enthusiastically, and did not notice Lin Ran and the others. Lin Ran looked at Ronghan's back, and quietly took Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe out. The mission is not urgent. You can come to pick it up later. Now, she has more important things to do. Ronghan bypassed the busy street outside the mission hall and walked towards the alley on the side. Going deeper and deeper, he stopped until he turned into a dead end, and said coldly to the back, You have been following for so long. Come out. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Ran and the other two turned out from the corner. Lin Ran smiled and said, Captain Rong, I didn't expect you to know that we were following you. Ronghan frowned. You didn't think of hiding it from me. Otherwise you wouldn't follow so obviously. I don't know why the three of you followed me. Tell me. It's safe here. Lin Ran looked at Ronghan and smiled even deeper. Very good. She likes to cooperate with such smart people. Captain Rong, we came to you for something important. We heard that you recently lost something you loved. So we came to provide clues. Ronghan's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. His lost beloved thing? Ronghan's expression, which was as cold as ice for thousands of years, finally cracked at this moment. He quietly looked at the three people in front of him. All three of them had outstanding looks. The kind that people would never forget after seeing them. Especially this girl. He was very impressed. She was the one who dared to conflict with Xia Wanru at the housing rental center. If he hadn't shown up that day, Xia Wanru would definitely suffer. Not her. Could the beloved thing she said he lost be his sister? But how could she, who had just arrived at the base not long ago? No. Yes. She couldn't know. Ronghan regained his usual calmness. I haven't lost anything recently. Thank you for your kindness. But please go back. Lin Ran didn't expect Ronghan to not accept it. However, she would make him beg her to come back later. Lin Ran smiled softly and said, So we made a mistake. We heard that Captain Rong had an important relative who was missing. But it seems that it was just hearsay. Captain Rong, we leave first. After saying that, Lin Ran took Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe and turned away without mercy. It was as if they had really made a mistake. Ronghan on this side was anxious. Isn't his relative his sister? These three people really know the whereabouts of his sister. They can't leave whether they know it or not. Wait. Please wait a moment. Lin Ran is not someone who will wait for her just because he says so. Seeing that Lin Ran was about to leave, Ronghan didn't care about his manners and chased in her direction, blocking them regardless of anything. Wait. How do you know that I have a relative who is missing? Lin Ran looked at Ronghan's nervous look and said lightly, Didn't I just say that I heard it from hearsay? Ronghan's eyes revealed 100 disbeliefs. But he was not sure how much the person in front of him knew. No matter how small his sister's matter was, it was a big deal. He had to lower his posture. I was wrong just now. Sorry. How about we talk again now? Seeing the arrogant Ronghan lower his head, Lin Ran's eyes flashed. Okay. Since Captain Rong invited you warmly, let's talk again. Ronghan had never been so angry in the past 20 years. As Lin Ran told the story, he couldn't believe that he was played to such an extent by the Xia family father and daughter. How dare they take his sister to that terrible laboratory as an experimental subject? How could they do that? It would be fine if Ronghan had never been to the laboratory. But he had been to that laboratory and knew what a dirty place it was. Besides, Dr. He's experimental notebook was still in his hand. He was still suspicious before. But now, he was 100% sure, since they had bullied them to this extent. Don't blame him for going back on his word. When the shock and anger in Ronghan's eyes subsided, he looked at Lin Ran and asked, How can I prove that my sister has been rescued? Lin Ran took out a mobile phone from his pocket. Although there is no signal now, some functions of the mobile phone can still be used. For example, the photo function. Clicking on the photo of the girl taken when she left. Ronghan finally trusted Lin Ran's words completely. Why are you telling me this? And what do you need me to do? Lin Ran smiled and said, I hate Xia Wanru and Xia Chenghe. In this case, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I told you this because I treat you as a friend. On the other hand, I can't bear to see you deceived by them again. The most important thing is, can we cooperate? Cooperate? Yes. Don't you want to take revenge on these two ruthless people? Ronghan looked at the girl in front of him with an interested face, and suddenly found this matter interesting. I want to. Of course I want to. I want to let those ruthless and inhumane father and daughter taste the suffering of his sister. That's his sister in his palm. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In this case, it is indeed a good idea for them to cooperate. Okay. Deal? Ronghan heard himself say this. Chapter 176 Rong Mei. When he walked out of the alley again, there was no one behind Ronghan. He walked on the main road and headed towards the team's base. Now, he had to pretend to know nothing and do the farm mission. This was obviously a mission set by Xia Chenghe to deal with him. And he was unwilling to do it at all, because it was a bit far to go there. He had to wait for Xia Chenghe to take him to see his sister in 3 days. But Liang suddenly appeared. His appearance disrupted his plan and forced him to take on the mission. In order to appease him, Xia Chenghe also promised that as long as he completed the mission and came back, he would let him see his sister. But now it seems that his sister is no longer in his hands. He can't come back alive from this mission. In addition to Liang, who is eyeing him covetously and wearing pants with the Xia family, his team should also have a traitor. But who could the traitor be? Rong Han returned to the team's base, which used to be a kindergarten with a relatively good environment. Now they regard it as their team's camp. As soon as Rong Han entered the door, a man ran over and asked warmly, "Captain, how is it? Have you received the mission?" Rong Han looked at the man with a heavy look. "This is Monkey, the second in command of the team. Why? Do you really want to take this mission?" Monkey said indifferently, "No. It doesn't matter whether you take it or not. Our team is not short of meat." "Then why are you asking so anxiously?" Monkey said, "It was those grandsons who asked me to come here to ask." "Captain, I am not a chatterbox." "Oh, who asked you to ask?" Rong Han pretended to ask casually. At this time, a man just came out of the room. The man had clean eyebrows and eyes, and was full of bookish air. He was a person Rong Han was very optimistic about in the whole team. His name was Yang Shu. He was a graduate student before the end of the world, and was very educated. He could also endure hardships. "Captain, that's him." Monkey pointed. "Yang Shu. This stinky boy asked me many times." "Yang Shu?" Rong Han remembered that he and Xia Wenru did not get along very well. Could that person be him? After Lin Ran negotiated with Rong Han, she went to the mission hall to accept the mission. At this time, Xia Wenru and the others had already left the mission hall. Most of the teams also accepted the mission, so there was no need to queue up when she came. After accepting the mission, Lin Ran did not stay outside for long. It would be better to go home and upgrade more with this free time. They called a sightseeing bus on the roadside and went home. When they got home, Lin Ran told everyone about the mission, and the whole family was very excited. "Mother Lin, we are the members of the Purple Light team." "Dad Lin, great. Isn't it like we are playing games together as a family? I can't wait to go on the mission right away." Grandpa Jiang rubbed his hands and said excitedly, Ran, can I really go with you?" "Yes, of course." Lin Ran smiled. "You are our strongest assistant now. Take the crystal core I gave you and upgrade yourself in the next few days. When we go to the wild, you will be useful in many places." Okay. I can not only heal the wound, but also kill the enemy with AK. Ran, Grandpa Jiang will not let you retreat." "Yes, I believe you." Grandpa Jiang knew that he could also go out to do the task together, and the whole person was like chicken blood. After talking to Jiang Chen for a few words, he went back to the room to take the crystal core to upgrade. Lin Ran told everyone about Rong Han again, and went to the bedroom on the first floor to see Rong Han's sister. When Lin Ran entered, he saw that the girl on the bed had a rosier complexion than in the morning, and her breathing became longer. It seems that the vitality of life has returned to her. But why hasn't she woken up yet? Maybe when Grandpa Jiang eats dinner in the evening, he can try to treat her. Lin Ran remembered that when Rong Han left, he looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he only said that his sister's name was Rong Mei. Lin Ran knew that Rong Han should know why the girl was used as an experiment, but he didn't say it. He just asked her to take care of her temporarily, and he would find a place to put her before going on a mission. Jiang Chen came in with Lin Ran, and he was really getting more and more curious about this girl named Rong Mei. As a zombie, how could she be so like a living person? He tentatively put his hand on her head, and then tried to wake her up with his zombie king's order. If she was a zombie, she would listen to his orders. Lin Ran was startled by Jiang Chen's sudden action. Why would he touch another woman with his hands? Lin Ran suddenly felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart, and she wanted to pull Jiang Chen's hand back. Just when she was about to do this, the movement of Rong Mei attracted her attention. Brother! Rong Mei suddenly shouted loudly. Her expression struggled, and her hands danced in the air, as if she was fighting against some terrible dream. Jiang Chen saw this reaction, and knew that his order worked. He opened his thin lips, and said in a deep voice, "Wake up." The next second, Rong Mei's eyes, which had been sleeping for a long time, opened. Jiang Chen was so awesome. Could it be that he also had healing abilities? So he touched Rong Mei's head with his hand, and she woke up? However, Rong Mei's next move made Lin Ran dispel her guess. She stood up from the bed, put her left hand on her chest, and saluted Jiang Chen. "Master, you summoned me? I want you to wake up, just like a normal person." Lin Ran, Master? If you call Jiang Chen master, then Rong Mei is a zombie, right? Lin Ran noticed that Rong Mei's eyes were also red, the same red as Jiang Chen's. But she is more human than Jiang Chen. That warm and soft body. That long breath. That strong heartbeat. How does she look like a zombie? No wonder doctor he wanted to capture her for experiments. She is so special. Did Rong-han know that his sister was a zombie? While Lin Ran was amazed, Rong-mei had already obeyed Jiang Chen's order, and her eyes turned black like a normal person in an instant. Then she showed a lovely smile to Jiang Chen. Master, I am a normal person now. Lin Ran, surprise. Damn it. This zombie also has this function. Free switching between quantity and two states? Very good. Rong-mei, you must never reveal your identity as a zombie in front of others. From now on, you will live like a normal person in this state. Yes, Master, I will live like a normal person in this state. Chapter 177 Half Zombie. Jiang Chen. What's the matter with her? Looking at the girl who was trying to eat like a normal person at the dining table, Lin Ran couldn't help but ask the gossip in her heart. Jiang Chen looked at Rong-mei. She was so normal now. She ate like a normal person and smiled at Lin Ma, who cooked for her from time to time. She was indeed different. She should be half zombie. Half zombie? Yes. After she was bitten. During the process of zombie transformation. For some reason, the zombie transformation suddenly stopped. So she is now half zombie. She not only has the characteristics of zombies, but also the characteristics of humans. There are still half zombies in this world. Lin Ran felt that he had lived two lives. But he only knew that there was such a person now. As expected, there are all kinds of strange things in the world. So what exactly stopped her zombie transformation? Jiang Chen shook his head, saying that he didn't know. In fact, this is exactly what Jiang Chen wanted to know the most. If he could find the reason for Rong-mei's abnormality, could he also become a half-zombie? If he could have normal body temperature and breathing, could he hug the smiling girl in front of him? Since he recovered his memory, he knew that he and Ran were different. He was a zombie. Even if he was a different zombie, it could not change the fact that he was a zombie. What qualifications did a thing like him, that was neither human nor ghost, have to be with her? She was too beautiful. And the Lin family was too good. So he didn't dare to express his feelings. And didn't dare to touch such a good girl. If he could recover his human state, could he also dream about Ran? Unfortunately, when he asked Rong-mei just now, she didn't know why she suddenly stopped being a zombie. In fact, she had no memory of the time after she was bitten by a zombie. So now there is only one breakthrough. That is Rong-han. Maybe next time he sees him, he can help him solve his doubts. Mother Lin looked at the girl in front of her, who was eating very delicious food, and became more and more happy, and gave her another big bowl of rice. Xiaomei, eat more. Thank you, Auntie. Rong-mei thanked her politely. You're welcome. Enjoy your meal. Mother Lin looked at the little girl in front of her kindly. What a pretty girl she was. What a normal child. She was eating so deliciously. Why did Ran say she was a zombie? It's nothing to be a zombie. They even have a zombie king in their family. But why is she different from Jiang Chen? She is more like a human. Does that mean Jiang Chen can become like this in the future? Mother Lin thought of this. Her eyes lit up. She ran to the yard to find her husband. She wanted to tell him the good news. Since Jiang Chen recovered his memory, the couple had been worried about Ran's life. Although Jiang Chen was a zombie, he was a good person. And they were not unenlightened parents. They were not willing to interfere in their children's affairs. But it would be a lie to say they were not worried. But now seeing such a lively zombie like a normal person, wouldn't their previous anxieties disappear? If this is not good news, then what is it? When Lin's mother ran to the yard, she saw Lin's father, Lin Zhe, and Mr. Jiang doing landscaping in the yard. They were going out for a few days this time, and they had to take the cats and dogs with them. How could they leave their home here without planting something? What if Xia Wenru and the others did something bad? So, everyone took time out to do landscaping together today. When Lin's father saw Lin's mother coming out, he smiled and greeted her. You came just in time. Come and inject some vitality into the flowers and grasses. After Lin's father and the others planted the flowers and grasses, Lin's mother came over to inject some wood-related supernatural powers, so that they could live better. But this time, Lin's mother didn't listen to Lin's father and pulled him aside. Not busy. You plant some. I'm busy inside. Come here. I tell you something first. So, Lin Zhe looked at his parents standing in the corner of the villa, talking about something with a beaming face. But anyway, it should be a good thing. because when the two talked about the latter part, their expressions were as if they had won millions. Lin Zhe couldn't help shaking his head. Xiao Zhe, your parents have a really good relationship. Grandpa Jiang sighed. Lin Zhe nodded. It was good? But can we do something serious? Lin Zhe was eating and digging a hole, while looking at the Lin father and mother, who were chatting happily. Your eldest son is still doing hard labor. Go and see the child. Come and plant trees. In the house, Rong Mei still didn't eat enough. Her body seemed to be full. Even if she ate a large table of food, she was still hungry. Lin Ran stood aside and watched, and even felt that Rong Mei's stomach was an abyss. Master, I'm so hungry. I want to eat more. Rong Mei bowed her head in guilt to Jiang Chen. Lin Ran felt that she ate more than Jiang Chen when he just turned into a zombie. Jiang Chen could be fed, but she couldn't. Jiang Chen looked at Rong Mei and frowned. She couldn't eat enough human food. So did she want to eat humans? Ran, do you have any fresh meat in your space? Give her some. Lin Ran, was it as she thought? Lin Ran took out a plucked raw chicken from the space and placed it on the dining table in front of Rong Mei. There was still blood on the raw chicken, and Rong Mei swallowed her saliva at it. Eat it. Seeing that the child was so greedy, Lin Ran subconsciously called Rong Mei. Rong Mei's reaction surprised Lin Ran. She actually restrained her instinct and shook her head at Lin Ran. I can't eat it. Why? Because the master wants me to live like a normal person. Normal people can't eat raw meat. Lin Ran knew that in the zombie world, the orders of the zombie king could not be violated. Just like a seal, Jiang Chen's order sealed all of Rong Mei's uncontrollable behaviors. Lin Ran was relieved a little. Even if she eats people, she won't eat with Jiang Chen's order. But what if she can't eat enough? Just let her starve. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen, not knowing what he would do. Will he order her to continue to starve, or allow her to eat raw meat? Fortunately, Jiang Chen's next sentence made Lin Ran completely relieved. Ran, do you have any level 1 crystal cores? Give 2 to Rong Mei. Crystal core? That's right. Crystal cores are also energy. Zombies may not want to eat raw meat after eating them. Lin Ran hurriedly took out 2 crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to Rong Mei. Jiang Chen said, try this. Rong Mei was really interested in the crystal core and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, she said she was full. Master, I'm full. Okay. Go back and rest now. Think about what unusual things have happened recently, and tell me in the afternoon. Hearing Jiang Chen's order, Rong Mei turned around and returned to the bedroom on the first floor. She looked more obedient than a robot. Ran, don't worry. I'm here. She won't be in danger. As if knowing Lin Ran's worries, Jiang Chen said to Lin Ran seriously. Lin Ran certainly believed Jiang Chen's words, and she nodded to Jiang Chen. An important thing came to mind. Chapter 178. He returned to Zhao. This is the first time he came to Lin Ran's bedroom after Jiang Chen recovered his memory. Continue to sleep. Even if he is a zombie king, is he not afraid of him? Let Jiang Chen's violence disappear instantly. Jiang Chen, this for you. Jiang Chen lowered his head and saw Lin Ran holding a bunch of quaint beads on his hands. Return the jade intact to Zhao. Lin Ran winked playfully and put it on Jiang Chen's wrist. No. This is for you. There is no reason to take back something that has been given away. Jiang Chen said that he was going to take off the Buddhist beads and give them to Lin Ran. Lin Ran quickly stretched out her hand to stop Jiang Chen's action. Seeing Lin Ran stop him, Jiang Chen said, this Buddhist beads and the things inside are all given to you by me. Ran, please don't despise them. Okay? Jiang Chen's tone was a little aggrieved, which made Lin Ran stunned. Jiang Chen would be so aggrieved that she didn't want this thing? But it's not that she didn't want it. It's that this string of Buddhist beads recognizes its owner. It has already recognized Jiang Chen, and she can't open it again. Besides, it seems inconvenient for Jiang Chen to not have a space. He has to ask herself every time he wants something. How troublesome. Lin Ran told Jiang Chen all these reasons, and he reluctantly accepted it. Jiang Chen looked at the Buddhist beads on his wrist and felt a little stupid. How could he forget to recognize the master? At that time, he vowed to give this string of Buddhist beads to Ran, thinking that after he died, she could live well with her grandfather and others with the hundreds of billions of materials in it. In fact, Ran could not use anything in it. The two of them had eaten other people's food for so long in vain. Thinking of his big appetite, Jiang Chen was really embarrassed. How could he meet such a good Ran Ran? Lin Ran only felt that Jiang Chen's eyes looking at her were getting more and more passionate. The hot eyes were about to burn her. She swallowed her saliva imperceptibly, and moved her eyes to his beautifully shaped lips. It looked really beautiful there. And it tasted good. Ran Ran? Thank you. Thank me for what? If you want to thank me, can you give me your body? Lin Ran's heart suddenly moved a little. Her eyes were tightly wrapped around Jiang Chen's lips. And there seemed to be a sweet atmosphere in the air that made people feel hot all over. Thank you for being so kind to me and Grandpa. I want to give you everything in my Buddhist beads. Give her everything? If I remember correctly, there are 20 billion in supplies. Lin Ran woke up instantly and looked at Jiang Chen seriously. There are 20 billion in supplies. Jiang Chen nodded. I know. 21.5 billion to be exact. You want to give them all to me? Well, put them all in your space. I'm not used to managing these things. When Jiang Chen said this, he couldn't help feeling guilty. It's not that he's not used to managing, but he just wants to give things to Lin Ran. After all, he heard that the way Lin's father and mother get along with each other is that Lin's father gives all the money he earns to Lin's mother. Lin's mother is responsible for being beautiful, and he is responsible for making money to support the family. Men in the Lin family are not allowed to have too much money and things in their hands. If he wants to be a man in the Lin family, he must learn from Lin's father. After all, Lin's mother and father are indeed an enviable couple. Lin Ran didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking, and thought for a while and said, let's put the things here first. I have a lot of things in my space, and we can't put all our eggs in one basket. It's safer to keep things separately. Don't you think so? Jiang Chen knew that what Lin Ran said made sense, so he would keep the Buddhist beads for the time being. After all, what's his is hers. If she wants, she can be hers at any time. Lin Ran handed the Buddhist beads to Jiang Chen, and wanted to continue absorbing crystal cores to upgrade. Now she is very interested in her hallucinogenic ability, and she wants to upgrade it to another level. As a result, Jiang Chen came in this time, but didn't want to go out. He finally returned to the bedroom, and he was determined to take back his own place. He repeatedly promised to sit here and watch TV obediently, and never disturb Lin Ran's upgrade. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen, who promised and swore to herself, and was as obedient as a little white rabbit. She thought to herself, it's not that you disturb me. It's that I'm afraid I can't control myself and scare you. But she didn't chase Jiang Chen out in the end, because the person in front of her was too good to be true. She felt that she was tired of absorbing the crystal core, and it was nice to look at him as a relaxation. So, Wang's hard days came. It was sleeping soundly, and suddenly it was picked up by a pair of big hands and placed on Lin Ran's feet. Meow. Wang pawed at Jiang Chen, but when she saw his nails turned red in an instant, she was scared and shrank back. It's good to be a mutant beast. He doesn't want to be turned into a zombie beast by the zombie king in front of him. Then it has to obey his orders. It's still the happiest to be the owner's kitten. It hasn't eaten the dried fish yet. Seeing Wang so sensible, Jiang Chen restored the hand to its original state with satisfaction. This sofa was specially prepared by Ran Ran for herself. It is made of the best leather material, and sitting on it is softer than cotton. He took out the pad in a good mood, and raised it up while watching Lin Ran upgrading with her eyes closed. She was as beautiful as a painting, and the sunlight outside the window shone in through the thin screen window, just falling on her face. Jiang Chen felt that no matter how good the camera was, he could not capture her beauty. He took out an Apple Pencil from the space, opened the drawing board software, and began to sketch. He had studied illustration for a period of time before, which was his mother's hobby. Unfortunately, after they passed away, he never took out the pen again. Maybe it's good to pick up this hobby again now. Bedroom on the first floor. Rongmei thought about the task assigned by the master, and tried to recall the special things that happened during this period. Her brows were deeply furrowed, and the shadow of a person in her memory became more and more obvious. Then, her eyes turned blood red again. Chapter 179 Rongmei's Strangeness. Lin Ran upgraded for 3 hours this time, but when she opened her eyes again, she felt a little disappointed. As expected, rare powers, like hallucinogenic powers, are not easy to upgrade. She absorbed a lot of crystal cores, but there was no progress at all. It is still stable at level 1. Lin Ran thinks this power is really a money-eating beast. If it were any other power, it would have been upgraded long ago after absorbing so many high-level crystal cores. But if this power can be upgraded, it will definitely be awesome. This is her magic weapon to save her life. She will definitely upgrade this power in the future. Lin Ran exhaled lightly, and then slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Chen still maintained the same posture, sitting on the sofa. His eyes were bright and full of her. Lin Ran found that every time she woke up, Jiang Chen was always the first to know. Ran, you're awake. Jiang Chen noticed Lin Ran's gaze on him, and for some reason his expression suddenly became flustered. He hurriedly put the pad in his hand into the space. Then he grinned at her. Ran, are you thirsty? Do you want to eat something? Lin Ran, What was Jiang Chen doing just now? Why did she feel that he was a little guilty? It was like trying to cover up something that only made it more obvious. Ahem. Ran, how is the upgrade going? There seems to be some movement downstairs. Did Aunt Lin prepare the meal? Or should I go and have a look first? Jiang Chen walked out of the door under Lin Ran's suspicious eyes. Lin Ran felt that Jiang Chen was 100% wrong. He was a little talkative today. Lin Ran felt that she had to find an opportunity to see what was on Jiang Chen's tablet. Could he be watching something bad behind her back? Nowadays, not all the things in TV dramas are positive energy. Don't teach Jiang Chen bad things. Lin Ran carried Yueying downstairs. Sure enough, her mother was already busy in the kitchen. A fragrant smell came from the kitchen, and the sweet smell went straight into Lin Ran's nose. Mom, what delicious food are you making? When Lin Ran came over, Lin's mother said happily, Ran, come and see. Mom made your favorite snack. Lin's mother made a big bowl of fruit soup with the fruits that Lin Ran picked from the space in the morning, and also made fruit pizza and fruit cake. Lin Ran was so hungry when he saw the delicious food on the stove that he washed his hands and picked up a pizza. The pizza pulled out long threads with a slight pull, which was very tempting. The skin was dotted with bright red tomatoes and sweet and sour cherries, and it tasted just right with thick cheese. Mom, this is so delicious. The cherry wine made by Mom is delicious. You try this. The cherries are dotted in the middle of the wine, dyeing the wine red. Lin Ran took a bite, and a strong fruity aroma mixed with a faint smell of wine tasted delicious. Eat another piece of cake. Lin's mother saw that Lin Ran's cheeks were bulging with food, like a little hamster, and she was very satisfied. She continued to feed Lin Ran. These were all fruits produced in the space, and the food made was first-rate and delicious. Lin Ran accepted everything and ate happily. When she got tired of the sweet food, she drank a bowl of fruit soup to relieve the greasiness. Lin Ran felt that she didn't need to eat dinner. Meow. Whenever Yueying encountered delicious food, she turned into a cute clip sound. It touched Lin Ma's ankle with its big head to attract her attention. Lin Ma hurriedly served it according to Lin Ran's standards, except for the cherry wine. Looking at Yueying eating delicious food, Lin Ran suddenly remembered why Jiang Chen hadn't appeared for so long, and the other little greedy cat was not seen either. Mom, where's Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen. He just came down to see the cake I made, said hello to me, and then disappeared. I was busy in the kitchen and didn't notice him. What happened? Aren't you two together every day? Didn't you have a fight with him? Lin Ran couldn't help but smile bitterly at Lin's mother's guess. How could it be? I just didn't see him ask. Lin Ran answered with a smile, but couldn't help muttering in her heart. After eating the food in her hand, she stood up and prepared to look for Jiang Chen. As a result, when she just stood up, she saw Jiang Chen coming out of the bedroom on the first floor. Jiang Chen's expression was a little solemn, and he frowned even deeper when he saw Lin Ran, as if he had encountered something difficult. Jiang Chen had never encountered anything that stumped him. Lin Ran walked over and said, Jiang Chen, what's wrong? Is Rongmei okay? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Ran. Rongmei fainted again, and this time she has completely turned into a zombie. Jiang Chen's tone was filled with deep confusion and suppressed melancholy. He thought Rongmei was different, but in fact, she was no different. Lin Ran's expression was stern. Rongmei has completely turned into a zombie? Why is this happening? Lin Ran pushed the door open and saw Rongmei tied up by Jiang Chen. Her eyes became dull, and her skin turned gray like a dead person. The color of her pupils was the same red as Jiang Chen's. All these behaviors told Lin Ran that she had become a zombie. Jiang Chen. Why did she become like this? Jiang Chen shook his head. I don't know. When I went downstairs, I heard a strange noise in this house. So I came to see. After entering, I found that her state was not right. She lost her human reason and human characteristics. Now she is a zombie that eats human flesh by instinct. Then she can no longer communicate with you? Can you let her tell you what happened to her? Lin Ran remembered that high-level zombies have the ability to communicate with low-level zombies. Jiang Chen said, no. Because she is not a normal zombie. Just like a person. If a person has a serious mental illness, even the best doctor cannot communicate with her normally. Rong Mei is like this. Her brain seems to have been injured. Even if she has become a zombie now, she has become a zombie with brain problems. The magnetic field in her brain is very chaotic. And she can't communicate with me normally. Now she just succumbs to my pressure, and won't move around or bite people. No wonder Jiang Chen wanted to tie Rong Mei up. Lin Ran understood now. What kind of injury did her brain suffer that made her become like this? Ran, do you still remember the order I gave her? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Order? Yes. Lin Ran recalled that Jiang Chen did give Rong Mei some order at that time. Jiang Chen didn't need Lin Ran to answer. And continued, I asked her to go back to the bedroom and think carefully about whether there was anything special during this period. She would not disobey my orders. So even if she was very reluctant to remember those things, she would try hard to think about them. I guess it was during this process that she remembered some terrible past events. She lost her mind and degenerated into a zombie state. Then can you order her to forget those things? Jiang Chen glanced at the lifeless Rong Mei and said, yes. But I need to know what those things are. Ran, I want to see Rong Han. Chapter 180 Space Treasure Hunt. Jiang Chen wanted to see Rong Han. Lin Ran knew why. She knew that Rong Han had many secrets that he was hiding from them. He must know something about Rong Mei. If he wanted to save his sister, Lin Ran thought he would tell them the truth. But Lin Ran was not going to find Rong Han, because he would come to him himself. After all, his beloved sister was in their hands. Rong Mei was tied up and temporarily placed on the first floor. Everyone sighed when they heard that Rong Mei had become like this again. Especially Lin's mother and father. Their brows did not relax when they finished their meal. Lin Ran looked very strange. If she hadn't known that her parents had no other daughters living outside except herself and Lin Zhe, she would have almost thought that Rong Mei was someone in the family. Grandpa Jiang upgraded to the peak of the first-level healing system. And after dinner, he went to treat Rong Mei. As a result, the superpowers were almost exhausted. And Rong Mei didn't react at all. Now it seems that we can only place our hopes on Jiang Chen. I hope that we can find out what Rong Mei is afraid of so that we can prescribe the right medicine. After dinner, Lin Ran took everyone into the space to digest the food. The space has not been taken care of for several days. And the fruits and many vegetables in it can be picked. The space is large enough for the 3 little ones to play in it. So Lin Ran brought them in. As for Rong Han, if he comes to find Rong Mei, she is not afraid. After all, the villa is surrounded by Lin Ma's mutant plants. As long as he comes, the mutant plants will tell them immediately. Grandpa Jiang came in and started the blueberry picking machine. Lin Ran planted a field of blueberries, and the fruits are now big and sweet and can be harvested. As for Lin Ma, she used her wood-related ability to pick fruits from high places. Lin Ran and Lin Zhe picked fruits from low places. Dad Lin was responsible for picking watermelons and helping Grandpa Jiang. Jiang Chen was responsible for digging taro. The leaves of taro grew big and fat. The roots below were full of taro. As an Earth-type superpower, Jiang Chen could easily dig the taro out of the ground, and then just pick the taro from the root system. The taro is one of Lin Ran's favorite foods. Stewing chicken or bacon with taro, or directly roasting or steaming with chili powder are all very delicious. Lin Ran looked at her family members working hard in the space, and felt that her family was so awesome. It's good to have more superpowers. Look! In a short while, most of the work has been done. The picked things were placed on the ground, and Lin Ran activated her mind, and put them back in the fruit and vegetable area. Her space can keep fruits and vegetables fresh all year round. It tastes as good as it does now. It's really perfect. The space has just been upgraded to level 8. There is a lot more land. Grandpa Jiang was reluctant to waste such good land. After he finished his work, he started the tiller with Lin's father. He wanted to plant food again on the empty land. Seeing that they were happy, Lin Ran smiled and said nothing. She knew that they couldn't stand waste. As long as they were not tired, they could do it. Seeing the space prospering day by day, she felt indescribably happy. They had almost picked the ripe fruits on the trees. And Lin Ren found that the three little ones had gone to the ranch to play. Da-Wan was fine, just chasing the mutant rabbits and chickens, ducks and geese. Wei and the little cat were different. The two greedy cats used their claws to catch the fish in the pond and ate them deliciously. Lin Ren hurried over to warn them that except for the one that was caught, they could not eat the others. These fish were kept for breeding. These days, fish without mutations are so rare. Wei and the little cat expressed regret, but they were obedient. Know the difference between having enough for one meal and having enough for every meal. If you annoy your master, you are in danger of losing your job. Although catching fish to eat is fun, the food at the master's house is more delicious. Ran, the taro has been picked and the sweet potatoes have been collected. What else do you need me to do? Jiangchen patted the mud on his hands, walked over and looked at Lin Ran. Lin Ran looked at the collected taro and sweet potatoes and moved them all to the fruit and vegetable area. Then he smiled at Jiangchen. Do you want to go to a good place to have a look? Good place? Jiangchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Wherever you are, it is a good place. He nodded involuntarily. And then Lin Ran said to Lin Ma and Lin Zai, who were resting on the side, Mom, I will take you to the forest to have a look. Okay. Lin Ran's current forest is not the same as before. As soon as he came in, Lin Zai saw a plant with red fruits hanging on the ground. Sister, is this ginseng? Yes, this is ginseng. It's really ginseng. Can I dig it out? Of course. Lin Zai was very happy when he heard it. This is the ginseng that can make Grandpa Jiang awaken his superpowers in an instant. He will soon have one. If he eats it at night, then if he is lucky, he can also awaken some superpowers. He doesn't ask for many superpowers, as long as he can catch up with Brother Jiang. So many superpowers can be switched at will. The child is about to cry with greed. Lin Zai picked ginseng happily. And Lin's mother also made a new discovery. Ran, this seems to be Ganoderma lucidum. Lin Ran looked in the direction of Lin's mother. And that mushroom-like thing, isn't it Ganoderma lucidum? She remembered that her grandfather's favorite thing to do in the past was to drink the Ganoderma lucidum wine he made. The Ganoderma lucidum soaked in the Ganoderma lucidum wine looked like this. Mom, this is really Ganoderma lucidum. Pick it and continue to stew chicken soup tomorrow. Mother Lin, hey, stew chicken soup. Mother Lin was a little excited at this moment. This is Ganoderma lucidum. Ran's space is really a feng shui treasure land. In addition to ginseng, there is Ganoderma lucidum. Isn't there Polygonum multiflorum? Mother Lin was thinking about this. And Jiangchen pulled a vine and pulled out a long root. Jiangchen, what is this? Jiangchen shook his head. I don't know. It looks strange. So I want to pull it out to see what's inside. Mother Lin leaned over to take a look. The leaves are heart-shaped. The roots are spindle-shaped. If this is not Polygonum multiflorum, what is it? Jiangchen is really good at pulling. Does he really not know, or is he pretending not to know? This luck is really good. Ran, your space is really a good place. This Polygonum multiflorum has also been dug out. What? Polygonum multiflorum? Lin Zai also came over after hearing this. Sister, there are too many good things in your space. I won't leave. I will keep digging here today. Mom too. Let's do it together. Lin Ran smiled bitterly and said, Okay, you can dig as much as you want. But we have been here for a long time. And we will probably be thrown out soon. What? Mother Lin and Lin Zai were stunned. The two did not waste any more time and continued to search for treasure in the forest. Chapter 181 Ronghan's Visit. When you are busy, you always feel that time passes quickly. Lin Zai and Lin's mother had not been looking for treasures in the forest for long before they were kicked out by the space. Grandpa Jiang and Lin's father had not finished yet. Fortunately, Grandpa Jiang was careful and turned off the seed drill on time. Lin Zai, who popped out of the space, was holding 5 or 6 ginsengs in his hand. And he was very regretful. If I had known that time was so fast, I should have dug it faster. That's right. I didn't have time to pick my Ganoderma lucidum. Lin's mother was also very regretful. Lin Ran smiled and said, You can go in and collect them tomorrow. They won't run away again. Mother Lin smiled and said, Yes, they won't run away again. It's just that Mother wants to make an appointment to stew a pot of health-preserving soup for you tonight. The ginseng in Shio's hand, plus the Ganoderma lucidum here. Maybe after we finish drinking it tomorrow, The whole family can awaken some other superpowers. Looking at the starry look in Mother Lin's eyes, Lin Ran wanted to laugh. It turns out that everyone regards these rare medicinal materials in her space as magical medicine. It's bad that Grandpa Zhang's superpower came too coincidentally. Let them play with it. Who knows that quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. And it will really be effective in the end. Mom, I give you ginseng. Go stew soup. Okay. Ran. Give Mom 2 more free-range chickens. Okay. Just when Lin Ran was about to take the free-range chickens from the space, he saw that Mother Lin, who was just talking and laughing, had a stern look in her eyes. Ran. Someone is coming. Finally coming. Lin Ran's eyes flashed with understanding. And then he looked at Jiang Chen. The person he was looking for came to him. Ronghan originally wanted to come to Lin Ran's side earlier, but the situation of his team was more complicated than he thought. He knew that their team was not all-powerful. Xia Wenru's people had been inside, but he didn't expect that he was also one of hers. Such an honest man actually got on Xia Wenru's boat. Ronghan just felt funny. He was still not very accurate in judging people. Fortunately, Lin Ran and the others reminded him this time. Otherwise he would never doubt him. If he took such a team out to do this mission specially arranged for him by Xie Changhe. Even if Ronghan had 9 lives, he would not be able to come back. Fortunately, he could die. But what if his sister died? She became like that. What if she lost herself? Especially after being taken to the research institute by those crazy people. They didn't treat her as a human being. They called her experimental subject number 1. It's an experimental subject that can be treated casually. Ronghan felt that even if he was going to die, he had to take his sister with him before he died. Otherwise, she would be so pitiful. Ronghan touched the pocket on his chest, where Dr. He's experimental notes were placed. Thinking of the part about the number 1 experimental subject written on it, Ronghan couldn't help but tremble all over. Those atrocities are simply outrageous. This base is abnormal. Xie Changhe is abnormal. And the base commander is even more abnormal. None of them are good. Captain Rong, don't you want to come in? Ronghan, who was furious, was called back to his senses by a nice female voice. Ronghan realized that he had been standing at the door of Lin Ran's house for a long time. If you don't come in again, the neighbors next door will probably be curious. Lin Ran said and opened the door and walked in. Hearing this, Ronghan hurriedly followed Lin Ran in. On the way in, Lin Ran noticed that there was still a light on in the villa next door. But fortunately, Ronghan still made some arrangements before coming over, so they were not afraid of being seen. After entering the house, Lin Ma and the others listened to Lin Ran's words and went back to their bedrooms to rest. There were only Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe in the living room. Ronghan came in and looked at the decoration of the house, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The house was decorated so luxuriously, but now he was more concerned about something else than the decoration. Where is Mei Mei? Miss Lin. I want to see her first. Captain Rong. She's here. Lin Zhe pushed open the bedroom door and said to Ronghan. Ronghan looked in the direction of the bedroom and walked in with a heavy expression. Rong Mei was still tied up. But when he saw Rong Mei's appearance clearly, Lin Ran was surprised. Only a few hours had passed. Lin Ran felt that she had become more zombie-like, especially her skin, which no longer had any elasticity and luster. Her eyes were also frighteningly red. When they went in, Rong Mei, who smelled the human smell, couldn't help but shout in her throat. Ronghan obviously didn't expect his sister to be in such a state. Even if he was blind, he could tell that she was a zombie. Mimi, brother is here. Ronghan called softly. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Rong Mei. Rong Mei saw Ronghan's hand reaching out, and her red eyes suddenly froze. Ronghan's heart moved. Did his sister recognize him? He wanted to push the scattered hair on her face aside. But the moment he stretched out his hand, Rong Mei's neck bent into a strange angle and bit his wrist. This bite came too suddenly. Ronghan didn't even react. The bloody mouth bit him. Ronghan forgot how to react. He finally understood why so many powerful people would die at the hands of their closest people. He really couldn't escape. Fortunately, Jiang Chen gave Rong Mei another order at the critical moment. Only then did he stop her attack. Seeing Rong Mei suddenly calm down, Ronghan breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Rong, are you okay? Lin Ran squatted down and looked at the pale Ronghan. Ronghan shook his head. It's okay. I didn't expect Mimi to become like this. Thank you. Miss Lin. Thank you. You are willing to rescue her like this. If it were someone else, they would have treated her as a zombie long ago. Rong Han's words were both probing and sincere. He suspected that he had known Rong Mei's identity for a long time. So he deliberately rescued her. But Lin Ran didn't take it as an offense. If the partner was too stupid, she wouldn't want it. Captain Rong. If I tell you that when we rescued Rong Mei, she was just like a normal person, do you believe it? Just like a normal person? Of course Rong Han believed it. Because when his sister was handed over to Xie Changhe and the others, except that her behavior was a bit like a zombie, everything else was exactly like a human. It's not like now. She is completely a living zombie. I believe. Miss Lin. Why did Mimi become like this? Lin Zhe said, why else? She must have been subjected to some messy experiments in the laboratory. You don't know that the laboratory we found her in was full of zombies, mutant beasts, and artificial mutant spiders. The experiments done by those bastards were all unscrupulous. You should be grateful that your sister was not transformed into a weird thing. If I were you, I would cut the damn Xie Changhe into pieces. I would. What would you do? Lin Zhe said in a daze. I would cut Xie Changhe into pieces. Chapter 182 Notebook. Rong Han said solemnly. Such an attitude made Lin Zhe unable to say anything else. He finally liked Rong Han. This is a bit like being a brother. If anyone dares to do this to his sister, he will dig up his ancestors and whip their corpses. Lin Ran and Jiang Chen looked at each other very quickly, and then said, Captain Rong, what do you want to do now? The mission in 3 days will be carried out as you planned. We will be the bait here, and you just need to find the right time to come out. But remember, I want Xie Wenru and Lia Yong's lives. He wants Xie Changhe to experience the pain of losing a loved one. Rong Han's cold eyes are filled with bloodthirsty cold light. Lin Ran smiled with satisfaction. Very good. She is very satisfied with such a partner. Okay. I help you. But besides them, I want to kill another person. Who? Yilan. Who is Yilan? It took Rong Han a while to remember who he was. Xie Wenru's latest pursuer. Although he didn't know why Lin Ran wanted to deal with him, he was happy to help her solve the problem. No problem. Then let's make it a deal. It's a deal. Lin Ran and Rong Han discussed the details again, and finally finalized the specific plan before midnight. Okay. Just do as Miss Lin said. Rong Han's eyes were no longer guarded, and he said to Lin Ran, but there is still something I have to trouble you for the time being. What is it? I want to put Mimi here with you temporarily. Rong Mei is a zombie, and this identity makes him very difficult. Rong Han has no way to put her in his team, nor can he arrange for her to go to the other places he has thought of in advance. After all, as a zombie, she is too aggressive. The target is too big, and with a traitor in the team, it was even more inconvenient for him to do things. Before returning from the farm mission, he couldn't take her with him. No problem. Captain Rong, since we are teammates, I am willing to help with this. Lin Ran agreed very straightforwardly. Rong Han felt a little more sincere gratitude. But I don't understand something. I wonder if Captain Rong can help me solve it. Miss Lin. Just ask. Lin Ran finally asked Jiang Chen's question. I want to know, what happened to Rong Mei to become like this? Lin Ran's words successfully changed Rong Han's face, which was always as calm as an ancient well. This was the first time Rong Han collapsed since Rong Mei's accident. He clenched his fist tightly and said with difficulty, that was when we were preparing to retreat to the peace base. Our army was responsible for helping people retreat. As the captain, I shouldered the heavy responsibility of retreating. There I met Xie Changhe and Xie Wenru. There were too many people in Xie Changhe's team, and many of them were people without superpowers. They were all from some research institute, and Xie Changhe said they were very important. In order to protect their safety, we had to focus more on them. Mimi has always been very sensible. When she saw that I was busy, she didn't cause me any trouble at all. But such a sensible sister was bitten by one of the zombies when she encountered the zombie tide. It was all because of my incompetence. If I hadn't taken good care of her, she wouldn't have become like this. After saying this, Rong Han hugged his head in pain. Lin Ran heard other information from Rong Han's words. You said there are many researchers in Xie Changhe's team? Yes. But why did we only see Dr. He? A cold light flashed in Rong Han's eyes. Because there are some researchers who are the base director's people. The base director's people? Lin Ran was shocked to realize that she had been focusing on Xie Changhe since she came to this base. As for this base director, she knew nothing. She only knew that he seemed to be in charge of everything. He handed over most of the base's affairs to Xie Changhe. But some people said that the relationship between the two of them was not good. Before Lin Ran figured it out, Jiang Chen continued to ask, Rong Mei didn't turn into a zombie right away, right? Rong Han glanced at Jiang Chen and nodded, yes. Mei didn't turn into a zombie right away like the others. Although a piece of flesh was bitten off her arm, she was still the same as an ordinary person. So her abnormality attracted the attention of two researchers in Xie Changhe's team. One of them was Dr. He. They told me that as long as I handed my sister over to them, they could make her return to normal. I was desperate and believed them. The price was that I had to be Xie Changhe's running dog. Just as Lin Ran guessed, Rong Han was unlucky and was really deceived by Xie Changhe. Did anything special happen at that time? Rong Han pondered for a long time. Any other special things? It seems that there was nothing. In addition to his sister, he was holding something tightly in his hand when he was unconscious. But the thing disappeared again. After thinking about it, Rong Han still didn't say this matter. After all, it was a small matter. Seeing that Rong Han really couldn't think of anything, Jiang Chen said again, I want to know. Since you have always handed your sister to Xie Changhe's people, why did you go to Xie Changhe and ask to see her? What made you suspicious? Jiang Chen's voice fell. Rong Han looked at them strangely. Because I went to the laboratory you went to that night. Unfortunately, I was late. Lin Ran was stunned. Rong Han also went that day. I want to know where they hid Mimi. I'm not a fool. It's not easy to turn Mimi into an ordinary person. So, I've been looking for her whereabouts. Wondering if Xie Changhe and the others were lying to me. Who knew that I didn't find Mimi that day, but found this thing instead. After saying that, Rong Han took out the notebook from his chest pocket. This records all the experiments of Dr. He and my sister. They called her the #1 experimental subject. So I deliberately went to Xie Changhe to ask for her. Jiang Chen stared at the notebook in Rong Han's hand. He knew that what he wanted to know must be recorded in this. Lin Ran almost immediately saw Jiang Chen's thoughts. And she asked politely, Can I see this notebook? Of course. Rong Han handed the notebook to Lin Ran. When she opened it, Lin Zhe and Jiang Chen both stretched their heads over. Lin Ran turned 2 pages and saw an unexpected name on it. William. Isn't this scum the one who was fanatically researching zombies in his previous life and made Jiang Chen degenerate into a low-level zombie? Chapter 183 How about doing something big? Why did William name appear here? Didn't Dr. He say that he went to Baisher? But now, his name is clearly written on this notebook. And he is Dr. He's co-researcher. Dr. He? This bastard must have deceived me. Fortunately, he died early. Otherwise, she would have to cut him into pieces again. Lin Ran took the notebook and quickly flipped through it. The more she read, the more frightened she was. This bastard. Dr. He really deceived me. In the back of the notebook, William's name appeared ridiculously frequently. And he did no less than Dr. He in this laboratory. Lin Ran finally knew what caused Rong Mei to collapse. That was William. He did countless terrible and outrageous things to Rong Mei. Even Lin Ran, an outsider, couldn't help shaking when she flipped through this notebook. She couldn't imagine how Rong Mei, who was rational as a human being, could endure it. She knew William's methods. Even a strong man like Jiang Chen was forced to retreat to the state of a low-level zombie in his hands. No wonder Rong Han was so irrational that he went to Xie Changhe to ask for people. How could he be normal when he saw his sister being treated like this? Rong Han. Do you know who this William is? Lin Ran asked her doubts after reading the notes. When Rong Han heard the name, his pupil shrank. I know. When Mimi was bitten. The 2 researchers who were very interested in her were Dr. He and William. Then he is the base commander's man? Yes, he is the base commander's man. And he is the base commander's half-brother. Lin Ran didn't expect Rong Han to bring such explosive news. William is actually the base commander's brother. Then this base must not only have the laboratory in the basement of Area D. Peace Base is even more dirty and terrible than she imagined. In this case, then Peace Base can no longer exist. Lin Ran said coldly, This base is rotten to the core. Yes, it is rotten to the core. Rong Han clenched his hands tightly, and then loosened them. When he raised his head again, his eyes flashed with madness. Ms. Lin, Are you interested in doing something big? If we can come back safely this time. Are you interested in killing the base commander? How about changing this base? Kill the base commander. Interesting. Captain Rong. That's exactly what I meant. Not only should we kill the base commander, but also those crazy people under him. Yes. Not one of them can be spared. Rong Han left in the second half of the night. They discussed many details together to ensure that this mission was foolproof. If they didn't do it, it would be fine. Once they did it, they would be left powerless. After sending Rong Han away, Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran. Ran, now that we know the reason why she became like this, do you want to wake her up? Jiang Chen was asking Lin Ran about the placement of Rong Mei. Lin Ran looked at Rong Mei in zombie state and nodded. Jiang Chen. Let her wake up. Lin Ran actually had an answer in her mind for the placement of Rong Mei. But the premise is that she has to return to the state of an ordinary person. After Lin Ran's affirmative answer, Jiang Chen began to give Rong Mei orders. In fact, it was to let Rong Mei forget all her memories of William. When Jiang Chen gave the order, Rong Mei reacted extremely violently at first. And her strength was so great that she almost broke through the ropes tied to her body. Then, she suddenly calmed down. Then her blood-red eyes became normal. The blue veins on her body and the gray on her skin slowly faded away. All this is really amazing. Lin Ran stared at this scene in amazement. Just when she thought Rong Mei was going to become a normal person again, she fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen, who thought for a while and said, "She must be too tired." After that, Jiang Chen fed Rong Mei 2 more crystal cores. After Rong Mei ate them, she still didn't wake up, but her face was much rosier than before. Lin Ran knew that she was getting better, so she was no longer worried. Let her rest and recover, and take the others out to rest. It would be dawn in a few hours. Lin Ran was so tired that she didn't want to move. She just wanted to lie on the bed. But thinking about the many crystal cores placed in her space, she felt that it would be a waste if she didn't seize the time to upgrade. She really envied Jiang Chen for not having to do anything. As if he could upgrade his superpowers just by eating and sitting there. She gave Jiang Chen crystal cores. Except for a few high-level ones he absorbed at the beginning. The rest were all given to her. Lin Ran guessed that Jiang Chen should have other ways to improve his superpowers. Or maybe the current crystal core level was too low, and he couldn't use it anymore. Standing in front of Lin Ran's bedroom door, Jiang Chen felt a little guilty when he was looked at by Lin Ran. Why did Ran Ran look at him like that? Did she not allow him to go in again tonight? He promised that he would just sit on the sofa and watch TV with headphones after he went in. Ran, I want to watch TV on your sofa. Just like before. Is that okay? Jiang Chen blinked his big eyes without contact lenses. Under the long eyelashes, the beautiful eyes blinked. Lin Ran felt itchy. It was really difficult for ordinary people to refuse his request when they were tired. But Lin Ran was not an ordinary person. She smiled at Jiang Chen. Then she said the words of refusal. No. After that, the door in front of Jiang Chen was closed by Lin Ran. Jiang Chen, He stood alone at the door, feeling that his heart had never been as cold as today. How could Ran Ran be like this? How could she say such cold words, with a mouth of 37 degrees? He was so sad. Such cold words were obviously spoken by zombies without temperature. Jiang Chen frowned, and made up his mind to solve Rong Mei's heart not as soon as possible. He must solve the secret of Rong Mei, and restore himself to the state of an ordinary person. He had to stand beside Ran Ran as soon as possible. He couldn't stand a day without touching Ran Ran. Lin Ran knew nothing about Jiang Chen's psychological activities outside. She came back and lay on the bed, listening to Wang snoring. She turned over and fell asleep in a short while. Before falling asleep, she suddenly remembered a very important thing. But because she was too sleepy, she decided to solve it tomorrow. Anyway, there was still time. Chapter 184 Hell Has No Door. The next day, Lin Ran let herself sleep until she woke up naturally. When she got up, it was already bright. She glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside, and it was 9:30. Not too late. Wang was indeed no longer sleepy. It was standing on Lin Ran's pillow at this moment, staring at her with a pair of big cat eyes. It seemed to be blaming herself for not getting up to feed a dried fish. Lin Ran was in a good mood and touched Wang's fat head. Wang, you seem to be fat again. It's not good for cats to be fat. Do you want to lose some weight? Meow. Hearing about losing weight, Wang screamed sharply. This Meow doesn't need to lose weight. This Meow has eaten all this meat with great difficulty. Why should I lose it? Seeing Yuang's angry look, Lin Ren felt funny. She reached out her hand and comforted him. If you don't want to lose weight, then don't lose weight. It's going to be cold in a few days, and you have just enough meat. Meow. That's more like it. Hearing Lin Ren say this, Yuang's meow instantly turned into a cute and gentle clip sound. Lin Ren was tickled by Yuang, who could change her face. After playing with it for a while, Lin Ren got up, pushing open the bedroom door. She didn't see Jiang Chen on the sofa outside. Lin Ren was slightly stunned, realizing that this seemed to be the first time she didn't see Jiang Chen after getting up. He seemed to always sit there waiting for her. Could it be that her attitude last night hurt him? Sure enough. Was it too decisive to refuse him to enter the bedroom? It should be more tactful. Lin Ren walked down the stairs with random thoughts and found that except for herself, everyone else was sitting at the dining table, including Rong Mei. She woke up. Moreover, she has recovered to the same state as before, with shiny, rosy and elastic skin, and she eats very gently and politely. There is no sign that she was still looking like she wanted to eat people yesterday. Lin Ren found that her family's psychological endurance is still strong. After seeing Rong Mei like that yesterday, they can accept her sitting together for dinner today. How could she know that the reason why everyone can be so calm is because of Jiang Chen? They can even accept Jiang Chen, who was out of control at that time, let alone other things. Ran, you're awake. I made your favorite mango lasagna. Come and eat it. When Lin's mother saw Lin Ran, she immediately went into the kitchen to get her breakfast. She nodded to her mother randomly and looked at Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen saw her coming, he immediately handed her a large piece of cake that he had not touched before he got pregnant. Ran, this is delicious. I left it for you. Jiang Chen handed over strawberry lasagna. Lin Ran knew that this was Jiang Chen's favorite cake. So, he didn't wait for her for food. I wanted to come down and get the cake and then come to see you. But our mother's cooking is so good that Brother Jiang couldn't help but eat a piece here. And you just woke up. Sister, if you woke up later, Brother Jiang would come upstairs to wait for you. You don't know that my mother called Brother Jiang many times just now before he was willing to come downstairs to eat. Lin Zhe was jealous of the two of them. He couldn't help but explain for Jiang Chen. Lin Ran looked at the large piece of strawberry millefeuille that Jiang Chen gave her. That part was equivalent to 3/4 of the whole cake. Every time he saw this, it was not enough to eat. But he could leave so much for himself. Okay. It seems that he didn't wait for her this morning for food. So it's not unforgivable. Thank you. The strawberry cake is good, Lin Ran said, picking up the fork and taking a bite. The cake is very sweet. Just like her mood. Jiang Chen finally relaxed when he saw Lin Ran eating the cake he had left for her. He looked at Lin Zhe with gratitude. This brother is good, and he will protect him well in the future. In addition to protecting Ran, he should also take good care of her. After all, there are not many such good brothers these days. At least their Jiang family does not have one. Lin Zhe didn't know that he had found a strong backer for himself with a few words of justice. The days to come will be much better. After breakfast, Rong Mei followed Jiang Chen's orders, took the 2 crystal cores given to her by Lin Ran, and went into the house to rest. Is she back to normal? Lin Ran looked at Rong Mei's back and said, Jiang Chen, yes. As long as you don't mention those bad memories to her. She will always be like this. No aggression. Just like ordinary people. Lin Ran nodded. That's good. Then she dared to place her somewhere else. Sister, do we go to the mission center to get travel equipment today? Lin Zhe asked. The last time they accepted the mission, the clerk told them that all teams that received the base mission could apply for some equipment. For example, cars, weapons, and dry food. However, after completing the mission, a portion of the materials you obtain will be deducted from the materials of equal value. Lin Ran thought for a while and said, You can go and have a look. Lin Ran thought that if she didn't apply for it, it might arouse other people's suspicion. After all, they are a brand new team. Unlike other teams, which are old teams that have been on missions and have all the necessary equipment. They still have to go through the formalities. Moreover, she is someone who has had a feud with Xia Wenru. Her every move must be watched by many people. Maybe Xia Wenru will know everything about her. Lin Zhe said excitedly. Sister, let's go now. Lin Ran shook her head. No hurry. I want to go to another place first. The place where Lin Ran was going was Zhang Huan's. The important thing that Lin Ran remembered last night was that the extreme cold was coming soon. According to the memory of the previous life, it was 10 days later. But I don't know if it will be different in this life. After all, many things will be different in this life. So some things need to be arranged in advance. Rohan said that if everything goes well, he can come back in 2 days at the farm. But there are zombies and a forest full of mutant beasts there. So it will take at least 3 days to come back. Although they can take action against Xie Wenru and the others in advance. But she must go to the farm. After all, she must get the livestock there. If the extreme cold comes and freezes all the animals to death, how can she expand the ranch? So, this delay will make the time she spends out longer this time. Lin Ran is afraid that they will not come back in time. What if Zhang Huan and the children are frozen when the extreme cold comes? So he wants to send some supplies over. When Lin Zhe heard that Lin Ran wanted to go to Zhang Huan, he immediately went to help drive diligently. He also likes to do good things. On the other hand, if Xie Wenru really knows her every move as Lin Ran thought. What? Xie Wenru screamed. You said that bitch is also going to participate in this mission? Yes, miss. Haha. Funny. Really funny. Xie Wenru laughed so hard when she heard the news. Lin Ran. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to hell, but you break in. Since you want to get involved, don't blame me for letting you and Rohan go to see the King of Hell together. Chapter 185 Secret. Xie Wenru looked at the personnel configuration of Lin Ran's team, and the smile in her eyes became more and more bright. With such a group of weak family members, he dared to form his own team. Haha. It's really stupid. She, Lin Ran, is a second-level thunder system. And then add these trash. Then when they leave the base, they will be crushed and twisted by herself. She will cut this hateful woman with a knife, and then throw her and her useless family out to feed the zombies. No. Maybe there is a more interesting way. Let their family be unable to live or die. Xie Wenru rolled her eyes and thought of a good idea. Then turned and went to Xie Chenghe's study. In the study, Xie Chenghe was leaning over to tell Liang something. Suddenly, Xie Wenru pushed the door open and came in. Dad? Brother Liang. I have something to tell you. Xie Wenru walked in with a happy face. Xie Chenghe was a little unhappy with such a rude daughter. Wenru, how could you come in without knocking? Faced with Xie Chenghe's rebuke, Xie Wenru was not afraid at all. She knew that her father was deliberately angry with her to save face because Liang was there. Otherwise, he would have kept everything from her. Dad? It's because Brother Liang is not an outsider. So I didn't knock on the door. Xie Wenru acted like a little girl. And Liang laughed first. Wenru is right. I am not an outsider. Uncle Xie. Don't blame Wenru. Xie Chenghe laughed when he heard it. However, he looked at Liang. He was satisfied. After all, he was a child he had watched grow up. And Liang was much better than some people. Ronghan was just a dog that could not be tamed. Okay. I won't blame you for your brother Liang. Thank you. Dad? Thank you. Brother Liang. Xie Wenru smiled brightly. I knew you were the best to me. Because of Xie Wenru's joining, the cold study room became a little warmer. Xie Chenghe looked at his daughter with a smile and said, Wenru, are you here for something now? Or do you just want to see your brother Liang? Because of Xie Chenghe's teasing, Liang's face turned red with embarrassment. Dad? What are you talking about? Xie Wenru pouted and said, Brother Liang, don't pay attention to my dad. He's just talking nonsense. I'm here for serious business. Liang looked at Xie Wenru's coquettish look at him. And his heart was like eating honey. Sister Wenru. What's the matter? Dad? Do you still remember the bitch who embarrassed me in the rental hall a few days ago? Xie Chenghe is the most protective and vengeful. Of course he remembers this incident. It seems to be Lin Ran. What's wrong with her? Is she here to bother you again? Go and line up and take her to jail. Liang's eyes changed. And he also said, Who dares to embarrass Sister Wenru in this base? I will deal with her. Xie Wenru chuckled, Don't worry. You will never think that she actually participated in this mission. Xie Chenghe, oh? She also participated? Did she join that team? There is no team. She and her family created a team called the Purple Light Team. And according to the information, except for her, no one in their team has superpowers. I don't know. I wonder where you got the courage to join in the mission. I am dying of laughter. Xie Chang's narrow eyes gleamed when he heard this. Interesting. You created your own team. I thought you joined a big team. So we have to be more secretive when we do things. Now it seems that you can find any opportunity to teach them a lesson after you go out. It is not uncommon to kill a few people and destroy a few useless teams in a mission. Don't worry, Sister Wanru. I will take care of her teaching. I won't let anyone bully you. Xie Wanru laughed even more when she heard Liang's promise. Thank you, Brother Liang. I knew you were the best to me. The three of them talked for a while, and the communicator on Xie Chang's desk suddenly rang. Xie Changhe glanced at the caller ID on the other side and answered the communicator with a serious expression. Base Commander, this is Xie Changhe. Yes, he is with me. Can we let him do the next experiment after a while? I am afraid that his body can't bear it. Okay, I understand. Base Commander, let him come over immediately. After hanging up the communicator, Xie Changhe looked at Liang with a gloomy expression. Liang, it is the base commander who is looking for you. Liang was silent and did not speak. But Xie Wanru exploded first. Why are you looking for Brother Liang again? He has just recovered not long ago. And the base commander just caught our Brother Liang bullying. Wanru, don't say any more. Liang interrupted Xie Wanru's next words in time. The base commander thinks highly of me. I go and see. But it's okay. It's just a blood draw and some injections. You won't die. Liang smiled indifferently. Xie Changhe frowned and said, Liang, you can refuse. Liang shook his head helplessly. How can I refuse? If it weren't for the base commander, how could I become so powerful? Not everyone is as lucky as Rong Han, who can upgrade so quickly with his own strength. But Brother Liang, you will be in pain. It's okay. It will pass in a moment. When I become stronger, this plan will have a better chance of success. Right? The base commander also thinks highly of me. Sister Wanru should say less of those words in the future, lest it get to his ears. Things will be difficult to handle. I know. Brother Liang, be careful. Okay. After saying goodbye, Liang left. Only Xie Wanru and her father were left in the study. Xie Wanru sighed. I want to go there, too. Why didn't the base commander call me? Xie Changhe glanced at Xie Wanru. What a great place that is. Don't forget to come and join us. But it can improve your abilities. Yes, it can improve your abilities. But let's wait until their technology is mature. I don't know what happened before, but they upgraded you to level 4. Although you are very strong. Dad is still a little worried. The base commander asked Liang to go there to test the reagents. After all, only a strong physique like Liang can withstand such a powerful potion. Xie Wanru's face turned pale when she thought of the previous experiences. Yes, if you want to upgrade your level by being lazy, you must pay a price. But Dad, once Dr. He died, our mutant army went bankrupt. Now we can no longer compete with the mutant army of the base commander. Hearing this, Xie Changhe said coldly, yes, there is no way to compete. Who let the base commander have such a powerful scientific research team? They are really not human. But fortunately, Liang is ours. And the Eagle Squad will merge with Liang's team in the future. Didn't you say Elan is also very powerful? If they are all on our side, the base commander will not do anything to us. Well, I know. Dad. Lin Family Villa. After listening to Lin's mother's retelling, Lin Rant's heart was in turmoil. No wonder Xie Wanru and the others have such ridiculous abilities. That's it. Chapter 186. The Oriole is behind. She said that the people in this base all have ridiculously high superpowers. It has not been long since the end of the world began, but they are already much higher than ordinary people. It turns out that it is related to the laboratory again. The people involved this time are even more powerful. The base director, William. What kind of experiments are these people doing? Lin Rant's eyes were frost-covered, and she wanted to rush to this laboratory to find those villains. She could guess with her toes what kind of experiments William was doing. I don't know how many people have been harmed by him. Ran, do you want your mother to sneak into the house of this base director again and plant a few mutant trees? Lin's mother wanted to use the same trick again. She could see that her daughter was very concerned about the laboratory. She wanted to help her. Hearing this, Lin Ran grabbed her mother's hand. Mom, you must not go there again. You are lucky to succeed with Xie Changhe. But if you go to the base commander, you may not be so lucky. We are not familiar with this base commander, and we don't know what kind of person he is. But since we have been in this base for so long, we have not heard any information about the base commander. It can be seen that he is low-key and rigorous. Mom, promise me that you must not take risks. Lin Ran's tone and expression are very solemn. Mother Lin's heart tightened when she heard it. Ran. Okay. Mom won't go. Lin Ran was still worried and told Mom, now our family is safe together is the most important. Everything else is secondary. Understand? You must not do anything you are not sure of. Mother Lin's eyes flashed with a gentle light. Her daughter has really grown up. I know. My Ran. Mom will not do anything dangerous without your knowledge. We won't go. Hearing her mother's promise, Lin Ran's hanging heart finally let go. She had a hunch that this base leader was not a waste like Xie Chenghe. Overthrowing him also required long-term planning. Some things could not be done by one person alone. Lin Ran thought of Wu Shiqing and others in Area D. And those poor people who suffered. When the extreme cold came, they would know that they could only survive by themselves. Lin Ran and others planned to go to Zhang Huan's place at noon. It was just in time to send them some delicious food for lunch. When Lin's mother and father heard that Lin Ran was going to Zhang Huan's place, they also wanted to go and see. They were very interested in this magical girl and her axe gang, as well as the orphanage. Seeing that Lin's mother and father were going, Grandpa Jiang also expressed his desire to go. He had not been out much since he came to the peace base. Lin Ran looked at the huge family sitting in the business car and felt a headache. Mom, Dad, and Grandpa Jiang would go. De Huang, Wei, and the little cat actually crawled in to join in the fun. How can we load the supplies when there are so many people in the car? It seems that everyone has really forgotten that their mission is to deliver supplies to Zhang Huan, not to travel. Lin Ran waved and called everyone down. Mom and Dad, Grandpa Jiang, we are going to deliver supplies to people. And De Huang, Wei, and little cat, get down. Lin Ran said helplessly. Dad Lin hurriedly said, yes. We will help deliver it together. Mom Lin said, Mom and Dad want to go with you to deliver love. Ran, take us with you. Grandpa Jiang also smiled and said, you may not know that when I was doing business before, my favorite thing was to do charity. If you don't believe me, ask Xiaochen. We have a special foundation in Zhang's company. Ran. Grandpa Jiang also wants to go there to take a look. Lin Ran said with a smile, I know you are kind. But this car is used to load things and deliver supplies. You are all full in it. Where should I put the things? After hearing what Lin Ran said, everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that it wasn't Ran who didn't want to take them. That's easy. Lin's father said, tell us the address. And we find a car to go there. Didn't you say there are a lot of sightseeing cars like taxis on the road? We go there by ourselves. You really want to go together? Yes. The three said in unison. Okay. No need to take a taxi. Shiuza, take our team car to the mission center to rent a car and come back. Okay. Sister. Anyway, they were going on a mission this time. And in order to keep a low profile, they planned to apply for equipment rental at the mission center. This is a benefit given by the mission center to these wild teams. They just need to pay them the corresponding supplies and crystal cores as rent when they come back. Lin's father was worried about Lin Zhe going to the mission center alone, so he went with him. After waiting for a while, they drove back in a shabby van. However, although this van was shabby, it still had a large capacity. It was enough to load the goods, so Lin Ran didn't mind it. However, Lin Zhe didn't think so. As soon as he got off the car, he complained, Sister, those people said that our team's level was too low, and they were unwilling to rent us anything. But later they agreed. But they gave us such a broken car. Lin Ran smiled and said, it's okay to have a broken car, as long as it can be driven. But how did they agree? Lin's father looked strange and said, that's what I find strange. Because of Xie Wanru. Hearing Xie Wanru's name, Lin Ran became interested. Oh, she intervened and didn't want those people to rent us a car? Lin Zhe said, Sister, it's the opposite. If I heard it correctly, it was Xie Wanru who asked them to provide us with a car. I was about to leave, thinking that I wouldn't lend it. Unexpectedly, I happened to hear the person in charge calling Xie Wanru, and Xie Wanru told them to provide us with a car, but not to provide anything good. Why do you think this is? Lin Ran and Lin's mother looked at each other, and both laughed. Mother Lin said, silly Shuza. Why? Because Xie is afraid that your sister can't borrow equipment and can't go on the mission. What does it have to do with her if she can't go on the mission? If she can't go on the mission, then Xie can't do anything tricky during the mission? Xie is eager for your sister to die. Damn it! Lin Zai said with a foul mouth. Damn Xie. I will reward her with 100 metal bullets when the time comes. And she still wants to attack my sister. Lin Ran patted Lin Zai on the shoulder. Thank you. Shuza. Remember to hit her harder when the time comes. Okay. I will definitely not show mercy. Dare to deal with his sister. Xie really thinks her life is too long. Lin Ran looked at her brother's appearance and was moved. However, Xie is just a jumping clown. Not to be feared. Xie wanted to kill her, thinking that this mission was a trap for her and Rong Han. But she didn't know that the mantis stalked the cicada and the oriole was behind. It remains to be seen who will be the final caged bird. Chapter 187 Delivering Supplies. Lin Ran took out dozens of sets of winter clothes. Military coats, down vests, thick warm clothes, cotton boots, and cotton socks for adults from the space. Although these things don't look good, they have very good warmth retention performance when worn. They have excellent cold-proof effect and can withstand temperatures of around -40 degrees Celsius. He also took out dozens of sets of winter clothes, down vests, warm clothes, cotton boots, cotton socks, gloves, hats, and masks for children. Several boxes of warm baby and hot water bottles were also prepared. Thick quilts and mattresses were also prepared. These things take up a lot of space. But fortunately, the van that Lin Zai drove back was big enough. In addition to the 2 rows of seats in the front, the back can be used to carry things. If this broken car is driven to the wild for a mission, it will definitely be a disaster. The horsepower is not good, and it can't run even when zombies come. But it's good for carrying things now. Thinking that people need to increase the calories in the extremely cold weather, they put in some ham, various canned foods, rice, flour, grain and oil, and a lot of self-heating hot pot. Eating a small hot pot when it is freezing cold is really the most beautiful thing in the world. Thinking that if it is too cold, they will have a headache or fever. They also prepared some antipyretics, cold medicines, and cough medicines commonly used by adults and children. Lin Ran clapped her hands, looked at the 2 cars full of things, and nodded with satisfaction. It's almost done. With the basic daily necessities, they should be able to hold on for a while. If there is not enough later, they can send them more when they come back. After doing all this, Lin Ran took Rong Mei and Jiang Qin to drive their own car. Lin Zai took others to drive the rented van. And there were 3 little ones. A group of people set off. The villa is now full of mutant plants. Even if someone wants to go in and do something bad, she is not afraid. On the way, Lin Ran asked Jiang Qin to give Rong Mei an order not to hurt anyone in the yard. Rong Mei also agreed obediently. Along the way, she was like a normal girl, leaning on the car window and curiously looking outside. She even wanted to open the window. Lin Ran was afraid that someone would recognize her, so he took out a hat from the space and put it on her, and also took out a pair of sunglasses for her. With this dress, most of Rong Mei's face was hidden. Lin Ran let her play as she pleased. I hope she can keep this innocent look for a while. Just forget those dirty and painful pasts. Zhang Huan had just finished lunch when he heard the sound of dripping water coming from outside his courtyard gate. Xiao frowned and said, It's noon and the kids are all going to take a nap. Who is honking the horn outside? Let me go out and beat them up. Zhang Huan hurriedly pulled the irritable Xiao. Why are you beating them? Let's see if Ran Ran and the others are here. Yes, it could be Sister Ran Ran. She said she would come to see us. Xiao's face changed immediately when she heard Lin Ran's name, and she ran happily towards the gate. When she opened the gate, she saw Lin Ran sitting in the car. Sister Ran Ran, you are finally here. I missed you so much. Lin Ran also liked this straightforward Xiao and smiled. Xiao, I missed you too. Let us in. Okay. Everyone make way. The car is coming. When Lin Ran and the others parked the car in the yard, all the children who were preparing to take a nap ran out of the house. Everyone happily surrounded them and shouted, Brother, sister. Every time Lin Ran and her friends came, they would bring them a lot of delicious food. When they saw Lin Ran and her friends, they felt like they saw their relatives. Ran Ran, why are you here? Zhang Huan came over happily. holding Lin Ran's hand, and asked. Lin Ran said, Sister Huan, I'm here to bring you some things. Zhang Huan looked at the 2 cars packed with food behind Lin Ran, and was surprised and moved. Why did you send so many things again? We haven't finished the last time. How can we feel embarrassed to be helped by you all the time? Zhang Huan's eyes were red as she spoke. After the apocalypse, it seemed that Lin Ran had been helping them all the time. Even though they had established the Axe Gang, they were still receiving her favors. This time, there were so many again. How could they repay so many favors? What's there to be embarrassed about? Ran told us what you did. You don't know how much we admire you girls for being so powerful. We can't use up all these things. It would be great if we could use them together. Mother Ling got out of the car and held Zhang Huan's hand enthusiastically. Zhang Huan was stunned, and he immediately felt a liking for this auntie who spoke so gently. Thank you. Lin Ran introduced, Sister Huan. This is my mother. This is my father. And this is Grandpa Jiang. When they heard that I was coming here, they said they would come with me to see you. A bunch of amazing women. I am not an amazing woman. If it weren't for Ran and the others' help, we would have died in the hot spring town a long time ago. Father Lin said, Ran saving you is only one aspect. If you girls can't stand up on your own, no one can save you. Zhang Huan, you are great. Grandpa Jiang also came over and gave a thumbs up. You can build such a place in the Doomsday and take care of so many children. I, an old man, really admire you. There are so many children here, but each one is well raised. All of them are white and clean. Although the clothes on their bodies are not the best, but they are all clean. It can be seen that they are really taking good care of the children. In the Doomsday, it is not easy to survive. Now they can still think about saving the weak. These women are really amazing people. Thank you. Thank you for your recognition. Zhang Huan thanked sincerely. She has been doing things silently according to her heart, and never thought about how praiseworthy what she did was. But now she is recognized by others like this, especially being recognized and praised by Lin Ran's family. Zhang Huan's heart is full of indescribable taste. Seeing Zhang Huan's eyes getting redder and redder, Lin Ran hurriedly said, Okay. Everyone, stop gossiping and come to help unload the things. Lin Ran brought too many things. Everyone gathered around like it was the new year, carrying supplies into the house one by one. Everything, food, drink, and daily necessities, was taken off the car, and the children were watching with wide eyes. After unloading to the back, Zhang Huan found something wrong. Zhang Huan smiled and joked, Ran. Why are there so many winter clothes here? Did you come across a winter clothing store when you were hunting? Lin Ran took Zhang Huan's hand, walked aside and whispered, Sister Huan, I heard from the grapevine that the temperature will drop in a while, so I sent some warm clothes and medicines. You'd better prepare yourself and buy some more things you need to keep warm. Although Zhang Huan didn't believe in any grapevine rumors, she believed in Lin Ran. Ran must have her reasons for saying so. Got it. Ran. I will. Okay. You guys should stay out less during this period. It's best to stay at home. Remember my words, and be prepared in case the weather changes suddenly. Lin Ran reminded again. Chapter 188. It's like this again. Yes. I will. Ran. Thank you. By the way, there is another good news. I absorbed those crystal cores, and my ability has greatly improved. Now it's not just speed, but also awaken the power of strength. And the level is 3. Zhang Huan said excitedly, his eyes full of smiles. That's great. God will not treat hard-working people unfairly. Sister Huan has what you have today, all because of your own hard work. I have another gift for you, Lin Ran said, taking out a bag from his arms, which contained a crystal core of a level 5 mutant spider. Ran, this is too expensive. Zhang Huan was a little flattered, staring at Lin Ran with wide eyes. Sister Huan, take it. There are so many women and children here who need your care. You still need to upgrade more to have enough ability to protect them. Zhang Huan was stunned and took the crystal core from Lin Ran's hand. She opened her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes. Ran, you are closer to me than my own sisters. If you need me in the future, just tell me. I will go through fire and water without frowning. Sister Huan, you are too kind. As long as you can live well, I will be very happy. Lin Ran looked at Zhang Huan and said with a smile, Sister Ran, I have good news for you. Xiao finished moving the supplies and came over and said with a smile, Ran Ran. Thanks to the crystal core you gave me, I have awakened the fire ability now. And now it is level 2. Great. Xiao. I knew you are different. The carefree Xiao was praised by Lin Ran. And she was even happier. Sister Ran Ran, I will definitely work hard. When you come next time, I will definitely be more powerful. Next time I go out to fight in the wild, I will not hold you back again. Okay. I will wait and see. The time with Zhang Huan is happy. The children each hold a chocolate in their hands and play with Yueying, Da Huang and the little cat. Mother Lin sat in the yard, helping everyone mend clothes for the children. Father Lin and Lin Zhe, Grandpa Jiang, Jiang Chen and others helped wash clothes and bed sheets for the children. Everyone really came here to show love. Lin Ran noticed Rong Mei. Since she came into this yard, she had not paid much attention to her. She did not give her any orders. She found that she had been playing with the children. She had a gentle personality and did not dislike the children's noise at all. A child accidentally fell, and his knee was bleeding. She took care of it. Lin Ran had been watching from the side and found that she was not attracted by the smell of blood and did not do anything bad. There was even a child who climbed up the wall mischievously and almost fell to the ground. She was the first child to run over and catch him, even if her hand was almost broken by the crush. She did not care. She was really, as Rong Han said, a kind girl. She was very caring, and the children seemed to like her very much. Happy times always pass quickly. After dinner, Lin Ran and her friends had to say goodbye to the children, who were reluctant to leave. Some of the younger ones cried with red eyes. They stopped crying only after hearing Lin Ran and her friends promise to play again next time. It was dark outside when they went out. The infrastructure of District C was not good. There were only a few sparse streetlights on the long street. Lin Ran drove her car in front to lead the way, and Lin Zhe drove a large van behind. When she turned a corner, Lin Ran saw the familiar figure again. This time she saw it cluely, and the person just walked under the streetlight. Lin Ran immediately recognized the person. It was really Luo Xingxing. Why is she here? Is Luo Xiangxi here too? Lin Ran braked suddenly, opened the car door, and chased after her. The result was the same as last time. When she turned a corner, Luo Xingxing disappeared. There was a residential area in front. Lin Ran remembered this place. Luo Xingxing also disappeared here last time. She really lived here. Ran Ran? What's wrong with you? Behind him, Jiang Chen followed closely, seeing Lin Ran suddenly get off the car and disappear from his sight at a high speed. Jiang Chen's heart was as nervous as if he was going crazy. It's okay. I saw an acquaintance. Acquaintance? Where? Jiang Chen looked ahead and found that there was no one here. Gone. Lin Ran lowered her head. Then I will accompany you to look for it. Lin Ran shook her head. No. No hurry. We will meet sooner or later. After saying that, Lin Ran turned around and walked back. Yes. No hurry. After she cleaned up Elan first, the next one would be Luo Xiangxi. One by one, it will be their turn anyway. See District Family Building. Luo Xingxing climbed to the 10th floor with the instant noodles she bought from the store. Now she is not just an ordinary person like before. She is also a superpower now. Although she is just a small level 2 type mutant. Most of the time, she can accomplish many things without relying on men. It feels so good. I don't have to sell my body anymore. When she got to the door, Luo Xingxing didn't rush to open it. She put her ear to the door and leaned against it to listen to the noise inside. Very good. There was no strange sound inside. However, the sound of her opening the door was still very light. Xuzhen was not in the living room, and Luo Xingxing looked towards her master bedroom again. There was no one there either. Then a surge of anger rushed into Luo Xingxing's mind. She kicked the door of the second bedroom open and saw Xuzhen feeding water to Luo Xiangxi, who was tied up. And the moment Luo Xiangxi saw her, her white face was frightened and became even more pitiful. She said incoherently, "Sister, I didn't mean it. Don't get me wrong. I was too thirsty, so my brother-in-law fed me water. There's nothing between my brother-in-law and me. It's all my fault. You can blame me if you want to. It's none of his business. It's like this again. This bitch always likes to gossip like this." Luo Xingxing's face was almost twisted with anger. Xuzhen was a little panicked when Luo Xingxing found him at first, but he couldn't bear it when he saw Luo Xiangxi like this. "Xingxing, there is really nothing between your sister and me. Your sister is also a poor person. I really don't know why you are making things difficult for her. You are all from the same mother. You are almost sick. What should I do if she is tortured to death? Zhu kept talking, as if everything was Luo Xingxing's fault. The instant noodles that she had been holding carefully in her hand were crushed into pieces by Luo Xingxing, and she didn't notice it. Zhu words were like a sharp knife, cutting her heart into pieces. It's like this again. As long as her good sister appears, the men around her will look at her. Whether it's Yi Ning or Zhu, they are not good people. Get out of here. Luo Xingxing finally couldn't help but said angrily. Zhu was stunned and looked at Luo Xingxing in disbelief. You want me to get out? Yes. Get out. You don't have to worry about my business. Okay. Luo Xingxing. You don't ask me to come back. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. I did it all for you. Zhu left angrily, looking at Zhu's back and Luo Xingxing's disappointed face. In the corner, Luo Xiang's eyes flashed with a smile of conspiracy. Silly sister. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Chapter 189. Understand the heart. Are you happy? Before the pride in Luo Xiang's eyes faded, she heard an extremely cold voice. No. Xingxing. How can I be happy to see you quarreling? Brother-in-law didn't mean it. You must not destroy the relationship between you because of me. Luo Xiangxi had a tearful expression on her face. If a man saw it, he would definitely feel pity. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of her was Luo Xingxing. Luo Xingxing knew Luo Xiangxi's methods too well. She knew that the heart hidden under her harmless expression had long been dark and rotten. She lowered her head and sneered. A chill suddenly arose in Luo Xiangxi's heart. She tried to smile. Xingxing, please don't be angry with your sister. Okay? Luo Xingxing smiled calmly. How could I be angry? My dear sister. Now there are only two of us left. I am so happy. Let's torture each other. Luo Xingxing's tone was extremely gentle, but the nails on her hands pinched Luo Xiangxi deeply. It hurts. It hurts too much. But Luo Xingxing's expression was too scary, and Luo Xiangxi didn't dare to scream until her hand was pinched and bled. Sister, does it hurt? It hurts, Luo Xiangxi said weakly. But your pain is not even 1/10,000th of what I feel. My dear sister, how are you going to pay it back? Luo Xiangxi looked at Luo Xingxing with horror, who was smiling sickly, and regretted that she shouldn't have seduced Zhu. When he was there, Luo Xingxing was still normal. As soon as he left, she had no scruples. She wanted to call for help, but a pack of instant noodles was stuffed into her mouth, and Luo Xingxing's hand pressed tightly on her mouth, and a pack of instant noodles was stuffed into her trachea. Eat it. Sister, this is good stuff. This is much better than the pack of expired biscuits you gave me when you tricked me into going to Huang Yu's bed. Do you know how disgusting Huang Yu is? And how much I wanted to die when I was under him? It's because you lied to me. It's you. It's you. It's you. Luo Xiangxi's eyes bulged in fear. If I had known that this bitch was so crazy, I should have killed her earlier. Why is her luck so bad? She was caught by her when she went out. Almost. She almost found Yilan. Back to the villa in Area A, Lin Zai had the opportunity to ask Lin Ran what she did when she got off the car just now. After hearing Lin Ran's explanation, Lin Zai opened his mouth in surprise. You saw Luo Xingxing too? I didn't expect her to be so powerful and come to the peace base. Mother Lin asked curiously, who is Luo Xingxing? By the way, is she a classmate? Lin Ran nodded, and she decided to tell the story of the two sisters Luo Xingxing and Luo Xiangxi. If she and Lin Zai were not mistaken, they would meet sooner or later. Luo Xingxing is fine, but Luo Xiangxi was the one who killed her in her previous life. She had to inform her family, lest everyone be fooled by this little white flower. For some reason, this Luo Xiangxi is very bewitching. Lin Ran even thinks it has something to do with her supernatural powers. But these are just her guesses. Mom and Dad, do you still remember the classmate who harmed me that I mentioned before? Mom remembers that you told us that her name is Luo Xiangxi, and she is the sister of Luo Xingxing. She is a classmate, right? Mom has a really good memory. Lin Ran's eyes flashed with stars, and she nodded, yes. I suspect they are also in this base. Lin Ran took a deep breath and began to tell them the details that she had not told them before. After listening to Lin Ran's story, the family was indignant again. In the previous life, these bastards took advantage of their death to make Ran suffer so much. When I find Luo Xiangxi, I will definitely make her look twice as good. Lin Ran looked at the family's expressions of both pain and anger, and her heart was a little sour. She actually wanted to report good news, but not bad news. She didn't want her family to hear repeatedly how miserable she had lived in her previous life. This was undoubtedly a stab in their hearts. Suddenly, a cold hand reached out and hooked her little finger. Lin Ran looked sideways. It was Jiang Chen. His face was full of heartache, and his eyes were full of undisguised pity. Ran, don't worry. I will do better this time than before. I will never let you get hurt again. This time I will do better. In fact, the last time was good enough. If it weren't for him, she didn't know when she could be free from that dark laboratory. But such a promise was really beautiful. It was like being carefully cared for and passionately loved. Jiang Chen's words were like boiling water that made her feel flustered. She seemed to see the sky-high flames in Jiang Chen's eyes again. It was the fire of freedom, the fire of salvation, and also the fire that made her heart beat. She couldn't help blushing and her heart beat like a drunk. Lindsay was the first to notice her abnormality. Sister, why is your face so red? Did you catch a cold? Jiang Chen looked at her with concern and moved closer to her. Ran, are you okay? Ahem. I'm fine. Lin Ran was so embarrassed that she hurriedly avoided Jiang Chen's hand that was trying to test her temperature on her forehead. I'm fine. Maybe it's hot. I go upstairs and change clothes. Lin Ran almost ran away. Her heart was in turmoil. Lindsay looked at Lin Ran and scratched his head in confusion. She doesn't wear much, but she ran so fast. Probably because she was really hot. Lin's mother looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully, and she felt funny in her heart as he stayed where he was with a worried look on his face. It seems that her girl is embarrassed. Okay, don't worry about your sister. Someone is taking care of her. Go and do your own thing. Lin Ran lay on the bed, and it took a while for her to return to normal. Alas, she had lived like this for 2 lifetimes, and her heart was moved, just like an old house on fire. And it was even more life-threatening. This was the real heart-moving. Although she was with Yilan in her last life, they had never held hands. Now she couldn't remember why she agreed to be with him. Maybe it was too lonely in the end of the world. Maybe the two of them were too evenly matched. Everyone thought they should be together. But that was not a heart-moving. So when she was framed by Yilan and Luo Xiangxi, she felt more resentment and betrayal. There was no jealousy and heartbreak. She walked to the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. She stared into her eyes quietly. This was the first time she looked at herself so seriously after her rebirth. This life was different. Her family was by her side, and she was very happy. So why couldn't she be happier? Jiang Chen. The name was softly pronounced on the tip of her tongue, and the tone was gentler than Lin Ran herself had ever seen. She suddenly smiled at the mirror. The person in the mirror made Lin Ran dazed for a moment. That was the brightness and sunshine she hadn't seen for a long time. She exhaled gently, and her heart was more relaxed than ever before. Isn't it to make up for regrets to live again? Jiang Chen. You wait for the challenge. In the following days, Lin Ran and the others did not go out again. The family hurried to absorb the crystal core, especially Grandpa Jiang. As a big blood bag, Lin Ran was not reluctant at all, and sent the best crystal cores to him in the house. But she thought about it, and before leaving for the mission, she still went out with Jiang Chen. Lindsay looked at Lin Ran and Jiang Chen driving out alone, and felt indescribable in his heart. Stinky sister. Stinky Jiang Chen. You actually dumped me, and went out on a date. Alas, girls can't be kept when they grow up. Chapter 190 Confession. Lin Ran drove Jiang Chen out of the base. Now they have their own team, and it is very easy to get out of the base with the team sign. Jiang Chen enjoys the time alone with Lin Ran. This is really nice. Is this a date? For the first time, there is no one around them. Not even Yueying, the fat cat. Just him and Ran. This is a separate space for the two of them. Does that mean this is a date? Ran came to take him out on a date. So does she like him too? Jiang Chen stared blankly at Lin Ran, who was driving beside him. From her delicate white hands, to her dark hair inch by inch. Then he followed her shoulder-length hair to her white and elegant neck. Then he saw her pointed chin and rosy and shiny lips. Her high nose bridge, and those eyes that always flashed firmness, courage and gentleness. Jiang Chen felt that every inch of Lin Ran's body was extremely in line with his aesthetics. She was so suitable for him. Or maybe it was because he liked every bit of her. According to the plot he had seen in the TV series, they would go to a romantic place later. Then the two of them would stroll in the beautiful sea of flowers. And the young man would bow his head devoutly and confess his love to the girl he loved. Then, they would live together forever. But he was not a young man. He was a zombie. Why did he have to become a zombie? This was the first time that Jiang Chen felt so disgusted with his zombie identity. If he could become like Rong Mei, then he could confess his love to Ran Ran. And the two of them would be together happily forever. Lin Ran found that Jiang Chen was particularly silent today. Although he usually didn't talk much, he gave her a very different feeling today. Could he be shy? Was it because it was the first time he went out alone with her? Lin Ran couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. She knew that Jiang Chen had some different feelings for her. Although he hid it very well, he was very different to her. He also waited for her to get up every day and said he would always protect her. Why doesn't he treat Lin Zhe so well? In short, Lin Ran just feels that Jiang Chen treats her differently. Should she create some romantic scenes later? Flirt with him. Let him be unable to stop and take the initiative. Then take him down. Ha ha ha. Then when she goes home, she won't be a single dog anymore. Hee. It's so beautiful just to think about it. Lin Ran couldn't help but grinning more and more. It's like Jiang Chen is already her boyfriend. But where should she go to create a romantic scene? Got it. When Lin Ran passed a field full of wildflowers, she stopped the car. Wildflowers have extremely strong vitality. After this period of recuperation, they sprout and bloom again. This field is now full of colorful flowers. A large piece connected together. Very beautiful. Jiang Chen, this place is so romantic. Ran Ran really brought him here for a date. What to do? Should I confess my feelings later? No. He is a zombie. How can he dream of getting his hands on such a good Ran Ran? No. What if Ran Ran confesses his feelings? Will he refuse? What good things does he have in mind? Why would Ran Ran confess his feelings to him? He is a zombie. He is not worthy. Jiang Chen was so distracted that he did not notice that Lin Ran had already gotten out of the car. She stood in the flower field, picking the flowers she liked. She was going to pick a bunch of flowers and give them to her mother. After a while, Lin Ran had picked a bunch of flowers. She found a dogtail grass to tie up the bouquet, and turned around to find that Jiang Chen had not come out of the car yet. Lin Ran happened to be standing on the passenger side, so she thought of handing the flowers to him and asking him to help put them on the driver's seat. Jiang Chen. Hearing Lin Ran's voice, Jiang Chen instantly looked at Lin Ran. After this glance, Jiang Chen could no longer let go. He felt that his struggle just now was a joke. The girl in the sun was like an elf in the forest. Today's sun was warm and bright, shining on her face, making her whole body stained with a soft light. Jiang Chen's heart seemed to have a fever. The cortex of his heart seemed to be covered with goosebumps in an instant, and he couldn't help but tremble. His heart was beating very fast, but his mind was extremely clear. He loved this woman to death. He wanted to get her and never let her leave him. Even if he was just a zombie. If she left him and fell in love with someone else, Jiang Chen felt that he would definitely go crazy. Jiang Chen. Can you? Yes. Ah. Lin Ran didn't expect Jiang Chen to answer quickly, so she handed the flowers in her hand to him. Since you can, please help put it on the driver's seat. Jiang Chen's face was about to burn when he saw the big bouquet of flowers that Lin Ran took for him. Ran Ran was indeed confessing to him. He was really damned. How could he let a girl confess to him first? He should have taken the initiative first. How could he make up for it? Jiang Chen. Take the flowers. Seeing that Jiang Chen was motionless, Lin Ran could not help but remind him. Okay. Ran Ran. I do. After that, Jiang Chen took the flowers from Lin Ran's hand. Lin Ran, She looked at Jiang Chen's overly pious face, and was stunned. What do you want to do? I am willing to be your boyfriend. Ran Ran. I am yours. Lin Ran, shock. What's going on? The progress bar seems to be a little fast. She hasn't had time to tease him yet. Ran Ran. Are you willing to be my girlfriend? Jiang Chen opened the car door and knelt on one knee on the ground. He imitated the actions of the male protagonist, confessing in the TV series clumsily. Ran Ran. I know it's not good to let you confess first. Now please allow me to confess to you again. Ran Ran. Are you willing to be my girlfriend? Let me take care of you in the future. Jiangchen. Swear that I will never leave Lin Ran, and will only love you. Lin Ran, eh? By the way, when did she confess to him first? She didn't even make a move. But she is willing. Lin Ran heard her firm answer. I am willing. Then, Jiangchen leaned over to his solid chest. He hugged her so tightly. It was as if she was his whole world. Lin Ran's heart suddenly became very stable at this moment. She seemed to have really found the shoulder to rely on. Because it was Jiangchen. She believed it. Lin Zhe absorbed 2 large crystal cores. And then stood by the window and looked hard. What good things did my sister and brother Jiang do? Why haven't they come back yet? Could it be that they really went on a date?